Chapter 1 Ding System Binding. Magic City, Linhai University. Girls Dormitory 302. That's right, there are a lot of men. This one can't work. Let's switch to the next one. Tomorrow, my sister will call all the students from our hometown. So you can pick a good one. And you won't die of anger from that scummy guy. Song Brain is still a little confused. Looking at the two people in front of them who still keep discouraging themselves, for a long time did not react to the fact that they crossed over. The original owner of this body is also called Song Bing, is a sophomore student of Magic City University. As the two roommates had said, the original owner had dated a boyfriend named Lin Feng since her freshman year. However, some time ago, in front of the school, she witnessed Lin Feng carrying a 200-plus-pound girl from the same school into a limousine. The original owner went up and confronted him, and then just got broken up with. Anyone knows what Lin Feng is for, but because of this, the original owner is extraordinarily thoughtless. So pull the two girls with the best relationship in the same dormitory to drink. Hard to drink themselves to death. Then, she came over. There were so many slots that Sonny actually didn't know what to say for a while. Ding detected that the host has awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to bind? Song Yen was stunned and decisively refused. No binding. System text. She had read so many in her previous life. Who knows what kind of stuff this is in her head? In case it is a plot to kill people, will she not just cross over and be cool again? Ding Top White Rich Beauty System Binding Success. Congratulate the host towards the Top White Rich Beauty to take the most basic step. Sprinkle flowers. Song Yen. The first time I saw her was when she was a child, and her opinion didn't matter at all. Ding congratulations to the host for obtaining a newbie gift pack, a copy of the Divine Gene Optimization Liquid. May I ask if the host is withdrawing it? Song E cooperated and didn't make a sound, just asked in her heart. What is the Divine Grade Gene Optimization Liquid? Unexpectedly, the system's cute voice then sounded in his mind once again. God-level Gene Optimization Liquid can optimize the host's various genes into the most perfect state based on the host's original foundation. It is recommended to serve it as soon as possible. Oh, Song Yen, would her changing that much make people think she had plastic surgery? Divine Gene Optimization Liquid is a gradual change, and will not cause suspicion. The Top White Rich system is a proper system. Please don't compare the host to this system with those three less systems. Song Yen, just suddenly have a kind of behind the back to say bad things about people still caught by the main owner of the feeling Sigma. Looking at the two roommates who were still gushing with righteous indignation and using all sorts of words to discourage herself, Song Yen weakly raised her hand. I understand what you guys are saying, but I want to go to the bathroom first. The two roommates looked at each other, and although they were skeptical of Song Bei's words, they didn't stop her from going to the bathroom in the end. As a top university in China, Linhai University's dormitory conditions were still good, and each dormitory had its own bathroom. Song Yen quietly closed the door. Mimi closed the door before silently saying to the system, "Extraction." As soon as the words fell, there was a small blue bottle in her hand. Without much hesitation, Song Yen directly drank into the mouth of the bottle. Since she knew that the system was a proper unification, who wouldn't want to become beautiful? After drinking the Divine Gene Optimization Liquid, Song Bai stood in front of the mirror with a look of anticipation. The original owner's own looks could only be considered clean at best, with yellowish skin and a few more points of darkness due to drinking. Song Bai watched with wide eyes, and before she could see the changes, she realized that a layer of dark impurities had sprung up on the surface of her skin. It was impossible to say no to a bath now. When Song Bai finally cleaned her entire body and stood in front of the mirror once more, she carefully noticed something different from the original. The bridge of her nose had slightly straightened, her hairline had moved forward a bit, and her features seemed to have changed slightly, but if she didn't look closely, she couldn't tell the difference at all. There were also smaller pores on the skin, and the skin color seemed to have whitened a bit. Even the original small flesh on the stomach had been reduced a bit. If the original appearance could only score 6 points, now it seemed to be barely enough to score 7 points. A few moments of surprise flowed through Song Yi's gaze. It really had an effect. After appreciating enough, she let her roommate help her bring in a new change of clothes. Linhai University dormitory, 4 people per room, just kept comforting her 2 people, one called Li Lui, petite, tiny, a typical southern girl. One called Huangran, is the eastern province, net height of 1.72 m, often to their dormitory big sister. Just instigated the senior students are called over to let Song. There is another one called Xixingran. Her family is from Mordor. Basically she doesn't go back to the dormitory, so the only ones who have the best relationship with Song are Li Lui and Huangran. When they saw Song Bo come out of the restroom, they were obviously relieved. Huangran even stepped forward and directly swept Song Bo into her arms. That's right, a fresh little beauty. That Lin Feng on stilts doesn't even match. Originally, they were worried that Song Yen would hide behind their backs and secretly cry in the bathroom. But now, looking radiant, where there is still the dead look before, Beside her, Li Lui was also full of smiles. That's right, we are so beautiful. So what do we care about that scummy guy? Song. All said that the unity is a proper unity. Surely it will not cause others to suspect. The system's weak voice came, and at the same time a transparent panel appeared in front of her eyes. Host, Song Bo. Age, 19. Height, 160, can grow. Face value, 6. 1, can grow. Top white rich beauty progress bar, 1. 5, total progress bar is 100. Song Yen? She just said that her current face value should be a 7, and the system gave her a 6. 1. Is it really against her? And the progress bar is 1. 5. What the hell? She had just rejoiced for a few seconds, but she hadn't even reached 2% of the rich and famous. The system's judgment is the most authoritative assessment obtained by integrating all the information of this world, so please don't doubt it. In addition, the top white rich beauty not only includes the appearance, the connotation is also included. The host more sign in, get more rewards, the rating will be higher. Ding detected that the host has not signed in today. May I ask if the host is signing in? Sign in. Song Yi was crisp and clear, without half a second's hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 axe tooth coins. The system has automatically recharged your account for you. Please pay attention to checking your account. Song, can't you just give RMB directly? The original host is a game player and often watches some live game broadcasts, so it's not strange to have an axe tooth account. Song, sure enough, 1 million axe tooth coins were quietly lying there. Song, mixed feelings. The system trench is really trench. 1 million axe tooth coins converted to 1 million RMB, so it's still the same sentence. Why can't it be RMB? Ding, the virtual coin spent by the host will be returned to RMB in the form of 10 100 times, so please explore on your own. Song Yi's eyes lit up. Can I bounty myself? System. Cash out is prohibited. The ultimate goal of the host is to become a top white rich beauty. A rich white beauty won't stick to these 3 melons in 2 dates. Song Yen, okay, even if she was a non-celebrity, 1 million axe tooth coins would have been returned to 10 million, and as soon as she thought of this, the last bit of resentment in Song Yan's heart was gone. Chapter 2, 20 times cashback, 20 million in accounts. The dormitory at Linhai University was a typical upper. The bed under the table. Song Yan's bed in the right-hand side near the window. Greeted Li Lui 2 people. Took the charger directly, took off his shoes and went up to his bed. Are you okay? Li Lui gave her a suspicious look. Wasn't her condition quite good just now? It can't be that she hasn't gotten over the shadow of her lost love yet. Huang Ran on the side also looked at her worriedly. Song Bei smiled towards the two and showed them her cell phone with the live broadcast interface open. Don't worry, that scumbag is nothing. I'll forget about it after drinking. I just want to rest on the bed for a while, and watch the live game in the meantime. Li Lui and Huang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Watch it and see. You rest a little longer. As long as they were no longer sad over that scummy guy, they would do anything. Seeing that the two were no longer paying attention to themselves, Song Yan then turned her gaze back to the game livestream on her cell phone's interface. Among the anchors that the original owner was following, there were several that were broadcasting right now. Song, the original owner's impression was that it was a technical anchor, and the voice was quite good. More than 300,000 people online. In the number of false high axe teeth is not high, but from the pop-ups can still be seen that there are live people. When Song Bei came in, she happened to see a pop-up screen that kept brushing the same sentence. Sister doesn't even take you as an anchor. Tornado, I've been matched with you. You're a small anchor. What are you pretending to be? No wonder you haven't been hot. Tornado Song Yan is aware of. Is the axe teeth live in the chicken area of the god anchor? Staying in the live room and watching the other pop-ups for a while, Song Yan understood the whole process. The pop-up screen shouting is the last hand anchor match to the road girl. Just started to have been teetotaling another girl in the team. Anchor cannot see past dislike sentence, cannot play the game properly. This road girl began a variety of swear words. Curse to half know the anchor is still live. And then began a variety of pampering what brother with me. Anchor is also polite. And people said sorry, but also said that they generally do not take the girl to play the game. The girl to find over. The different ID has been in the live room, brush this sentence. The administrator delete cannot be deleted. Song Yan, I'm sure all birds can come out when the forest is big. She didn't intend to change the live room, and found the most expensive treasure map in the gift bar and directly swiped it. I'm going. Did I have blurred eyes? Brothers, quickly give me a punch. I meow actually saw the treasure map. I'll punch upstairs, but I also saw the treasure map how to break. Bamboo is out of luck. I actually received the treasure map. It must be Bunhwa sister can't see that green tea keeps cursing people. Oh, touched. Mom, I saw a rich woman, listening to Bamboo's voice, which was still explaining the game. Also paused for a moment before she hurriedly said with some disbelief, thank you, Sister Bingyue. Sister Bingyue broke the bank, knowing that a treasure map was 5,000 RMB. He didn't even see this income in a month of live broadcasting on a regular basis, because he was too excited. Listening Bamboo's voice even trembled a little. Do you want to play chicken, Sister Pulling Moon? We can team up next hand. I knocked. What have you done? Since Song's cell phone voice was externalized, Huang Ran's ears were very sensitive to hear the nice boy's voice coming from the cell phone, and looked at each other with Li Lui, both of them widening their eyes. If I remember correctly, Song Bo's game ID is called Bingyu, right? What did it mean that Sister Bingyue had broken the bank? What do you mean by Sister Bingyue eat chicken together? Li Lui slyly stood underneath Song Bian's bed. Bien Bien, you've fallen. You've fallen. Actually started spending money to find boys to play games with. Huang Ran quietly poked Li Lui. Spending money is hard to buy happiness. They know that Bien Bien's family condition is not too good. Wait until she has no money to eat. They quietly. They know that Bien Bien's family is not too well off. Who let the child fall out of love? Let her have a good catharsis. Li Lui nodded her head without moving, and winked towards Song. Song was dumbfounded by the look and nodded towards Li Lui, before putting on the headphones. In the headphones, listen to Bamboo's voice continued. Sister, are you still there? At this time, because the number of people in the treasure map live room had come to more than 400,000. The new people who came in were still in a daze. What's the situation surrounding the Tycoon? The anchor's voice is so good. Only that passerby Little Green Tea was still tirelessly brushing repetitive pop-ups. Brush a treasure map and you're sisterly. Have you seen the world, little anchor? Song Yin frowned and didn't reply, directly pressing her finger on the treasure map once more. I knock. It's coming again. Sister. Broken voice. 10 now. What kind of luck did Bamboo have to actually run into a rich lady? 20. Sister Bingyue begs to be adopted. I don't eat much. Rice is fine. Where did this trench come from? 30 now. A whole 15 RMB. Poverty limits my imagination. 31. 32. 33. Without stopping, Song Yan swiped enough for 200 before calling it quits. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room had clearly reached 2 million. The pop-up screen had completely lost sight of Little Green Tea's figure, and after a moment of silence the pop-up screen instantly surged up once again like a tidal wave. I knock. 200 treasure maps. A whole million RMB. Jealousy has caused me to separate the walls of my body. Miss Pulling Moon is a cow beep. Voice leaves home. Don't call me miss. Kneel down and call me God Ho. What's the concept of $1 million? For the truly rich, it might not mean much, but would an ordinary person be able to brush it out so lightly? Even the top anchors rarely encountered this scene, let alone listening Bamboo, who was a small anchor. Listening to Bamboo sitting on his own chair, completely belonged to the state of confusion. 200 treasure maps, a whole million RMB. Even after the platform split, he would still be able to get nearly $400,000. His yearly income was not even this much. At this time, listening Bamboo was already a bit fidgety. He had been an anchor for more than a year and had received quite a few rewards, but most of them are some fluorescent stick small stars. Occasionally will receive a little more expensive, but the largest is only a 300 yuan banknote wooden warehouse. Let him excited for a whole week. Originally thought that today's bad luck through the top by a road teammate's chase to the live broadcast room has been abusive. Upholding a good upbringing, he was really not good at swearing directly back at a girl. Just when he wanted to finish this game and go off the air, a wild god suddenly swiped up the treasure map for him. It was really a strange number. He didn't have any impression at all. Without even taking a breath, he directly swiped 200 treasure maps for him. Do you want to play the game, Sister Bleaching Moon? I can take the flyer, give you supplies, let you have the mano a mano, and block bullets for you in critical moments. Listening to Bamboo's clear voice with a hint of helplessness and caution, afraid of accidentally scaring away her godly sister. However, Song Rin didn't even have the heart to listen to her, because the system's familiar voice had already sprouted up in his head. Ding host has been detected to have spent 1 million virtual coins and is in the process of receiving a multiplier rebate. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 20 times cashback. 20 million renminbi has been sent to the host's account. Please check and receive it. Chapter 3, Replacing the Black Card. The sound of a text message followed, and Songbai directly returned his phone to the main interface. A new text message directly came into view. Your tail number 8106 card had an income of 20 million. 00 yuan from Huaxia Bank on September 1st, with a balance of 200,00183. 60 yuan. Huaxia Bank, after counting the zeros several times and finally determining that what he had just heard was true, Song Bian came full circle. $20 million. She had become a rich person in one leap now. Before she could get out of her joyful mood, she saw a call from the Huaxia Bank. Song Bai calmed down a bit and picked up the phone, only to hear a very respectful voice on the other side of the phone. MS. Song, we just learned that you deposited 20 million renminbi in our Huaxia bank. We have upgraded your privileges to top VIP. Do you have time to come over and replace your bank card? As if afraid that Song Yan would refuse, the side followed up with, our Huaxia bank's black card is a limited edition, and has close cooperation with all major brands. After replacing the black card, not only can you enjoy the highest level of service from our Huaxia bank, but you can also enjoy high-level VIP treatment when you go to major brands. Would Ms. Song like to consider coming over to replace it? The voice at the end even brought some currying favor, and Song Di could even imagine the expression on the other end of the phone. After a pause, she directly nodded. Yes, I have time now. As long as one has read the novels, who hasn't fantasized about the time when they had a black card? The breathing on the other end of the phone stopped for a moment, then spoke extremely fast. Then please inform us of your current location. We will send a car over to pick you up right now. Linhai University, girls' dormitory. Just call me directly when you arrive. After hanging up the phone, only then did she see Huang Ran and Li Lui looking at her with a wary face. Bibi, are you going out? With whom? Song. Or was it the aftermath of the original owner dying for that Lin phone before? So much so that the two roommates were always worried that something was going to happen to her. Knowing their good intentions, Song Yan smiled at the two of them before saying, going to the bank to do something. Huang Ran and Li Lui couldn't help but look at each other before smiling towards Song Yan. Do you need us to accompany you? God knows the two of them were in the same state of mind as if they were riding on a train right now, and they were being made to go up and down by Song. It wasn't that the two of them didn't trust Song Bei. She had dragged them through so much alcohol before. Although they both wanted Song to forget about that scummy guy, the tearful look on her face when she was drinking didn't look like she would forget about someone easily. Song Yi cried and laughed. No, I'm just going to change my bank card. It'll be quick. Only then did the two men not ask any more questions. Without letting Song Yi wait for too long, the phone call from the Huaxia bank came once again. Song Yan picked up the phone, and the voice on the other side was still respectful and careful. Ms. Song, our car is already downstairs at the girls' dormitory. I'll go down right now. After thinking about it, Song Yan added, do I need to bring any other documents besides my ID card? The reply from over there immediately came. No need, no need. Ms. Song, you'll be fine when you arrive in person. Song Bei nodded and said goodbye to Huang Ran and Li Lui before going downstairs. At this time, there was only a Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs in the girls' dormitory, with a young man in a black suit standing in front of the car, and a delicate woman in a black sheath dress standing in the co-pilot's seat. Song Ren looked around and determined that they should be the ones waiting for him, and directly walked over towards the two men's position. When the delicate-faced woman saw this, she first froze for a moment. Without giving it much thought, she directly greeted them with a cordial and respectful smile. You are Ms. Song, right? Song Ren nodded slightly. It's me. The delicate woman pointed to the nameplate on her clothes and extended her hand towards Song Bei again. Hello Ms. Song, I am Kong Hui, the manager of the Huaxia Bank. Song Bei followed her pointing and looked at the nameplate, extending her hand and gently shaking it. Hello, Manager Kong. The smile on Kong Hui's face became a few points brighter, and she hurriedly invited Song Bei into the car, and also thoughtfully closed the door for her before she sat back on the passenger side. It was only when the car slowly drove away from Linhai University that Kong Hui's heart finally loosened. There was a lot of competition in the various banks right now, and before coming over, the president had instructed himself to make sure that he took good care of Ms. Song, lest Ms. Song is not happy, so that their duck to the mouth directly flew out, and when the time to cry have no place to cry. If it weren't for the fact that the bank president had something to do today, he would have wanted to come over personally. A big shot who could transfer $20 million into her bank card in one go. If she took care of it, she wouldn't be able to say that there would be even more business in the future. After knowing that the location was at the university, she had thought that Ms. Song would be one of those arrogant rich second-generation people, and had already prepared herself to grovel. However, the girl in front of her was plainly dressed and looked very kind, which was 100,000 miles away from what she had imagined. The person looked like a good contact too, Kong Hui added silently in her heart. Song Bai left in the car, not realizing that this scene had already been seen by many people and was hotly discussed. I'll go. What kind of status is this? There are still people so respectfully inviting to get into the car. That's right. It looks like that kind of TV drama that specializes in experiencing the life of commoners. That car seems to cost more than $1 million, right? Another little rich girl. Cut. These days, cats and dogs can actually be called rich women. A $1 million broken Mercedes-Benz. I don't know what to fool around with. The one who spoke was a chubby girl. The girl was about 200 pounds, wearing a big tee with a conspicuous luxury goods logo, and with a huge diamond hairpin on her head, showing everywhere that I am a rich man. It was Wu Wenwen. the new rich girlfriend of Song Bian's scummy ex-boyfriend. Seeing the few girls who had just been talking looking over towards her, Wu Wenwen raised her chin even more proudly and threw the Ferrari car keys in her hand at Lin Feng beside her as if she was not realizing it. Honey, let's go shopping. People want to buy new clothes. Lin Feng obviously hadn't recovered from the scene where he had just seen Song Bian get into the luxury car. The corners of his mouth pursed. He hadn't expected it. He didn't expect Song Yan to fall so fast. He had been dating her for almost a year. Could he not know what kind of family conditions her family had? A snack seller in a small county can afford to drive such a luxury car? She is sure. Surely evening what rich people. Maybe they haven't broken up yet when they secretly poked and prodded with someone else, but also pretended to come to question themselves. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Feng could not wait to pull Song Bian down from the Mercedes to have a good theory. Ask her if she had cuckolded him a long time ago. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't react, Wu Wenwen's chubby hand slapped on Lin Feng's arm in a flash. Honey, people are talking to you. Accompany me to go shopping. Lin Feng unconsciously stumbled back a step before raising a smile and nodding intimately at Wu Wenwen. Good. Only a few girls who were originally talking about it were left looking at each other, each dropping goosebumps. Chapter 4, Your bag is too ugly. I don't want it anymore. Huaxiao Bank. As soon as Song Yan entered the door, she was warmly brought to the VIP room by Kong Hui and served expensive pastries and tea. The whole process took less than half an hour, and Song Bo only handed over her ID card, and the black card of the Huaxiao Bank was already delivered to her eyes. Song Bo got his hand and played with it for a while. The black card, as the name suggests. The main color was all black. The lower right corner was an orchid engraved with gold thread. Exquisite and incomparable. Kong Hui stepped forward at the right time to explain. Our Huaxiao Bank's black card is able to overdraw a $10 million limit. In addition to the VIP services in cooperation with major brands, our Huaxiao Bank also promises you that no matter what difficulties you encounter outside MS Song, you can directly call our bank. As long as there is a location of our Huaxiao Bank, we will do our best to offer you the most sincere service. Of course, there was also a certain annual membership fee that needed to be paid to the bank. This Songren had all just been carefully explained by Kong Hui, so he nodded. Then if there's nothing else, I'll return to school. Kong Hui nodded with an eager smile. We'll send a car to send you back. Ding, how can you be a top-ranking white rich reserve without matching clothes and jewelry? System random task. Ask the host to buy the desired clothes and jewelry, must fit the identity of the white rich beauty. Limited to 5 hours. Successful mission. Rewarded with a Lamborghini Aventador of the latest model. Failed mission. No penalty. May I ask if the host will accept the mission? Song Yi's eyes lit up. Isn't this a big bull? Lamborghini's flagship sports cars were usually named after Spanish bulls, and the Aventador was one of the fiercest bulls in the Spanish bullfighting world, from which the big bull got its name. Lamborghini Bull nowadays the lowest price is more than 6 million, not to mention the system said, but the latest model. To know, the latest model of the Lamborghini Big Bull's bare car price alone was already as high as more than $9 million, and with the whole car, it would have to break $10 million anyways. Pick it up. Song Ren replied without a hint of hesitation. Takeover mission successful. Current progress, 0%. Waiting for the system to fall silent again, Song turned her head to Kong Hui and said, Suddenly I remembered that there are still some things, so I won't go back to school first. Can you drop me off at Tianhui Plaza? Tianhui Plaza was one of the largest shopping centers in Magic City, so there was no worry about not being able to buy clothes and jewelry with matching temperaments. Hearing that Song Bai had suddenly changed her mind, Kong Hui directly nodded without even a second's hesitation. Of course. Does MS Song need us to send another car? She had seen some rich second-generation shopping malls before. Good lord, buying luxury goods was just like sweeping. Song Yin thought for a moment. No need for now. The system said to buy to the line. She is still living in the dormitory. Buy too much dormitory cannot fit. Still riding in the same car she came in. The driver's skills were still skilled and calm. And in 20 minutes time, she had already sent Song Yan to the Tianhui Plaza shopping center building. Miss Song, I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. Just call me when you come out. The driver in the black suit bowed slightly. His main task today was to serve this MS Song well. If MS Song was satisfied, his job would be done. Song Yan, however, shook her head. You go back first. I have things to do later. I can just go back by myself. If she got the system reward later, she would definitely have to drive herself back. So naturally she wouldn't need a driver. The driver was stunned, then smiled respectfully at her. Then I'll take my leave first. Miss Song, if you need anything feel free to call me. Song Yi nodded and walked towards the shopping center without saying anything more. There were still 4.5 hours left. Who knew if the things she bought met the system's judgment criteria? She had to be careful. As soon as Song Yen entered, she saw the Dior counter. She didn't think much about it and went straight in. Before she has no money, can only buy a lipstick and so on, now do not lack of money. Naturally have to take a good look at other makeup skincare products and so on. Looking at a few counter sisters were drinking water and chatting. Song Wan also did not care. I shopped around. Just wanted to take a powder down to see. I heard the cabinet sister over their tone is very bad. Don't buy. Don't try. Although the next few counter sisters did not say anything, but their faces were also looking at the expression of jokes. Song Wan realized that she was being looked down upon. What if I buy it? Song Wan looked towards the counter girl who had just spoken and narrowed her eyes slightly. That shop assistant still had a snub-nosed look, looked Song Bae up and down, and said with a fake smile, "This is the Dior counter, not those miscellaneous brands outside that are very expensive. May I ask what you want to buy?" She was most annoyed with some poor students, curious to come over to look at this and touch that, itching to try all the cosmetics in their counters, and in the end couldn't even afford to buy a lipstick. The girl in front of her is no exception. The skirt is not more than 200 tabac cheap goods. The bag, not to mention the estimate is not more than 50. On this, can afford to buy it is strange. Song, just when she wanted to say something, she saw a middle-aged woman walk in from outside. Song Bae's eyes were sharp and she saw the nameplate on the middle-aged woman's clothes. The store manager of the Dior Tianhui area. The store manager was equally sharp-eyed, and saw the black card of the Huaxia Bank in Song Bae's hand from a dozen meters away, and almost fawningly walked to Song Bae's front. "This young lady, do you need to buy something? How about I personally serve you?" The counter attendant who had just spoken directly froze there, her mind going blank. Even if she was brainless, she knew that if this girl was really just a poor student like she thought, the store manager wouldn't have this kind of attitude at all. Song Yi, however, raised an eyebrow and pointed meaningfully at the counter girl who had just spoken to her. "No need, I want her to serve me." The counter assistant was immediately flattered, and under the store manager's warning gaze, she trembled as she earnestly introduced all types of cosmetics to Song Bae. When the explanation was finally finished, and the salesgirl's voice was already a bit muffled, Song Wan casually ordered a bunch of items. "Wrap these up for me." The counter assistant was stunned, and then the bright light in her eyes almost burst out. These are less than $50,000 to $60,000. She had even seen the envious expressions of her co-workers. Only when the counter sister finally energetically packed the last one and was about to finish, did Song Wan lazily sit up from the sofa. Looking at the already packed cosmetics, she couldn't help but let out a TSK. "Yikes, your packaging is too ugly. I suddenly don't want it anymore." That counter girl was stunned, and the dismay and humiliation in her eyes as she looked at Song Yi was almost on the verge of overflowing. "You did it on purpose." "Right answer." Song Bae smiled towards her and winked mischievously again. "But there's no reward." The counter girl was about to get up and walk towards her in anger, but she was tugged hard by the store manager to stand still. The store manager glared at her without showing any trace before turning around and bending over to Song Yi, handing over a business card of her own and saying flatteringly, I see, I've let you suffer this time. I'll report today's situation to the main store. Next time you come over, call me directly, and I'll definitely make you feel at home." Chapter 5. This is the real Big Brother. When Song Yi left, the store manager's face instantly darkened. The gaze that he looked at the counter assistant was also exceptionally cold. "You turn around and go to the finance department to settle this month's salary. You don't have to come back next month." The counter assistant's face turned pale. "Why? Just because you offended a little girl, you are going to fire me? On what grounds? Hasn't she gotten out of it yet after she just tricked me like that?" The store manager looked her over from top to bottom and said in a mocking tone, "On what grounds? Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the black card in someone's hand? The black card of the Huaxia Bank. The entire Magic City is counted. Not just let you pack cosmetics for a while? People are considered good-tempered. And just a little girl? Is that an ordinary little girl? If you really offend someone to death, not to mention you, I'll have to get lost too." After saying that, the store manager still seems to feel not relieved, and then said to the other counter sisters, "I told you not to look down on others. People come to our store to spend our customers. The customer first reason still need me to teach you over and over again? If such a situation occurs again, because whoever offended the people, who will put the pot to me strictly back dead? I'll lose if the company doesn't come after you to settle the claim. Don't think you've become a luxury product by selling a product at a luxury counter. If you don't want to do it, get out of here before it's too late." The counter attendant who was still retorting just now was dumbfounded. Her body softened and she directly paralyzed there. "San La Prairie. La Prairie is the top of the Noblewoman brand. The price is naturally very Noblewoman. Song Platinum. Now not bad money. Directly pack 3 sets. Although the time she came here was not long, but Huang Ran and Li Lui's care for her she saw in her eyes, so the relationship with them, she also planned to continue to maintain. Song Ran, on the other hand, had never treated his own people poorly. Leipzig's counterkeeper smiled with the word brilliant written on her face. 3 sets of Platinum Series, the whole 250,000. In the past, a few months of commission may not have this single more carefully packaged cosmetics or some weight. Song Wan thought, directly left the address of the school dormitory, and then walked to other counters. Opposite the Leipzig counter, Dior's several counter sisters' eyes are almost staring out. At this time, they didn't care about their attitude just now. They all looked at the counter attendant who had just been reprimanded with condemning eyes. 25 million The person directly swiped it without blinking. Could this be an ordinary person? If it wasn't for her, that customer would have probably spent money at their Dior counter. Their commission would have been huge. The store manager was right. She's a scourge. We can't keep her. What if that customer sees her face in the mall again and doesn't come back to Dior? In an hour's time, Songbei had already shopped all the counters here, and bought all the cosmetics and skincare products. Although the cosmetics were not as good as the skincare products, they also cost almost $130,000 in total. Looking at the system panel, the progress bar had already reached 25%. Song slightly sighed in relief. There is a chance. After writing down the address at the counter, she went straight up the stairs and went straight to the luxury store. The system is talking about clothes and jewelry. Naturally, from start to finish, the first thing that came to was Chanel. Song Bian, black card in hand, really did not encounter the situation like the first floor again. Even if she is still wearing less than 200 dresses, Chanel store attendants are still scrambling to introduce her to the items that are suitable for her. In the end, she picked out 5 bags, and took the one that Li Louis had been eyeing but couldn't afford to buy. Together with a dozen sets of clothes, a total of $1,072,000 was spent. If it was Song Wan in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to think about this figure. But nowadays I didn't even blink when I swiped my credit card. On the way out, the counter attendant also eagerly offered the Chanel store's senior VIP card, and promised to deliver it to the school on time. Song Wan glanced at the system panel and saw that the progress bar had reached 50%. Not far from the Chanel store is Prada. Songbei smoothly foot turned in. Just now the Chanel store's pomp and circumstance of these cabinet ladies have already seen. In the reception of Songbei naturally raised the 12 points of smile. Miss, what do you need to see? Do you need me to recommend something for you? The store manager of the Prada store smiled at Songbei with a pleasing face. She had just seen this person's consumption at Chanel clearly. This person was a real god of wealth. A real big brother. So she had to serve her well. Song Wan smiled and nodded. And just as she wanted to look at the clothes, a familiar couple walked in arm in arm. Yeah honey, look who that is. The girl's voice carried a bit of pretentious sweetness. Her body was huge. It was clearly Wu Wenwen. Beside Wu Wenwen, Lin Feng was letting her carry him with a smile on his face. Other men didn't like shopping, but he was an exception. Every time he accompanied Wu Wenwen on shopping trips, Wu Wenwen would more or less buy him some luxury items. For example, just now, he said that his cell phone was a bit stuck, and Wu Wenwen immediately bought him the latest model of Fruit cell phone from the Fruit cell phone store. Only this good mood was instantly wiped out when he saw the person standing over there. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten the scene of Song Wan getting into the luxury car earlier, and seeing her actually dare to show up at a luxury store right now further solidified his suspicions. As long as he thought of this woman pretending to be innocent when they were dating, pushing him away whenever she acted a little too much, but behind his back, she might have already climbed into the bed of an unknown old man. Lin Feng was furious. Song, what are you doing here? Song turned back her head and for the first time, she surveyed this scummy man who had dumped the original owner and couldn't help but be puzzled. What does my coming here have to do with you? There was a serious questioning tone on his face even though he was sick. Seeing this, Wu Wenwen tightened her arm around Lin Feng and pinched her sweet voice again pretending to be puzzled. Where did you get the money to shop at Prada? It wouldn't be. The words were only half spoken, but everyone present knew the meaning of her words. The anger in Lin Feng's eyes grew even more. Song Ren, tell me clearly, did you hook up with an old man before we broke up? He actually pretended to be so affectionate to condemn him, causing him to be despised by so many people now. Lin Feng couldn't wait to pull Song Ren and run to the school to prove his innocence. It was clearly this woman who cuckolded him first. Seeing this, Prada's store manager immediately righteously blocked in front of Song Bei and said to Wu Wenwen and Lin Feng, this young lady, this gentleman, please pay attention to your words. Don't casually slander our VIP with unwarranted speculations. Wu Wenwen she recognized, occasionally coming to the store to buy a bag. Her family conditions should be good, but could this be compared to this young lady behind her? This lady is the big brother who just directly swiped more than $1,700,000 at Chanel to buy clothes and bags. There is no comparison at all. Okay, which side to stand on? The store manager's toes didn't even need to think about it to decide. Besides, listen to what they mean in their words. What kind of old man would someone who can take out a black card be looking for? You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 6 Reward arrives. Please pay attention to checking your account. The contrived smile on Wu Wenwen's face froze for a moment, and she turned her head to look at the store manager with incredulity in her gaze. There's something wrong with you, isn't there? Look carefully. I'm a VIP in your store. The smile on the store manager's face stiffened when she saw the VIP card she took out. VIP also has big V and small v, right? She could see exactly who the potential customers were, so she had to accompany the smile and said, yes, I know you miss. You come over this time to buy a bag or? Said. Toward the side of a counter sister winked. The counter attendant went forward, first bowed to Wu Wenwen, and then made a gesture of please. Miss, we have a few new bags in the store. Let me introduce them to you. Seeing this, Wu Wenwen immediately raised her chin a little higher, not realizing in the slightest that the person was just trying to lure her away. She instead narrowed her eyes, which were already squeezed into slits, and looked at Song Yi with contempt in her gaze. Seeing as you've conditioned my dear, taught me to be so considerate. You pick a bag in the store and I'll give it to you, but you don't feel too bad. After all, this kind of thing, always is the former people plant trees, the latter people multiply the cool well. Although the words were said this way, Wu Wenwen was close to writing the words showing off on her face. On the side of Lin Feng's originally angry face suddenly surged a few points of embarrassment. What tuning? This Wu Wenwen really doesn't know how to speak. He heard Song Yen gently laugh. Teaching a dog is just a dog. It doesn't take much effort. Teaching a dog is just a dog. It doesn't take much effort. It's not worth it for Wu to be so thoughtful. Put. A counter girl couldn't help but burst out laughing, and seeing the three people at the center of the conversation all looking towards her, she hastily straightened her face. Sorry, I just suddenly thought of something very happy. Lin Feng's face instantly turned ironic. The gaze towards Song Bing was even more fiery in general as he gritted his teeth and said, Song Bing, don't think that just because you've got an old man on your side that you can humiliate others so recklessly. Song Yen, however, just had a playful look in her eyes, calmly saying, the benevolent see benevolence and the wise see wisdom. Just talk about the matter. Don't take it personally. Wu Wenwen, however, didn't take it seriously at all, and looked at Song with a few moments of impatience in her gaze. This young lady is in a good mood today before she offered to let you choose a bag. What I can't see the most is the ridiculous pride of poor people like you. If I were you, I'd firmly grasp this opportunity and hurry up to choose a bag of your choice to take away, lest it's too late to think about it later and regret it. Song Yi snorted, with no further intention of entangling with the two, and directly handed the black card to the store manager at the side. Then she pointed out a dozen bags in the window in a row, and pointed out to the store manager those clothes she had her eye on. These, swiped the card. The store manager was instantly enraptured, and if he wasn't still in the store, I'm afraid he couldn't help but jump up. It was not easy to suppress the excitement in his heart before he lowered his voice and respectfully said to Song Bei, okay miss, we will pack all of these later and send them to the designated place for you. Song Bei, however, suddenly saw a bag that fit Huang Ran perfectly, so she pointed at that bag again and said to the store manager, oh, and that one too. The store manager's feet were floating as he swiped his card. 3,844,000. See that? See that? What does it mean to be a real big shot? Buying a limited edition bag is like shopping at the market. Or she had the foresight. That fat lady is afraid that 2 years to their store consumption is not as high as this time the bill. On the side, Wu Wenwen and Lin Feng were already dumbfounded, watching the store manager respectfully hand the black card back to Song Yan's hands. Lin Feng's face was already full of complications. Sure enough, he had hooked up with a rich man, or an extraordinary rich man. At the very least, it was far too much bolder than Wu Wenwen. As soon as he thought of this, there was more calculation in Lin Feng's gaze towards Song. If he had known, he wouldn't have broken up with her. He could have pretended that he didn't know that she was married to a rich man, and at least he would have an extra income. It was much better than the fat woman he was working so hard to please. Lin Feng didn't see the point, but Wu Wenwen did. Her eyes were glued to the black card in Song Bo's hand, her gaze filled with incredulity. If she wasn't mistaken, what Song Bing was holding was a black card from the Huaxia Bank. How could it be? Their family had a factory with an annual income of almost $10 million, and his father didn't even have that black card. Lin Feng clearly told her that Song Bo's family was just a small county snack stall owner. Song Bing didn't give the two people a look, accepted the senior VIP card handed over by the store manager and directly waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the store. The progress bar on the system panel is only 70%. She does not have so much time to spend with these two here. She turned a corner and directly shopped at the luxury shoe store. In the Gucci store bought 4 pairs of casual shoes, and in LV bought 5 pairs, other fancy natural also packaged. Finally spent 800,000. The progress bar on the system panel finally came to 90%. Song Yin thought about it, and went upstairs to find the jewelry store. Cartier just unclues series of rose gold bracelets directly bought 3. and picked a favorite style to buy a few necklaces, a total of 93 million. Next to Van Cleef and Arpels and Bulgari also did not let go. The classic and favorite let the clerk pack up. The final total consumption of 3,912,000. When Song Yen finally stepped out of the store, the system's voice also arrived as promised. Ding, congratulations to the host on the completion of the mission. The reward will be arriving soon. Please pay attention to the host to check the receipt. Song breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her watch. It was just 5 p.m. The phone rang at the right time. Seeing the caller ID, Song Yen couldn't help but freeze. Her tone unconsciously slowed down a bit. Wei, what's wrong? Song, you still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. On the other end of the phone, Li Lui's voice was nevertheless grumpy, a world away from her usual soft girl image. Didn't you say you'd be back soon? It's been more than 3 hours. Where are you now? Song Ren couldn't help but stroke his forehead, and somewhat reasonably said, I'm at Tianhui Plaza, and I'm planning to go back here. Only then did Li Lui's volume go down in a controlled manner. You'd better. Don't wait for Sister Ran and I to personally go and get you back. Had they known, they would have followed her out, and said something about just going out to run a bank card. Hell knows if she would have thought twice about it. Song, vaguely can still hear the voice of Huang Ran urging over there. Know that they are worried about themselves. Hurriedly to the phone again and again assured, really, I will immediately go back. After hanging up the phone, Song Yi couldn't help but bend the corners of her mouth, and then her cell phone rang once again. Hello, may I ask if you are MS? Song? Hearing that the voice was a young man's voice, Song Bei raised her eyebrows gently. Yes, the Lamborghini Aventador that you ordered from our side has finished the formalities. May I ask if it's convenient for you to receive it now? Chapter 7, Signing off on the Lamborghini Aventador. Good guy, the formalities have been completed. The system 6 the system has finished the formalities. The system 6 the system's cute voice is serious, and it amuses Song Ren to no end. The face is correct. Only to the telephone side of the person said, I am now in the Tianhui Plaza shopping center. You can be sent directly to this side? That side also immediately replied, yes, of course. Then we'll leave right now, and we'll be there in about 20 minutes. After confirming with that side, Song Yi's mood was needy and visible. There was still some time left, so she came to the cell phone store on the first floor. Although the cell phone in her hand wasn't too worn out, it was also 2 years old, so she simply replaced it with a brand new one this time. Flowers for the brand she liked, the fruit of the phone to take pictures of the most beautiful. Song chose to all want. Flowers for the direct selection of Porsche Design's latest silver and white, 12,000. The clerk also sent a lot of small things. Fruit is directly the top of the latest model of light gold color, the same 12,000. Song Yen stood in front of the cell phone store, having already loaded her cell phone card onto her new Huawei cell phone. Just as she wanted to wander around, she heard an uncertain voice whispering at her. Song Yen? Song Yen looked back, only to see a girl in a blue dress with delicate makeup looking at her suspiciously. Qi Xingran, her other roommate. Because she was local to Mordor, she rarely returned to the dormitory, and naturally, she had very little interaction with them. Song Yen nodded at her. What a coincidence. Qi Xingran first sized her up and her gaze lingered on her cell phone for a while longer before pointing to the similarly exquisitely dressed girl beside her and introducing her towards Song Yen. This is my cousin, Qi Jiyue. Then he added to Qi Jiyue, my college roommate, Song Bo. Without waiting for Song Bo to speak, Qi Jiyue had already rolled her eyes in an unfavorable manner. Cousin, we still have to go shopping. How can we have so much time to get to know any roommates? She had heard her cousin say that none of her college roommates were worth looking at, and that their families were either part-time workers or food stall owners. If she had this time, she might as well go shopping for a while longer. Qi Xingran's face instantly gained a few more points of embarrassment, and just when she wanted to say something to remedy the situation, she heard an exclamation of surprise coming from the doorway. Quickly look quickly, which rich kid's car is this again? Or maybe it's a surprise specially prepared by a rich second generation to please his girlfriend. My god, this is a Lamborghini Bull. Look at the interior. The whole car must be worth tens of millions of dollars, right? Which rich second generation handwriting so big? I don't know which little princess ordered it herself? Qi Xingran looked at the door with some bewilderment, only to see that outside the glass window, the trailer pulling the supercar was slowly coming. What the trailer was pulling was clearly a Lamborghini supercar. The body of the Lamborghini is a conspicuous bright orange color. The tail is cool. The body line is handsome and flamboyant. Just a glance can capture the hearts of men and women. Qi Xingran just wanted to turn around and sigh a few words with his cousin when he heard Song Bei's cell phone ringing beside him. Miss Song, we have arrived at the shopping center. Song Bai smiled faintly. Already saw it. With that, she directly took her cell phone and walked over in the direction of the trailer outside. Qi Jiyue immediately rolled her eyes in contempt when she saw Song Bei's movements. Pulling Qi Xingran's clothes again, She signaled her to look in Song Bo's direction. Another ugly duckling who wants to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. This roommate of yours, the person isn't rich and has quite a lot of ideas, still really thought that reality would be like a novel, accidentally touching it. You can fish for a domineering president. What a beautiful dream in broad daylight. Chi Xingran frowned. Songrin shouldn't be this kind of person. Although she didn't have much contact with them, she had the impression that Song should have a boyfriend. Chi Jiyue, however, didn't think so. The smaller the place they came from, the less insightful they were. Thinking that she would be able to let her cousin take a good look at what kind of person this roommate really was, Chi Jiyue followed Song Bo's figure without blinking. She was thinking that she would tell her friend any joke she saw. However, the next moment, they saw the staff member who came down from the trailer bending over to that roommate of their cousin's, respectfully handing over a list, and what seemed to be a car key. Songrin took the car keys, looked at the slip. There was nothing wrong with it, and directly signed his name. All the formalities for this car had been completed. It was ready to go on the road directly. As for the driver's license, the original body had already gotten it during the summer vacation of freshman year. The problem was that although Song Yi had the original body's memories, neither she nor the original body had ever driven a sports car before. Just as she was about to ask the staff about the specific operation, the budding system voice in her head sounded once again. Ding, detecting that the host has unknown knowledge. The system releases a random task to hit the face of the scum. As a top white rich beauty, how can there be a scum man dragging you down by your side? Hit the face of the scum, say goodbye to the scum completely. The mission is successful. Reward God-level driving technology. Mission failure without punishment. Song Yen froze. Scum man? The scummy guy she currently knew. Wasn't it Lin Feng? Just as she thought of this, she saw Wu Wenwen pulling Lin Feng over with a cautious face. MS. Song. Wu Wenwen's fleshy face piled up a few smiles and gave Song Di a nearly pleasing smile. It was our fault before. I shouldn't have tried to find trouble with Miss Song just because of a little misunderstanding. I hope Miss Song is generous and doesn't mind. She, Wu Wenwen, was usually arrogant, but she still knew very clearly who to mess with and who not to mess with. This car alone was already worth their family's income for a year. So how could Song Bing be the daughter of that county town vendor Lin Feng was talking about? 80% of the time, the young lady pretended to be poor, and as a result, Lin Feng really thought that she was poor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, and he hated the fact that he had just torn up his behavior at the shopping center, never offending such a big shot. Their family's factory might even be involved. Lin Feng, however, shook off Wu Wenwen's hand and looked at Song Bian with pain in his gaze. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were so rich? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have heartlessly broken up with you and pretended to be in a relationship with her again because I was worried about Wu Wenwen finding trouble with you. Lin Feng's expression of I did it all for you. I endured the humiliation really diaphragmatized Song Bing. Lifting her eyes in amusement, she said with a somewhat playful voice, you mean you're pretending to be in a relationship with Wu Wenwen for my sake? Lin Feng immediately nodded his head, looking at Song Yen with deep love in his eyes. Song diabolically turned her head and faced Wu Wenwen, her face full of meaning. See, even with all the training, a dog can never change the habit of loving poop. Chapter 8, Slapping the Scum in the Face, Rewarding Godly Driving Skills. Wu Wenwen nodded fiercely. Her eyes were a little red. Turning around, she directly took her bag and smashed it fiercely towards Lin Feng. You special meow or a dog can't change his ways. Scumbag. Why didn't you say we were pretending to be in love when my mom bought you this and that? Why didn't you say we were pretending to be in a relationship when you groveled and washed my feet? I didn't even dislike you as a mushroom, but you actually said we were pretending to be in love in front of me. Songren wasn't interested in watching the two dog eat dog, and bluntly said to Lin Feng, I know very well what kind of virtue you are. If you say such disgusting words to me again in the future, I don't guarantee that I'll do something excessive. And please go around me when you see me in the future. Lin Feng froze and his heart just ached as he looked at Song Bai's determined expression. He had been dating Song Bing for more than half a year, and it had taken a lot of effort to catch up with him in the first place, so how could he not have any feelings left at all? Only compared to those feelings, the future is the main thing. With a shortcut in front of them, who would still want to work hard to move forward one step at a time. So, this was all to blame for this fat Wu Wenwen. If it wasn't for her, he and Song Bing would still be fine. What Song Bing had now, he would have as well. When he thought of this, Lin Feng's gaze towards Wu Wenwen had a bit more resentment in it. At that moment, he didn't hold back anymore and directly grabbed her wrist and slammed the bag back towards her body. I wasn't wrong in the first place. If it wasn't for the sake of salvage, why would I be with you, a fat woman? Look at yourself in the mirror. Do the two of us match? A dog bites a dog, a mouthful of hair. One is out for money. One is a scummy man who rails against a rich woman. And the other knows that the other has a girlfriend and still receives it unapologetically. Such a drama of the century quickly attracted onlookers, and there were even people recording videos. Ding, the task of hitting the face of the scummy man is complete, rewarding the host with god-level driving skills. Divine-level driving skills have arrived. Please pay attention to the host to receive it. Song Yi didn't even have any uncomfortable feeling, and his brain already had a lot more knowledge about driving. Opening the door and sitting in the car. The functions of the buttons were even more familiar, until the bright orange sports car sped away. The people at Tianhui Plaza were still enthusiastic about her. Originally thought it was rich second generation in order to please the goddess to order the car. Did not think that the young lady herself is a rich man. Shi Jiyue was even more stagnant with a face with an arm stabbed the side of the cousin. Look full of remorse. I go, cousin, why didn't you say that your roommate is such a rich bigot, causing her to be so humiliated in front of others? When she thought of how self-righteous she had just been in front of someone else's big brother, Shi Jiyue couldn't wait to shove herself into a crack in the wall. Shi Xingran beside her, however, had not reacted until now. How is her roommate so rich? She doesn't know. And that man who just had a face that was pleasing to Song, and was now being pressed by the fat lady and beaten up furiously was, if she wasn't mistaken, that very same boyfriend of Song's? Regarding the comments behind her, Song obviously didn't care in the slightest. With god-level driving skills, pairing it with a sports car was simply like adding wings to a tiger. No wonder everyone loved sports cars. The feeling was just too good. Song Yan curled the corners of her mouth, but in 20 minutes she had already traveled to the entrance of Linhai University. The bright orange sports car drove by and drew a burst of exclamations wherever it passed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this car is so cool. This is a Lamborghini Bull. Can it not be cool? Not only is the appearance cool, the price is cool too. Rich kid, right? Is it from our school? The Lamborghini soon stopped under the girls' dormitory, and Song Yan was just about to get out of the car when her cell phone rang once again. The caller ID was still familiar. Song Yan just picked up the phone and heard Li Lui on the other end of the phone full of anxiety. Yen. A lot of luxury store clerks suddenly came to our dormitory, and they sent so many luxury items that they piled up our dormitory, and they named them as deliveries for you. What's going on here? Song patted his head. Forgetting to talk to Li Lui and Huang Ran about this matter, he busied himself by saying, I'm already downstairs in the dormitory. Wait for a moment. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Song Bo got off the car and locked the door in one fell swoop. The girls downstairs in the dormitory saw the scene and couldn't help but cast their eyes on Song. Among them were the few girls who saw Song leaving in the bank's car. I told you this young lady must be a rich woman. Good looking and rich. Simply a winner in life. That's right. That chubby girl still taunts people behind their backs. I really want to drag her over here and see if she can still say things like that. Song Bei's side had already arrived in front of 302's dormitory, only to see that the dormitory entrance was indeed full of luxury store clerks as Li Lui had said. Even because it was a girls' dormitory, these stores were very considerate to send over all female sales clerks. I don't know if it was because of the arrival of these people, but almost all the girls on the third floor came to the hallway, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally looking towards this side. Upon discovering Song Yan's arrival, these sales clerks immediately swarmed over. Miss Song, you're back. Miss Song, we've already sent the goods over to you. Miss Song. Song Ren's brain hurt from the noise, and she hurriedly said to the few people in front of her, you guys come one by one. By the time they finished checking and signing the list, it was already 20 minutes later. Until those sales clerks said their goodbyes and left, Li Lui and Huang Ran hadn't even reacted yet. Other dormitories might not be able to see it, but the two of them were close enough to see it clearly when Song Yan signed the list. The total amount of money was $10 million. What's $10 million? Even if they were sold, they probably wouldn't be able to earn this kind of money in this lifetime. Looking at the dormitory filled with luxury goods, both of them were in a trance. Song Ren smiled at the two of them with some embarrassment. Originally, she was still worried about the dormitory and didn't want to buy so many. Who knows that when you buy it, you can't help it. The feeling of spending money is really too good. Huang Ran and Li Lui only then reacted, and it took them a long time to find their voices. Biao. What's going on here? You won the lottery? Song, almost. The two men returned to their senses and instantly pounced towards Song with a face full of excitement. What's more or less the same? Please tell us clearly. Quickly say it. In the end, what is the situation? I'm dying of curiosity. God knows they were scared to death when they saw those luxury store clerks coming over, watching those luxury brands that they had only seen in videos being moved one by one to their dormitory. Their hearts were about to flutter out of their chests. Song Yi had already found a good reason on the way back, and was not flustered in the face of the two men's inquiries. It's just that someone from my grandfather's side who was nowhere to be found suddenly came looking for him, and then he left us a huge inheritance. Chapter 9 Today's sign-in. Reward Honolulu Palace No. 1 Villa. Huang Ran and Li Lui froze and quickly accepted this. After all, there was no need for Song to lie to them. Moreover, other than this reason, they really couldn't think of any other argument that could make Song buy so many luxuries in one go. Okay, you're a man of love and money. I really want to see that scummy guy's face when he realizes you're so rich. It's going to be wonderful. Li Lui snorted with laughter at the thought of this scene. That scumbag Lin Feng found someone like that for the sake of money, only to find out after they broke up that Bien Yu was the richest one. Fear is to regret to jump into the rivulet. Song. Now. Both Huang Ran and Li Lui laughed and rolled directly on the bed. Why is that Lin Feng so shameless? Obviously before he was so high and mighty and said break up with. But after he found out that had money, he immediately changed his face. That's right. He even pretended to be a couple with Wu Wenwen for the sake of. Why does he have such a big face? Let's not talk about them. Song Yi walked over to the neatly arranged luxury goods and took out the Leifon skincare products, Cartier Just Un Clou's rose gold bracelet, and the bag she picked out for the two of them. This is for you guys. The skincare products and the bracelet are in triplicate. Consider it our BFF payment. Huang Ran and Li Lui froze. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly waved their hands, both heads shaking like a rattle. Just now Song Yan signed the list when they were present. Leipzig skincare products a set of more than 80,000. Cartier Just Un Clou bracelet is a nearly 100,000. Chanel and Prada bags do not have to think also know that absolutely not cheap. They are good friends not fake. Can accept such expensive gifts? They want to return a gift can not afford to return. Song, this is to celebrate my wealth specially selected for you. You do not open to see? The two of them still wanted to push back, but they heard Song Yan say, the big deal is that when you guys earn money in the future, you'll also buy me nice things, and we'll get rusty if we care about this. Li Lui blinked and put down her things and gave Song a bear hug. Huang Ran was also excited and hugged Song from behind, wailing, the feeling of being adopted by a BFF is something I've experienced today. Song Bei was caught between the front and the back, and almost fell down towards the side. She hurriedly urged the two, quickly open the bag. See if you like it? Only then did the two of them get down from Song Yi and unpack the bag with great interest. Li Lui once again couldn't help but jump up when she saw the style of the bag. Oh, it's my favorite one. Pulling me back, I love you to death. Huang Ran, who was beside her, also looked at the Prada with surprise. She herself belongs to the tall type. Dresses up, also biased high and cold. Song Ran picked for her very much in line with her temperament. She turned around in a serious manner, and her eyes were glowing as she said to Song Ran, rich woman hungry. Li Lui immediately picked up. Rice, rice, rice. The corner of Song Bei's mouth twitched as she picked up a pillow and smashed it towards the two. The three of them fooled around for a while before remembering to eat dinner. Song Bei came back a little late. Li Lui and Huang Ren pinched the time to bring back the rice for Song Bei, which was already not hot. Warm millet porridge plus chicken cakes. Now eat just right. At night, while lying in bed, Song Yan remembered to take a look at the text messages on her cell phone. The text messages were densely packed with today's consumption information. Song Yan directly placed her eyes on the last text message. Your tail number 8106 card spent 12,000 yuan on September 1st at 1734, Fruit cell phone store, with a balance of 8,388, 183, 60 yuan. Huaxia Bank. In just 1 day's time, nearly $12 million had been spent, which was something that was previously unthinkable. But if you ask Song Bian how he feels, you can only say, system, you are too powerful. Now the feeling of spending money is simply not too great. Key, granddaughter, don't be polite. Song, no, when did I become your granddaughter? System, I advise you not to take advantage of me secretly. The system's voice was still serious and adorable, and it seemed to be wondering about Song Yan's reaction. Didn't the host just say to her roommate that she inherited her grandfather's property? The property was given by the system. According to Chinese etiquette, shouldn't I call you granddaughter? Song Yan, I suspect you're lassoing, but I have no proof. The night was dreamless. Only when the sunlight shone through the curtains into the dormitory did Song Yan open her eyes in a daze. Today was Sunday, and just like yesterday, it was time for rest. Li Lui and Huang Ran showed no signs of being awake at all now due to their excitement until midnight yesterday. Song Yan looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Stuffed her cell phone under her pillow and planned to go back to sleep. Ding, a new day has arrived. May I ask if the host would like to sign in today? The voice that came from her head made Song Bai sit up with a jolt. Then the corner of her eye twitched involuntarily. Sign in. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 villa. The rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Song Yi's eyes widened suddenly, and the little sleepiness that was left was scared away. Was it the Sandalwood Palace she was thinking of? Without giving her time to think about it, the phone was already ringing directly on her cell phone. Song Bai hurriedly pressed mute and gently came outside before picking up the phone. May I ask if you are MS? Song Yin Song? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was that of a mature middle-aged man. Song Yen was already familiar with these processes and replied calmly, "It's me." The man's voice on the other side of the phone was very modest. "It's like this. The Sandalwood Palace one villa you purchased from us before is now complete with the formalities. Do you have time to come over and hand it over now?" "Yes, I'll be there in about an hour." Song Yi rubbed the corners of her eyes. The system muffled and directly gave her a big move. One must know that the claim of Sandalwood Palace as the one mansion in Magic City was not an empty claim. It is the British style, French style, Spanish style and Italian architectural style as the main tone, and by the world's top WATG architectural design firm to manipulate the luxury manner. It occupies a total area of more than 47,000 square meters, but there are only 18 villas. Even the stone inside is adopted from the surface mines of the Alps. One of the smallest villa covers an area of 1,500 square meters, as the king of the first villa even covers an area of 1,800 square meters. The price is as high as 900 million yuan, and not rich can buy. And now, the first villa will soon be their own. Song Yen took a deep breath. The excitement inside is still some calming down. After having the system, he got a car on the first day, and a house on the second day. 1,000 words could only turn into one sentence in the end. The system is awesome. The system's electronic positive voice was as serious as ever. Key only. Granddaughter is the top white rich beauty reserve. Don't get overly excited because of a little thing. Song Yen, taking advantage of the advantage is still addictive, is not it? Chapter 10 Random Reward. Martial arts all round. It was hard to explain clearly to the system that what he had said to his roommate was just an excuse. Song Yen only felt exhausted. The system was also a bit puzzled and whispered to Song Yen, "Well, the human world is really complicated. It seems that the system still needs to integrate properly." I don't know if it was Song Yan's illusion, but I felt that the tone of voice had a bit of a regretful flavor. Without disturbing Huang Ran and Li Lui who were still sleeping, Song Bei washed up and changed her clothes, then took the car keys and gently left the door. The Lamborghini is still parked under the dormitory building, and everyone who passes by will subconsciously look at it a few times. Song Bei skillfully opened the car door. On the road, the bright orange Lamborghini from Linhai University drove past. A beautiful tail is enough to attract passers-by to stop and marvel. In more than 40 minutes, before 10 o'clock, Song Bei had already arrived at her destination. The middle-aged man who had just made the call was named Xia Hui, the sales manager of Tang Palace, and was already standing at the entrance of Tang Palace. Standing with him was a capable woman of about the same age, and both of them immediately greeted her when they saw her arrival. "You are Ms. Song Ren, right?" Song nodded her head, and under the guidance of the two men, she soon arrived at the location of Villa 1. As with the previous Lamborghini, the formalities had already been completed, and the rest was just some handover. Once Song Yi had finished signing, Xia Hui pointed to the competent woman at the side and introduced herself. "Ms. Song, your identity information has been completely entered on our side. If you have any problems afterward, you can directly contact the property manager on our side." The capable woman was dressed in a gray suit, and immediately stepped forward to respectfully say when she saw this, "Hello Ms. Song, I'm Yao Jia, the property manager." Song Yen nodded and strolled around the interior of Villa 1 under her guidance. It was reasonable to say that when the villa was purchased, the inside was undecorated. I don't know how the system did it, but nowadays, Villa 1 has obviously been renovated, and even the various ornaments inside are all rare luxury items. It was completely ready to move in. Seemingly sensing Song Yan sizing up, Yao Jia hurriedly said, "Ms. Song, we've already asked the professional cleaning staff to clean it, so you can move in right away." Those who could afford to buy this side of the villa were not the top people in Magic City, and they, Tang Palace, naturally had to do their best. What's more, this Ms. Song had bought the number 1 villa. Even with her seniority, she couldn't help but be dazzled when she first saw the decoration inside. Luxurious, beautiful, everywhere is not exquisite, and everywhere shows the atmosphere. Inside the home furnishings are all internationally renowned luxury goods. Some styles she has not even seen, obviously private customized. This kind of big brother of course should be 100% good service, and to be appropriate in place. Sure enough, Yao Jia immediately saw the Ms. Song in front of her nodding in satisfaction after hearing her words. "There are no more problems on my side for now." The subtext was that you could leave. Yao Jia immediately had the eyes to say, "Then I'll first help Miss Song's car check in and register, and if there's anything in the aftermath you can always find me." After sending Yao Jia away, Song Yan finally couldn't hold back her inner revelry, and rolled several times on the soft leather bed before she had the heart to take a good look around. The villa had 3 floors, and on the first floor, there was a large living room, and then the dining room, Next to the dining room are two kitchens. One is a Chinese kitchen and the other is a Western kitchen, as can be seen from the decorations. Turning further inside is the parlor, facing the garden at the back. The nanny's room was located next to the elevator, but instead of taking the elevator, Song Yi walked directly up the rotating staircase. On the second floor, there were 4 oversized bedrooms, all with separate checkrooms and bathrooms. They were arranged in similar styles, but each had its own differences, and the overall appearance was very beautiful and coordinated. Looking down from the connected balcony, one could just see the garden. On the third floor is the largest master bedroom, more than 300 square feet, and the left and right sides are equipped with a checkroom and bathroom. The balcony leading from the bedroom was also the place with the widest view of the entire villa. Song Yan stood at the balcony, breathing in the fresh air brought by the greenery, and felt refreshed. In the future, if you don't want to live in the school, you can simply come to this side, but such a large villa should be equipped with a few nannies and cooks. Thinking this way, the cell phone in her hand suddenly rang. When Song Yan picked up the phone, she heard Huang Ran's incomparably resentful voice. Song, I came out to run some errands. What the hell is Lin Feng again? She remembered that she had warned clearly yesterday, right? Huang Ran's voice came in a ghostly voice, as if she had just woken up from a nap. How do we know what that bastard is thinking? His face is as thick as a city wall. Wei and I doused him with a pot of water and just like that we couldn't drive him away. Song Yan. Well, the original good mood instantly felt like it was mixed with a pile of poop. Song Yan could probably guess what Lin Feng was thinking. It was just that the original owner was too good to him. This, coupled with the heartbroken look when he broke up with her, gave him the illusion that he could still break the mirror. If Song Bing's original family conditions were bad, then Lin Feng was extremely bad. He was admitted from the countryside, and there were many noble sons from the Cole family, which one did not go through all kinds of setbacks and hardships before taking root in the city. He has a family that favors boys over girls, and the 3 older sisters are all treating him as a treasure, and the bride price for marrying out has been given to him as pocket money. The original owner only recently learned of his family's situation. Lin Feng at that time, but also heavy-hearted and righteous with her commitment to work to double the good to a few sisters, although the original owner felt that something was not quite right, but in the end, feelings stood in the upper hand. As a result, what she waited for was the cheating of a scummy man, and then she was directly broken up. Now make this out. Afraid that this scum man yesterday to Wu Wenwen offended hard, and after the incident and afraid of being retaliated by others to rush to find themselves a big. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Song Yan was thinking about whether to hire a few bodyguards to directly give him a lesson, when she heard the voice of the system in her head once again sounded. Ding detected that the host is not touched by the scum, and received a randomized reward for martial arts almighty. The reward has arrived. Please pay attention to the host to check it. Song. A casual leg lift carried some valiant flavor, as if she had been practicing for many years. The corners of her lips slightly curved into an unsympathetic arc. Song Yan immediately said to Huang Ran on the other end of the phone, if you really can't drive away, just wait for me to come back. Chapter 11 Why Girls Can't Want WeChat. By the time Song Yi drove back to Linhai University, she really saw that a lot of people had already gathered downstairs in the girls' dormitory, while underneath their dormitory building, a vacuum of more than 10 meters had formed. In the center of the encirclement stood a boy in a white shirt. His hair and shirt were obviously soaked through. Even the red roses held in his hands had many water droplets on them, but he was still stubbornly standing there. It was none other than Lin Feng. It's been almost an hour, right? That girl called Song Bing is really determined. Not showing up like this. Right, if I were me, I wouldn't have been able to stand it anymore. That boy is quite handsome. Isn't it just a boyfriend-girlfriend fight? As for getting into such a mess, that pot of cold water was thrown down directly from the upper floor. Fortunately the boy's temper is good. If another person I'm afraid that he would have already flipped out. Didn't anyone go to call that girl called Song Bing? Why not? I heard that she's not even in the dormitory. Ah, that boy is also too pitiful, right? Song Bei had just opened the car door and got out of the car when she heard the voices of some of the girls gathered there talking. It had to be said that Lin Feng's appearance was still a bit deceptive. His skin color was considered very white amongst the boys, and he was also handsome. Wearing a white shirt amplified his own merits even more. Those who didn't know his nature were afraid that they would think how honest he was. Song Bai snorted and took a step in Lin Feng's direction. In fact, Lin Feng had already noticed when Song Bing had just arrived. After all, the flamboyant roar of the Lamborghini wasn't something that could be easily ignored. Setting his mind right, Lin Feng didn't move and placed his soaked shoulder right in Song Biao's direction, and his drenched hair hung down under his eyes. He looked like a wounded beast, helpless and uncertain. Pull! Upstairs by the 302 windows, Li Lui and Huang Ran hurriedly waved when they saw Song's figure, trying to divert her attention. They were afraid that Song would go soft again in the face of the scumbag's appearance. Is that Song? The heroine, this is finally here? Am I the only one who noticed that Missy is driving a Lamborghini?
Lin Feng also seemed to have just noticed Song's appearance and hurriedly took a few steps forward, looking at Song with a gaze that was both surprised and saddened.
I really know I'm wrong.
I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to do something stupid just to protect you.
I know I used the wrong method, but do you understand? You're really the only one in my heart.
From the beginning to the end.
Goosebumps immediately rose on Song Yi's body. First, she nodded towards Li Lui and Huang ran upstairs before turning her gaze back to Lin Feng. Just as the crowd of onlookers were speculating whether the heroine would be so moved that she would directly jump into the boy's arms, they heard the heroine speak in a single, well-worded sentence. Stupid thing? You mean the thing where you got into a rich woman's car for money and I found out? Or do you mean the thing where I found out and righteously told you that I couldn't give you the money to help you so much that I broke up with me? Or is it about the time you found out I was rich and then tried to shamelessly get back together? Whoops, a shocking big melon.
When the girls gathered under the dormitory floor heard this,
they coincidentally opened their eyes wide and were dumbstruck.
Those who had originally sympathized with Lin Feng also had their faces become very strange when they heard Song these words. Immediately after that, they saw that boy's expression instantly redden.
Bien. You really misunderstood me.
Lin Feng had already learned from Wu Wenwen's mouth yesterday that the black card that Song was holding wasn't something that she could have at all after being adopted. She really did have money of her own. When he thought about how he mistook pearls for fish eyes and sacrificed himself to find a fat woman like Wu Wenwen for it, Lin Feng was vomiting in his heart.
At that moment,
the gaze that he looked at Songren became even more deeply filled with love.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have even pretended to go with Wu Wenwen. Bien. Have you forgotten our previous agreement that we said we would get married after graduation? Song suddenly smiled. You still remember what I told you yesterday, right?
Lin Feng inexplicably had an ominous premonition, but he had already surveyed the surroundings several times after Song Bo got off the bus.
There were no bodyguards or anything like that.
Song Bo had always been the kind of well-behaved and docile girl who had only said those threatening words because she was so angry with him. She had always cared about him. As long as he held out for a few more days, she would definitely feel his sincerity. Thinking of this, Lin Feng subconsciously straightened his back and said firmly, pulling, you know, I won't leave you no matter what. In the next moment, his body swept straight through midair. Lin Feng didn't even react before he was viciously thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder fall. It wasn't until the intense pain came that Lin Feng realized afterward that the pain had caused his entire face to crumple.
So handsome.
Not only was Lin Feng dumbfounded, the girls on the sidelines were also stunned.
Mrs. Practiced, right? I want a weenie so bad. Boing.
But you're a girl. What's wrong with girls?
Can't a girl want WeChat? It's 2022.
How can you still say such things? Li Lui and Huang Ran had just run downstairs and were also shocked speechless by this scene. When did Biao Biao learn how to do the over-the-shoulder drop?
Why didn't they know?
While the crowd was staring in disbelief, a chubby figure rushed over. The panting appearance made it clear that he had run over. Wu Wenwen first looked around and determined Song Bian's position. She also looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground for some reason,
and instantly understood. Taking 3 or 2 steps to Song Bei, she said with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry Miss Song, I didn't know that he ran over to you again. After saying this, he waved his hand towards the 2 bodyguards following behind him, and Lin Feng, who was still lying on the ground and couldn't even speak, was directly dragged away.
Only then did Wu Wenwen turn her head and face Songren with a smile that instantly piled up on her face.
MS. Song, I guarantee that this scummy guy will never harass you again.
She was worried that there was nothing she could do to salvage her image in front of Song, but Lin Feng automatically came to her door. When she heard about this, she didn't even care about her wrist, which was injured by Lin Feng only yesterday, and hurriedly rushed here.
Lin Feng, a big stupid beep,
really thought that people Big Brother was cheated on by him and still give him a wrongdoer. It wasn't that she wanted to mind her own business, it was just that who knew if Ms. Song would take her anger out on her as well when she saw Lin Feng.
Just thinking about this possibility made Wu Wenwen want to dismantle Lin Feng, but luckily it wasn't late. A girl looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, say, I just remembered that there seems to be one named Lin Feng in my boyfriend's dormitory, and my boyfriend said that Lin Feng just fell for a rich woman a while ago, and for that reason abandoned his girlfriend who had been in love for more than half a year. It can't be this guy, right? The girl said, hurriedly taking out her cell phone. I have to ask my boyfriend. The caller didn't know what was said. The girl hung up the phone and picked up her cell phone to pick it up.
The girl beside her couldn't wait and directly poked her head out to look at the cell phone screen.
It's really him.
The girls who were closer had looked over towards the cell phone screen, only to see that on the girl's cell phone screen, it was clearly an intimate photo of Lin Feng and the chubby girl. The people around them were in an uproar. This was now a direct reality. Thanks to them, they thought that the boy was a deep love. And there were people who secretly envied the female protagonist.
but now they all figured it out. What deep love? Are all bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Is clearly a gold worship phoenix male. If it is not the other young lady pretending to be poor, I guess I still can't see through the true face of this scummy man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Valiant Little Rich Woman, randomly rewarded with 2 million axe tooth dollars. The reward has arrived. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Chapter 12. What a good boy says is what he says. Song Wan gently raised an eyebrow as she listened to the system's voice in her head. Yet she was no longer the same person she was yesterday. It wouldn't be filled with resentment just because the system gave axe tooth coins instead of RMB. After all, there was a multiplier cashback after spending axe tooth dollars, which was much more fragrant than giving RMB directly. Huang Ran and Li Lui watched as Song Wan stood still and froze, and immediately stepped forward on the left and right to firmly protect her. The two of them looked at Wu Wenwen with nothing but resentment in their gazes. They hadn't forgotten how Wu Wenwen had humiliated Song Wan that day in front of the school. If it wasn't for Song stopping them, they would have fought with Wu Wenwen that day. Now that they knew that Song had money, what were they doing? If Song Bo was still the same Song Bo, Wu Wenwen would have lifted her chin to the sky. Wu Wenwen didn't dare to say anything, but stood still in fear. Song Bo didn't look at her, and followed the two of them directly back to the dormitory. It was fine when they were outside, but as soon as they entered the dormitory, Huang Ran and Li Lui directly jumped up in excitement. Li Lui even covered her cheeks with an expression of excitement that she couldn't even suppress. Bien bien, why are you so cool? Huang Ran wasn't much better. When did you buy a sports car? But you didn't even tell us. They were all stunned when they saw Song coming down from that bright orange sports car at the window just now. That careless movement was simply amazing. No wonder people said that boys who could drive a Ferrari with one hand were the most handsome. Now they don't have a boy who drives a Ferrari, but they have a roommate who drives a Lamborghini. No, no, no. Bing bing, when are you going to take us out for a few laps? When Li Lui heard this, she instantly came over with starry eyes. Rich girl hug, we haven't sat in a Lamborghini yet. Song Ran couldn't stand them and directly spread her hand and handed over the car keys. Sister Ran, don't you have a driver's license? Why don't you just take Weiwei for a stroll? It's a big weekend. Don't toss her around. Just let her lie peacefully in the dormitory. Brush a small live broadcast. Cash back a few small sums of money. The day is not too cool. Who knew that Huang Ran instantly took a step back, her hands swinging with a stump. No, 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 no. She got the driver's license, has not been driving a car, let alone so luxurious Lamborghini. She didn't dare to drive it. She really didn't dare to drive. Song Bo, however, had already handed the key to her hand without saying a word. It's very simple. I'll teach you a bit and you'll know. Then, no matter Huang Ran's expression of refusal, carefully explained the functions of the various buttons on the car. Alright, go try it, and bring me back a lunch by the way. When Huang Ran went out, they all walked out with the same hand and foot, without Huang Ran and Li Lui around to make a scene. Song Bin instantly felt much more tranquil, climbed up. The bed, just wanted to open the axe teeth set a cash, then suddenly remembered something like patting her head. She was an orphan before she crossed over, and after she came over, she had forgotten that the original owner had parents. Since she had now become the Song Bin here, she should do her due diligence on her behalf. From memory, the original owner's parents were very good to her. They only had her as a daughter, so naturally everything good in the family came close to her. Now that she had money, of course she couldn't make them work so hard anymore. The money earned from the food stalls, although not bad, was exhausting. Even in order to be able to give her a better life in Magic City, her back was exhausted. Thinking of this, Song Wan no longer hesitated and hurriedly dialed the phone in her hand. The phone was picked up within 2 rings, and Song Mother's voice obviously carried some worry and eagerness. Hello? What's wrong? Good boy? Did you run into something at school? Song Yi was stunned for a moment. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was as if there was suddenly a hot current that slowly flowed to her heart. It was a bit sour, and felt warm as if it was filled with something. Boy, you don't scare me. Ha, why don't you say anything? Song Wan opened her mouth and calmed her mind before saying, Mom, I'm fine, I just miss you. Song's mother on the other side of the phone was obviously relieved, and her voice took on a bit of a smile. Then why didn't you come home for summer vacation? You just know how to make your mom happy. Song Yan's grip on the cell phone tightened slightly, and her voice was unconsciously smaller. I didn't happen to come across a good job, and I wanted to relieve your pressure. The original owner didn't go back because of the summer job, yes, but it was to buy a gift for that scummy guy. But there's no need to talk about that. My good boy just understands. Mom is just afraid that you're too tired. Mother Song's voice carried obvious pride, and then Song Bei heard what seemed to be a sudden sound on the other side. Immediately afterward, the person on the other end of the phone changed. Good boy, it's me, Song Bei realized. Dad, Song father answered. did you encounter something at school? Song, can't I just be simply missing you guys?
Listening to his daughter's unconsciously petulant trailing voice, Song father's corners of his eyes smiled with crow's feet. Ever since his daughter had gone to college, she had rarely acted so bluntly in such an intimate manner.
Yes, why not?
The curvature of Song Bei's mouth also unconsciously increased a bit, and the last trace of discomfort in her heart slowly dissipated.
Dad, I've transferred some money for you guys, so remember to buy some good food first. Song's father seemed to freeze for a moment,
and then the voice on the other end of the phone that was full of surprise came over once more.
Boy, where did you get so much money? Are you hiding something from us? A whole 100,000 ah.
His heart throbbed at the thought that his daughter had most likely been saving money and using her after-school time to work since her freshman year of college. Song Wan pursed her lips. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that they would suspect the way she came by the money, she would have wanted to just take them to Tang Palace. After all, she didn't have the appearance of a home when she lived there alone. There was a pause before she seriously said to the other end of the phone,
Dad, don't worry, this is what I earned this summer, and I still have some in my hand. Not waiting for Song's father to reply, Song Yen followed up. Didn't I go to a publishing house during my summer vacation? It just so happened that I ran into someone who needed to translate a foreign language. I passed the level and they used me,
and this money is equal to the manuscript fee they gave me, which is quite small.
Song Bai's academic performance had always been good.
Thus Song father didn't have the slightest doubt about Song Bai's words and hurriedly said,
quite a lot. My daughter is really outstanding.
Song father was still sighing in his heart when he heard Song's voice over there softly ringing out again.
I can make money now, so you guys shouldn't work so hard. In an instant,
the tears in Song father's eyes,
a big man with a strong iron backbone,
were about to fall uncontrollably.
Chapter 13, Sister Barbara Moon. Do you want me to show my face? Their hometown was in the countryside,
and there was some patriarchal thinking in those days. Because they only had one daughter, they were often made fun of. Even his own big brother,
are explicitly and implicitly said more than once daughter outgoing.
The future they cannot count on words, but he raised his own daughter,
never for what to count on.
He riveted his energies to make money, but also just to be able to let the good boy live a better life.
But now,
their good girl was still at the age of going to college, and she had already made enough money to make him straighten his chest.
Listen to what she said. Even though her daughter said it was easy on the phone, how can you not work hard when you can make
$100,000 in one summer? This was clearly her daughter being heartbroken for them.
When Song Bo heard the voice on the phone again,
it had changed to Song Mother.
Song Mother amusedly looked at Song Father's back and hurriedly went to the restroom, and did not break it down, but only instructed with heartache. Magic City is a big city. There are quite a lot of places to spend money on. Later I'll transfer the money back to you. You buy some clothes, and buy some good food for yourself. Song Yi hurriedly stopped. I really still have money. These were meant to be for you guys. Mom, if you don't believe me, I'll WeChat you a screenshot later.
Only after assuring her several times did she let Song Mother believe that she really still had money in her hand.
After hanging up the phone, Song Yen directly paralyzed on the bed. It seemed like there was still a need to find a time to go back home. When the time comes, she will say that she used the remaining money to invest, and then she will be able to take out more money. Thinking of this, Song Bing then aimed his gaze at the Axe Tooth Live on his cell phone again, opened the app, and sure enough, there was a whole 2 million more Axe Tooth coins in the account. In contrast, the private message column also directly exploded. There were all sorts of requests for familiar faces, as well as polite greetings from some small anchors. Among them, there was an ID that made Song Bing feel a bit familiar. When she clicked on the private message, she saw that the anchor named Listening Bamboo had sent a number of messages in a row. Thank you sister for the 200 treasure maps. Sister Pulling Moon, do you want to play the game together? I'm still skilled. Promise not to drag sister down. There is time to play games together. Song Yen remembered. Yesterday she picked an anchor to brush gifts in order to return cash. That anchor seemed to be called Listening Bamboo, but then she got too excited after seeing the amount of cashback and directly shut down the Axe Tooth backstage. It just so happens that the anchor is now broadcasting, so Song Bo just clicked in. Compared to the 300,000 people online when he first entered the live room yesterday, it was clearly enhanced now, and it was already more than 700,000. I'm not seeing things. I actually see sister you. Upstairs didn't look wrong. Big brother is here again. Oh, Bamboo is going to be favored again? Originally still playing the game seriously, listen to the Bamboo see the pop-up screen, subconsciously sat up straight. Some aggrieved voice through the headset directly into the live broadcast room. Sister Bing, you finally came. I sent you a private message yesterday, you ignored me. Who's the big brother who directly leaves after rewarding? Well, at least give him a little chance to show his face. Listening to Bamboo is not showing his face, so guess the big brother may be looking at his game level. Who knows that when he rubbed his fists and wanted to take Big Brother to play a few good games, Big Brother directly went offline without saying a word. He had sent many private messages from yesterday until now, but Big Brother didn't even reply to any of them. As listening Bamboo opened his mouth, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Aggrieved. Big Brother doesn't reply to messages. Bamboo is going to boing. Ha. Big Brother really high and cold batch. After brushing the gift directly ran away. Anchor don't cry. It means this is a real Big Brother, dog head. Convinced? Just brush 1,000,000 you guys lick here. Axe teeth and the Big Brother more to go. Suggest to go to other people Big Anchor live room to see other people's platoon. In a group of pop-ups, a familiar ID started to keep brushing the same words again. It was precisely yesterday's little green tea. The people in the live room weren't used to it and directly disliked it. 666. Those who don't know think you're some kind of divine hero. $1 million is not even in your eyes. Said like we haven't entered the Big Anchor's live room, even if it's a big anchor. Come to a big man who directly brushes 1,000,000 you see him lick or not. We are happy to lick. Even listening Bamboo couldn't help but frown and directly said, room manager trouble help me fork this person straight out. He couldn't understand how he could keep biting him like a rabid dog when he just matched a game and didn't take her with him. Song Yi blinked and didn't say anything. With a click of her finger, a bolded sentence instantly floated across the pop-up screen. User pulling the moon opened Emperor in Anchor listening to Bamboo's live room. Asterisk. Please follow the cue. I'll just not follow. When the big man makes a move, he knows if there's anything there. Where's that little squirt? Oh, so it was forked out. Darn it. Why don't you let people see the Emperor before you fork it out? Listening to Bamboo froze for a moment. The Emperor of Axe Tooth live he had heard of but not seen. After all, the first month is 200,000. Not everyone can afford to spend. The pop-up screen was even more heated with discussion. Emperor are open. Bamboo this must not show a face? Wow upstairs. I'm excited when you say this. +1. ID number. Listening to the Bamboo will pop-ups in the eyes. And thought of. Sister Bing you do you want me to show my face? Before Song Yi could reply, the pop-up screen directly exploded. I heard something sisters? Big Brother want. Big Brother want. Big Brother wants it. Big Brother is coming our welfare is also going to follow it. Oh, touched. You should know that listening to Bamboo has never shown his face since the beginning of the broadcast, and in the past days, they jokingly asked him to show his face, but he also rejected it directly. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could actually see his face. Some of the die-hard fans were directly excited. Big Brother must say yes. That's right. Our hopes are entrusted to you Big Brother. Sister Bing you begs for it. Seeing this, Song Yi pondered for a moment before typing in an unmistakable manner. Okay. Originally, I swiped the gift for the sake of cashing out. So if it's not to her liking, then I'll just get the next one. On the screen, the character manipulated by listening Bamboo stood directly in place without even picking up any supplies after hitting someone. Without letting Song Yi wait too long, a handsome boy appeared on the screen. His hair was chestnut-colored and slightly curly, his nose was high and straight, and his lip color was somewhat similar to the color of cherry blossoms. The most striking thing was his eyes, which were that light brown color, like amber. When looking at the camera, it was obvious that there was still some consternation. Sister by Yuki, is this okay? Chapter 14, you're done. You've fallen in love. Asterisk. What kind of divine face is this? Mom, I'm clueless. Obviously you can rely on your face to eat. You rely on what technology? Help. He doesn't even have a filter. Why is he still so good looking? Songbyeon also slightly froze when he saw the screen. This face value into the entertainment circle are ranked. No wonder he dared to turn on the camera. So amongst the array of gift effects on the screen, the treasure map belonging to the Emperor directly pulled the deck full. Ooh, at this moment I hate that I'm not a rich woman. It's true that the gift still has to look at the Big Brother. Sister Moon 666. Asterisk. It's exceeded 1 million. Brothers, do you understand how I feel when I see the Super God Emperor for the first time in a few years? If you don't understand, ask, what is the Super God Emperor? Back upstairs. It's brushing enough 1.5 million emperors in 30 days. Note that it's 1.5 million RMBO. Brothers, my hands have been shaking. Big Brother plus yesterday and today's has brushed more than 2 million. Listening Bamboo on the top of the screen apparently froze there once again. Yesterday's battle had already startled him, and then again today. However, Song Yi didn't care and directly swiped the 2 million axe tooth coins rewarded by the system before stopping.
The dense fonts on the pop-up screen were almost about to paste the entire screen.
2 days and 3 million brothers. Is this the platitude of a super god emperor? Big brother, look at me. I'm 5 feet 8 inches with abs, and I'll also be calling. Get out of the way of the calling monster upstairs. Big brother, look at me. I can chatter. Suggest Big brother Bingyu and not to be so rigid on gender. Song Yi, however,
could no longer be bothered to look at the screen as the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 15 times rebate.
The reward has already been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check and receive it. Almost at the same time, Song Di saw a text message reminder on his cell phone.
Your tail number 8106 card earned 300,000,000
yuan from Huaxia Bank on September 2nd, with a balance of 383888183, 60 yuan.
Huaxia Bank, although it wasn't as high as yesterday's cashback,
it wasn't bad. Song Bian couldn't stop bending the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, money is the most fragrant.
In the middle of her thoughts,
hearing Bamboo's voice in her cell phone rang once again. Sister Bingyu, want to play a few games together? Listening to Bamboo's voice with a few moments of trembling,
the number of people in his live room had once again come to 2 million.
In 2 consecutive days,
Pulling Moon had already swiped 3 million in his live room.
He had to do something. The best thing he could take was the game. Ding, the system releases a randomized task to play a game with the anchor listening to Bamboo. Successful mission. Reward Almighty Butler, loyalty 100. Mission failure, no punishment. Omnipotent butler? Song Yi's eyes lit up. This she lacked.
Just now she was worried about finding a nanny or something. The system really deserves to be the roundworm in her stomach.
System, thinking about the roundworm looks that I just found out. Really bolted Q. Song Yi, however, was already humming and typing on the screen. Good. Private message to listen to Bamboo send WeChat account. Almost a few seconds time, WeChat has received a friend request.
Song had just agreed when a message from there was sent over.
Good day, sister. Thank you for the gift that sister swiped for me.
It was followed by an emoticon of a cat paying thanks.
Song Yi lost her smile and typed, get on the game. Compared to the fancy battle robes worn by listening Bamboo's game character, the anniversary clothes that were gifted by the system on Song's character were significantly more humble. On the pop-ups in the live streaming room, it was calm for a few seconds before they came out like a fountain in one go once again. A big brother is a big brother. Even his clothes are so plain. Big brother Bailing Moon, call this low-key. Bamboo, it's time for you to show your performance. Why don't you hurry up and arrange the clothes for Big Brother? At the same time this pop-up was sent out, listening Bamboo had already sent all the little dresses sold in the mall to Song Bai's account. Not only the clothes, but also the car and wingman, as long as they could be bought with money now. They were all sent over. Song Yin collected the clothes for 5 minutes, and in the end,
she casually changed into a small skirt and put it on, then leaned against the dormitory bed and blinked.
I have to say, this anchor emotional intelligence is still good. Immediately afterward, the earphones heard listening Bamboo's clear and nice voice. Sister, what mode do you want to play? Song Yin thought for a moment. Just Island.
Listening to the girl's sweet voice coming from the headset,
listening Bamboo's person directly froze there.
That voice was extremely melodious, like jade beads gently colliding in the center of his heart,
tinkling,
making his heart seem to beat faster without control. The live broadcast pop-ups weren't much better.
For almost a minute, not a single person spoke on the public screen. Still, when he heard the girl say once again, why don't you open it?
Only then did the people watching the live broadcast react as if they were waking up from a dream.
At that moment,
the pop-ups on the public screen seemed to scroll up like crazy.
Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did that sound come from? No way. It can't be what I think it is? Asterisk 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 asterisk, that voice. I'm dead. Sister, kill me. Which brother, give me a punch. I'm already confused. Let me drown in my sister's voice. This is not pure goddess voice.
A rich woman turned into a young lady.
I suddenly began to envy the anchor how to break. Anchor, I'll give you a second to pull me on too.
Requesting a team, 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 requesting a team request.
Listening to Bamboo, however, she couldn't be bothered to look at the pop-ups anymore,
and even her voice seemed to have softened a bit towards Songren.
This is open. I don't know if it's because the shock that Bingyu gave him was too big, making his heart there from just now thump 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 thump. Originally, he had thought that Bailu must be a 30-something sister at any rate, but this voice, how to listen to how not his big appearance, originally wanted to click on the 4-player team, and ghostly, the hand moved the mouse and lit up the button for unmatched teammates. Suddenly it smells different. Bamboo, you're done. You've fallen in love. You're done. You fell in love. You're finished. There were old fans in the live room,
They had never seen listening bamboo like this before. He was a straight man when he played the game, and never cared about any young lady. But look at this worthless look now. Where is there a drop of the straight man look before? Sure enough, as soon as he entered the game, he saw listening bamboo inviting Pulling Moon to follow, and then gently rushed at the person again. Just follow me later. I will definitely protect you. The speed of the pop-up scrolling on the public screen instantly became more cheerful. Told you that bamboo has bad intentions. She doesn't even call her sister anymore. His heart is punishable. Damn it, the anchor is simply Sima Zhaoji's heart. Change the anchor down. Let me. I also want to protect Miss Sister. Give a G will. Chapter 15, Godly Gaming Skills. Listening to bamboo, however, didn't even look at the public screen. Seeing that Pulling Moon had already followed him, he jumped out of the parachute with confidence. The place he picked is called Tron Paradise. After going down, as long as you pick up the resurrection card, even if you die, you can be resurrected again. Of course, there weren't a lot of people. Listening to bamboo brought Pulling Moon and landed directly in the middle of the house. Then said to Pulling Moon, "You pick up the gun first. Wait for me in this room for a while. I'll come back to pick you up after the fight." Song Yen, okay. The system just said to let her play the game together. But why move when you can lie down and win? Adhering to the idea of not moving if she can, Song Yen stood towards the corner of the room and directly took her cell phone and lay on the bed. The next moment, she saw a line of knockout reminders appear on the left side of the game screen. The person who was knocked down was obviously her teammate, Listening Bamboo. Song Yen, Listening Bamboo's face was already red as she sat in front of the screen, frozen and unable to speak as she stared blankly at the screen. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene, but became even more joyful. Epic face-punching scene. Ha 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 ha, I'll come back to pick you up after the fight. Oh, I really don't want to laugh, but ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Bamboo, can we not be so funny? You haha monsters only laugh at anchors. Unlike me, I'm still jia. Listening to Bamboo's afterglow glancing at the words they typed on the public screen, he hurriedly explained, "It was an accident. It was really an accident." Although the words were addressed to the people in the live broadcast room, his gaze was fixed dead center on Sung's figure in the game. On Sung's side, however, he suddenly heard the system's cute mechanical voice. Ding detected that the host is faced with a choice. The system releases a randomized mission. Saving a teammate, rewarding god-level gaming skills, escape yourself, reward the titled Godly Old Six, or to reduce the sense of presence by 50%. Song Yen, does this need to be chosen? It's not like she's going to be an agent. What does she need the title Godly Old Six for? Looking at the opposite side of the person seems to intend to go to listen to the bamboo to make up Song M4, and there is no intention to leave a living soul to wait for his teammates to come over. Directly even hit with the compliment, will be that person into a box. Only then did he walk over to where Listening to Bamboo was and helped him up. Listening Bamboo's voice was much lower after he was helped up. Thank you, Pulling Moon. God knows that he was just about to make a big kill, letting Bing Yu witness his strength, and then he was knocked down by someone from behind with a sudden blow. Song casually replied, "No need to thank me." Then he focused his attention on the system's voice once more. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing this Save Your Teammate mission. Rewarded with god-level gaming skills. The reward has been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Just like before, Song barely felt any discomfort, and there was already more knowledge about many games in his mind. The fingers had also become much more flexible with it. Speaking of which, I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Song felt that his eyesight had become a bit better. Of course it's not an illusion. The divine genetic optimization liquid is not a mortal product. It will cause every part of the host's body to reach the most perfect state step by step. The system's cute voice carried pride as it explained to Song Bing. Only then did Song raise her eyebrows, and at the same time, she saw the transparent panel in front of her. Host, Song Bei. Age, 19. Height, 161, can grow. Face value, 6. 3, can grow. Top white rich beauty progress bar, 1. 6, total progress bar is 100. All the data had some small increase compared to before, especially the height, which had already increased by 1 centimeter in just one day. She herself didn't even notice it, let alone the others. Someone's coming over. Bing Yue, hide for a bit. Song Yi was still thinking when she heard Listening Bamboo's slightly serious voice ringing in her ears. However, not only did she not hide, but instead, with the help of the sound of the footsteps, she directly rolled over to the outside of the window. It was just the right time to try out the divine gaming technique. So, Listen to Bamboo is still in the doorway with them stalemate, just to hear mutter a few sounds. In front of a few people will be turned into a box. At the same time, the left side of the screen clearly displayed the news that Boring Moon had knocked out 3 people in a row. Listening to Bamboo? Where's the promised soft girl?
The pop-ups on the public screen were even more like a volcano erupting, densely filling up the entire screen. Big Brother 666. It's true that we still have to rely on Big Brother. Miss Who is rich and has a good voice and good skills. I can do it. I can too. Miss Khan can kid it. On what it's like for an anchor to be punched in the face twice in a minute. Back upstairs. What else can it feel like? Finding your own Big Brother and crying to say it's okay. Listening to Bamboo. Has mixed feelings, infinity, in the next whole game. Listening Bamboo just watched as more and more people in the live broadcast room turned into pulling Moon Blow. By the time he finally ate the chicken, listening to the Bamboo is still a bit of a trance, cannot understand the appearance. Just one hand. Otherwise, she alone could have turned over the entire island. This skill, comparable to a professional player, was not weak at all. Clearing his throat, hearing Bamboo sincerely praised. You're really good. Originally thought that his hand was the identity of a bodyguard, but did not expect the princess herself to be able to slay the dragon, and he, the knight, only had the part of picking up supplies after him. Sonya blinked her eyes and recognized his praise without a trace of weakness. The system produced. Naturally there was nothing to say. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding an all-powerful butler, loyalty 100. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Immediately after, the cell phone caller ID suddenly appeared on the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Sonya had probably already understood the system's style, so he didn't hesitate to directly pick it up. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the line carried an obvious deference. Miss, I'm your personal butler Qinglin. The man's voice was young, warm and elegant, and just by listening to it, one couldn't help but feel one point of favor towards the owner of the voice. Song Yen froze for a few seconds, influenced by all kinds of novels. When it came to butlers, she assumed that at the very least, they would be 40 years old or older. After all, the perfect butler naturally had to be proficient in every aspect. Qinglin, however, did not know Song Yan's thoughts, and his voice on the phone remained respectful and gentle. Miss, I'm already at your school now. Is it convenient to come out and meet? Song. System, cat proud face carrot. After saying goodbye to Qinglin about where to meet later, Song turned her gaze back to the game interface, only to hear the headset listening to Bamboo's voice is very clear, and with a few imperceptible anticipation. Do we want to play again? Chapter 16, True All-Purpose Housekeeper. The rewards had already arrived, so of course Song Ren chose to bolt. No, I still have some things to do. I'm going to get off first. Listening to Bamboo's originally smiling eyes were stunned, but she still said gently, okay, call me when you want to play the game next time. Seeing that Bayu promised and got off the line without the slightest bit of lingering, listening Bamboo didn't know why she was suddenly a bit frustrated. The viewers in the live broadcast room all had bright eyes and naturally took listening Bamboo's expression in, so the typing became even more joyful. Big Brother just left. Bamboo, you're not useful. Upstairs, don't hit the anchor. It would have been sad enough oing. Have you guys forgotten that the anchor already has Big Brother Weibo? I knock upstairs reminded me. Anchor cannot give a Big Brother micro signal. I give you brush treasure map. The front is going to arrive, can you share it? Listening to the Bamboo looked at the words on the public screen that wanted to salvage the Moon Weibo. Directly ignored the past. Just kidding. How many treasure maps had Bali Moon swiped for him alone? How could he possibly give out her contact information just because of the treasure map? Speaking of which, he was still a bit confused as to why suddenly swiped so much money for him. Originally, he thought that she liked his gaming skills, but it was obvious that her gaming skills were even above his. If it was because she liked his voice, but her own voice was also very nice, making people want to resist thinking about what she looked like in reality as soon as they heard it. Thinking about this, listening Bamboo was subconsciously stunned. Just after he opened the camera, she swiped so many treasure maps. Does it mean that she still likes his appearance better? A trace of joy inexplicably surged in his heart. They were right. He did have the micro signal. He could try to contact her slowly. Song, the maple leaves in September have already been read. Because the distance from the dormitory is not too far, there are often a lot of people come over to the side to rest or read books. At this moment, at the end of the maple leaf forest, there stood a man with a slender figure. Unlike the boys in the school who still had some student spirit, his age seemed to be about 25 or 26, but his body clearly had some mature flavor. His very handsome features could hardly find any flaws, and as he stood there like that, his fingers moving the frames of his gold-rimmed glasses were enough to attract the attention of everyone around him, especially the girls passing by, almost welding their eyes on him. The two girls in front of Song Yen pulled their hands tightly together, and the one of them who was pretty and dressed very delicately exclaimed in a low voice to the girl beside her, "Is there such a handsome man in our school?" The girl beside her directly shook her head. "Definitely not from our school. Mom, I'm dead ah. From now on it seems like all the Svenskam male leads inside the novels have faces. He. he came over. Chow Chow, this can't be one of your suitors, right? The pretty girl who was called Chow Chow thought about this possibility and only felt her brain buzz a bit lacking in oxygen. It couldn't be any of the boys from the outside school who had a crush on her who suddenly came to her door, right? Seeing the man walking straight towards her, Su Ruochao hurriedly smoothed back the hair around her ears. Hello, I. Before the words were finished, she saw the man walk directly past her. Su Ruochao subconsciously turned back, only to see the man stop in front of a girl behind her. The original cold eyes seemed to melt down in an instant when he saw that girl. Seeing Su Ruochao's expression stiffen, the girl beside her hurriedly consoled. What kind of vision does that man have? Chow Chow, you are much better looking than that girl. Su Ruochao glared at the girl beside her without any good reason and memorized Song Bing's appearance in her heart before she directly turned around and left. Song didn't know that she had unintentionally offended someone when she saw the handsome man stand in front of her and respectfully address her. Miss Qing Lin? There was some surprise in Song Yi's gaze. Although she had already guessed that this omnipotent butler was young by listening to his voice, she hadn't expected it to be this young. And the system's aesthetics were simply outstanding. With this look, it could be scored up to 99 points. Qing Lin didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable in the face of Song Ren sizing her up. He just looked at her gently, his tone seeming to carry infinite tolerance. Does Miss need me to do anything now? Song Bei almost drowned in this gentle voice. Raising her eyes to look at him, she suddenly asked in a good mood, what can you do? Qing Lin smiled lightly at his words. As long as it's what Miss needs, I can do anything. Cough cough. I don't know if it's Song's illusion, but I always feel that Qing Lin's voice carries a few moments of teasing. After thinking about it, he directly said, over at Tang Palace, I need a few nannies and cooks. Qing Lin immediately nodded his head, indicating his understanding. Does Miss have a more preferred flavor? Spicy ones, I guess, but not too spicy. She belonged to the no spice type, but she couldn't eat anything too spicy. Her stomach wouldn't be able to take it. To put it simply, it was dish and love. After discussing the matter of the cook and nanny, Song Yan suddenly remembered something in general. Qing Lin, where did you live before? Qing Lin lowered his head to look at her and replied earnestly, my origin and life experience, including all the required documents, are reasonable and legal and can be viewed by others. Miss, don't worry. After that, naturally, I will live wherever Miss is. Without waiting for Song Ren to speak, Qing Lin added once more. I'm also a professional in the area of funds management. Miss can leave the funds that can't be used for the time being to me to take care of, including everything that Miss gets in the future that can be managed. I can help Miss to take care of it in the best way possible. Song Ren slightly opened her mouth. This was a true all-around butler. After thinking about it, she directly handed over the latest $30 million she got in her card to Qing Lin to take care of, and was about to give Yao Jia, the property manager of Tang Palace, a call to explain Chang Lin's identity when the phone rang. The caller ID was Li Lui, and as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice carried an obvious crying tone. Oh, Sister Ran. Ran was arrested. Song, where are you guys now? Shi Hajai. Song. In less than 20 minutes, they reached their destination. Speaking of which, Shi Hajai was also considered very famous in Magic City. Their private dishes were notoriously delicious and hard to buy, and reservations could be made up to a year later. I heard that compared to the flavor of those 5-star hotels, it was even better. Come here to eat non-rich, that is. The entire Magic City, only this one. But the turnover can catch up with a listed company. Chapter 17, Reward to the account. Shi Hajai 100% of the shares. When Song Yan got out of the cab with Qing Lin, she saw Li Lui squatting in front of the entrance of Shi Hajai, her eyes and nose red from crying. Wei Wei? Li Lui followed the sound and instantly pounced towards Song. It was only then that Song learned the whole story. Li Lui and Huang Ran had wandered into Shi Hajai in order to bring her food back. The two do not know the rules of the Shi Hajai. Asked clearly, no reservation may not enter the ready-to-go. Coincidentally encountered the manager here. The manager, surnamed Huang, asked the two clear intention of the two people and gas will be invited in. And the two people said that today's reservation guests happen to back out. Let them go in and order food. The two did not think much, directly into the door, and then watched in front of a celadon vase straight down. Then Huang Ran was detained. The original gentle Huang manager also seems to have suddenly changed, pointing at the vase to ask them to compensate. Li Lui cried with a snotty nose and a tear. You believe me, we didn't move that vase at all. That manager Huang simply did it on purpose. If she didn't really have no choice, she didn't want to bother Song at all. However, that yellow manager opened his mouth is $1 million. She wanted to call the police, but Huang Ran is still in their hands. Li Lui, who had never encountered such a thing since she was a child, only felt cold all over, and the only thing she could think of was Song Bo. Song and Chang Lin beside her exchanged a glance. This was a trick that was easy to see. It was estimated that the celadon vase was broken by manager Huang or someone close to him, who happened to see the two little girls, Li Lui and Huang Ran. come over and hit them with the idea.
Ding. Detecting the situation that the host is currently experiencing, the system releases a randomized task.
Stand up for Li Lui and Huang Ran. Expose manager Huang's scam. Take the mission. Rewarded with 100% of the shares of CC Hijai. Abandon the mission and receive the title Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Wearing the title, endurance will increase by 50%. Take the mission. Song Ran didn't even need to choose. Even if there was no system mission, she wouldn't leave the two of them alone.
Ding. The host has successfully accepted the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, 100% of the shares of Shihijai. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Without further words, directly led Li Lui and Qing Lin towards the gate of Shihijai. The security guards at the entrance should have been told something and didn't choose to block the trio when they saw them. After passing through the hall, they came to a cobblestone paved stone road. On both sides of the stone road were gurgling clear springs,
with forests and trees in between.
And further ahead was one private room after another. The private rooms were all far apart,
some separated by plum trees in the center,
while others chose orchids and matching forest trees.
Some were bamboo,
while others were fresh and light chrysanthemums, which could be seen to have been carefully matched.
Regardless of which of the four gentlemen, it all looked exceptionally harmonious here,
while at the same time being well hidden. The private room where Huang Ran was located was in the first of the chrysanthemum jungles,
and as soon as Song Yen entered the door,
she saw the Huang manager that Li Lui had mentioned.
Huang Ran was forced to sit in the room,
and was being held by two security guards,
one on each side of her arm. Manager Huang, on the other hand, stood tall and ironic,
with a kind smile on his face. Turning his head to see Song Bo and Qing Lin behind Li Lui,
he pretended to be surprised and said, "Little girl is here to pay back the money for her friend?
Pay back your
mom."
Huang Ran's face instantly turned red when she saw Song's appearance.
Bien, you don't pay any attention to him. He's just a shrewish scoundrel.
You guys help me call the police. I don't believe that he can still make up his mind in front of the police.
Manager Huang was instantly happy.
In the end it was a young girl who hadn't yet left society. Her thoughts were simple. And then put his eyes on the body of a luxury good Songren. Fake style spread his hands. To Songren pointed to the ground broken celadon vase said, "The little girl must be someone who has eyesight and can see the value of this celadon vase of ours." Our people at that time could all clearly see that it was these two little girls who broke the vase.
Even if the police come,
they can't treat this matter as if nothing happened,
right? Song Yi didn't say anything and only moved forward. When the two security guards saw her movements, they just wanted to make a move, but they were kicked aside by Qing Lin behind them. One by one. Song, on the other hand,
directly pulled Huang Ran over and protected her and Li Lui behind her before turning her head to look at the big-bellied manager Huang on the side. Listening to manager Huang's words,
"Was it my friend who broke your celadon vase?"
Manager Huang was clearly taken aback by Song Ren and Qing Lin's actions,
and unconsciously retreated a few steps towards the doorway,
but still gritted his teeth and insisted. "Several security guards and I are all witnesses. If you don't pay out the money for the celadon vase today,
none of you will be able to leave."
Song Yan watched him quietly press the call button in his hand, and did not stop him, only pointing at him to the location of the camera in the middle of the private room.
"Don't you guys have surveillance here?
Call up the surveillance. It's naturally obvious whether my friend broke it or not." Manager Huang's face instantly gained a few more points of stiffness.
"I'm really sorry. Our surveillance here just had a problem yesterday and we haven't had time to repair it yet."
Without waiting for Song Bin to speak, Qing Lin beside him pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile,
"I'm not talented. I happen to have some research in this area. Why don't you let me try to see if I can fix this monitor?"
Manager Huang's corners of his eyes instantly twitched uncontrollably, looking at Song Bo and Qing Lin with a clear warning in his eyes.
"We are Shihajai here,
and this young lady looks like she is also from a wealthy family.
Before you make a move, you have to think about whether you can afford the wrath of our Shihajai, but don't get your family into trouble." Watching Song Ren's expression barely change,
Manager Huang rolled his eyes and hurriedly said again,
"However, we are not unkind. As long as this young lady makes compensation, we guarantee that we will not take the blame." Snort Song, "You mean you can represent Shihajai?"
Manager Huang only thought that this was a sign of Song's softening,
straightening his back a little, and immediately returned,
"Of course, I guarantee that as long as you compensate the money for this celadon vase, we at Shihajai will definitely not look for trouble from all of you." The cell phone ringtone rang very abruptly at this very moment.
In the midst of this occasion, Song Ren very calmly picked up the phone in the gazes of the crowd,
only to hear the other end full of smiles.
"Pleased to meet you. You're the MS. Song who just bought Shihajai, right?" Song Ren first looked at Manager Huang before responding to the caller. "I am." The laughter on the other end of the phone seemed to be coming out along with her voice. "Sure enough, heroes come out of the youth. I didn't expect MS. Song to be so young. It's like this.
The formalities on my side have all been completed.
I wonder if MS Song has the time to come over for a handover?
Song Wan looked at manager Huang and suddenly curved her lips.
There's time. Speaking of which, I'm at Shihijai right now. Chapter 18. Manager Huang knows the next proprietor of Shihijai?
The voice on the other side of the phone clearly became very surprised.
You said you're at Shihijai right now? Which private room are you in? I will go over now.
Without waiting for Song Bei to reply, the other side asked immediately afterward. Song raised her eyes to look at the name of the private room and directly said,
Tao Ju Tang. 1.
Shihijai's private rooms were headed by Qing Yu Tang,
then Lan Hua Tang, Green Cheng Tang, Tao Ju Tang, all named after the aliases of the 4 gentlemen. Each was divided into numbers 1 to 5, and the private room they were in now was Tao Ju Hall number 1. Manager Huang didn't feel the slightest bit flustered when he saw Song Yen report the name of the private room over the phone. After all, he had just pressed the call button. In just 5 minutes, Shihijai's security team would be able to come over here. By then, even if she called in as many people as she could, it wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, Manager Huang's gaze towards the few people was even more mocking. Little girl, it's not that I'm saying, if the people you called in hadn't compensated us for coming here, I definitely wouldn't have let you guys go like this. Standing at the back of the Huang Ran and Li Lui has realized that the beginning of the fall into his trap. The two faces are a little pale, want to come forward to refute but afraid of bad things. Song Huang Ran was even staring at Manager Huang with a deadly stare, and already had a plan in mind. If can't do anything about it, she will definitely choose to call the police. Even if it is a lawsuit with this scum, it will not involve, which is not related. However, seeing the Song in front of her without a trace of a panic look, Xing Lin on the side even deliberately moved a chair and placed it in front of her. Miss, sit. Song Bo was obviously very flattered by Xing Lin's thoughtfulness, and after sitting down, she greeted Xing Lin and the three of them to sit there with her. Huang Ran and Li Lui were obviously stunned, but after seeing Xing Lin naturally take her seat, they also subconsciously followed suit. Manager Huang, who was standing in the doorway, was almost laughing with anger, looking at the several people who didn't know what they were talking about. A few points of viciousness came out in his gaze. And, originally, I even gave you a discount on account of you all being students, but since you all asked for it, then I don't have to be polite. The original price of the Celadon vase is $3 million. If you guys don't compensate according to the price, I, Mr. Huang, will call the police over to you myself. Why don't you go, Rob? Li Lui's eyes widened, her gaze filled with incredulity. Originally, he had said $1 million, and this had turned into $3 million after only a short period of time. This Manager Huang was simply more of a scoundrel than the scoundrels outside. Manager Huang, however, smiled, his face revealing a bit of triumph. I gave you the opportunity. It's you who don't cherish it. 1 by 2. Thought that Zixi was those small hotels they had seen before? Today do not give them a lesson. Their group of yellow-haired children do not know what is called the height of the sky. Just thinking, heard a burst of neat footsteps toward this side. Manager Huang naturally knew who these people were, and the smugness on his face became even more obvious. Sure enough, when the security team wearing neat security uniforms arrived at the door, Manager Huang's brows all visibly relaxed. Then he slightly staggered a small step, trying his best to let all 4 people in the room see the appearance of the CCHI security team. His eyes swept over the several people one by one before he could hardly hide his smugness and said to them, how about it? Are you guys going to compensate yourselves or are we going to do it for you? If I compensate myself, I'll just transfer the money over and be done with it. But if you want us to help you compensate, Manager Huang's voice was deliberately drawn out. In that case, it might not only find your school, but also your home. Anyway, no one has yet been able to escape from our Shihizai's men with a bill. Well, what are your choices? Seeing this, Li Lui and Huang Ran's expressions obviously became a little more ugly. The two of them didn't move and clenched their fists. On the one hand they were both afraid that he would really find the school and their home. On the other hand they really couldn't get that much money. In between their thoughts, they heard Song Ren's voice slowly ringing in their ears. Manager Huang, don't be anxious. The person who will pay back the money for us might be here soon. When Manager Huang heard this, there was more laughter in his eyes. That's right. Early this way, why would our Zixi security team come out? Of course he knew that the Celadon vase was not broken by the 2 little girls in front of him. In the morning, his little love, the person with whom he was messing around with. Only then did he miss and break this $1 million porcelain vase. However, to enter the Zihezhai dinner non-rich that is, he simply dare not put the heart to them. Like a few young girls in front of him who are not yet out of society, they naturally become the best scapegoats. It wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing, so naturally he was familiar with it. Like them, this kind of ordinary family situations simply do not dare with Zixi against, make trouble to the end, or only compensation this road can go, but did not expect. Today seems to let him catch a big fish.
Manager Huang focused his eyes on Song Bo's body, but he saw very clearly. He had seen very clearly that this little girl had not even blinked when she had just proposed $3 million, so it was clear that her family was still relatively wealthy. This was just right. The more affluent the family, the more they know the status and ability of CC Hijai. In addition to obediently pay money, there is simply no other way to go. Thinking of this, Manager Huang subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, and a few points of greed inevitably appeared in his eyes. Just when he wanted to say something more, a very familiar and cheerful laughter suddenly rang in his ears. Is Miss Song specially coming over for an early inspection? How come you didn't notify Zhu Mao, so that I can receive you? The smile on Manager Huang's face froze, and he didn't have time to think about anything before he saw the figure he was very familiar with enter the door in a flurry. He first surveyed the people in the room before heading straight for the little girl sitting there. Song Bei glanced at Manager Huang, who was clearly already fidgeting with his remaining light, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a few more points. Originally didn't intend to come over either. This isn't a coincidence. Uncle Zhu, forgive me. Zhu Jianming was the original boss of Shihajai. Seeing Songren speak so openly, the goodwill in his heart was aggravated by a few points. Ha ha ha, not a coincidence. Shihajai can get Miss Song's favor. Xu Mao can't even be too happy. By the way, why is Manager Huang also here? Is it hard to be that you have already gotten to know the next proprietor of our Shihajai in advance? The last sentence was naturally addressed to Manager Huang, who was standing on the side. Zhu Jianming was old and sophisticated, and had single-handedly established a place like Shihajai, so how could he not see the dark tides flowing between a few people? At that moment, then with a few moments of probing look at the yellow manager standing at the doorway, Manager Huang forehead sweat has been unable to resist drop by drop fall. After hearing the words of the boss is more hate directly a white eye fainted. What do you mean? Shihajai's next proprietor? Chapter 19, the Zixi Hijai is now mine. Old boss. Manager Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to feel that both legs were already a bit soft. Holding the last glimmer of hope towards Zhu Jianming, asked with a dry smile, is the boss joking with me? A yellow-haired girl. Look at the dress, at best is the family a little money only. How could be there Shihajai's next boss? Zhu Jianming, however, seemed to be completely unable to see the hope in his eyes, and with a smile, he walked over to Songren. Ms. Song, I've brought you all the transfer contracts. Although Manager Huang had done a lot of favors during his tenure, he had also given him a lot of salary. Now that someone had already bought Shihijai in full, how could he, the former boss, possibly offend Song Yen, whose family couldn't even probe to the bottom, because of a former employee? Song also stood up at this time, bringing the contract over and handing it directly to Qing Lin. Only then did she turn her gaze back to Zhu Jianming and said to him, speaking of which, I also have to thank Manager Huang. He was the one who allowed my two friends to come in directly to Shihijai without an appointment. But, before the words were finished, Manager Huang, who was on the side, had already knelt down to the ground with a plop sound. Miss Song, no, boss, I was wrong. I got carried away before I did such a wrong thing. Please forgive me this time, boss. Manager Huang's voice even had some trembling in it. The call button that was in his hand at this moment was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, weighing him down so much that he couldn't even straighten his back. He had done so many years in Zixi Hijai, and was most aware of Zixi Hijai's ability. This security team alone, our all-Zhu boss entrusted countless relations to find the veteran special forces. In the team, each one is able to fight 10 existences. Originally, this security team was his backing, but now it seems to have become a life-saving sword. He knows best how powerful Zixi Hijai's security team is, and no one who makes trouble in Zixi Hijai has ever been able to get away in one piece. And now, he for a small love, people, offended his next boss. Manager Huang knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, his intestines all repentant. At this moment, he could not wait to drag that out of the apartment and beat him severely. If the new boss didn't forgive him, his entire future would be over. Song Bian, however, did not say anything. If she had not signed up to get 100% of the shares of Shihajai, if Li Lui and Huang Ran did not have any relationship, then waiting for them, all will be broken family. So for Manager Huang, a person who doesn't see a coffin without tears, Song Ren didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Thus, she turned her head very calmly, and after receiving Qing Lin's affirmative reply, knowing that there was no problem with the contract, she directly signed her name on top of the contract. Then, he smiled at Zhu Jianming beside him. Uncle Zhu, the CC Hijai now, can be considered mine, right? Zhu Jianming had already understood what happened and naturally knew what she wanted to do, thus nodding his head very quickly. That's of course. All the things of Shihijai have completely belonged to Ms. Song. From this moment onwards, the corners of Song Yi's lips rose slightly upwards. Turning to look at Qing Lin, help me check all of manager Huang's records in Shihajai over the years. She just didn't believe that such a person could be clean at work, even looking at today's appearance. She knew that this was definitely not the first time he had done something so unethical. Since Zixihijai was already hers, it wouldn't be easy to justify tampering with her territory. Manager Huang, originally still with a point of hope in the eyes, instantly dimmed down. Looking at the condescending, ruthlessly trampled his own self-esteem on the bottom of the foot, but also refused to let go of the song. Heart suddenly surged through a touch of indignation. Since she bought the Shihajai, in the posture of the boss to come over greatly, why do you have to let him end up in such a situation now? But people under the roof. Manager Huang had to put away the depression in his heart completely, and climbed over towards Song Bo. However, just as he stood up, he was directly kicked down again by a nearby foot. This time his knee hit the ground hard, and his entire face twisted in pain. Qinglin didn't have the slightest intention of being polite either. Directly addressing the security team in front of him, he said, "Intent to attack the boss. The offense is aggravated. Put this person under guard first, and when I'm done looking at his record at Shihijai, twist him directly to the police station." Li Lui and Huang Ran, who were standing behind them, watched this operation and both had their mouths open at once. If they hadn't seen it wrong, that manager Huang's action just now was clearly a desire to come over and hug Bian Bian's big, right? How did it turn into an intention to attack the boss in the blink of an eye? However, the two of them were smart enough not to say their thoughts out loud. Just now, if it wasn't for and this man called Qinglin, they were afraid that their families wouldn't have been able to escape from the fate of being threatened. As long as they thought of this, the two of them couldn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Manager Huang. On Manager Huang's side, however, he was already too sore to speak, his heart filled with remorse. Just as they thought, he had raked in all the oil and water in these years in Zixihijai. On weekdays the boss didn't come often at all, so he hadn't done too much to perfect the records. If he really let them find out, he would have to sit in jail for at least 5 years. When he thought of this, the gaze that he looked at Song Bin instantly lost all of his indignation and resentment, and the only thing that was left was full of panic. "Song, boss, you're an adult. Just forgive me this time. I can make amends to the two young ladies. I promise that from now on, if you want me to go east I will never go west. If you want me to do anything I will do it. Absolutely no complaints." The expression on Song Ren's face didn't change. He just looked faintly at Zhu Jianming beside him. "Uncle Zhu, what do you think?" Zhu Jianming's face had darkened to the extreme. He had always known that Manager Huang had some minor problems. However, in his opinion, they were all the usual faults of some men, and could not be called any shortcomings. But he didn't expect that his hand had already reached Zixihijai, and by the looks of it, it wasn't even a small amount. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his face and said, "Check. You guys, hurry up and cooperate with this gentleman for me. Slowly check. Check carefully." Looking at Zhu Jianming waving his hand and then letting the several elite-looking men and women behind him follow Qinglin, only then did Song Bing retract his gaze. Seeing Qinglin leaving with a few people, Manager Huang no longer had any strength and directly paralyzed on the ground. It was over. Everything was over. Not only was his job gone, his life might be ruined. Among the people present, not a single person felt sympathy for this. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Manager Huang himself planted the cause. The result naturally needs to be borne by himself. The few elites brought by Qinglin and Zhu Jianming didn't make the few people wait too long before appearing once again with a pile of documents. "Miss, this is all the information Manager Huang got during his tenure." Song roughly flipped through it and then directly handed it to Zhu Jianming, who was at the side. Although Zixihijai is now their own good, but these records, but all of them are during Zhu Jianming as the boss. Sure enough, Zhu Jianming read the information in his hand at a glance. The whole person is going crazy with anger. Huang Qi, Chapter 20 IFC Center. 5 years of time. The girl in his Shihajai greedy more than $60 million. Look at the record above. Just 1 week. Cui Qian name appeared 5 times. It's not Huang Qi's mistress. Who is it? Good Huang Qi, greedy to the old man. Zhu Jianming smiled back in anger. Originally, the people who follow him, he has not been treated poorly. Huang Qi is his Zixihijai's manager. He even gave him a salary of $5 million a year. Not to mention the convenience of sitting in this position itself. Manager Huang subconsciously shuddered, not daring to meet his gaze at all. Having followed Zhu Jianming for so many years, he was naturally most aware of his boss's methods. Because of this, it was all the more disheartening. Zhu Jianming, however, did not immediately clean him up, but instead turned to look at Song Ren and said with some shame, "Let Ms. Song laugh. Today's matter is Zhu Mao's poor discipline. Some other day personally invite Ms. Song to dinner to make amends." Song smiled and nodded, said hello and left with Qinglin and her 2 roommates. Shihijai was already under her name, so it was just a matter of letting Ching Lin find another trustworthy manager to top it up. As for what Zhu Jianming did with manager Huang, it was none of her business. Huang Ran and Li Lui didn't react much until they left the door, still looking confused. Bien bien, you bought CC Hijai for us? Only after walking to the front of the parking lot did Huang Ran open her mouth and cover her mouth as if she had just woken up from a dream. Li Lui beside her was stunned. Thinking of this possibility, instantly tears almost fell down once again. Song Yan, do you guys believe me when I say it's not? Seeing both of them shaking their heads at the same time, Song Yan smartly didn't retort again. It wasn't easy to explain anyway, so let them think what they want. When the two saw Song acquiesce, they were even more touched beyond words inside. Oh, how can you be so nice? Li Lui just wanted to pounce on Song, an arm directly blocked tightly in front of her body. This young lady, your face may be a little uneven. It would dirty their young lady's clothes. Although Ching Lin said it euphemistically enough, Li Lui's movements still couldn't help but stiffen. As if she finally remembered something, the first thing she did was pull out the makeup mirror she carried in her bag. Sure enough, because of that big cry just now, the makeup on her face was already splotchy to the point of being unbearable, especially where her eyes were. The eyeshadow was already spent, and the mascara had even smudged to the bottom of her eyes. It was simply disastrous. Huang Ran beside her couldn't help but be amused at the moment when she saw this scene. Wei, your mascara isn't waterproof? Not at all. Li Lui couldn't help but grit her teeth. When I bought it, the counter lady emphasized to me several times that it's absolutely waterproof and sweatproof. Anti-poop. Cheating her feelings. Miss, then I'll go back and organize the house for you first? Ching Lin didn't care about the two girls snickering. Her gaze was always on Song Bing alone. It was only then that Li Lui and Huang Ran noticed such a super handsome guy, and immediately the way they looked at Song changed. No wonder they didn't care about that big scum Lin Feng. With such a superb guy around, Lin Feng was a poop. Song directly ignored the eyes of the two and nodded at Ching Lin. When she had just come out, she had already weighed in with Yao Jia, the property manager of Tang Palace. On Ching Lin's side, just go over there. After arranging for a nanny and chef, she would be able to stay over there at any time. Ching Lin got a reply, and only then did he plan to leave. And before he left, he also mildly said to Song Yan, I'll find a manager for this side of Shihijai as soon as possible, and I'll be able to take care of things at home soon. If Miss has any trouble, you can call me at any time. Song Yi nodded her head and just wanted to go back to school with her two roommates, then suddenly remembered something and smiled towards the two of them. I might still have to go to the mall, or you guys can go back first? Li Lui and Huang Ran not only didn't ask more questions, both of them had a we-know expression on their face. First looked at Ching Lin and then quickly squeezed their eyes towards Song Bei. After returning the car keys to Song Bei, they quickly left the scene. Song Bo, Ching Lin, however, didn't care what the two men meant at all, and just looked at Song intently. What is it that Miss wants to buy? Perhaps I can help counsel? Song nodded her head and said without much thought, I'm going to buy something for my parents and send it back. Oh yeah, and my sister-in-law and the girls. Within their large family, they had the best relationship with their sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband. At first, Song Dad and Song Mom had borrowed their sister-in-law's money to start the food stall, and now that they had money, they naturally had to remember them. To put it bluntly, Song Bing just thought that according to Song Dad and Song Mom's character, even if she gave them money, they could not spend it, and might even save it for her. In that case, she should just buy something and send it back. Little by little, slowly, there will always be a time to change their concepts. The two of them came to the Gujin Center this time. Gujin is a world-class landmark in Magic City. The degree of prosperity is naturally extraordinary. Song Yin thought about it, first took Cheng Lin to the first floor of the Hermes Boutique walked over, as a luxury brand founded in Paris, France in 1837. Hermes is still enduring today, largely due to its pursuit of exquisite materials and its elegance and practicality. One of the most famous is their women's bags. The handmade customization coupled with the extremely high quality of the leather is enough to attract a rush of people who love bags. Using their bags as gifts for women is more than appropriate. The shopper saw what the two were wearing and immediately and warmly welcomed them in. Just when they wanted to take a look at the style of the bag, they heard a woman beside them pinching her thin voice and pampering the man beside them. Hubby, I like this one. Buy it for me. Songbo subconsciously followed the voice and looked over, and was stunned. What came into his eyes was a woman in her 20s, with big wavy curls, wearing a fitted red dress with a very low neckline, showing off her convex figure to the fullest. She was currently intimately carrying the arm of a man, who looked old enough that even his hair had gone bald. His height looked to be only about 1 meter 6, and his belly was obviously bulging. From time to time, he also raised his hand, in front of the crowd to deliberately show the gold watch on his wrist. The full 10 thugs look. The woman seemed to have noticed Song Yan's line of sight, then inadvertently looked toward this side. At a glance, she directly froze there. Song Yen? Song Yen frowned lightly, looking at the woman in front of her for a moment. She unexpectedly did not know what to say, because this woman in front of her, who was dressed in a very revealing outfit, was none other than her own aunt's daughter. Yu Jinxiu, Chapter 21, I'll give you anything you like. The aunt is a long story. Song dad in the family ranked second. There is a younger brother below. There is a sister above. Is her aunt. At that time, they were still living in the countryside, and Song dad said that her aunt was a very capable person when she was young. When the adults in the family were out in the fields, it was her aunt who took care of her two younger brothers, Song dad and Song Xiaojie. They were naturally very close to the older sister, until Aunt Song was spotted by her father in town and proposed marriage. Aunt Song followed her to live in town. Since then, Aunt Song seldom returned to her mother's home, until one day, Mr. Song and Mr. Song were passing through the town to visit Aunt Song, and they saw that her uncle, who was so obedient outside, was beating and kicking Aunt Song at home. The two big men couldn't help themselves right away. Song dad and Song junior uncle are both tall and tall, directly went up and beat her aunt to a bruised face, kneeling on the ground to beg for forgiveness. However, there were few divorces in those days, and Aunt Song was no exception. Even though Dad and Uncle Song have been visiting from time to time since then, they don't live in town. Until Song Dad got married, set up a food stall to earn some money. The family also moved to the county. The town aunt no longer dared to eye over the top. This situation is completely good. Yu Jinxiu is the eldest daughter of Aunt Song and her father. She inherited her aunt's good looks and has been good looking since she was a child. But she is not very dedicated to her studies, and only the year before did she get into a junior college in the Magic City. Just Yu Jinxiu has never been able to look up to the family of Song, thinking that it is from the village, vulgar, and therefore has never had any dealings with Song. I didn't expect to run into them here today. Yu Jinxiu subconsciously took a look at the Qinglin beside Song, and she sat with the old man is different. Qinglin is a very cultured at first glance, even leaving aside that handsome appearance. His whole body's temperament also made it impossible for people to ignore. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but stiffen right then and there. She had been better looking than Song Yan since she was a child, so why should she be able to find such a high-quality rich second generation while she could only be pampered to a Mediterranean sea? Wasn't it just that her grades were a little better than hers? What good is a nerd? Still a nerd from the countryside. Song Ren nodded at her and didn't mean to say much. After all, the two of them weren't really close, and it wasn't good for her to open her mouth about this kind of thing. However, when Song Bei didn't speak, the old man Yu Jinxiu was carrying opened his mouth. His eyes clearly brightened as he looked at Song Bei. Jinxiu, you know this young lady? The corner of Yu Jinxiu's eyes couldn't help but twitch, and she couldn't help but turn her head and walk away. But in the end, she could only accompany a smile and say, Mr. Wang, this is my cousin. The eyes of the old man called Mr. Wang were obviously a few points more eager. So it's a cousin. Nice to meet you. With that, he stretched out his hand to shake Song Yan's hand that was hanging at her side. Song Yan just wanted to make a move, but she saw that Mr. Wang's hand had already been ruthlessly slapped out by Qinglin. Qinglin took a step forward, moved his gold glasses, and smiled politely towards Mr. Wang. This Mr. Wang, please respect yourself. The next time you reach out your hand will not be so simple. Ning Qinglin was smiling and his tone was very polite, but the general manager Wang in front of him shivered uncontrollably. His eyes sized up Qinglin's outfit and did not see a familiar logo mark, turning as if he suddenly had a bottom, and his tone was very contemptuous. 2. Yo, isn't it just a greeting? Young and vigorous is indolent. Cousin may want to take a good look at what this place is, lest you fancy what little boyfriend and cannot afford to buy. That is not a disgrace? Who is your cousin? Song, you look at your age, all caught up with my father, but also cousin? Can't you have some face? Her people, she did not say. To an old immodest here dog-eyed look down on people? Mr. Wang's face immediately brushed down gloomy. Beside Yu Jinxiu hastily rounded off. Mr. Wang is my husband. Isn't my cousin my husband's cousin? Song. She just replied back that she was protective on the contrary. The fire in Mr. Wang's heart receded a bit as he was pampered by Yu Jinxiu. It was only in his eyes that he looked at Song Ren that he still carried a few moments of obvious interest. How can I say that you're also Jinxiu's cousin? Which bag do you fancy that I'll send you? These youngsters were all like this, all pure as anything at first. Don't falter when you have the ability to face money and luxury. Against these young people, he knows better than that. Yu Jinxiu is not so over? Yu Jinxiu, who was secretly dissed, had a sense of crisis right away, and his eyes glanced at Song Yan's body again, and his face immediately became bad-looking. Just now, she had been surprised, and only now did she realize that this cousin seemed to be quite a bit prettier. Her skin was better than the careful care she had to take every day. Her complexion was also very white. Even what she wore were all big branded luxuries. She looked like a veritable rich girl. Where was the impression of a countryside earth girl? Hubby, my cousin doesn't like these. Without waiting for Song Yen to reply, Eugentio shook Mr. Wang's arm and pouted. Mr. Wang was obviously very flattered, and his mood became better. Consider it as my gift to your cousin. The implication was naturally that he wouldn't take another shot at Songrun. Only then did Eugentio let out a sigh of relief and pretended to be generous to Song Yen. Since my husband has said so, then you can pick one, cousin. As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard Song Yen give a soft laugh. She just didn't understand. Why was there always someone with a condescending demeanor who wanted to pay for her? Last time, Wu Wenwen was, and this time, this Mr. Wang was as well. Since this was the case, how could she waste their intentions? So looking at Mr. Wang and Eugentio, her eyes curved. Are you guys telling the truth? Seeing this, the smile on General Manager Wang's face obviously deepened a bit, deliberately looking at Qing Lin, who was standing by the side in silence, and very generously said, of course it's true, just pick it without worry. Getting an affirmative answer, the smile on Song Yan's face likewise deepened a bit. Turning her head towards the guide beside her, she asked, which is the most expensive bag in your store? The guide, who was eating melon from beginning to end, was shocked, and immediately put on a very professional stance, and directly led Song Bei to the innermost part of the store. Our store just happened to have a new Birkin, matching 1-to-1. As long as you spend $700,000, you can buy this bag. As we all know, the number of Hermes Birkin produced each year is extremely rare. In order to screen out the highest quality customers from it, so the allotment system is used. In short, 1-to-1 matching system. That is, you want to buy 700,000 bags, you have to consume the same price Hermes clothes, watches, and jewelry and other things. Song Ren nodded to the guide right then and said briskly, this is it. Let's go up and choose something now. Behind him, Mr. Wang's face instantly turned green when he saw this. Chapter 22, it's not like you can't pay the bill, right? Not only Mr. Wang, even Eugentio beside him had a green face. Originally just wanted to show off a bit. Who would have thought that this cousin would be so unintelligent? Choose a few tens of thousands of dollars, even if directly ran to 70 million. She did not even dare to let Mr. Wang send so expensive. At that moment, she quickly stepped forward and stopped in front of Songren and the shopping guide. Facing the two's puzzled gazes, Eugentio could only smile stiffly at Song. Cousin, this style is a bit mature. It's a bit inappropriate for you to pick this, isn't it? Song Bei tilted her head and smiled at her in the same way. It's appropriate. I just wanted to buy it to give to my mom. For you, Mom, and you're treating me like an ingrate? The smile on Eugentio's face was almost impossible to maintain. A woman from the countryside. What did she know about Hermes? Looking at the Song, the shopper immediately understood and stood still. Song naturally also understood what she meant, so she pulled out her wrist and smiled once again. But I just like this one. Song, you just want to treat me like an ingrate, don't you? Does uncle know you're so vain? Eugentio saw that Song still had a persistent face and wanted to go forward, and directly tore his face off. It's true that you are worthy of being from the countryside and rural areas. You look like you've never seen the world, and you have to pick the most expensive of everything. And don't look at yourself as being worth so much money? As if she hadn't seen money in 800 years. How could her boyfriend be so blind as to look at such a commodity? Thinking of this, Eugentio subconsciously looked at Qinglin, only to see that the man was still smiling at the side, looking at Song Yan with a gentle and doting smile, as if she had just done a childish prank. Eugentio was so angry that she was about to vomit, but his face was so good-looking, so he was blind. Hearing her say that, Songren also finally put away the smile on his face. I also wondered. At the beginning is also you guys fine up. Want me to pick a bag is also you guys again and again request. How is it that when I really started to pick it out, my cousin flipped out instead? It wouldn't be. Songren turned her head slightly, looking at Mr. Wang with a faint but extremely insulting gaze. It wouldn't be that this Mr. Wang can't afford to pay the bill, right? Mr. Wang's face instantly became taut, and his hand wearing a gold watch immediately pointed to Qing Lin on the side. Of course I can pay the bill, but little girl, in the end, you're just one of Gene Shou's cousins. I'm letting you pick one because I think highly of you. In front of your boyfriend today, why don't you follow me and I'll pay this bill for you? In Mr. Wang's opinion, it was a matter of pride to win over the same sex, especially when this same sex was younger and better looking than him. There was nothing more comforting to him than digging in someone's face and still succeeding. If he could get this manly man's girlfriend to take the initiative to throw herself at him, he would recognize more than $1 million. However, before Mr. Wang had the chance to get complacent, he was kicked out in the next second. Qing Lin didn't bother about the several guides in the store who were stunned. He just coldly looked at Mr. Wang, who was kicked to the side by him. I said, if any more disrespectful words to Miss come out of your mouth,
I will never spare you. Looking at the miserable appearance of Mr. Wang falling to the ground,
Eugenio screamed and rushed forward. Qinglin obviously did not stay his hand.
One of Mr. Wang's front teeth was touched off by the doorframe.
Blood was smeared all over his mouth.
Looking indescribably wretched,
Eugenio turned back at once, looking at Song Bin with a gaze that was practically explosive.
Song Bin, if anything happens to Mr. Wang, you'll be finished. Song, however,
just raised her eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth came back.
Is that so?
I'll wait for any trouble. Eugenio subconsciously felt that Song's reaction was a bit off, and before she had time to think about it more,
she was grabbed by the wrist by the general manager Wang in front of her. Medical 1.
Eugenio reacted for half a day before realizing that General Manager Wang was talking about the hospital.
Thinking of Mr.
Wang's love for his own life,
Eugenio no longer dared to delay, laboriously helped him up,
and hurriedly dialed 120 for help.
On her way out, she didn't forget to give Song Bo a hard stare. Song, this matter, we're not finished. Song, who was glared at, couldn't help but lose a smile, but didn't take it seriously at all, and directly returned her gaze to the guide, with Qinglin on the side to help with the reference. Song quickly chose a few clothes for Song mother, plus a watch and a few pieces of jewelry,
spending a total of $1,100,000.
In addition to the Birkin bag just now,
another smaller Kelly 28 was picked, adding up to exactly $1 million. When Song Yan handed the black card to the shopping guide,
that melon-eating shopping guide's eyes instantly widened. Boy,
this was a black card from the Huaxia Bank. How blind were those two people just now to have sarcastically criticized people for not having money so many times,
both explicitly and implicitly? Especially that old man just now, who looked like a thug, actually blurted out something about helping people pay their bills if they followed him? Do they need him to pay the bills? No wonder he hit the man so sharply. Not at all afraid of that thug looking for trouble.
Eating melon guide silently pursed his lips.
Looks like the mob if really looking for, finished or dedicated to help Song. Song Yan, on the other hand, took Qinglin to buy gifts for Song's father and sister-in-law respectively. To Song father's clothes picked Armani, belt shoes naturally also matching to come, a total of 800,000 spent.
And then Song father and sister-in-law husband loved to drink.
Simply bought another 20 bottles of colored glaze rare Guizhou Maotai.
Are 30 years,
each bottle is priced at 11,999.
A person 10 bottles.
Didn't dare to buy more. After all, wine this thing. Drink too much will also hurt the body. Sister-in-law and Song mother age is about the same. Skin care products are naturally also less. Simply go to La Prairie counter. Platinum series full set of direct packing too. There are also a variety of pastries. Nature is also cannot be less. Bird's nest and so on also bought a lot. The last is his cousin. Sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband only his only son. This year just entered the Imperial Sports University. Unlike Eugenio, this cousin of hers has been very protective of her since she was a child, taking her as a real sister. In my memory, when the original owner was with the scum, she didn't ask this cousin to borrow money. Song Yan thought about it, simply to get a set of electronic equipment for the cousin. Alien X17 R2 laptop and the latest model of the Fruit cell phone, packaged directly filled in the cousin's school address and sent it over. As for the things of Song's father, Song's mother and sister-in-law, naturally, is directly sent home. Chapter 23, Important Contacts. After finishing everything, it was already close to evening. Song Yi sat on the Lamborghini and let out a long breath of relief. Although the strength was all from Qinglin, she still felt exhausted. Wait until the host has digested all of the divine gene optimization liquid. The host's physical quality will also reach the most perfect state. The system's cute and adorable voice came coldly in her head, startling Song Bei. Song raised her eyes and saw a brand new transparent panel appear before her eyes. Host, Song Bei. Age, 19. Height, 161, can grow. Face value, 6. 3, can grow. Physical quality, 5. 2, can grow. Skills, God-level driving skills, martial arts all-rounding, God-level gaming skills. Top white beauty progress bar, 1. 7, total progress bar is 100. A new physical quality as well as skill panel was added, and Song Ren's gaze focused on the physical quality side for a moment. No wonder she was tired after half a day of shopping, so the physical quality had just reached the average. Host, don't forget, the average value also includes the elderly and small children. Song Yan, the grandpa also practiced Tycoon, and the AMA also danced square dance. She, on the other hand, will only be paralyzed. The system saw the situation, silently added, host in the martial arts all-powerful after the physical quality of the body has been enhanced a little, originally but in the average value below. Song Yan, then how long does it take for the physical quality to reach the most perfect state? Since physical quality is an internal condition that won't be noticed by onlookers, it'll be a week. since others can't see it, then why can't it be done in a day? Song Wan skimmed her mouth, looking for trouble over nothing.
System, being too fast will affect the host's body. The divine gene optimization liquid will automatically generate the most perfect solution, so please don't be in a hurry.
Song Wan just wanted to ask something more,
when she heard the system's voice already ringing once more. The host's face value and height will be adjusted within half a year.
So don't panic, host. Song Wan, you're such a little wit. By the time Song Bei returned to the dormitory, it was already 7 o'clock. The girls in the hallway obviously still remembered Song Bei being approached by a luxury store clerk for a delivery, and couldn't help but keep their eyes on her for a while as they passed by. Because they were majoring in computer science,
there weren't many girls, so there were a lot of fresh faces from other departments on the first floor.
Song Bei was very calm about the gawking of the bystanders and went straight back to the dormitory.
Only when she opened the door did she realize that the dormitory was obviously a little different from previous days.
Qi Xingran, who hadn't been in the dormitory much,
was now sitting on a chair, handing out snacks he had brought back to Li Lui and Huang Ran with a smile on his face.
Seeing Song Bianhui come back, Qi Xingran's gaze obviously brightened, holding the snacks and coming over. They said you haven't eaten dinner yet.
Have some of this, an old shop in front of my house. It's delicious. What Qi Xingran handed over was a small crispy pork wrapped by a paper bag, and it smelled really good, especially with the chili peppers sprinkled all over it. It was appetizing at first glance.
Well, it's really delicious.
Li Lui also took a paper bag and ate it fragrantly, unable to stop her mouth from letting out praises. Although she didn't know why Qi Xingran suddenly returned to the dormitory and uncharacteristically took out snacks to share with them. This crispy meat was really delicious. The outside was charred and the inside was tender, and the sauce was superb.
Seeing that Song Bei didn't pick it up,
Qi Xingran directly handed it to her,
enthusiastically saying, I bought it after specifically asking about your preferences, so it would be a waste if you don't eat it. Seeing this, Song Bei could only take it.
Thank you. She actually probably guessed what Qi Xingran was thinking.
Sure enough, immediately afterward,
she heard Qi Xingran say with some embarrassment,
I didn't live in the dormitory before,
so I don't know too much about many things. My mom said that it's not good for me to live at home all day without contacting my friends at school, so in the future, I might have to live in the dormitory with you guys.
If there's anything I can do to help, just tell me. Li Lui didn't realize it, but Huang Ran guessed it. Qi Xingran didn't go back to the dormitory during his freshman year,
and suddenly said he wanted to move back after his sophomore year,
saying that he wasn't aiming at Bianrui.
But to put it bluntly, Qi Xingran in addition to some mercenary,
there is no major flaw in character.
The three of them naturally smiled and expressed their welcome,
as they were all in the same dormitory. Seeing this,
Qi Xingran let out a sigh of relief in the bottom of her heart. What her mom said was indeed correct. The relationships that could be cultivated during the 4 years of college were a lot more secure than the friends made after entering society.
Look at Song Prada. According to their families, if it wasn't for Song, they probably wouldn't have been able to buy such luxuries in their lives. And now, Song gave them away without blinking an eye.
She couldn't help but think that if she had lived in the dormitory since her freshman year, and had a good relationship with the girls,
the things that Li Lui and Huang Ran were getting right now,
would there be a share for her as well? So when her mom asked if she wanted to live in the dormitory, she agreed with little thought. She admitted to having selfish intentions, but it wasn't for the sake of wanting Song Wan to buy her something.
Making such connections was much more useful than those luxuries.
Luckily, she still had 3 years to take her time to maintain this relationship. A bigwig like this could turn her life upside down with just a little bit of information leaking out from the cracks of his fingers.
Thinking of this, Qi Xingran's gaze towards Song Bing became even more solemn and serious.
I'm sorry for yesterday at the mall. I apologize to you on behalf of my cousin.
Even if she hadn't intended to have any dealings with the people in the dormitory before, she hadn't belittled them.
Qi Zhiyue was completely spoiled by her great-uncle and great-uncle.
Speaking without thinking, Li Lui and Huang Ran at the side froze, their gazes clearly carrying some questions. Song Wan, however,
had no intention of saying more and directly shook her head.
I didn't take it to heart. If it wasn't for Qi Xingran, she wouldn't even know who Qi Zhiyue was. Ruining her mood for someone she didn't know was not necessary in the first place.
Only then did Qi Xingran smile easily and handed the juice to Song Bei's hand.
Drink this.
The four of them finished eating the crispy meat and drinking the juice, and naturally they didn't have a stomach for dinner.
After washing and rinsing, they went up to their beds. Tomorrow morning there was a class, plus Song Bei had run all day today. It didn't take long to lie down on the bed and go straight to sleep. The next morning, Song Wan was directly woken up. Wei, get up. We should wash up and go down for dinner. The first one to wake up was still Huang Ran, shouting towards the location of the two's beds as usual. Only after a dozen seconds or so did she remember something and added, Xingran, get up. Song Ran opened his eyes in a daze, and heard the familiar voice of the system ringing in his head at the first opportunity. Ding, it's a new day. Is the host signing in? Chapter 24, Julinyu. Reward computer omnipotence. Signing in.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Gene Mao Tower, worth 80 billion.
Reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Gene Mao Mansion?
Song Wan rubbed her eyes, even if she didn't react when she heard Gene Mao Mansion. It was worth $80 billion, but she heard it clearly. Because of this, Song Wan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The Magic City was afraid that there would never be a second Gene Mao Tower. When the Gene Mao Tower was first built, it was famous for its height of 425 meters, a total of 707 square meters of floor space, and as many as 130 elevators inside. It is an architectural building that combines modern office buildings, five-star hotels, convention and exhibition centers, entertainment, shopping malls, and other facilities. In addition, its top floor is also the famous high-altitude observation deck in Magic City, from which the whole Magic City is at the bottom of her eyes when she looks down with binoculars. In the time it took her to open her eyes, she had taken ownership of this building. As always, the cell phone rang soon after. Song Yi was already familiar with the process and directly picked up the phone. The words on the other side of the phone were indeed still familiar.
Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Song Yin Song? I'm Chow Hai,
the property general manager of Gene Mao Mansion. The documents have all been signed on this side of Gene Mao Mansion.
May I ask if you'd like to come over for an inspection?
There were many companies within the Gene Mao Mansion, so it was managed by a specialized property company. When Chow Hai heard the news of the building changing ownership, his heart was more than a little apprehensive. He was afraid that this Missy would be unhappy and directly change their property company, so his words inevitably brought some caution.
In addition, the next quarter's funds will arrive tomorrow. May I ask Ms. Song which account she is going to remit to at that time?
Some other day. I'll inform you separately when I go over.
Song Yi, however, didn't care much.
She just touched her forehead.
She was about to go to class. As for the account number, I'll text you later.
Okay, just notify me directly when you come over. Chow Hai's voice was still very respectful, and it was only until he hung up the phone that his heart slowly let out a long breath of relief.
It looked like this Ms.
Song had no intention of changing the property company for the time being.
Soon after, Chow Hai tensed his mind once again and turned his head to his secretary. Xiao Su,
you quickly notify the various companies in the building of the building's change of ownership.
The new owner may be coming to review it recently, so tell them all to pay attention and don't dash off. Linhai University's computer science department was ranked at the forefront in the entire China.
Thus there were many standouts. Every year, there were outstanding graduates who returned to the university to give speeches to give back to their alma mater and also to recruit talents.
As soon as the four of them arrived in the classroom, the class guide solemnly introduced them to the youth standing beside him. The youth was named Chu Lingyu, about 1.85 meters. His looks were the kind of deep, handsome, angular face with a bit of coldness. Only when he smiled did he make people feel a bit close to him. The students in the class immediately widened their eyes when they saw his appearance. Before this one graduated, he was a famous figure in the school. It was said that when he was still in school, he dragged his classmates to start a company, and the game he made in the first year made them famous in the industry. By now, they have already made 3 games that are all over the internet. The class looked at him in surprise. Whether it is boys or girls, the face is obvious through a few points of worship. Huang Ran was no exception, pulling Song Bei's wrist and shaking it several times with a face full of excitement. I heard that this senior Chu was our current class guide when he was in school, and that's why he came over to our class to give us an explanation on game making. I didn't expect the class guide to be so bullish. He really invited the person back. We're really lucky. It had to be said that in this aspect of game production, Chu Lingyu was a professional. A class full of explanations were all dry goods, and the students in the class, especially those who were interested in games, all listened as if they were mesmerized. Even those who were not interested in the game looked at that handsome and extraordinary face, also focused on it. The only one who was still immersed in the joy of getting the ownership of the Gene Mao Mansion was Song Yen, who couldn't stop praising the system in his head for being simply awesome. From the outside, it naturally looked like they were just wandering around. Chu Lingyue instantly noticed her amongst the group of students who were listening attentively to the speech. At that moment, he slightly frowned. What he disliked the most was the students who wandered off in class. Especially, it was still in the classroom where he took the time to come over to give a speech for the sake of the class guide. This student, do you have any thoughts on what I just said? Before Song could return to his senses, he was stabbed in the arm by Huang Ran beside him. Calling you, the entire class gathered their gazes over, including the class guide who was sitting next to them, and their gazes towards Song Bei changed instantly. Those who were able to get into Linhai University were undoubtedly either very smart or very diligent, and in her impression, Song had always been diligent. On weekdays, no matter whether it is class or homework,
are very serious. Now it is not easy to have such a rare opportunity. This child how to walk up. Ding, the host's predicament has been detected, and a randomized mission has been issued. As a top white rich beauty, how can you not know anything when asked? Task released, impress Chu Lingyu. Successful mission, gain computer omnipotence. Mission failure, no punishment. Song decisively stood up and said word for word to Chu Lingyu on the stage, "Hello senior. I just have a somewhat different view of what you just said." Hearing Song Bing's words, Chu Lingyu had not yet spoken, but the students below had already exploded. Damn it, is that still Song Yan? How did she suddenly become so bold? She's not serious, is she? Why didn't I think of anything different? She can't be stupid because she was dumped by her boyfriend, can she? You're not well informed, are you? How come I heard it was that man who still wanted to redeem himself, but was directly hit in the face by Songbin? Maybe it was to get Senior Chu's attention? The last person to speak was a girl, with a few moments of anger clearly still on her face. Senior Chu was their god, not just in their department, but in the entire school. He was a notorious male god. Since he was a god, he was destined to be unattainable. What does Song Yan mean? If you want to rely on this way to get the attention of the god, go to sleep. Even the class advisor couldn't help but purse his lips. It wasn't him who said that Song Yan had always been moderate in her coursework. Although there weren't any big mistakes, it was obvious that she wasn't someone with a lively brain either. It couldn't be that she was really trying to get Lin Yu's attention like the others had said, could it? However, Song heard a familiar system voice at this moment. Ding, the mission was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining computer omnipotence. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Chapter 25, Ding, discovering investable investors. As the sound of Song Bian's explanation rang out, the students in the classroom slowly quieted down. They were all in this specialty, so they could naturally hear if it was made up or not. She also didn't say that Chu Linyu was wrong, but instead used a different method to explain the idea of making a game that he had just talked about. It was easy to understand and a bit simpler than what Chu Linyu had just said. At the end, even Chu Lingyu on the stage couldn't help but straighten his complexion and unconsciously added a few more points of solemnity to his gaze towards Song Yan. Her voice was excellent, her words were clear, and the terminology she used was very professional. Her views on the game were also very novel. Not that he hadn't thought of it, it was just that he had never extended it towards this aspect. But she didn't stop, as the explanation slowly went deeper and deeper, and later, in the entire classroom, only Chu Lingyu and the class guide were still listening attentively. The class guide nodded his head uncontrollably as he listened, and the gaze he looked at Song Bei had already turned into one full of appreciation. He had said that Song Bing was a reliable kid. When he said that he had ideas, then he must really have them. On the side, Chu Lingyu's furrowed brows had also long since unfurled, and even looked at her with a few moments of surprise in his gaze. If the deduction she mentioned was successful, it would be possible for the game to once again qualitatively reduce the amount of memory it took up while maintaining its quality. How important this was. He had been making games for so long, so he naturally knew it very well. It was also because of this that the eyes that looked at Song Yi shone with a shimmering light. The girl in front of him had a clear look with a few hints of sophistication, and especially when she was speaking eloquently to her profession, the confidence was enough to cloak her in a layer of the brightest light. This is a genius, he thought. It would be great to dig into his company, especially after Song Bian finished his insights. This thought of Chu Linyu's reached its peak. Not caring that he was still giving a speech to the schoolmates, he directly spoke to Song Bo. This schoolmate, are you interested in coming to work for us at Linyu Technology? The treatment will be favorable. Chu Linyu opened his mouth, directly making the students who were still in the clouds react. In their gazes towards Song Bing, there was only amazement left. Linyu Technology was the company that Chu Linyu had started when he was still in college, and it had become very famous in the industry in the past 2 years. Their company's treatment was even more famously generous, and being able to enter Linyu Technology could be said to be the dream of most of the students in their department. Digging up people in public? Is Song Bian so bullish? Needless to say, that specialized terminology one after another. I can't even understand it at the back. Senior Chu personally invited me, so this treatment must be another layer thicker, right? Not only that, Song Bing is already on his way to the pinnacle of his life. How come you guys haven't heard that Song Bing has been driving a Lamborghini Bull into the school for a while now? Under the gazes of her classmates who were either surprised or sighing, Song gently shook her head. Sorry, I'm just in my second year of college, and my schoolwork is still very heavy. Besides, she had the system in hand. Even after graduation, there was no need to enter the company at all. Chu Lingyu seemed to have not expected him to refuse. His deep eyes fell on Song Bei's body with more than a few moments of puzzlement. If it's because you're worried about your schoolwork, you can just report to the company on the weekends. Such a talented person. How could he watch her land in another company?
he wasn't stupid. However, Song Yi still shook her head. I'm sorry senior, I don't have such an idea for the time being. Shu Lingyu was stunned. It was not a good idea to dwell too much on top of the classroom, so he only nodded and continued his speech. It wasn't until Song sat down again that the few girls beside her, Huang Ran, couldn't help but poke her with their arms. Yo wow bing bing, that's right, really fighting for our girl's face. Can't you see those boys in our class are all convinced? You're really great. Bien bien, like they're computer science majors, it's usually the boys who are more eye-catching. And today, when Song Yan came to such a scene, she really brushed their girl's face in the class. Song Yan smiled and didn't say anything, and placed her gaze on Shu Lingyu on top of the podium. If there was no system, she would probably be ecstatic about such an opportunity. Shu Lingyu's workshop didn't last too long, and the bell for the end of class had already arrived as promised. This time, the students didn't look forward to going outside the classroom door like they did in the past. Instead, they all looked in Shu Linyu's direction. After this time, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to hear Senior Chu's lecture again. Shu Linyu, however, seemed to not even realize it, and after simply wrapping up a tale, he walked to the class guide. Seeing this, Song Bei was ready to return to the dormitory with the three Huangran. However, just after leaving the door and walking down the hallway, they were blocked by Chu Linyu's figure. Chu Linyu's gaze looked straight at Song Bei in the middle of the several people, his gaze focused and firm. Schoolmate, just now in class you said those. I still have some questions I want to ask you for advice. Do you have time to have a meal together? Ding discover can investor. Host can view the information. Oh, before Songrin could react, she saw a familiar transparent panel appear in front of her. Only the panel wasn't her information this time. Investor, Chu Linyu, age, 25, height, 186, return on investment, 5,000%. Sonny looked at the panel and couldn't help but purse her lips slightly. System, what the hell is an investable investor? As the name suggests, an investable is an object that the host can invest in the near future. The ROI is the return on investment that the host can get within a year after investing. Hearing this explanation, Song Yan's gaze towards Chu Linyu has suddenly gained some subtle ghostly light. A 5,000% return on investment for a year. Calling what Chu Senior ah, this was clearly her golden lump. My pleasure. Looking at Song Bian's uncharacteristic promise, Huang Ran's trio fled the scene at a very fast speed with very good eyesight. Seeing this, Chu Linyu's lips also finally added a few more fine smiles. What would schoolgirl like to eat? Brother Linyu. Before Song Bei could reply, a girl dressed in a pale yellow dress had already dashed towards this side cheerfully. The girl was very pretty, and as the flower of the foreign language department, the moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of the majority of the boys behind her. Her gaze, however, only fell on Chu Linyue. Even when she saw Song Yan standing beside him, she raised an eyebrow intentionally or unintentionally and directly ignored it. Brother Linyu, I heard that you went back to school and immediately rushed over. Luckily you haven't left yet. The smile that had just risen on Chu Linyu's lips faintly and unnoticeably converged a bit. Originally, it was a sudden decision that I would come over here. You don't need to come over specifically for this. My schoolmate and I have already made an appointment to go to dinner, so I'll excuse myself first. Chu Linyu's voice carried a few points of cold detachment, favoring the girl who couldn't see the same. Standing still, after seeing Song Bo's looks, her gaze instantly revealed a full of hostility. Isn't this the person who made himself lose face in front of the handsome man yesterday? Chapter 26 Random Quest Reward. French Proficiency. It had only been a day. How could Su Ruochao forget Song's appearance? When he thought of the scene yesterday when he was so embarrassed to try to talk to the handsome man. But the handsome man walked towards this woman. Su Ruochao couldn't wait for the song in front of his eyes to hurry up and disappear. Especially, this woman obviously had that handsome guy from yesterday, and now she still wants to come over to color his brother Linyu. I haven't eaten yet either. Since brother Linyu you guys are going to eat, we just happen to be together. It's just one more person eating. This sister shouldn't mind, right? However, before Song Bing could speak, Chu Linyu's brows had already gently furrowed. His voice was clear and cold, but carried an undeniable, I'm afraid it's not too convenient. After saying that, no matter what Su Ruochao's reaction was, he took Song Bei and left straight away. Song Bei couldn't help but look back at the girl, only to see her standing in place with hatred. Seeing her turn back, meeting her gaze itching to eat her, a cauldron fell from the sky. She didn't eat with Chu Linyu to talk about love. Song Bei shrugged her shoulders and directly turned her head back. Chu Linyu's attitude was obviously different when facing Song Bei. With a few moments of heartfelt gentleness, schoolgirl hasn't said what she wants to eat? I'm not picky, it's all fine. Song Bei returned with a smile. Guest as host, her goal was to take down this investor. The two of them rode in Chu Linyu's car and soon stopped in front of a French restaurant. The flavor of this restaurant is very good. Schoolmates can try.
Chu Lin Yu gentlemanly opened the car door for Song Bei and extended his hand to her. Song Bei nodded her head, and the two of them walked into the restaurant with different minds. The owner of the restaurant and Chu Lin Yu were obviously acquaintances, and when he saw Chu Lin Yu, he walked towards this side from afar. Song Bei obviously felt that the two were exchanging pleasantries. The boss also looked toward her from time to time, full of smiles. However, she did not understand a word of the gibberish. Seeing this, the boss hurriedly converted the language into stumbling Chinese, releasing a signal of goodwill towards Song. Proposed number, Mary Stock Lady. Ding, as a top-ranking rich white woman, how can you have a knowledge blind spot? The system releases a randomized mission to complement the boss's lush hair. Mission completed. Rewarded with French language proficiency. Mission failed. No punishment. Before Song Ren could reply, he heard the system's voice in his head, subconsciously looking towards the restaurant owner's hair that was shiny in the first half and still lush in the second half. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Then, the same raised a very friendly smile and said to the owner, "Hello, your hair looks really lush." "Oh, Ding's huh? School sister proposed is really my no lead sigma." "Oh." Before Song Bing could react, she saw her boss's eyes light up. On the side, Chu Linyue also couldn't help but smile a little and curved the corners of his mouth, and watched as the two chatted happily for a few more moments before ending the conversation with the boss and leading Song Bei towards her seat. Pulling out the chair for Song Yen, Chu Linyue could not help but smile at Song Yen. Mr. Petit likes to hear people praise his hair the most, and he would come to Huaxia in the first place because he saw the advertisement for Baidao shampoo. The corner of Song Bei's mouth couldn't help but twitch again. Then after he came to China, Chu Lingyu sat down opposite her, his tone still with a smile. After coming to Huaxia and being conquered by the food, he directly stayed. As for the hair, a little more psychological hints will pass. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in French. Rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. In the blink of an eye, Song Yi's mind was already filled with all kinds of knowledge about the French language. Just when she wanted to continue saying something, she heard a familiar voice ring out. Brother Lin Yu, you guys came here to eat as well? The person who came was Su Ruoqiao, who she had just met not long ago, and at this time, her hand was gently sat in the arm of a strange boy. Song Yi didn't recognize her, so she calmly watched as she pampered Chu Lingyu. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we just sit at a table? The boy who was sat on Su Ruoqiao's arm was obviously very excited looking, and asked at Su Ruoqiao, is it someone you know? Su Ruoqiao just nodded her head, and then immediately heard Chu Lingyu say without a trace of mercy, we want to talk about things. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to be together. You guys should go to another table? Hearing him say this, Su Ruoqiao's face almost became a little taut. Subconsciously, she glanced at Song Bo, and then smiled towards Chu Lingyu in a pretense of intimacy. Alright then, it's just that auntie just called me, saying that she has something for me and asked me to go home with brother Lingyu. We'll just eat on the side. Brother Lingyu, just call me when you want to leave. After saying that she just wanted to pull the boy beside her to leave, she heard Chu Linyu's cold and detached voice once again ringing out. Su Ruoqiao, I have to send my schoolmate back later. I don't have time to join you. If you need to get something, you can just ask my mom to find someone to pick you up. He refused dryly, without a trace of procrastination. Thinking about it, he knew that even if he didn't send Su Ruoqiao, she still had ways to go back. Instead, the schoolmate was the one she brought over and needed him to be responsible for sending back. If he brought someone over and then directly dropped them here, that would be truly unreasonable. The smile on Su Ruoqiao's face really couldn't be maintained this time. When she raised her eyes and saw the chef walking over, she deliberately called off the chef, then provocatively looked at Song Bo and said in French, what are today's specialties? The chef was a pure Frenchman, naturally responded to her fluently. Hello miss, today there are scallops and beef that have just been flown in. My handling of scallops has been praised by many. Su Ruoqiao's afterglow noticed Song Bin's look over. The condescension in her heart went up a level, and again as if she didn't realize it, she looked over to Song Bin and said softly in French, then this sister, I wonder if you like scallops. Chu Lingyu's gaze towards Su Ruoqiao immediately took on a coldness, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he heard the girl sitting opposite him faintly open her mouth. It happens to be counted as a favorite. Thanks to the student's reminder, it seems that coming here today is the right thing to do. The girl's voice was still very nice, with a bit of a lingering crispness, like a bell tinkling. The most crucial thing was that she spoke back in what was clearly very fluent French. Chu Lingyu and Su Ruoqiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned for a moment, and then they saw the chef next to them whoosh and walk to the front of Song Bing. His big face was still wearing a very surprised smile, and he looked very kind. Oh, this young lady, your French is just like your mother tongue. I haven't heard such pure French for a long time. Have you lived in France? Chapter 27, $50 million. Is it enough? Su Ruoqiao could no longer hold back at that moment.
Her face directly became iron blue. She also stopped talking, pulled the boy beside her and walked towards the table next to her. Before leaving, he also heard the chef praising Song Wan. "Your French is simply wonderful. I've come into contact with quite a few people who speak French since I came to China, but your accent is simply the purest one." The boy beside Su Ruoqiao could see that the goddess was unhappy, and hurriedly comforted him carefully. "Ruoqiao, your French is also very good." Su Ruoqiao couldn't help but give him a blank look, not even interested in talking anymore. The first time she met this girl made her lose so much face, and today it's like this again. That girl must have done it on purpose. After she went back today, she would definitely tell Auntie about this matter and see which side Auntie was on with them. A girl with a boyfriend still shamelessly trying to hook up with Lin Yu's brother. Dream on. Song Yi's side was clearly unaffected. After finally sending the excited chef away, the atmosphere between Song and Chu Lin Yu had become very relaxed. Chu Lin Yu's gaze towards Song unconsciously changed once more. He was a very calm person himself, but she always seemed to be able to break his usual thinking, causing him to constantly shift in his inherent thinking. "I thought you were the most talented in computers, but I didn't realize that your talent in languages wasn't weak at all." He had to admit that he couldn't even hide his inner surprise just now when he heard Song Yi tell the chef that he had never been to France. There had never been many geniuses in this world, and he himself was considered one of them. He had thought that he had found another one in the classroom today, but when he got closer, he realized that this genius had brought him far more surprises than he had imagined. Song Bo smiled calmly on his face, but in his heart, he began to think about how to open the mouth of the investment. Between the two of them, the appetizers had already been served. The chef obviously had a personal interest in Song Bo's table, and not only the caviar they ordered was placed on the table, but the foie gras was also very delicately made and looked delicious. Once again, Chu Linyue couldn't help but smile softly. "It seems that today I'm dipping into my schoolmate's favor." Sure enough, the next soup and side dishes were also obviously more refined than usual. The main course was even more remarkable. The St. Jacques scallops and braised veal in white sauce were exactly what the chef was most skilled at, and they were all set out in an extremely exquisite manner. The salads and desserts, needless to say, were also expectedly delicious. Only after the food was finished and the table was set with coffee did Chu Lingyu finally rehash the old story to Songren. "Schoolgirl doesn't want to come to Lingyu Technology because she's worried about not having enough time because of her heavy coursework? Or is it because my Lingyu Technology really can't attract schoolmates?" Song Yen raised her eyes. "The status of Lingyu Technology in the minds of the students of our department is naturally incomparable to other companies. Song Yen thought for a moment and tried to use a more appropriate phrase. "It's just that there's not much of a shortage of money." Chu Linyu cried and laughed. He had thought of many reasons, but only this had not occurred to him. His eyes subconsciously paused on Song Bo, dressed in luxury goods. It really didn't look like he was short of money. Taking a sip of coffee, Chu Lingyu only finally found his voice in general. "But you would choose the computer department in the first place. You should also be interested in this specialty, right? Wouldn't it be a waste if you had such a talent and didn't use it?" Chu Lingyu obviously couldn't see a hint of interest from within Song Bing's gaze, and pondered a little before continuing. "What if I say that you can also go in and out freely after joining Lingyu Technology? You don't have to go to work on time like everyone else. You only need to make 2 trips when you want to come. And in addition the wages are all favorable?" It wasn't that he hadn't encountered this kind of dislike of bondage. The current game planner in the company had been snubbed by him like this. Lin Yu's company atmosphere has always been very good. Come to say that they may not want to leave. Hearing this, Song Yan's gaze moved slightly. "Actually, if Senior really wants me to join Lin Yu Technology, there is another way." "Oh?" Chu Ling Yu's eyes obviously had a few more points of interest. "School sister, tell me." Song Bing blinked. "Senior's Lin Yu Technology, is there still a lack of investment right now?" This sentence directly to Chu Lin Yu asked stunned. Thought 1,000 times did not expect Song Yan actually play this idea. Some funny convergence of the eyes. "This is a student's sister want to share our Lin Yu Technology?" Song very directly nodded her head. Seeing Song pleasure, "The investment is always full of risk. Is not afraid of the basket of water is empty?" To put it bluntly, the production of games was the most costly. It wasn't possible to say when Lin Yu Technology would fall flat on its face. Song Bing's face was with a few points of surprise. "Senior is afraid that he doesn't know the power of your name in our Linhai University, right? It's a gold standard, isn't it? Not to mention, she had the system to help her cheat. It was impossible to lose money. It just depended on when she could invest successfully." Hearing Song Yi's answer, the arc of Chu Ling Yu's lips deepened significantly. "So is that what schoolmates think as well?" Song Bei decisively nodded her head. "A 5,000% return rate within a year. How many can compare to that?" The pleasure in his heart seemed to have inexplicably increased by a few points. Chu Lingyue straightened his figure, but his brain was still awake, and his gaze at Song Bing was also more serious. "How much do you want to invest?"
After the success of the first game he made, there was no shortage of people looking for investment. However, since he opened his company, he had not accepted an investment. For one thing, he wasn't at a point where he was short of money for the time being, and for another, the current Lin Yu had a great atmosphere that he had built with his own hands, and he didn't want to ruin it because of some other factors. That's why he had always been cautious in matters of investment, and easily wouldn't open this mouth. But the girl in front of him was different. In addition to her extraordinary talent for computers, she was also his schoolmate. The company's shares are now in addition to his hands of 90%. In addition, there are 10% in the hands of the two ministers. The two ministers are very capable, and it took a lot of effort to recruit them at the beginning. If Song Bo can join Lin Yu technology and can show enough strength, it is not impossible to give her a little share. However, he saw that the girl sitting opposite him seemed to ponder for a few seconds, and then uncertainly stretched out 5 fingers at him. $50 million, is that enough? Chapter 28 Green tea tactics are outdated. Sister. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Song Ren took back 4 fingers again, leaving only 1 index finger. So, $100 million? Chu Lingyu, are all college students so rich nowadays? The investment he thought was at most $1 or $2 million, plus the schoolgirl's skills. He could logically offer to give her 5 to 10% of the shares and then keep her in the company. As a result, this schoolgirl is good. A mouth in 50 million and 100 million. The body tentatively leaned forward, the voice also with a bit of uncertainty. Schoolgirl is saying, you want to invest 100 million? Song Yin thought for a moment. 200 million is also fine. Tomorrow the next quarterly funds for the Gene Mao Tower would arrive, and with a 5,000% return rate. Of course the more you invested, the better. The corner of Chu Lin Yu's mouth really couldn't help but twitch now. He had the heart to tell his schoolmate not to joke, but looking at her serious appearance, he couldn't see a bit of joke in it at all. Coffee is also not drinking. Chu Lingyu looked at Song Bo's gaze with a contemplative color. Can I reply to my schoolmate after a period of time? Originally thought it was just to recruit another talent for the company, but now it seems that it's not like that at all. With this $200 million invested, his shares would have to be reduced to a small half. Then he saw Song Yan on the opposite side of the room bend the corner of her mouth towards him. It's okay. Chu Lingyu subconsciously sighed in relief, and when he looked at Song Bei again, his gaze had become somewhat complicated. $200 million said to vote. Just trust him that much? After the two ended the topic, they exchanged contact information again before they were ready to leave from the restaurant. Not far away, Su Ruo Xiao saw the appearance of the two getting up, not caring that the boy across the table was still drinking soup, hurriedly chased after them. Brother Lin Yu, are you guys leaving? Chu Lin Yu turned back to look at her with impatience in his eyes. Su Ruo Xiao was stunned. Her face instantly had more than a few points of aggravation. Brother Lin Yu, I've thought about it. I can go with you to send this sister. Then we can just go home together. In that case, there's no need to trouble Auntie to send someone over to pick me up again. Chu Lingyu didn't even think about it and was about to refuse, but his cell phone vibrated at this time. Seeing the caller ID, he picked up the phone somewhat helplessly. Mom, what is it? Song Bei was still wandering in the sky when she was pulled back by Su Ruoqiao's intense hateful sight. Meeting her gaze, Su Ruoqiao even rolled her eyes furiously. With Auntie on her side, who could snatch Brother Lin Yu from her? Song Yi was speechless at the moment. They didn't know each other at all, right? What was she imagining here? Chu Lin Yu just at this time put his cell phone slightly farther away, then approached Song Bei, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Mind if I give you a ride with another person? Hearing this, Su Ruoqiao's gaze immediately revealed a few points of complacency. Definitely won't mind after all. This sister still wants Lin Yu brother to send back. The implication is that the person who rubs the car and sits on it has no right to speak. Chu Lin Yu's hand holding the cell phone tightened all of a sudden, and his face became extremely cold, when he saw Song Bo beside him suddenly smiling brightly at Su Ruoqiao. How old are you? Su Ruoqiao was asked about her age, and her mind subconsciously thought of the sentence where Chu mother said that she and Chu Lin Yu were the most compatible with each other with a difference of 5 years. At that moment, she demonstratively straightened her chest. Breasts, 20. The smile on Song Yi's face became even brighter. Sorry, I'm 19. Su Ruoqiao didn't react for a moment to what Song meant, when she heard Song say with a face full of sincerity, that's why you keep calling sister. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate, and I don't have any personal relationship with senior, so there's no need for you to tea to me. Song Yan's expression still contained a smile when she said this. Moreover, this kind of low-level routine seems to be outdated already. Sister. Originally, she was not going to pay attention to Su Ruoqiao. However, Su Ruoqiao didn't seem to understand that things could be 1 or 2 but not 3. Not to mention that Chu Lingyu and her were only in a relationship where they hadn't yet worked together. Even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she couldn't possibly put up with this kind of low-grade green tea for the sake of a guy. with the system in place. Doesn't it smell good to concentrate on getting money? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of bravely fighting green tea sobriety little chivalrous girl.
The system rewards a Lamborghini Veneno.
The reward has been issued.
Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Song Yi was slightly stunned. When it came to the Veneno,
I'm afraid there were still people who didn't know much about it.
But when it came to its other name, I'm afraid it would make people hear it like thunder. Lamborghini Poison. This limited edition sports car with only 14 units in the world.
The selling price is as high as $45 million.
Compared to the Big Bull,
the grade is not known how much higher. Just as she was thinking, she turned her head and saw that Su Ruoqiu had completely failed to maintain her well-behaved image, and rushed at her with a face full of anger.
Song Yan, enough.
Chu Lingyu had already hung up the phone in his hand at this time, looking at Su Ruoqiu with nothing but coldness in his gaze.
Su Ruoqiu, my mom is still sick.
You should know that I hate it when someone uses my mom. The afterglow slightly swept a glance at Song Yan who stood at the side, and his mind unconsciously recalled the words she had just said that there was no personal relationship between them.
Inexplicably, her heart became more irritated, and her tone towards Su Ruoqiu, who was already bored, became even colder. Besides,
you are the one who wants to rub the car, so please get clear about the situation. Su Ruoqiu was directly stunned there. In the past, even if Chu Lingyu was cold to her, he had never expressed his disgust so bluntly. The smile on Song Bo's face had also turned into a full of smugness in her eyes at the moment.
At that moment,
the string that was taut in her heart snapped all of a sudden.
Pointing at Song Yan, she said, "You think you can fool Brother Lin Yu, but can you still fool me? You're not pretending anymore. What you're saying is better than what you're singing. Don't you approach Brother Lin Yu with all your heart and soul just for money? I've seen a lot of women like you. You're all in your face and behind your back. Just say how much money you want. I'll give it to you." And also pretended to calmly say what nothing personal relationship. No personal relationship will be privately about dinner? No personal relationship Lin Yu brother will be so gentle to her? He even managed to take over the delivery? Even for the sake of this woman. Also fears her. Su Ruoqiu. Just as she thought of this, she heard Chu Linyu's familiar voice ringing behind her. Turning back, she only saw that Chu Linyu's face was already cold to the extreme. Su Ruoqiu subconsciously winced, and then suddenly remembered something in general. Rushing to remedy the situation. Brother Lin Yu,
I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated by her.
You don't know.
I personally saw her walking close to a boy yesterday.
Right in the school. Yun saw it too.
She has a boyfriend and still this close to you.
It must be for the money.
I really just fear that you will be cheated before I lose my mind for a moment. Finished. Also afraid of Chu Lin. You do not believe in general. Large eyes are instantly filled with tears.
Brother Lin Yu, don't be angry.
I'm just afraid that auntie will be angry when she knows this Before the words were finished, the trailer dragging the fiery red Lamborghini Veneno stopped in front of him.
Chapter 29, Reward of 100 million fighting dollars.
That flash of fiery red was so bright that it shone brightly under the hot sun. Between Su Ruoqiu's tearful eyes, her gaze was already filled with the bright light of that car. She subconsciously blinked her eyes, only to see that the fire-red Lamborghini body alignment is extremely arrogant, like the king of beasts sitting quietly in the jungle. Has not yet sent out the movement has been enough to make people's blood spurts. At this time just accompanied Su Ruoqiu dinner boys just finished checking out of the restaurant. See this scene directly cannot help but quickly ran forward. With a face full of excitement, he looked at the fire-red supercar that was being loaded and unloaded in front of him in amazement. It's the real Lamborghini Poison. I can't believe I'm actually here to see a Poison with my own eyes. The boy stopped a few steps away from the trailer and hurriedly took out his cell phone, snapping multiple shots in a row in the direction of the Lamborghini. This is going to be huge if I post it to my friends. Who would have thought that I would be able to see a real Poison in my lifetime? I also don't know which god's driver it is. Today is really lucky. At this time, the person on top of the trailer came straight over in the direction of a few people. The boy froze, and subconsciously asked the staff, "Is this off limits?" The staff member's footsteps lurched, and then directly turned his gaze towards Song Yi in the middle of the several people, smiling at the boy. Whether it's allowed to be filmed or not is naturally up to the owner of the car. The boy followed the staff's gaze and instantly froze in place. Was it what he thought it meant? The owner of Poison's car, so small? If he remembered correctly, wasn't this girl the same student that Ruoqiu had told her was not in her right mind and was approaching Senior Chu just to circle the wagons? The staff member, as if to verify his suspicions, walked straight to Songrin, respectfully handing out the paperwork sheet and car keys to her. "Ms. Song, we've finished the paperwork for the car. You just need to sign." The boy's gaze instantly became horrified, and even the goddess filter on Su Ruoqiu faded a lot. Are you kidding me? A godly big brother who could own a limited edition Poison, approaching Senior Chu in order to circle money? Was he crazy or was Su Ruoqiao crazy? Su Ruoqiao obviously hadn't realized the change in the boys, and was very dissatisfied with him just focusing on taking pictures of the sports car, ignoring himself. This dissatisfaction reached its peak when she saw that the owner of the sports car was Song Bo. Looking at the boy's appearance of not having seen the world, the tone of his voice brought some contempt in it. Isn't it just a sports car? Wasn't it also a sports car that you drove when you came here? Is there a need to make such a fuss? The boy turned his head, and for the first time, his gaze towards Su Ruoqiao brought some one-liners in it. Can a sports car be the same as a sports car? My Porsche 718 is just over $1 million. Lamborghini Poison is a top-of-the-line supercar that there are only 14 of them in the world, with a price tag as high as $45 million. Moreover, the hardest part is that even if you have $45 million, you can't buy it at all. Su Ruoqiao could no longer care about the boy's different tone from before. Her entire body froze there. It was obviously a bright sunny day, but it was as if she was being doused with a bucket of cold water over her head. $45 million, a sports car that money couldn't buy, was Song Yan's? Then what she just said to brother Lin Yu, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? However, Song Yan had already received the car keys, greeted Chu Lin Yu and got into the car. The fiery red shadow of the car disappeared in the blink of an eye. She clearly did not say a word, but directly set her off as a self-talking clown. Su Ruoqiao turned her head violently, wanting to explain something to Chu Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, Chu Lin Yu. However, just like Song Bian just now, his eyes did not stay on her for an instant, and then walked straight past her. Then drive, fire, action in a single breath. That familiar car is also like following the shadow of the fire-red car. In front of her directly disappeared without a trace. Su Ruoqiao could no longer hold back and sat paralyzed on the ground. She did not understand. How did things become like this? Driving a Lamborghini Poison Songbian but has long since already left her behind. Because in the mind once again rang the system that budding voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defending the dignity of the rich white beauty and obtaining the title of Green Tea Terminator. The system rewards 100 million Do coins. The system has automatically recharged the Do coins to your account for you. Please pay attention to checking. Do Rin? Do sound live? Song Yan slightly licked his lips. Douyin was different from Axe Tooth. It was started with short videos, so the foot traffic was several times that of Axe Tooth. Converted into virtual coins, it's also different from Axe Tooth's 1:1. Douyin is 110, so 100 million Douyin is 10 million renminbi. The key is that there will be a multiple of cashback after consuming virtual coins. Even if it is the lowest 10 times cashback, she can get 100 million without any effort. The multiplier is a little bit higher. That is even more beautiful. The system is to make her on the road of live platform cash. Never return all. Just at this time Qing Lin called. Song Yan picked up the phone to listen to a few words. The fire-red sports car directly turned a corner, towards the direction of the Tang Palace. Yao Jia, the manager of the property department, had already waited at the entrance of the Sandalwood Palace early in the morning. Although she had already gotten the news that Miss Song had changed her car, Yao Jia couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw that the new car was a Lamborghini Poison. Boy, this was truly an unadulterated godly luxury. As we all know, limited edition cars are the hardest to buy. In addition to having money, you also had to have the channels to do so. And yet, this MS Song, it was like buying vegetables. Yesterday it was a Lamborghini Bull. Today it had already been replaced with Poison. Worthy of being a big shot who could buy the Tan Palace no. One villa. Yao Jia took a deep breath and greeted her with a bright smile. In less than 2 minutes, Yao Jia had already logged the new car into the Tan Palace's system registration as well. The information has already been registered. If MS Song still has any questions then just look for me directly. 24 hours I can handle it for you. Song Yan nodded with a smile before driving towards Villa 1. It had to be said that Qing Lin really lived up to the name of an all-round housekeeper. Having just arrived here yesterday, today Villa 1 was already being taken care of in a well-organized manner. Her bedroom was located on the 3rd floor where the space was the largest. The check room was already filled with the latest fashions from all the major luxury brands, and the cosmetics and jewelry area was also full. Qing Lin's aesthetics was very online. Song Bei looked down in a circle and was simply satisfied. Qing Lin, who followed behind her, only slightly raised the corner of his mouth after seeing her satisfied look. Miss, there are still nannies and cooks already waiting downstairs. Do you want to go take a look? Chapter 30, The Second Investor. Song nodded and followed Qing Lin to the 1st floor. There were 7 people standing in the living room at the moment, with 4 people standing at the front. After Qing Lin's introduction, Song Yan realized that among the 4 people standing in front, the woman dressed in plain but clean clothes was Mrs. Wu, who oversaw the villa's hygiene and purchasing. Standing beside her were 2 middle-aged men in chef's uniforms. The one who was obviously Chinese was called Zheng Hai.
specializing in Chinese cuisine,
especially Sichuan cuisine. The one with blonde hair and blue eyes was Thomas,
specializing in Western cuisine. The last one is a woman in her 30s, with a sense of determination, named Jiang Shui, a dessert chef.
From what Qinglin said,
Jiang Shui's ancestor was an imperial chef in the palace,
and her specialty was desserts.
The three women behind them, on the other hand, were the same as Mrs. Wu,
the ones who cleaned the villa. Waiting until Song Yan nodded her head,
the 7 people then neatly bent down towards Song Yan. "Good day, miss."
Song Yan directly waved her hand and dismissed them. "I don't have that many rules here.
You guys don't need to be so nervous, just do your own thing."
The 7 people nodded their heads in a hurry, but the respectful look on their faces did not fall. The rich man living in Tang Palace is not something they can imagine. The only thing they can do is to do their part well and make the lady happy, so that they don't lose this well-treated job, especially the 3 maids in charge of cleaning. This opportunity was only available to them after layers of selection, and they couldn't wait to act immediately to vote. At this time, Song Bo had already brought Qinglin back to the 3rd floor, lying on the bed, listening to Qinglin's careful report on how much money had been spent on each item, and without realizing it, she had already fallen into dreamland. Seeing this, Qinglin gently took off Song Yan's shoes for her and helped her adjust her position before slowly leaving the room. By the time Song Yan woke up, it was already more than an hour later. Taking out her cell phone and looking at the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Putting on her slippers, she went downstairs, only to find that Qinglin had already had various desserts and fruit teas prepared. Casually taking a piece of dessert and leaning on the sofa, it was true that the people Qinglin had found had nothing to say. The desserts were sweet but not greasy, and carried a fresh fragrance, not at all comparable to the desserts outside. Song Yi blinked her eyes, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve. This kind of life is simply not too comfortable. At this time, the cell phone beeped. Song picked up the phone and looked. It was Li Lui. "I'm not super handsome, unbeatably handsome in the universe." Mentioning Douyin, Song Yan just remembered that the 100 million Do coins rewarded by the system at noon hadn't been spent yet. Opening the app, sure enough, the 100 million Douyin was lying quietly in her account. In passing, she clicked on the live room shared by Li Lui. The number of people in the live room was not small. There were more than 1,000 people. Although it is not comparable to those big anchors, the Douyin live broadcasting room can be a real live person. When Song Yan came in, he was singing a song called Lun Yan. His voice is clear, like a gurgling spring in the summer, giving people a sense of freshness. The anchor's name was Under the Sleeping Star, and he was indeed a super handsome man as Li Lui had said. He was the kind of person who had a very clean look, and his hair wasn't bleached and dyed. The whole person sitting there was like a silent national painting. Can the stars not go away? It's all that Ding Li's fault. Is it a big deal if you have many fans? I can't sing it myself and then suppress the stars. I went over there to take a look at it, and gave the master a look at the vomit. What garbage singing, this can also be fire. Is it true that you have more fans these days? I've never seen such a thing as a plagiarized original that encourages fans to expose the original on the internet. Our Lele is originally original. There are a lot of similar scores. Are they all plagiarized? The first time I saw this, it was a very good idea for me to go back to my old school. 666. The music scores are so close to coinciding that it's not called plagiarism? I've learned a lot. Rubbish anchor, hurry up and leave Douyin. It's not the end of the line for Lele. Get lost upstairs. Go back to your master. The time for one song was soon over, and after the anchor finished singing, he came close to the screen and looked at the public screen, with a touch of indescribable fatigue in his eyes. I'm thankful that my old fans are still trying their best to defend me, but I'm sorry, I really don't want to broadcast anymore. I want to rest for a while and go back to my hometown to have a look. The anchor didn't mention the dinglo that the fans were talking about in the slightest, but the old fans in the live broadcast room became even angrier. Dog Bei Dinglo. I can chase and curse him for the rest of my life. Don't. Can a big brother come over to look at Star? Star really works hard and sings great. Just because Dinglu has more guild fans, can he bully people like this? The dog then Dinglu is still live, but also ing secretly poke in the miserable. I'm really convinced. Our original has not said anything. He ing plagiarized is endless. The anchor seriously looked at the people defending him on the public screen one after another, but his face was full of bitterness. It was clearly that Dinglo who had plagiarized him first, and the fans had all gotten the sheet music comparison charts out. But over there, they were hitting him with a rake, saying that he was rubbing off on him. A large group of fans came directly from that side, making a mess of his live room. There were even people who directly humanized his address and sent him dead rats and wreaths. Sighing faintly and unnoticeably, he hardened a smile at the camera. Don't be upset, everyone. In fact, this dream of mine to sing wasn't very realistic in the first place. My parents didn't approve of it from the very beginning. and it's me who stubbornly insisted on it until now. After a pause, his voice seemed to have become lighter as well, again as if he was comforting himself. Now, it's just a return to the normal path. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, besides wanting to cry, their hearts were filled with a sense of powerlessness. Some of them were the ones who had accompanied the anchor from the very beginning until now, watching him create his own scores and fill in his own lyrics, step by step. It is not easy to see a little light. Fans slowly more and more. Then came a shameless plagiarist. Not only did he not admit that he plagiarized, but he also hit the back of his own fans to attract their own fans to expose an sleeping star under the net. I posted the words and quickly sank. There must be a guild over there to guide. That dog then previously forced an anchor to withdraw from the network. And now this trick. Evil not disgusting. Ah. You guys are the ones who are disgusting. If it wasn't for you guys touching our Lele, we wouldn't have wasted our time coming over to scold you. Song Wan figured out the general course of events and slightly tilted his head, when he heard a familiar voice ringing in his head. Ding, detected investorable. Fu Xingmian. Chapter 31 Moon Emperor's Platoon. Exclusive godly gift special effect. Just like when they met Chu Lingyu, a transparent light screen soon appeared in front of Song Yan. Available investors, Fu Xingmian. Age, 22. Investable direction, singer. Return on investment, 3000%. Song Bei finished reading the light screen in one glance, and couldn't help a flash of surprise sweeping across her gaze. To know, Chu Linyu's talent in game design and management of the company is recognized. He even with Linyu technology to bring her return on investment is only 5000%, is already very high. And Fu Xingmian alone can bring her 3000% ROI. One could imagine how strong his talent was above the singer. His eyes fell on Fu Xingmian. He was still looking at the pop-ups above the public screen. Those abusing him one by one crossed his eyes, but he no longer wanted to care. He only wanted to remember those who had spoken up for him and had been silently supporting him in his last moments. Even if he encountered setbacks in the future, he would never forget them, he thought in his heart. However, in the next moment, a huge stage special effect violently appeared in front of the screen. Carnival. Huazi ah. Is this the star finally being favored by Big Brother? Oh Big Brother, take a look at our stars more. With talent and face, it won't be a loss to get in. Everyone look at the name. Isn't this our Moon Emperor? Is the Moon Emperor coming to Douyin? Moon Emperor is mighty. Ask if you don't understand. May I ask who is the Moon Emperor? Back above. The superb man who swiped 3 million RMB in Axe Tooth in 2 days. Naturally, it wasn't all so harmonious amongst the public screens, especially the people with the Lu family army fan tags. Just because the name is the same, does it have to be the same person? Maybe it's still the same person who followed the trend and changed his name after watching others' Axe Tooth divine magnificence catch fire. One carnival and you're happy like this. Get a little bit out of yourself, guys. Maybe it's still the actor that this anchor found himself in order to rub off on us. Before rubbing our joy, now rubbing someone else's axe teeth. Big Brother, why do you guys love rubbing so much? It's the Truth family. They can't change this problem of touching porcelain. Also Moon Emperor, if this is really Moon Emperor, I'll be live streaming upside down and eating siang. Song at. Then you'll remember to honor it later. That person didn't panic at all when he saw Song Bei's at, and replied with a backhanded reply. You're still pretending? Are you addicted to acting? He's a big man who swiped $3 million. Do you want to look at yourself? A carnival is $3,000. What are you pretending here? And then, immediately afterward, the public screen was filled with special effects. Early Moon gifted anchor sleeping star. Carnival X1, Early Moon gifted anchor sleeping star. Carnival X1, sleeping in the stars. Carnival X10 inch, times 10. Nabuki gifted anchor sleeping. Carnival X20. Asterisk. I'm uneducated, so I'm just going to say, this is the real Moon King. Is this the Moon Emperor's row? I'm going to have to leave behind my Harla. Moon Emperor, this is abandoning the little bamboo, ha 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 ha. Anchor is developed. Tears of envy and jealousy are flowing from the corners of my mouth in front of the screen, manually at the one who was going to live broadcast eating poop upside down. Remember to fulfill the promise, oh, dog head. Watching the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly soar to 10,000, and still rising rapidly, Fu Xingmian was dumbfounded. Carnival is the most expensive gift in Douyin. He usually can't receive one from year to year. Axe teeth of the Moon Emperor he is aware of, although not in a platform, but her 2 days directly brush 3 million move has long been in the anchor brush burst. It's not that there hasn't been such a god's hero. Those big anchors of the list 1 list 2 in the event, there is no lack of brush on the million. But the problem is that the Moon Emperor is a veritable wild god of luxury. Not labor unions, not a trust, that is a gold flash. Big Brother. He had envied the anchors who were brushed with gifts by the Moon Emperor. but he had never thought that he would one day become someone who was brushed with gifts by the Moon Emperor.
Without exaggeration, Fu Xingnian's hands were shaking right now. Thank you for Moon Emperor's carnival.
Yet the special effects on the screen didn't seem to have the slightest intention of stopping.
Times 66, times 100, the carnival, as the most expensive gift in Douyin, comes with a platform-wide notification message. As the carnival grew, the number of people in the live room quickly came to 100,000, and the number of people online was already no less than that of the big anchors. Originally there was still some gap in the public screen has now also long been densely pop-up screen brush full, where you can still see the previous top of the Lejia Army fan brand of people to dominate the screen look. By Moon gifted anchor Sleeping Stars, Carnival X 300 to anchor, times 800. Family, we just said that the person is numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the anchor got rich overnight. The knight is rich. Moon Emperor is still missing pendants? Brothers shouted with me, the Moon Emperor Bull Batch. Moon Emperor gifted anchor, Sleeping Star, Carnival X 1000. Right after Song Era swiped 1000 carnivals, a different announcement appeared in the system. Congratulations to Tropic of Cancer for obtaining the right to use the Imperial Dragon's gift effect. Congratulations to Manhwa for obtaining the right to use the special effects of Royal Dragon's gift. Congratulations to Bright Moon for obtaining the right to use the special effects of the Imperial Dragon's heavenly gift. 3 consecutive statements directly made this announcement different. The unknown crowd directly clicked into the introduction of Imperial Dragon in heaven and looked at it. Then the public screen exploded once again. My plants are grassy. 3 million RMB to unlock the gift special effect of the exclusive Divine Hero. Can I say I'm seeing it for the first time? Originally thought the carnival was the top. I didn't expect to see a 10,000 gift. Is this a hidden egg of Douyin? My reasonable suspicion is that the official is afraid that the godly man will get impatient from clicking the screen and then stop clicking. Song Bian also froze for that much time. Honestly speaking, the pointing was a bit handsore. Replacing it with 10,000 a piece of Royal Dragon in heaven would be much easier. As a result, the special effects in the live broadcast room went straight from Carnival to the magnificent Imperial Dragon in heaven. Times 1. Nimbus gifted anchor, Sleeping Under the Stars, Dragon in the Sky times 100. Ryuki gifted anchor Ambien, Dragon in the Sky times 500. It wasn't until Song Yi had spent all the remaining Do coins in his account that he finally stopped. At this point, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had already reached more than 1 million, with a popularity comparable to that of Douyin's top head anchors. Douyin doesn't have a god of heroes, but a god of heroes who brushes $10 million at a time has never existed before. The entire 10 million yuan brush out. The public screen has completely exploded. Even the other big anchors cannot help but have come to this originally inconspicuous live room. Fu Xingmian, completely on fire. Chapter 32, 50 times cashback, arriving at $500 million. Poverty limits my imagination. 10 million. Whole 10 million nah. Kidnap the anchor bar family members. I don't envy. Not at all. Really, tears are gushing out from the corners of my mouth. The Moon Emperor's strike is as terrifying as it is Anchor is so lucky. Realizing financial freedom in one day belongs to. Fu Xingmian was originally sitting on a chair, and had already stood up to thank Song Bian when he swiped out of the carnival. Right now, the entire person was completely in a state of daze. What was the concept of $10 million? He hadn't signed up for a guild, and he still had a full 5 million after splitting it 50-50 with the platform. Just like the public screen said, just so a moment of time, because the Moon Emperor, he has completely realized financial freedom, can buy a house, can the countryside mom and dad are picked up, even, don't have to quit broadcasting. This $10 million to him is definitely not just money. The accompanying benefits are definitely not small. Fu Xingmian stared blankly at the more than 1 million people in the live broadcast room. Just in this short period of time, he had already risen 1.5 million fans, and the rising trend of the number of fans hadn't slowed down until now. Thank you Moon Emperor for flying dragon in the sky. Does Moon Emperor have a song he wants to hear? Fu Xingmian's voice was muffled, but his face was completely devoid of the exhaustion from before. His eyes carried a shimmering light, like a shining star in the dark night. Anchor's voice is mute and he still needs to sing? If someone brushes $10 million for me to dumb down my voice, it's fine. Dog's head. Upstairs is a ruthless person. What's the point of muffling your voice when it's so hard to get a big brother to favor you? It's only proper to keep the big brother. Even if it's a big brother, there's no need to lick it like that, right? The last person to speak was wearing a 10th level fan light tag from the Lu family army, which instantly allowed Song Yan to recognize him. Wasn't he the one who had called for a live broadcast of eating Shang upside down? Apparently Song Bei wasn't the only one who recognized this one, and before Song Bei could even speak, the entire public screen had already been swiped by at Lele family's little feet. Where's your live stream, big brother? It's this brother who was yelling about eating Shang upside down before, right? At Lele's little feet. At Lele's little foot. Hurry up, brother, start broadcasting. At Lele family's little foot, actually dare to come out. Respect you as a man. So when will the broadcast start? New here. Can I ask why you all want to with this person? At Lele's little feet. This person just said that if the Moon Emperor is real he'll go live and eat Siang upside down. Ha 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 shora. Then the people in front of the screen saw that person exit the live room in a swift manner, and in a short while, even the homepage became a private user. Brothers don't curse. Ran away. Can't afford to play with that. What's this Lu Jia army? That's stupid. Ding Li's fans? Powder follows the rightful owner. They're all doggone good. Looking at the man who had already been scolded and fled in his dust, it was only then that Song Yan turned her attention back to Fu Xingmian, slowly typing on the public screen. There's no need to sing. Protect your voice. There'll be plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Due to the $10 million spent just now. Song Yan's words were all capitalized and bolded on the public screen with a bright and shiny golden light, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Holy, so rich and still so warm. Anchor, you saved the galaxy in your last life? Coming from Axe Tooth to give you guys a piece of news. Moon Emperor is a very young lady. Not only is she young, her voice is also super nice. Asterisk 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 asterisk, wouldn't that anchor be the pinnacle of life? Fu Xingmian had just seen Song's words, and the thick emotion in his heart had yet to melt away when he saw these words. The heart subconsciously just moved. I don't know what kind of feeling it was. Sour and with a bit of sweetness. The voice is super nice? Good to hear. What point does he have a chance to hear it? However, when he reacted and still wanted to say something to her, he saw that after she typed 2 gone words, she left the live broadcast room very sharply. It was as if what she had just swiped wasn't $10 million, but as if she had bought a large cabbage. Asterisk 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 asterisk, convinced. Is this the real Big Brother? Moon Emperor really young, voice also good to listen to everyone? Upstairs, go to the small broken station search. Someone recorded the screen sent to the small broken station. I'll tell you one thing. You guys have some self-respect. Don't covet my wife, okay? Upstairs, pull out your sword. When Song Wan exited the live broadcast room, he saw the private messages that had exploded into heaps, and his gaze finally rested on the official message at the top. Hello Big Brother, may I ask if you're still satisfied with our Douyin's gift special effects? Song Yi's eyebrows gently raised, and he tentatively typed, can we get a special effect with a larger amount? As if waiting in front of the dialogue box, the reply there was very quick and courteous. How much do you want, Big Brother? Can you make it $100,000? Seemingly afraid that Song Bing would think it was too little, he hurriedly added, we'll do our best to make the gift's special effects more gorgeous, but there are rules above regarding the virtual amount, so please understand, and the $100,000 gift special effects are customized for you. You are the only one who can use them. God knows that when they saw this Big Brother brush $10 million in one go, the entire company was shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a godly man before, but they hadn't seen a godly man who didn't regard $10 million as money at all. The manager immediately decided to give this customized gift special effects, asking them to make sure to keep this godly Big Brother in Douyin. Song Bian naturally understood what this regulation was referring to. After all, it was virtual money. If the amount was too large, he couldn't explain it to the top. It doesn't matter. 100,000 will do. The other side still returned very quickly. Then does Big Brother have any favorite things? We can use it for customized special effects. Song Yin thought for a moment. Just the moon. After ending the session with the official, and then finding Fu Xingmian's from the private messages, and telling him the WeChat contact information, he directly retreated from Douyin, not caring in the slightest about the uproar that had been caused. Song Yan held her cell phone and nestled on the sofa, already laughing herself silly. She has always felt that the system's cute voice is quite good, and today it is even better. Ding detected the host spending 10 million virtual coins, is being multiplied cashback. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 50 times cashback. 500 million renminbi has been sent to the host's account. Please check and receive. As a little hacker who had never won a lottery, today was definitely her highlight. 50 times, the whole 500 million. Looking at the balance displayed on her bank card, Song only felt refreshed. Now, without using the quarterly funds of Gene Mansion, she could already invest in Chu Lin Yu's Linyu technology. On that day, she was so excited that she didn't even go back to school, and spoke to Huang Ran and the others and directly stayed at the Tang Palace. Dinner is made of Chinese food she wanted to eat, sumptuous and appetizing. Song ran after eating a comfortable bath, directly lying on the soft and comfortable bed. The next morning, just after opening her eyes, the system's voice rang in her head right on time. Ding, a new day. Is the host signing in? Chapter 33, the top client who bought 100 houses. Song Ran sat up in a daze and reflexively, sign in.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 sets of hard-covered houses in the Emerald Lake neighborhood. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. How many sets? Song Bian realized that he was hearing voices at a young age. The host didn't hallucinate. 100 sets. Once again, hearing the system's one-panel voice, Song was shocked and sat on the bed for a long time without reacting. Emerald Lake District can be said to be near Linhai University's most luxurious district. The district was built with exquisite greenery and layout is famous. And because of the proximity of Linhai University, the transportation is very convenient, but also became the meat and potatoes in the hearts of many high-income people. In order to avoid misremembering, Song, an average of 100,000 a square foot. Well, the smallest house inside the neighborhood also has 180 square feet. Consolidated, 100 sets of hard-covered houses would amount to more than $2 billion. San 800100, Jade Lake Neighborhood, Sales Department. Manager who walked back and forth several times in the lobby and directly frowned when he saw the snacks placed at the reception. Xiao Lu, what are you placing here? Didn't I tell you that the ones who will be coming later are our top important customers? So don't put out these weekday snacks. Hurry up and change the most expensive snacks in the lounge for me. When Xiao Lu finally placed the new snacks, manager who gathered people back into the middle of the hall, looking at the receptionists and salespeople lined up, manager who seriously checked their attire. No problems were found, and only then did he say to them with a serious expression, the customer who's coming later is a big boss who has directly bought 100 sets of houses from us, so all of you give me a boost and make sure to let people feel our most proper service. I'll put my words up front today. If anyone loses their chain, don't blame me for being unkind. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard this. Even though they had heard the manager say in the morning that a top-tier client was coming over, how could they not have expected that this weight class would be this heavy? The house price in Magic City itself was very expensive, not to mention the Emerald Lake as a luxury neighborhood. The average price of a flat of $100,000. Surprisingly, someone will directly buy 100 sets. What conditions, what family this is? The crowd was thinking this way when they saw two figures walking over from the gate. The people were a man and a woman. The man's big belly, gold necklaces and gold watches. Afraid that others do not know that he has money, like, only the head did not know why. Actually wrapped a bandage. The female is wearing cool, permed with a big wavy volume. A black tight little short skirt will be bumpy body perfect show. This kind of combination they had seen the most when they were doing sales and reception. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. All of them were a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that this was the big boss who had bought 100 sets of their Emerald Lake properties? Eugenio looked at the sales that were lined up in rows, all looking over towards this side. Their gazes even carried a strong sense of envy and amazement, and the vanity in her heart instantly reached its peak. Hubby, look, people have said that the reception on this side of the Emerald Lake is notoriously spot on. We've only just arrived at the door and people are already coming over to greet us. The man beside him naturally also saw the awe that filled the gazes of the salesman, and at that moment lifted his chin. Well, not bad. Immediately afterward, he brought Eugenio to the front of the crowd with a condescending look. Take out the floor plan of your place and take a look. When the crowd heard this, they scrambled to get it, and then they heard manager who very calmly assigned, Xiao Lu, go and bring the house model plan over for this guest. By the way, take the guest to see the model drawing. The crowd that was originally scrambling to go over instantly froze in place. The smarter ones had realized what was going on and quickly returned to their original positions. The rest saw their actions also reacted, and their faces also instantly lost that attentive energy. After half a day, the original is not the big boss in the manager's mouth. Eugenio was originally full of satisfaction, wanting to look at the floor plan in the crowd of people, to experience the envy of the eyes of the crowd. Immediately afterward, she saw that the crowd, which had been so attentive, quickly withdrew that gaze. Instantly, he blankly glanced at manager who, what's the matter? We're here to buy a house. What's wrong with having more people over for an introduction? Dead nerd. As soon as the words fell, the roar of an arrogant supercar came into her ears. Then Eugenio saw that the dead nerd who had just maintained order with his face dab and leapt out. Immediately afterward, she saw that the people who had just shown her envious looks also ran out in a hurry. In front of them, there was only the young salesman, Lu, who had just been assigned by manager who, still looking out the door with a look that had already flown out of his mind. Eugenio? Looking in the direction they ran past, only to see a fiery red Lamborghini sports car parked directly in front of the sales department. A man and a woman came down from the sports car. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, graceful and leisurely, waiting to see the appearance of the two people clearly. Eugenio instantly widened her eyes, her gaze filled with incredulity. Song Yen? Song Yen had brought Qing Lin along with her. In addition to taking over the house, she also had the intention of letting Qing Lin drive the Lamborghini Big Bull back to Tang Palace. After all, If she put 2 supercars in the school, it would be a little too conspicuous. The two had just gotten out of the car when they saw a middle-aged man with more than 24 people welcoming them. The middle-aged man at the head had an extremely bright smile on his face, walked up and bent over at Song. "Ms. Song, I'm Hu Jun, the manager of the sales department of Emerald Lake. We passed the word in the morning." Song politely nodded her head, with a faint smile still on her face. The sales and receptionists following behind them had a touch of dawning realization on their faces when they saw the scene. They said that the one who could buy 100 sets of real estate in Emerald Lake in one breath should be a super rich man, or a top-ranking rich second generation like the lady in front of them. Those two in the hall looked like a combination of a thug and a mistress. How could they have such a large amount of money? Yu Jinqiu, who had been implicitly dissed, didn't react as if waking up from a dream until she watched Song Yin and Qing Lin enter the door surrounded by a group of people. Her voice instantly became a bit shrill, and her face still carried an indescribable anger and panic. "Song, you're finished in the end. I haven't gone to find you trouble yet. What are you doing following me here again?" Chapter 34, Impossible. My cousin is from the countryside. Seeing Song Bo looking over towards her side, Yu Jinqiu's face instantly became even more gloomy. Originally, they had hurt Mr. Wang, and it was already good enough that she didn't go looking for trouble for the sake of her relatives. Now it was hard to coax Mr. Wang to buy a house in Emerald Lake for her, and she followed her. She's deliberately coming to ooh-and-ah her because she thinks Mr. Wang is interested in her, isn't she? Song Yan looked over at the voice and saw Yu Jinqiu's furious face, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Her eyes flashed with a touch of puzzlement, and her voice became colder. "I'm here to do something. What does it have to do with you?" Yu Jinqiu, however, looked as if she had already guessed what she was thinking, and her hand around Mr. Wang's arm tightened a bit. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw that Mr. Wang had already cast his gaze towards Song Yi's position. This look didn't matter. Almost instantly, Mr. Wang's gaze became obscene. What a coincidence, cousin. It had only been 2 days since he had seen her, and this girl seemed to have become a bit more hydrated. Originally, he had planned to go find her trouble in a couple days. Now that he saw this girl's appearance, Mr. Wang's mind instantly became active again. Song Bei's eyebrows almost visibly wrinkled, didn't say anything, and directly looked to the side of Manager Hu immediately understood and hurriedly made a wink towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu nimbly stepped in front, covering Mr. Wang's gaze. "This guest, I have prepared the floor plan. You come over to take a look?" Mr. Wang, however, did not have this eye, directly pushed Xiao Lu away, with a look of wealth. "Can't you see that we saw an acquaintance and are catching up? Colorless thing." Seeing this, Yu Jinqiu also lost her good looks towards Xiao Lu. "That's right, we are talking. Where do you get to interrupt?" Pushed away by the small Lu is not annoyed. Stride forward and blocked in front of the two. This is not afraid of delaying the two guests to see the house time. What the hell, relatives? Even people buy 100 sets of houses do not know. The other lady did not want to take care of these two goods. They are still hard to get in front of people. Still, cousin, this is afraid that the table has 3,000 miles, right? Seeing Song, Mr. Wang's face immediately sank, turning his head to look at Yu Jinqiu's gaze with some relocation of anger. "This is what you call the reception of the famous in place." Yu Jinqiu heart a thump. "Also do not want to find Songrin trouble." Pinching the sweet voice on the rush to Mr. Wang pampered husband. "People also do not want to delay our time. Catching up can wait for another day. We still go to look at the floor plan first, right?" If the gold master was really snatched by Song Bin's country bumpkin, she would really vomit to death. Mr. Wang glanced at her. His eyes lingered on her stomach for a while, and in the end, he didn't refute her. Song Bo's side, however, had already brought people into the reception room. In the reception room, tea and snacks have already been placed in advance. Snacks are exquisite. Tea also emits a light fragrance. Are spent on getting. Manager, who was full of enthusiasm and invited the two to sit down, and only then took out the real estate license that had been prepared earlier. A whole big box was neatly placed there. "Ms. Song, these are the 100 sets of properties you ordered from us earlier. We've already completed the procedures for you." Songren nodded and casually took out a few books and looked at them. Manager, who saw this and immediately said with a smile, "The properties you purchased are all large. In addition to the 80 sets of 260 square feet, there are 20 sets located in the very center of our Emerald Lake. It's the one with the most convenient location and the best view. Of course, the area is also the largest in our neighborhood, all 420 square feet. In addition, these 20 houses we have adopted a one-staircase one-family design to ensure safety while focusing on privacy. Do you want to go over and take a look now?" Song Yan nodded once again without much thought. It would be good to go over and take a look since he was idle anyway. When the group came out from the reception room, they saw Yu Jinqiu and Mr. Wang still staying there. still holding the floor plan in their hands. And Mr. Wang was even more furious. The smallest house is 180 square feet. One flat is $170,000. This damn set is almost $20 million. Eugene, you didn't tell me before coming that the houses here are so expensive. Eugene gripped Mr. Wang tightly, with a smile on her face. Hubby, this place is close to Linhai University. What a good atmosphere. Seeing that Mr. Wang's face didn't change at all, Eugene touched her belly as if she didn't realize it. I'm also planning for our child. Mr. Wang's face eased a bit, but still lowered his voice and said, I think the Four Seasons neighborhood is good. The environment is also good. Why don't we go there? Xiao Lu, who was responsible for receiving the two men, heard the conversation between the two men and immediately brought a touch of helplessness on his face. The Four Seasons district is an old-style district, not to mention the layout. Even the location is not convenient. Cheap is cheap, but is it comparable to their Emerald Lake? Eugene obviously also knew this. Just wanted to try again to persuade something. The rest of the light saw from the reception room walked out of the song, only to see the Songto take the brunt of walking in the forefront. That handsome and temperament of the man walked next to her. Just that to them cold face of the manager is slightly bent over a face of enthusiasm to follow the two behind. And then after that, is the great dozen reception. There are moving boxes, there is to take the juice, and take the pastry, live like a queen out on patrol. Eugene at this time, even if again stupid, also know that her cousin is not at all follow her over. However, before she could organize her thoughts clearly, she saw that Song Yen didn't see her at all and walked out with people. Mr. Wang, who was beside her, finally realized that something was wrong, and asked Xiao Lu in front of him, what is she doing here? Xiao Lu's heart was in a state of shock, but his face was still wearing an impeccable smile. Of course it's to buy a house. Seeing that Mr. Wang seemed to be a bit unconvinced, the smile on Xiao Lu's face deepened, adding with a bit of deliberateness, this big lady has bought 100 sets of properties in our Emerald Lake in one go. Can't you see that our manager is out in force? Such a godly tycoon big brother is simply not something that we ordinary people can get in touch with. Said here, also intentionally paused before continuing. Listen to what you just said. Is with this big brother have any relatives? Eugene was immediately stunned and subconsciously retorted. Impossible. You guys must have gotten it wrong. My cousin is from the countryside. How could she possibly afford a house here? Or 100 sets? Just thinking about it, Eugene felt it was too ridiculous. Chapter 35. All of a sudden on the too hot list, Xiao Lu had a face that was all over the place. Didn't you guys see the car that people were driving? Eugene and Mr. Wang subconsciously looked towards the door, just in time to see a flash of fiery red shadow that disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Mr. Wang immediately took out his gold watch and waved it in front of Xiao Lu. Isn't it just a sports car? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not interested in this area, I would have bought several of them a long time ago. Xiao Lu really didn't hold back this time. You said you bought several? Mr. Wang glared at him in disbelief. What? You don't believe me? Before Xiao Lu could say anything, he saw one of his co-workers who had just followed the big brother overfold back. Just when he wanted to ask what was going on, he saw that his colleague had already walked to the two of them in front of Mr. Wang without any haste. Both of you, our manager has ordered. You have offended our VIP. Please forgive us for not receiving you at Emerald Lake in the future. Both Mr. Wang and Eugene were stunned. Their gazes towards each other were filled with incredulity. What did you say? That colleague didn't say anything else. With a decent and official smile on his face, he waved a pleased gesture at the two of them. The manager had just been informed that these two had no intention of purchasing anything at all. Instead of keeping the two people and letting that Missy look at their hearts, it would be better to sell Missy a good. Maybe in the future there will be this kind of good thing can still think of them Emerald Lake. Mr. Wang's face was a little hung up. Sell the house where there is a guest to drive out of the reasoning. You Jade Lake, this is sure to me Wang someone to death offended? That colleague's face was unchanged, but in his heart, he couldn't help but snicker. Speaking of offending, he would like to know how these two people who couldn't even afford to buy a house in Jade Lake dared to offend that big lady. One must know that a big shot with over $2 billion of cash flow in hand and 100 houses to say yes to is something that can be counted even in the Magic City. Mr. Wang and Eugene didn't even have much time to react before they were already kicked out by the reception. When they were on their way out, they could still hear that Xiao Lu, who had just talked to his colleague with a laugh full of mockery. You don't even know. That person just said that he could have bought several of that big lady's cars. Laughed me to death. That is the world's only 14 top limited edition supercar Lamborghini Poison A. He thought it was cabbage? Mr. Wang's face, which was still somewhat indignant, instantly froze there, and his gaze towards Eugene was full of incredulity. Didn't you say that your cousin is from the countryside? On the other side, Song Yan's car followed behind manager whose car, and in less than 2 or 3 minutes,
it arrived at the very center of the Emerald Lake. The center of the Emerald Lake district is the sparkling artificial lake. The artificial lake is divided into small tributaries circulating in the entire Emerald Lake district. The region with a lot of greenery also has many pavilions, neat and elegant, and the center of the building, built in the center of the artificial lake, surrounded by elegant greenery. From a distance, the building looked like it was independent of the neighborhood, almost like a miniature version of the lake island. When Song Yen got out of the car, she realized that the building only had a total of 20 floors. In other words, she had directly wrapped up the entire building. Manager who got out of the car and hurriedly came to Song Yan's front, stepping forward to enthusiastically introduce, "This is our central area's property, and it's also the most expensive property in our Emerald Lake. Going in from this building, through the floor-to-ceiling windows you can look out over the entire artificial lake. The view is excellent and at the same time, the view is also very wide." Song Rin followed in and looked inside again. The design style of each floor was different, but undoubtedly all of them were very exquisite. The furniture and decorations used and whatnot were not as expensive as those of the Sandalwood Palace, but they were all renowned for their extravagance. Song Ran nodded with satisfaction. Now, even if he was too lazy to go back to Tang Palace, he could still completely come here to rest. After all, the distance between here and Linhai University was just too close. Manager who saw the satisfaction in Song Bo's gaze in his eyes, and in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. Although the list is big, it is also necessary to be able to keep it. If the young lady had any problems and wanted to unsubscribe, he would really be dumbfounded, because there are still classes in the afternoon. After looking at the house, Song Yen directly said goodbye to Manager Hu, and let Ching Lin take her towards Linhai University to drive. But in 5 minutes' time, the fire-red Lamborghini Poison drove into Linhai University. Compared to the previous Lamborghini Daniel, the sensation caused by Poison was obviously a bit bigger, especially for boys who love cars. The attraction of supercars for them is no less than beautiful women, not to mention a world-class supercar like Poison. From the time Chang Lin drove Song Bei into the school, to the time he returned to the girls' dormitory, a dozen or so posts about Poison had already appeared in the school. Ching Lin stayed in place watching her until her figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs before turning around and getting into the car. The three people in dormitory 302 watched this scene clearly from the window, so when Song Bei opened the door to the dormitory, she saw three glaring gossipy eyes. Huang Ran was the first to take Song Bei to sit on the chair, full of excitement. "Honestly, Bei, send you back that handsome man is not your new boyfriend? Pull, you have a good eye. The big handsome guy is just like the kind of gentle scum that comes out from the novels." Li Lui also hurriedly came to the side. 1,000 times better looking than that scum Lin Feng. Qi Xingran silently moved her chair to sit over. Was she the only one who noticed that Song Yen had changed cars again? Or is it the rumored Lamborghini Poison? Song simply cried and laughed in the face of such a battle. "Not a boyfriend, it's the assistant that Grandpa sent me." Huang Ran and Li Lui were both stunned, followed by a pot exploding in place. "Holy Bian, your grandpa must be a super big face controller." The face value of the assistants assigned to his granddaughter were also awesome. They could even hang up against those love beans in the entertainment industry who relied on their face value to eat. Qi Xingran obviously had a different idea. His voice lowered as he said from the sidelines, "What if it's the granddaughter's son-in-law that Grandpa Bian has favored for his granddaughter?" Song Bian was given a headache by a few people arguing and hastily changed the topic. "Nothing happened during my absence, right?" As soon as this was brought up, the three people came to their senses. Huang Ran opened her eyes a little wider, her tone full of excitement. "You just left yesterday, and so many people came over to ask about your whereabouts. In the end, the class guide even came over, asking for news about you that was so pleasant." "That's right." Li Lui immediately picked up the conversation. "Pull, we have always known that you have good grades, but only yesterday did we realize that you know so much specialized knowledge. You said yesterday that a lot of those are beyond the syllabus, right? When did you learn it?" Song Yen just wanted to reply, then saw Qi Xingran silently handed her cell phone in front of her. The cell phone screen was the forum of Linhai University. Hot 1, hot knowledge. Another cow in computer science. Guess when Prof. Chai will come over to ask for someone? He too, the majority of alumni come over to see the fresh and hot Lamborghini Poison. Chapter 36, let the young students pick their own teachers. The two hot lists were both about her, which Songrin really didn't expect. Luckily, the pictures that appeared in the two hot lists were at most only backs, so except for acquaintances, they probably wouldn't be recognized. Qi Xingran pointed one of the messages to her. According to reliable sources, Professor Chai is already on his way back. Song Yen froze. It shouldn't be so bad, right? Prof. Chai was a renowned bull in their computer department, the kind who could enter and leave the state secret organization. Although he was still a professor at their Linhai University,
He hadn't brought up any more students over the years. In addition to Chu Lingyue, who came to the school to ask for someone when he designed his first game, he has almost rarely appeared in the school. She had merely made some comments in class. How could she possibly lure Professor Chai over? Shi Xingran raised her eyes and said quietly, "Do you have some misconceptions about yourself? Our class guide is on the verge of praising you to the skies. Besides, even Senior Chu Lin Yu personally came down and offered superior conditions to those who wanted to be recruited in advance. How come it's not worth Professor Chai coming back?" Shi Xingran herself didn't expect her to actually hit the nail on the head, and when the four of them arrived at the classroom in the afternoon, they were surprised to see an old professor waiting there with a radiant glow. Although his hair was already a bit gray, he could tell that he was in good spirits. Who was it if not Professor Chai? Their class guide was standing beside Prof. Chai, and the two of them were eagerly talking about something until they saw Song Bo's figure, and their gazes lit up at the same time. Huang ran and the three of them very consciously took a few steps to the side, and they saw their class guide full of smiles pulling Song Bian in front of them. "Professor Chai, this is the child I told you about. Not only does he have talent, the key is that he can still his mind." Professor Chai nodded his head repeatedly, and immediately asked Song Bai a series of questions. By the time Song Bai finished answering all of them one by one, Professor Chai's eyes were almost glowing as he looked at her. Good. Our computer science department has really produced another good seedling. I have a small program here. Are you interested in trying it out? Song Ren naturally knew that this was a test, and nodded with little hesitation. She was also eager to try to see what level her computer omnipotence could reach. Immediately afterward, she saw Professor Chai with a smile on his face take out a notebook from behind his back and place it on the podium, saying with a kind face, "Come on, little student, you sit here." Song Yen froze and subconsciously looked at the class guide, only to see the class guide nodding at her with a proud face. "Go on, don't worry about the class. It can't disturb them." The group of students who were forced not to be disturbed could only watch as Song Yi opened the computer, her fingers crackling on the keyboard. They wanted to take a look at the computer screen, but they could only be pressed by the class guide to listen to the professional class. Song Bo sat on the podium was still a little uncomfortable, but once he opened the small program, he was completely absorbed. The small program is one level after another, said to be a small program, but the operation of the meticulous not half a point of error and omission. When Song Bo rushed to the 10th level, Professor Chai standing behind her couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Song Bo with indescribable surprise in his gaze. Although he had already guessed that this young student's talent wasn't weak and her knowledge was comprehensive when he had just asked her a question, he hadn't expected her to be even more talented than he had imagined. This program was an encrypted program, which he and several old guys had specially created based on the layout of the machine parts in the research institute. The difficulty of the program was gradually increasing, and the 10th level involved specialized knowledge that only graduate students could learn. Without hardened professionalism, one would never be able to overcome the 10th level in such a short period of time. Moreover, the speed at which she broke through the barrier, surprisingly, did not slow down in the slightest. From this, it could be seen that the 10th level was far from her limit. Thinking of this, Professor Chai's gaze towards Song Yen became more expectant. Soon, Song Yen went all the way up to the 20th level. Now, Professor Chai was really a bit shocked. It was important to know that the 20th level already involved some of the confidential documents of the institute. If not for the fact that Song Yen was a student of Linhai University, he would never have given her this opportunity to get in touch with these, and the speed at which she had broken through the levels to this point actually still had no tendency to slow down. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had already passed, and Song Yen had already arrived at the 50th level. Watching Song Bai's hands almost without any pause as they flew over the keyboard, Professor Chai's hands couldn't help but tremble already. 50 levels. She actually managed to reach the 50th level. This was no longer something that involved simple secrets. Professor Chai, who was originally still incredibly excited, was strangely calm at this time, and immediately called over the class guide who was giving the students a lesson. "Today's lesson is cancelled. You tell the students to all go out first." Seeing Professor Chai's serious expression, the class guide immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Without much consideration, he was about to directly organize the students to leave the classroom in an orderly manner. Just at this time, one figure after another scrambled in from the classroom door, muttering, "Where are the people? Quickly, show me. I was here first. Old man Lu, get out of my way." The crowd of students who were just planning to leave were suddenly shocked. Those figures and their gazes were all about the same age as Prof. Chai, and they were all followed by one or two assistants behind them. At a glance, they weren't any unusual characters. Isn't that the Aerospace Research Institute's Lu Lao? If I'm not mistaken, the one in the gray jacket is the chip bull Yu Tianming Yu Lao that I've seen in the weekly magazine, right? Holy, what bulls are these? Then, The crowd of students saw those bigwigs quickly look at the classroom and immediately rushed over in the direction of the podium.
And when Professor Chai, who was originally standing on the podium, saw them, his face stiffened up almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. This group of old undead. He had forgotten that the program's break-in setting could be seen whenever someone touched these old guys who had set up the program with him as well. They must have discovered the speed at which the young student he was looking at broke through the barrier before they chased after the positioning one by two and rushed over. The bigwigs who rushed over took his expression in their eyes and patted Professor Chai's shoulder one by one in a serious tone. It's not easy to have an outstanding young student.
Old Chai, you can't have such an unorthodox idea as to eat alone.
That's right.
You have to give the young student a choice and let him or her pick for himself or herself. The students who were forced to leave the classroom by the class guide without finishing reading, Omega. This could be even bigger than the battle that Senior Chu Lingyue made at the time, right?
Chapter 37 Passing. Scrambling from all the bigwigs. In a short while, only Song Yan and a group of bigwigs were left in the classroom. The people had all come. Even if Professor Chai was reluctant, he couldn't drive the people away now, so he can only shift his gaze back to the computer screen. The level displayed on the screen had already reached the 50-second level. Seeing this, those bigwigs didn't care about exchanging pleasantries with Prof. Chai. One by one, they all gathered their gazes onto the screen, and from time to time, they let out sighs of relief in their hearts. The moment they saw this program being touched, they knew that it should be one of them who had found a good seedling, but they also never expected that this good seedling's talent would be so high, just as Prof. Chai had guessed. After seeing this extraordinary speed of breaking through, the several bigwigs very tacitly let their assistants check the IP address, and without stopping, they directly ran to this place and rushed here. Really, it still feels different to see it on the computer and in real life. The little student's fingers are very slender. Even if it is tapping on the keyboard is also extremely beautiful, but a few people care about is her state of mind and fearlessness when she breaks through the barrier. It must be known that after the 50th level, the real secrets of the institute would be involved. The young student was so proficient in her field of expertise that it was impossible for her not to realize this. However, her speed barely made any pauses. Instead, she carried an aura of 10,000 enemies, and rushed straight up to ascend layer after layer of higher levels. Another 10 minutes passed, and as the big brothers watched the levels on the screen come to the 60th level, each of them softened their breathing. When they looked at each other, it was inevitable to see the shock and sensation in each other's gaze that they hadn't had time to hide. Even though they had found this place with great importance, they really didn't expect this young student to be able to break through the 60th level. In fact, when they established this program, they did not even think that someone would be able to break through the 60th level. This program only had a total of 66 levels. The key, after the 60th level, were all difficult problems that they themselves hadn't found a solution to, which were filled in by a few people for the sake of having fun. As they watched their young classmates fill in one answer after another on the screen, the several bigwigs couldn't help but come closer to the screen. Good. Upon seeing the answers to the 61 levels being filled out in full, the big brother who had just been called Elder Lu immediately couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After doing some rough arithmetic in his mind, he then slapped his big legs. A few other bigwigs hurriedly looked towards Song Biao, noticing that their young classmate had not been disturbed, before they unhappily gave Lu Lao a big pussy pocket. Professor Chai even carried Lu Lao directly behind him, lowering his voice in warning. The youngest student is still breaking through the barrier. If you're disturbed, you'll see if we'll spare you. Lu Lao knew that he was at a disadvantage. He smiled and made a zipper gesture on his mouth, indicating that he would definitely not exclaim again. And only then did he gain the qualification to stand over again, because there was no set answer. Thus there was no such thing as a barrier after the 60th level. As long as the answer was filled out, one could manually come to the next level. Several people concentrated on the computer screen, only to see that the complete answer to the 61 levels had already been filled out. There were often test questions in the examination that needed to be answered before being judged right or wrong. Song Bian didn't find anything wrong and pressed submit, directly coming to the 62nd level. One by one, familiar formulas were filled out, forming a complex and difficult barrier. The barrier was built, and the problems that had been plagued for a long time were suddenly solved. The 62nd level passed. The shock in the hearts of several bigwigs almost jumped off the page, but still held back from making a sound. Looking at the computer screen, eyes are more than dare not blink. A few minutes down, behind the assistant, you look at me, I look at you. Eyes are glaring red. Am I big brother? Several big brother but did not even notice. There are a few looking at the screen level through words even cannot help but clench their fists. The 63rd level, over. The 644th level, over. The 65th level, over. By the time the 45 minutes were over and the bell rang, the computer screen coincidentally displayed the word pass. Several bigwigs subconsciously rubbed their already dry eyes. The shock in their hearts was simply unspeakable.
Passed. A young student who was still in college had passed their program. In just 45 minutes, the difficult problems that they themselves could not overcome were all solved. Good. Heroes come out of teenagers. Good job. Are you a student of Linhai University? Do you want to come to us as a graduate student in advance? A few bigwigs reacted and went ahead to show a rather kind smile to Song Yen. Song Bo stretched her back, and only then did she notice that the students in the classroom had all disappeared. And instead, there were several old men standing behind her at an unknown time. Two of them were also wearing white coats, and at a glance, they were straight out of the institute. The gaze towards them immediately brought a few points of doubt, and before he could say anything, Professor Chai on the side immediately preempted them. The young student is called Song Yen, right? Go, let's go find your class guide together. Let's talk while walking. Before Song Yen could react, she was enthusiastically pulled up by Professor Chai and walked towards the classroom door. Seeing this, the several bigwigs on the side cursed Professor Chai's cunningness while following closely behind unwillingly. However, as soon as they opened the classroom door, they were saluted by the building's hallway full of students. At least half of the students who had just come out of the classroom hadn't left, and there were even students from other classes who had followed the sound and rushed here. And as soon as they saw them come out, their eyes all converged on them, especially when they looked at Song Yi. There was obviously more gossip in their eyes that couldn't be extinguished. What in the world had this student done to actually bring all these bigwigs, who were usually rare to see, to their school? Professor Chai had obviously gotten used to such a scene long ago, and led Song Bai straight over to the class guide who was standing by the window waiting. Seeing this, the class guide hurriedly greeted him and heard Professor Chai say to him with a smile on his face, "I see that young student Song Bian's university knowledge is already very solid. It's completely possible to directly advance to graduate school. How about directly letting her be my student?" The class guide hadn't even reacted yet, and the several bigwigs standing behind him had already swarmed over him. "Old Chai, you need to have some face. We're still here. Think we're dead? Young students, you do not listen to his nonsense. This guy's ability is just like that. Why don't you come to our space base? Treatment directly to the best. I see that young students are also very good at software research. Directly to our research institute is not bad. Our research is the most important. It is the time when we need such talents as young students. You old guys cannot rely on one side first. You're the young students' class advisor, aren't you? The younger students are formidable. Thank you for cultivating such a heavenly talent for us." The class guide, who was still full of pride, suddenly, Sigma, help! Did he have the qualifications to talk to these bigwigs as equals? Chapter 38 Rewarding Orchid Court Commercial Street. Seeing that the bigwigs were scrambling right in the middle of the building, the class guide hurriedly rounded up the situation. And, teachers, let's go to the office to discuss these issues in detail. So the hallway was filled with such a scene. The two sides of the building are full of students, but the center of the spontaneous flash a channel. The class advisor stood in the first place and led the way, and behind him were several famous big brothers and their assistants. If it was just like this, the key was that such a group of big brothers even protected a female student in the center as if they were babies, with an indescribable fervor in their eyes, until the figures of the big brothers had completely disappeared from sight. The crowd of students were all still standing in place, somewhat dumbfounded. If I don't remember wrongly, back then, even if Professor Chai valued Senior Chu Lingyu, in the end, he didn't open his mouth to let Senior Chu be his student, right? The moment these words came out, there was an outcry amongst the crowd. Everyone knew that Professor Chai had long since stopped bringing students, and coming back once for Senior Chu a few years ago was already shocking. Now what did they hear? Professor Chai wanted to take a sophomore girl as a student? And still, he was competing with a group of bigwigs for it, and so far it hadn't worked out? They only felt that this world seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. Girls' Dormitory 302. Qi Xingran suddenly stood up, startling both Li Lui and Huang Ran. Without waiting for the two to accuse her, she took a huge breath and handed her cell phone to the two. This time, I'm afraid that is really on fire. Li Lui and Huang Ran looked at the cell phone screen in uncertainty, only to see that above the screen was the very same forum interface that they had previously shown to Song. The hot one had already turned into another topic at this time, and the topic even directly pointed out the center character, on how strong Song Ren's schoolmates are, who have attracted competition from all kinds of bigwigs. At the end of the topic, there was also the word explosion. The two of them didn't bother to be shocked and directly clicked in along with the topic. The poster obviously knew how to read the minds of the people who were watching, and the first thing that caught their eyes was the side view of Song Bei with many bigwigs in the hallway. Then underneath the post was this. I know you guys are shocked why I would post such a picture. That's right, the pretty girl in the picture is Song Bian, a sophomore in the computer science department, who the owner is going to talk to you about. You guys probably don't know what this schoolgirl just did. First of all, I don't need to tell you that you should recognize Professor Chai in the picture, right? Do you guys wonder why Prof.
Chai, who hasn't been around the school for a long time, suddenly appeared today? As a big fan of Prof. Chai, I am naturally very concerned about this issue. That's right, Prof. Chai suddenly came back to school for that pretty girl in the picture. Speaking of which, I don't know if any of you think this girl looks a bit familiar? That's right, this morning's hot one, the one who was given an early recruiting order by Senior Chu Linyu, is also this girl. The above is the premise. What the owner wants to say next is more powerful. According to my untalented brother, who is in the same class as Song Bian, Professor Chai brought his laptop with him when he came up here today. Maybe someone guessed it. Right, Prof. Chai's laptop was exactly for Song Bian's classmate. Maybe it's a test. But anyway, my brother and his whole class were down there, and the schoolgirl was crackling on the keyboard on the podium in the company of Prof. Chai. Immediately after that came the more impressive one. When my brother and his class were about to end, Prof. Chai suddenly asked my brother and his class guy to interrupt the lecture and let the students all go out early. If you're a computer science student, you should be able to see what's going on here, right? Song Bian's talent is already unquestionable, and it's not a good idea to discuss it here if it's confidential, so I won't say more. Then the most critical place came, just when my brother and his team were about to leave the class. These big brothers in the picture rushed to come. Great guys, as soon as they came up, they were scrambling to be the schoolgirl's teacher with Prof. Chai. That's right. A couple of bigwigs vying for a student is a scene I'm just asking how long it's been since you've seen it. Some of you may still be a bit confused when you see this, so the owner is here to introduce these big shots in the picture to you more carefully. Prof. Chai is familiar to all of you, so I won't say too much. First of all, there is this grey-clothed big man standing on the right side of Song Bian's schoolmates, academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, our country's #1 cattleman who started the chip era. Yu Tianming Yu academician. The one wearing a blue-striped jacket to the right of academician Yu was the head of the Defense Research Department of Mordor. Then there is the old man wearing glasses and white research clothes standing on the left side of Song Bian's schoolmates, who is the deputy director of the Aerospace Research Institute, Lu Yunfeng. Lastly, the one standing behind Lu Yunfeng, who also wore a white research suit and looked very kind. I'm just asking you guys if you look familiar? That's right, he was the one who led the team that beat the M country's computer team to death 7 years ago. I'm asking you guys. No. Yes, as one of the first people to discover the treasure schoolgirl, I'll be waiting to see her shine, and I'm posting this to prove it. Finally, please treasure school sister bless me forever. No, I'll never fail. I'm not going to be able to do that. The replies below the post were equally numerous, and in the end, there was actually a wave of worshipping the school bully for not flunking. As Qi Xingran said, the post exploded as far as the eye could see. When Song Bai returned to the dormitory, she saw 3 people waiting at the door in unison. Song Bai opened the door and sat directly on the chair. What are you guys standing at the door for? She saw that the 3 people's gazes were shining brightly. Bien, which big brother did you choose to be your teacher in the end? Song paralyzed on the chair and said somewhat feebly. None of them were chosen. Huang Ran, who was originally sitting on the chair after Song, couldn't help but stand up at that moment. Why those big men are all so powerful. Song took a long stretch. Maybe because I just want to be a mundane and enjoy life? So the institute's continuous rotation and whatnot, let's just forget about it. Looking at the trio's crying and laughing appearance, she added, but I promised them to go around the institute when they have time in the future. What she could help with, she would naturally try her best to do so. Otherwise how could those few people let her off so easily? Only then did Huang Ren sit back in her chair again, looking at Song Ren with a brighter gaze. Wow, did that big brother give you any favors? Song Bai winked at her. The class guide said that I can choose not to attend the classes in the future. Man, Bien, this is too good for you. The 3 of them looked at her with eyes that were suddenly filled with envy. Li Lui even took her arm with an excited expression. In order to celebrate the fact that has gotten freedom in college, let's go to Lanting Commercial Street at night and have a big meal. Song Yen had just raised her head when she heard the system's cute voice ring out. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the fiery campus achievement, rewarding ownership of the Lanting Commercial Street. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Chapter 39 Netflix Tinkerbell. Do you know how many fans I have in Douyin? The wind in the afternoon was slightly cool. Blowing on the body made people feel much cooler. Because there were 4 of them, Song Yen did not drive. Instead, she took the bus with them, just like before. The bus driver was a warm-hearted uncle who was always enthusiastic about students like them. The 4 of them found a seat at the back and sat down. Li Lui and Huang Ren immediately began to chatter with Song Bai about what new stores had opened in the commercial street and what delicious food had been added. Qi Xingran, on the other hand, sat on the side and quietly watched them with a smile on his face. Almost 10 minutes later, a few people had arrived at the station, got off the bus in an orderly manner,
and immediately came to the door of the new store they were talking about. The new store is a barbecue restaurant, called Yuanchu Barbecue, is a small fire in recent times a net red store. When a few people arrived at the store, the last table spot just happened to still be empty. So lucky it must be the good luck brought by. Li Lui immediately jumped up and down, pulling the three of them along with Song Bo, and walked towards the location under the guidance of the waiter. Just as they walked to their seats, a clamor came from the doorway. Several people subconsciously looked over, only to see three people walk in at once from the doorway location. As soon as the three people entered the store, they attracted the gazes of the people eating in the store, only to see that the one who was the first of the three was holding a camera in his hand, while the other was carrying a large canvas bag, and the two were flanking the girl walking in the center on the left and the right. And that girl is really the most eye-catching, wearing a pink check JK uniform, head combed with a double ponytail also tied with bells on the tie, walking between the bells jingle jingle, give a person a very playful feeling. Just makeup is a bit thick, vaguely can still see a few traces of plastic surgery. Quick look, is that Tinker Bell? Among the dinner guests, someone immediately recognized the girl. It seems like it really is. That assistant beside her has also appeared in the movie. Wow, I can't believe I'm actually seeing an Edison here today. Where? Is it that Tinker Bell from Douyin? Tinker Bell heard their comments, and although she still had a smile on her face, there were more than a few moments of contentment in her gaze, and she immediately called for a waiter. Do you still have room here? The waiter had a difficult look on his face. I'm sorry, a guest just came over and it happens to be the last table. Why don't you wait on the side for a while? The smile on Tinker Bell's face did not fall, but the assistant on the side had already stepped forward and lowered her voice to the waiter. We did say hello to your boss before we came, so you have to think clearly. If your boss knew that you turned our Tinker Bell away, I wonder if he would just fire you. The waiter was obviously moved by the words, and subconsciously looked over towards Song Ren's table, who had just sat down. Before a few people could understand what was going on, they saw the three people who had just entered walk over this way. The first double ponytailed girl didn't say anything, but the man beside her who was carrying a canvas bag and looked like an assistant had already opened his mouth towards the four of them. Hello guys, Li Lui is considered to be the one who surfs the most among several people, and at that moment, she looked at the double ponytail girl with a little bit of excitement. How are you guys? Excuse me, are you Tinker Bell? The double ponytail girl saw that she was recognized again, and at that moment, she nodded haughtily. Seeing this, the assistant's eyes also became a bit arrogant, and she turned to Li Lui. You are a fan, right? Since you're a fan you should have followed our content, right? Li Lui was puzzled by the question, but still gave face to the question and nodded her head, and heard the assistant go on to say, it's not easy for us to find the time to come to this store to clock in, and you know how valuable our Tinker Bell's time is. I wonder if you and your friends could give us a seat. Li Lui? No, what do you mean we give you guys a seat? The assistant had an impatient face. Since you are a fan, can't you even agree to such a simple request? Li Lui was instantly infuriated and her cheeks turned red. The excitement she had just seen Tinker Bell disappeared in an instant without a trace. When did I say I'm your fan? And this seat was ours first. Shouldn't you guys go to the side and wait for a new seat? The assistant instantly rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you guys being so idle and going to the side to wait? Since you know us Tinkers, you should know how valuable our Tinker's time is, right? Huang Ran couldn't help but stand up right away. No, what a poop. Only your time is valuable? In a word, don't allow it. Hurry up and go. What's the big deal about being a Netflix star? Obviously they came first. Why should they give them a seat? Hearing Huang Ran's so unforgiving words, the assistant turned her head to look over with a gaze that instantly became somewhat incomprehensible. Do you know how many fans our Tinker Bell has in Douyin? Before Huang Ran could say anything, Song Bian, who was on the side, looked at the waiter on the side with some impatience. Aren't you going to deal with this? The rule of first come, first served is always understood, right? Please ask them to leave. They are disturbing our order. The named waiter looked at the overbearing assistant with a difficult face. The assistant vaguely saw the gazes of the other guests sizing them up, and at that moment, his face was a little hard to get down. He looked straight at Song Yin. His voice was a bit gritted. Do you have to make things so ugly? Our Tinker Bell's time is already valuable. What's wrong with you guys giving in? Big deal. Let us Tinker Bell give you guys an autograph. It's always okay, right? Looking at the assistant's expression of charity, Song Yi immediately burst out laughing. Is there no mirror in your house? The assistant stared blankly, and then heard Song Yin say, if you don't have the money to buy one, I'll subsidize one for you. It's also good for you guys to see how big your faces are. Even the mirrors are barely holding up. Now, even the smile on Tinker Bell's face faded. Seeing that Song Bai had no intention of giving them any face at all, little Tinker Bell took a few steps forward and moved a little closer to Song Bai's position. Slightly leaning down, she said softly,
Do you know how many fans I have in Douyin?
The smell of the perfume was too pungent, so Song Bei didn't move farther away, and heard Tinker Bell continue in her ear.
I'll tell you if you don't know. $3.5 million. As long as I guide it a little bit, do you think you guys will be exposed online because of what happened today? Song Ren looked back at her, only to see Tinker Bell hypocritically give her a wide smile and turn to the waitress. I have your boss's phone number. Do you want me to call now? The waiter was instantly jolted, and immediately made up his mind in his mind, turning his head to the four Song Ren people. Excuse me guests, Miss Tinker Bell is a guest who has made a reservation at our store. Could you please give up your seats? We on our side will try to find a new seat for you guys in the fastest time possible. Chapter 40, Boss please instruct. Li Lui and Huang Ran were instantly exasperated and stood up. Even Qi Xingran's face took on a color of anger. There was an appointment just now when we came and why didn't you guys say so? That's just because they're internet celebrities. You don't care about first come first served? Is this how you do business? The waiter was a bit embarrassed by the criticism, but still said with a hard head, I'm sorry, we forgot that Ms. Tinker Bell had a reservation before, and that's why we let you take Ms. Tinker Bell's place. A few people laughed at this. In a few words, they had taken someone else's place? Huang Ran was furious and wanted to open her mouth to argue again, when she heard Song Ran's faint voice enter her ears. Then call your boss over. The young girl's voice wasn't loud, but it strangely made Huang Ran's three people settle down. The waitress was instantly stunned, and before she could react, the assistant at the side had already opened her mouth full of sarcasm. What? Do you also recognize the boss here? No. Song Yi sincerely shook her head, but I think he's a smart person and should know what the right thing to do is. Snort. Hearing Song Bei's words, all three of the little tinkers couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Song Bei as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like, the assistant, in particular, was almost overflowing with derision. That's really the funniest joke I've heard this year. One was a big netizen who could bring traffic to the store, and the other was just an ordinary eater. The boss was stupid not to pick their little Tinkerbell. Song Yi, however, only looked at the waiter on the side. The waitress was stunned when she met her gaze, and subconsciously sized up Song Bing sitting there. To be fair, the girl in front of her was clearly better looking than Tinker Bell. Even after such a conflict, she was still sitting there calmly, as if such a matter was not a concern to her at all. For some reason, the waiter nodded at Song Yan. Seeing this, Tinker Bell and the three of them didn't have any intention of stopping it. Anyway, when the boss came, they wouldn't be the ones to leave in the end. This barbecue restaurant had a total of 2 floors, and the waiter quickly went up the stairs under the gaze of the crowd. When he came down once more, he was already followed by a man in his early 30s with an inch hair, obviously the boss of this barbecue restaurant. The boss was brought in front of a few people, and his gaze first lingered on Tinker Bell for a split second, asking with some surprise, "You are Tinker Bell? Didn't I say that you guys won't come over until tomorrow?" Tinker Bell didn't say anything. Instead, the assistant beside her raised her eyebrows and said to the boss, "Our Tinker Bell has an event tomorrow. In order not to miss our appointment, that's why we came over earlier." Just boss, is this how you welcome us? As he said that, he also deliberately glanced at Song Yi and the others with his eyes, the meaning of which was self-evident. The inch-haired boss followed his gaze and the first thing he saw was Song Bei sitting there. The young girl was very young and didn't look the slightest bit flustered when she met his gaze. She just sat there quietly, as if she just wanted to wait for him to explain. The boss's heart thumped, and without knowing what, he suddenly had a feeling of absurdity, like a boss scrutinizing an employee, and he was still the one being scrutinized. Inside a short period of time he had already turned several corners under his heart. His eyes finally landed on Song Yan's wrist with the Cartier bracelet. His heart flinched, and then he decisively bent down to Song Yan and said, "This guest, I'm really sorry that you encountered such a mood-affecting thing in our store." The afterglow glanced at Tinker Bell, who was standing on the side, and then immediately said, "Miss Tinker Bell made a reservation in our store for tomorrow, and this seat should have been yours. In order to show our Yuanchu Barbecue's apology, all of your purchases in the store today will be free of charge. Is that okay?" Before Song Yi could say anything, the three people at the side, little Tinker Bell, stared in disbelief, especially the assistant, who just now had a face that was certain that Song Bei and the others were going to leave in ashes right away, looked at the boss as if he was looking at a psychopath. "Boss, do you know what you're saying right now? What do you mean this position was originally theirs? They, Tinker Bell, were internet celebrities with 3.5 million followers in Douyin. To offend them for such a few ordinary customers, was this boss crazy?" Tinker Bell's face was similarly devoid of smiles, and at that moment, she turned her head to look at the boss. "And, it's not enough to have an appointment, it's not easy for me to find the time to come over. What's the difference between today and tomorrow? Boss, do you not want to cooperate anymore?" In fact, the boss also had a bit of regret after making this decision. After all,
Tinker Bell was a real internet celebrity with over 3 million fans. If they had her to do publicity for their Yuanshu barbecue, the popularity of their store could definitely be taken to the next level. However, his intuition just told him that this girl sitting here should not be messed with. Weighing the pros and cons, the boss finally chose to trust the intuition that had saved him countless times, so he could only look at Tinker Bell with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, your reservation was supposed to be tomorrow. If it was tomorrow, we would definitely have a table reserved for you all day. But today, it's these customers who arrived first, and I can't just kick my guests out without following the rules." Hearing such words from the boss, Lee Louis' trio was instantly happy. The anger on their faces also gradually subsided. Finally, this boss was still reasonable. But Tinker Bell's 3 people who were standing on the side were furious. Since Tinker Bell's fans reached 1 million, where did they go that they were not being held up by people with good words? Today, in such a small barbecue restaurant, they had suffered such a big loss. It was fine if the few students didn't know how to look at each other, but they never thought that this boss was actually a fool. Tinker Bell directly immovable hand to the photography of a wink. Photography seconds to understand. Directly to open the cell phone and hand photography ready to video. The assistant flung the canvas bag on her shoulder and looked viciously at the several people. "You guys are just waiting to be posted on the internet. Not letting this store and these few people make a good name for themselves. Simply sorry for their more than 3 million fans of Tinker Bell." However, in the next moment, the girl sitting there was seen playing with her cell phone, speaking softly at the microphone, saying, "Come in." The assistant and Tinker Bell were puzzled when they saw a group of bodyguards in black suits suddenly pouring in at the door, and without saying a word, they directly walked towards them. The photography was about to turn on the cell phone camera, hand shivered, and the cell phone directly snapped and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, they saw the group of bodyguards walk straight to the girl sitting there. Then they directly bent down respectfully to the girl. "Boss, please instruct." Chapter 41, This is the real rich girl. Seeing such a big battle, the 3 of them subconsciously took a few steps back. The gaze that looked at Song Bing was also no longer the overbearing one from the beginning, especially the assistant who just had a condescending look on her face. At this time, her face was full of panic. "In public, what do you want to do?" In an instant, it seemed as if the brain had swept through a dozen kinds of tragedies, wanted to cry out for help, but was afraid of stimulating the girl in front of this without saying a word, called over a dozen suits of bodyguards, so she could only shake her hand and hold the canvas bag on her shoulder to death. Song Yen in the middle of the gaze but snorted a smile. "Don't be nervous, I just want to tell you guys that if you want to eat here, you can queue up in a regular and peaceful manner." Said here, paused, looked at the face more and more alarmed Tinker Bell 3 people. Face of the smile but still faint. "But if you want to make trouble, you can do it. But if you guys want to make trouble, I'm afraid I'll have to intervene a bit." Obviously, her tone was still gentle, but the legs of the 3 Tinker Bell people had all gone a little soft. The assistant and the photographer coincidentally looked at Tinker Bell, who gritted her teeth, not daring to put in harsh words, and lowered her voice to the 2. "Why don't you hurry up and leave?" By the time the 3 left the store and things were easily resolved, the inch-headed boss hadn't even reacted yet. The impact of what had just happened to him was equally great, so much so that his brain was still like mush now, somewhat unable to turn around. It wasn't until he saw the captain of the bodyguard team and the lead respectfully bending down once more toward Song Wan, his voice booming, "Then we'll leave the boss to eat for now. If the boss has anything else, he can call us at any time." Only then did the inch-haired boss react as if in a dream. The one who could command the team of bodyguards on this street and make them open their mouths to address the boss was no one else but the owner of this commercial street. Thinking of this, the inch-haired boss was shocked in his heart. So, he had just almost offended the big boss of this commercial street? At once, his heart was filled with gratitude in addition to fear. Who would have thought that the big boss of the shopping street would be such a young and beautiful girl? If he really drove her away as an ordinary diner, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he lost his store. Song Yi had already nodded to the bodyguard captain by this time. The bodyguard team neatly entered the store and went out again. The whole process did not take more than 5 minutes. Even before the other customers knew what was going on, the store had already regained its tranquility. The 3 Huang ran on the side were obviously still in a daze. They were all ready to have a big fight and tear into that Tinker Bell on the internet. As a result, in just 2 sentences, things had already been resolved. Qi Xingran's gaze towards Song Bing suddenly became a little more dark, and the idea of hugging her leg became even clearer. This roommate of hers had a family history that was far more impressive than she had ever imagined. Without waiting for them to speak, they saw the inch-haired boss's eyes suddenly become warm and ingratiating as he looked at Song Yi. "And, so you are our big boss." His hands weren't idle either, and he neatly poured Song Bei some fruit tea before continuing. "This time, our store was improperly arranged, so please take it easy on the big boss." Saying that, he also patted the waiter beside him. Why don't you hurry up and go prepare food for the big boss? And remember to send over all the specialties of our store. The waiter immediately reacted and hurriedly nodded his head yes. His footsteps were floating as he walked away. Mom, yeah. Are all the little girls nowadays so powerful? Looking clearly like a student, she was already her boss's boss. What kind of condition must this be? Waiting until the inch-headed boss left with some trepidation. Only then did Li Lui finally open her mouth, unable to hold down her inner curiosity. Biao biao. Why did they call you boss? Huang Ran and Qi Xingran instantly turned their gazes over, obviously curious about the answer to this question as well. Just then, they heard their roommate say very calmly, "Oh, this it's probably because I bought the Lanting commercial street. Bought it down." The three of them looked at Song Ren with varying degrees of horror. Huang Ren even had her mouth nearly dislocated. What did you say? The entire commercial street? You bought it? Seeing Song Ran nodding, all three of Huang Ran's people had skeptical expressions on their faces. Your grandpa is definitely not an average tycoon. How could an average tycoon withstand such a build? Song Yan smiled without saying a word, then heard the system in his head budding tone with full of small pride. The system is certainly not a general system. This was automatically substituted into her grandfather's role. Song Yi was already too lazy to correct it. Yuanchu Barbecue Restaurant, as a recent small fire barbecue restaurant in the neighborhood, still had a good taste. The waiters had filled their table with almost all of the store's signature dishes and meats, and even with Huang Ran, the king of big appetizers, there was still a lot left over on the table at the end. Burp Li Lui patted her rounded stomach. I really can't eat anymore. The other two weren't much better. Even Qi Xingran, who was the most image-conscious person before, was a little propped up at this time. Song Ren looked at the three people with amusement. Who let you guys eat so much at once? It wasn't because the waiter who helped roast the meat was too enthusiastic. The three of them looked at each other and sighed in their hearts at the same time. The power of the salvage is simply too great. Good guy. Two waiters to their station. Grilled meat plate after plate. Then to see a certain fish can be much more dedicated. Song naturally do not know the psychological action of a few people. Although the waiter repeatedly said that this meal does not need to pay, she still took the payment code. Swept 2,000 over. When the four people left the store, the two waiters were still unable to hold back their whispered exclamations. This is the real rich girl, isn't it? People simply don't care about taking advantage of this kind of small advantage. On Song Bo's side, the four of them were directly under Qi Xingran's proposal to stroll around the street unhurriedly. Originally, the four were planning to go back directly after eating. However, now, 3 out of the 4 had eaten too much, so they simply took a walk to eat. The 4 of them slowly and leisurely left the bustling neighborhood, and followed the quiet small road towards the direction of the school. The evening sunlight reflected on the trees along the roadside, folding out a faint red color, and the laughter of the 4 girls also spread out far and wide. After walking for about 10 minutes, Huang Ran's trio felt that their stomachs weren't so uncomfortable. Just want to walk back to the main road to stop a car. Saw the face of the 5 or 6 dressed in exaggerated punks. Li Lui's heart suddenly burst, subconsciously grabbed Huang Ran and Song Bo. Huang Ran immediately blocked in front of the 3. Let's go back. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw a few punks coming from behind, dressed like the ones in front of her. The goal of the punks was also very clear, and they laughed out loud at a few people. Yo, where are you going, sisters? Chapter 42, people know you're still pretending to be a poop there. Huang Ran. Several people subconsciously looked around. Because this side is a small road, not many pedestrians. Even if there were people walking past in 2s and 3s, no one would dare to easily walk over when they saw the battle of a dozen or so punks. Ding, detecting the situation the host is currently experiencing. Issuing a randomized mission, knock down the punks and find out the hirer. Mission success. Rewarded with 200 million Douyin coins and 20 million axe tooth coins. Failed mission. No punishment. Song Ren raised an eyebrow at that moment, and his gaze towards the punk in front of him carried some meaning. It wasn't because of the system rewards, but the mercenary that the system had just revealed. This one was simple. Song Ren immediately revealed a very gentle smile to the few punks in front of him. Come to play? The dozen or so punks were all stunned, and then there was more lewdness and evil intent in their gazes towards Song. It's still the sister who knows how to do things. However, the next moment, the punk who had just spoken directly flew backwards and then collided heavily on the tree behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a practiced fighter. Brothers, together. The rest of the punks sniffed and immediately swarmed up. The Huang Ran trio on the side saw this and immediately became anxious. Li Lui hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to call the police, while Huang Ran copied a brick from the road and went straight up. Qi Xingran left and right did not find a second brick, so directly holding the handbag swung over. However, the scene is too chaotic, not waiting for 2 people to see the opportunity. More than a dozen punks have been knocked down. Huang Ran was still holding up the brick. Qi Xingran was holding up the bag. Li Lui, who had finished reporting to the police, was also holding up the bag. The three of them maintained a consistent posture, but their eyes were already glaring out.
I go. You acted in the movie, ah?
Huang Ran put down the brick in his hand and flung his arm, his face full of dismay. Beside her, Li Lui and Qi Xingran weren't much better, dumbfounded as they watched Song put down their legs, and couldn't help but murmur, how come I didn't realize that was so strong and had such straight legs before? Song was unable to respond to the trio, and directly came to the front of the gangster in the lead. The gangster had dyed blonde hair, but his skin color was dark and his eyes were small,
giving him a sense of incongruity.
When the blonde-haired gangster met Song Yi's line of sight, his body, which was still lying on the ground, instantly stiffened, forcing himself to endure the pain and move to the side uncontrollably.
The next moment, he saw Song Bo move his feet directly behind him.
Feeling that there was no more distance behind him for him to move, Golden Hair instantly cried without tears, Sister, sister, I have the eyes not recognize and Tai, before mistakenly bumped into your old man's hands. You just do us a favor, let us go. Raising his eyes, he met the gentle smile hanging on Song Ren's face. Then tell me who let you come? Her smile wasn't even that different from the one that had just made his head spin.
Calm, gentle, like a blooming lily, clean and beautiful.
Yet the expression on Golden Hair's face now was worse than tears, and he couldn't regenerate any illusions at the smile.
Just wanna hide far away, never see the best.
Just heard the young girl paused,
with some doubt. Do not want to say? Say, I say.
Fear of a step-late teenage girl and do what cruel things to him. Golden Hair decisively nodded.
Who the hell do not say who little cute?
For the employer at this moment clearly has hated to the extreme. Where the hell does it look like he said it was just a few ordinary female college students? Inside there is a bully flower thing he has not even mentioned. His left hand, which was not yet dislocated, pointed to the cell phone in his pocket with difficulty. He's nearby. I'll send a signal to call him over.
Seeing Song Yi nodding,
Golden Hair hurriedly sent an OK message to his employer as promised.
Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a familiar figure ran over from the back corner. While running, he also shouted, Stop, don't hurt, otherwise I'll call the police. Crouching there, Song,
the three Huang Ran who had just lowered their attack posture. The punks who were lying on the ground in their own positions.
Damn it didn't grow eyes.
If it is not the occasion is not right. High and low to give him a whole few crows from the top of the head to fly over. Let him see how embarrassing his shouted words are against today's scene.
Only then did Song Bei stand up, looking at the figure that ran over panting with a sense of humor. But it wasn't the scummy Lin Feng.
Lin Feng ran closer before realizing that the situation was a bit off. Not to mention that there was no scene of Song being controlled as he thought. He saw that Song Bo was standing there alive and well, and even Huang Ran and the three of them weren't doing anything at all. On the contrary, the punks that he had spent all his savings to hire were lying on the ground in 7 pieces, and a few of them were even wailing in whispers.
What's going on? Song, what's going on? Shouldn't you know best?
Lin Feng's heart jumped, but his face was full of doubt and innocence.
What are you talking about? Don't pretend.
The Golden Hair lying on the ground was furious at the sight of Lin Feng.
Damn, people know you're still acting there. Act like a poop. If you want to chase a girl, you don't even ask about it in advance. You want to play a hero to save a girl? It's really a shame that Lu Laowai is sitting on the table. The key is to get yourself involved, but also to involve him and his brothers. The cost of hiring them is not enough to pay for their medical bills. Lin Feng instantly the whole face is green. Speak all becomes stumbling. What are you talking nonsense? You believe me. I really don't know what's going on here. It doesn't matter if.
Li Lui held up her own cell phone and walked over, looking at Lin Feng with indescribable mocking contempt in her gaze. I've just called the police. I believe it won't take long for the police to come over.
When that time comes, you can just explain to the police, uncle.
Lin Feng froze, his entire face turned from green to red, from red to white. His body couldn't stop shivering. It was at this time that the sound of a police siren came into the ears of the crowd from far and near. Li Lui gripped her cell phone tightly and looked at Lin Feng viciously.
Nah, here's your chance to explain. You believe me. I didn't do it on purpose.
Lin Feng couldn't care less about Li Lui. He turned his head and looked at Song, like he was picking at the last straw to save his life, his gaze filled with fear.
I just wanted to get you back. Didn't want to hurt you. You are so kind. You must be able to understand me, right? You talk to Li Lui. Let the police go back, okay?
Lin Feng watched the police car getting closer and closer.
His speech became incoherent. However,
he saw the impression of an extremely gentle young girl smiling brightly at him.
I'm sorry about that. I'm not kind at all. Chapter 43 Random Mission. Magic City North Sea Hospital.
Lin Feng froze, and his heart went cold.
However, he still wanted to do his last bit of effort, swallowed his saliva, and said to Song Yen with full sincerity, Don't you care at all about the beauty of our past? I just want you to come back to me. Do you really want to be so heartless to me? He had to admit that at this moment, he was really scared. During this period of time, Woo Won had been watching him, not giving him a chance to have another contact with Song Yi at all. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommate either pointed at him and said that he had eyes but no pearls, or said in a conspiratorial manner that he didn't have that fortune. He really regretted it, especially when he saw those few hot posts about her on the school forum. People who didn't know her might not be able to tell, but he had been with her for so long, how could he not recognize her? She seemed to have become good-looking again. The cars she drove were one more expensive than the other, and a few bigwigs who were rare to even see on a regular basis were clamoring for her as a student. If he hadn't taken that wrong step in the first place, then this girl who was so outstanding now would be his girlfriend. When he thought of this, Lin Feng's heart was as if there were thousands of ants crawling on it, painfully sour to the point of no return. It just so happened that at this time he heard his roommate call, saying that his girlfriend seemed to have seen Song Bi and a few people go out. It took him a lot of effort to avoid the people that Woo Won had sent to watch over him, and that's how he was able to follow Song Bian and the others. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's gaze towards Song became even more painful. Bien, do you know how much effort I went through to see you? Song heard this and wanted to vomit. The original owner was so good to him he didn't cherish it at all. Instead he went behind her back and hooked up with Woo Won. Now she's turning a blind eye to him, but he's stalking her like a dog's skin. To put it bluntly, isn't it just for money? Song Yen took a deep breath and looked at him with the slightest bit of undisguised disgust in her gaze. Do you know what I loathe most about you? Lin Feng didn't say anything, his expression even more hurt. Seeing the Song Yi also just snorted. If you confessed that you did it for money, I might not be so disgusted, but you just don't admit it, and you still have to make yourself look like a lover's saint, thinking that everyone in the whole world is a cutie pie except you. Is that so? Asterisk. Isn't this just being AB asterisk tch? You're a whore and you still wanna make a name for yourself? Dude is familiar with this trick. Golden Hair, who was silently eating his melon, was suddenly blessed and couldn't help but interject, realizing that Song Bing's gaze looked over. Golden Hair's face suddenly stiffened again and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Wrong sis. You guys continue. Lin Feng was still trying to explain, when he saw that several police officers in uniform had already walked over towards this side. The leader was a male policeman around 35 years old, with a cold face, the kind of look that at a glance made him feel bad to get along with. Behind him followed by a few policemen who looked a little younger. A few people quickly stepped forward and couldn't help but stare when they saw the scene. A police officer who looks very lively even directly opened his mouth. I go, Lin team, what is the situation? The one who was called Team Lin was precisely the male policeman at the head who didn't seem to get along well at first glance. His face was calm and quiet. He first looked around at the few people standing, then he directly opened his mouth and asked, May I ask who is the person who reported the case? Li Lui immediately raised her hand. The situation at the scene was simple to understand, especially when Golden Hair's group of punks all confessed. You're saying that so many people were taken care of by a little girl like her by herself? The lively policeman who had just been there immediately widened his eyes, looking at Song Ren with a gaze full of incredulity. This was a whole 11 young lads, to be solved by a little girl who looked like she was too weak to fight? I'm afraid that they weren't joining forces to cheat, right? However, looking at the eyes of the punks who saw them as if they were saviors, he wisely shut his mouth. The people present were all involved in the case, and although Song Yan's several people were not at fault, they also needed to simply record a statement, so they got into the police car together. The case was well investigated, and it didn't take long for Song Bian to be sent out first. The lively police officer was still waiting outside, looking at Song Bo's eyes full of curiosity and excitement. I'll send you back to school, right? Song Bei didn't say anything, and the other three decisively refused. The power of a police car to send them was no worse than Song Bo's Lamborghini. They had just gotten a shock, so it was better to keep a low profile. The police officer who was rejected had a look of regret on his face and looked at Song Bo with some reluctance in his eyes. He also wanted to ask the girls how they practiced so much. A few people ignored his eyes and directly walked out of the police station, taking a taxi back to the school. It wasn't until they were back in the dormitory that they really relaxed. Li Lui and Huang Ran looked at each other, the gloating in their gazes simply not hidden at all. I'm afraid that scummy guy will really have to eat his words this time. Shi Xingran also let out a pft of a laugh. Isn't that so? The head of our school's faculty has been called over. How can he not get a big demerit, or the kind that goes on the file? Upon hearing this, Song Ren's face couldn't help but bring a bit of a smile to it as well. Although flies couldn't threaten anything, it was always annoying to have them hanging around all the time. After this time, Lin Feng was afraid that he would never dare to come in front of her again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Knock down the punks and find out who the hirelings are. 200 million Do coins and 20 million Axe Tooth coins have both been released to the host's account. Please pay attention to the host to check.
Songbao had just laid down on the bed when the system's voice sounded in his head as promised. Ding, triggering a randomized mission to help Douyin anchor Crazy Sunflower win the PK mission.
Mission successful. Reward Magic City North Sea Hospital. Mission failure. No punishment. Hearing the name of Beihai Hospital,
Song Yen was so shocked that she sat up from her bed once again.
Magic City North Sea Hospital was one of the 4 major private hospitals in China, and it was also the most famous and mysterious hospital in Magic City. Not to mention the luxurious and advanced facilities. The attending doctors inside were all world-famous bulls who had overcome many difficult cases since the hospital's establishment. Song Ren couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was rumored that even the upper-class gentry who wanted to be treated needed to queue up, and the threshold of Beihai Hospital was extremely high, and it was just so easily treated as a reward by the system? Base. Song Bian didn't wait much, nimbly opened Douyin Live, then searched for Crazy Sunflower. With the funny name does not match much. I actually is a sunny handsome man. Directly click into the live room. Sure enough, this handsome man is in the middle of PK with someone. Seeing the face of the opposite side of the PK live room that he had just seen today, Song Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. Yo, this is not the 3.5 million fans of the big network Red Tinker Bell. Chapter 44, the only special effect, above the pro-moon. The number of people in Crazy Sunflower's live room was more than 3,000, and as a game-playing anchor, he usually didn't connect with people to PK on weekdays. Today is different. Just lost the game. The mentality is exactly the time to blow up. Simply turned off the game, and chattered with the fans in the live room. Then, under the strong request of the fans, opened the live PK. I didn't expect the first connection. It was connected to Tinkerbell, and the public screen immediately began to sing the praises of a waterfall of people. Brother Aoi, you're finished. The opposite side is Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell? That beautiful anchor woman who visits stores? Yes, that's her. There are a lot of big brothers on their list. This wave must be a tough loss. It's over. Brother Aoi. It's not that we won't help you. We can't beat those big brothers on the other side. Sure enough, when the others, Tinkerbell, saw that it was them on the opposite side, her face was instantly filled with smiles. Sunflower? You're a game anchor? When Sunflower nodded indifferently, she heard the others laugh softly and said to the people in her live room, brothers, why don't we let this one go? After all, he's a game anchor, and hitting him too hard isn't very nice. The people in Sunflower's live room immediately exploded. What kind of disgusting speech is this? This wave from the opposite side is indeed too disgusting. Isn't it just having a big brother? I'll support you, Pungle little brother. Beat them down. Crazy Sunflower was obviously also a bit speechless, and before he could say anything, he heard Tinkerbell on the opposite side speak with a smile once again. No way, Sunflower, our brothers all want to see me PK with you. Want to come? The live streaming room's leaderboard little brother couldn't help himself at once, and directly typed on the public screen, Sunflower, old me still has pocket money. Naturally, Sunflower saw list 1 statement and replied back, come on then. The smile on Tinkerbell's face suddenly grew a little thicker. Then how about if whoever loses, rolls 50 times in the same spot? With that tone, it was almost as if she had written on her face that she would definitely win. The public screen over here instantly brushed faster. She's pretending to be a horse. Good guy, playing 50 rolls in place. This S-heart is really dark. Brothers and sisters, hurry up. Those with money will support a money field, and dry down that disgusting thing on the opposite side. However, as soon as PK started, it was seen that the opposite side's live room directly lit up with sports car special effects, one after another. The score was instantly opened. This side's live room looked confused. Good lord, is this the power of a girl's face anchor? 150 for a sports car. This is 1,050 in an instant. How can this be fought? Everyone on I'm offering all the big beers I've been saving up for years. I'm from the opposite side. I advise you to lie down. You can't beat our Tinkerbell's big brother. So don't waste your efforts putting together these 3 melons and 2 jujubes. ******, go back to your opposite side. Okay? You're mocking Nima. Then the live broadcast room was instantly swept by rocket effects. ******, fighting voice no. 1. Pungle no. 1 is a big brother. A Douyin no. 1 was 1,000. And Pungle no. 1 brother swiped 10 at once, instantly surpassing the score. Pungle first brother, you're too handsome. Sisters, don't grab it from me. I'm going to give Pungle a monkey. Where's the that just called out? Take a good look at who can't. However, the people in the live broadcast room hadn't been happy for 10 seconds before they saw the special effects of the carnival rising directly from the opposite side. It was also 10 in a row, instantly pulling the score back again. Even after ranking 1's little brother swiped another 10 fighting voice no. 1's, the score still didn't overtake it once more.
Seeing this, the person with the Tinker Bell fan light sign hurriedly spoke once again. I've told you all not to waste your efforts, but you just don't listen. Stupid eyes, right? Stupid-eyed Nima. Brain-damaged fans get out of the live room. Holy, is this the strength of the opposite Big Brother? The people in the live broadcast room were all a bit dumbfounded. On weekdays most of them were looking at the game live during dinner. Where have they seen this kind of battle? Crazy Sunflower also received a private message from a little brother on the leaderboard at this time. I'm sorry brother Aoi, this is all my pocket money for this month. Crazy Sunflower hurriedly said to the screen. Brothers, don't get angry because of this. I'm a game anchor myself, and I don't rely on PK to eat. Let's just have fun. There's no need to get angry because of this. Hearing Sunflower's consolation, the fans in the live broadcast room however, had a harder time. But you have to roll on the ground 50 times if you lose. This old is really too dark. If only old me had money, I'd them up. Right at this time, a line of bright words suddenly appeared above the live broadcast room with a hazy moon special effect. Welcome, pulling the moon into the live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I see something. Brothers, my eyes are going blind. Tell me this is real. It's the Moon Emperor. It's the Moon Emperor. This is the first time I've seen this special effect. It can't be unique to Douyin, right? The Moon Emperor has arrived. Get out of the way. All the bastards. That's right. It's you. The trash with the opposite fan's light sign. Even Sunflower was a bit stunned, staring blankly at the moon special effect that lit up on top of the screen before suddenly reacting. Welcome Moon Emperor. Welcome Big Brother over. Almost at the same time, the person with the Tinker Bell fan light sign also spoke once more. What Moon Emperor? Our big brothers in the live broadcast room didn't dare to call anything Emperor. Not much money and quite a big mouth. However, this time, the people in the live broadcast room were the ones who didn't break their defenses again. Instead, they were happy and looked at that person with a caring retarded look in their eyes. Let me tell you all a joke. Moon Emperor doesn't have much money. Ha 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 ha, is this person here to be funny? Laughing at the master. If the Moon Emperor doesn't have much money, those big brothers in your live broadcast room will become beggars, ha 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 ha. I didn't think that one day I could actually witness such retarded remarks. A big brother who swiped $10 million a day and you say people don't have much money. Happy me. Song also couldn't help but laugh lightly and directly typed on the public screen. Well, it's true that it's not much, but to beat you guys, it seems like it's enough. The man still wanted to dislike something back, but in the next moment, he saw an exquisite round of moon slowly rising up on the screen. It was a special effect he had never seen before. The moon was 3D, slowly rotating as it rose from the bottom of the screen, and a dreamy silhouette could be seen sitting on top of the moon, and above the silhouette's head, there was a crown that shone with a dazzling light. Between the revolutions, a bit of starlight spilled out from underneath the silhouette's skirt, setting off the blurry silhouette like a queen overlooking the stars. Even the halo around the moon is preoccupied with elegance. The entire special effect looked down, giving the first impression that it was exquisite and gorgeous. At the same time, the conspicuous subtitles on the screen scrolled out. Chapter 45, The Moon Emperor has killed Crazy. Above the pro-moon was precisely the only special effect that Douyin had individually created for Song Bian to use only in person. Almost the instant above the prospective moon was swiped out, Sunflower's score instantly surpassed the opposite side of Tinker Bell by a large margin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of special effect is this? My special attention is on the money. Didn't you guys see the score that instantly surpassed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't describe my shock anymore. My plants are grassy. I have a bold guess. This can't be a special effect that belongs exclusively to Moon Emperor alone. Right? Roughly calculated, the price on top of Lin Yu is about 1 million Douyin. That's 100,000 RMB. Brothers, people are stupid. Douyin is really a big dog, actually sneaking around and customizing special effects for Moon Emperor. But I like it, he. It's true that I, Moon Emperor, am the eternal god. Even the person who just wanted to continue clamoring silently closed his mouth after seeing this scene and jumped back to Tinker Bell's live room. However, this side's live room was similarly filled with shock. Not in the least less than what came over there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? How did the opposite side score rise so much all of a sudden? Went to the opposite side to take a look. There's a big brother on the opposite side. What big brother? Is that an ordinary big brother? That's the Moon Emperor. It can't be the Moon Emperor I'm thinking of, right? In front, it's the one you're thinking of. Douyin seems to have specially customized a super good looking special effect for people. 1 million Dou coins. What? 1 million Dou coins? It's as if you're teasing me. What's the point of teasing you? Look at the score and don't you understand? Little Tinker Bell took these pop-ups in and was completely dumbfounded. Of course she knew about Moon Emperor. I'm afraid that there wasn't a single person within Douyin's anchors who didn't know about this big brother right now. At one time, he had directly swiped $10 million for a small anchor, directly making that small anchor named under the sleeping star famous. Now where was this going? While she was live streaming PK, Moon Emperor went to the opposite live room? When she thought of the failure penalty she had just proposed, little Tinker Bell's entire face almost turned green, rolling on the ground for 50 times. Even if she didn't die of exhaustion, she would be ridiculed to death. Thinking of this possible scene, little Tinker Bell's entire being was not good, and hurriedly raised her smile and pouted towards her big brothers in the live broadcasting room. Big brothers, Tinker Bell doesn't want to roll on the ground. You guys help Tinker Bell and let Tinker Bell win this PK, okay? However, the big brothers in the live broadcasting room even tacitly remained silent, and the gift did not continue to brush. Just kidding, the opposite side was a real big brother, the kind that would directly go up $10 million at the drop of a hat. Even if they wanted to go up against him, they didn't have the ability to do so. Seeing this, Tinker Bell secretly took out her spare cell phone and sent private messages to each of the big brothers on the list. Brother, help me. If I win this time, I'll go to your house to find you. At your disposal. As a result, the live broadcast room was instantly swiped by Carnival once again. Rankings 1 to 6 were swiped together, directly breaking through 50 carnivals. However, when he saw that the score was about to catch up with the opposite side, that exquisite moon special effect appeared in the opposite side's live room once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how can this be played? The opposite side of Olin you tops more than 30 carnival. There is no way to play. Okay? By anchor, I'm going to the opposite side to find the Moon Emperor. The brothers in front wait for me. I'm going too. In only a minute's time, the number of people in the live room was reduced by half, while the number of people in the opposite live room, at this time, had already broken through 100,000 without moving. Moon Emperor is my god, crazy scream. Call for the Moon Emperor. When I heard that Emperor Moon had come, I came over without stopping. I went to the small broken station and searched for Moon Emperor's live broadcast of playing games, and I'm already immersed in Moon Emperor's voice and can't get out. Plus ID number. I've been listening all night, sisters. Rich and young, with a good personality and a good voice. How come I can't meet such a rich woman? All oing oing. I'm the only one who realized that Moon Emperor's exclusive special effects look good. Crazy Sunflower took these pop-ups in, and couldn't help but get curious about the video of the little broken station they were talking about. Right away, he asked, Moon Emperor, do you still play games? Song E, however, didn't have time to take care of him. PK time was only 2 minutes left. Since he was going to fight, he would simply make a painful fight. Thus, the people in the live broadcast room saw the beautiful and gorgeous moon special effects constantly rising and rotating in front of their eyes. Moon bailing gifted anchor Crazy Sunflower. Moon rising x5. Bailing the moon, Crazy Sunflower. On top of the moon 10. Moonlight, Crazy Sunflower, Moonlight 20. Ragamuffin, give the anchor Crazy Sunflower. Rinketsa top times 100 inch. The PK time didn't end until the 100th Rinzai was given, and the scores of the two anchors had been pulled apart without any comparison at this point. Another 10 million. Numb brothers. Daily envy of the anchor who was favored by the Moon Emperor for the nth day. How come I don't have such good luck as an anchor? Moon Emperor is killing crazy. Do you all remember how the opposite side was screaming at the beginning? I have to say, my mood right now is simply explosive. I'm also feeling so good that I'm going to explode. I'll explode even more if the Moon Emperor can take a look at me. The one with the most pleasurable mood was undoubtedly still Sunflower. Looking at the entire 100 above the promoon being swiped out in his live room, his heart simply couldn't help but break out of his body. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was there, but it was not a good thing. This was a whole $10 million. At this moment, he finally experienced the joy of under the ambient sleeping star. Swallowing his saliva, Sunflower's mood was still not able to calm down. Oh, I seem to have been adopted by a rich woman, brothers. What can a dog anchor do? Anchor, don't flatter yourself. When did the Moon Emperor say he was going to adopt you? The Moon Emperor can even microphone well. I want to hear your voice. I'm also one of those who are mesmerized by the big brother's voice, so I'm going to link up plus 9999999. Seeing these pop-ups, Sunflower is not annoyed. Face decisively raised, very bright smile. I don't care. These as a package fee. From now on I can be the person of the Moon Emperor. Dog anchor, where is your face? Don't move everyone. Let me splash him to wake him up. Silent reminder. If we go by your math, isn't Annian Xingxia also considered a person of the Moon Emperor? I'll be damned if I actually inexplicably started to get excited when Upstairs said that. Just to interject, I'm a Star Moon CP fanboy. Big Brother doesn't choose. Big Brother chooses them all. On the other side, little Tinkerbell, who was watching the opposite side's popularity grow, couldn't help but get red-eyed.
and before she could say anything, she saw someone from the pop-up screen come straight up as if they didn't mean to. Right, PK is over. Shouldn't the anchor fulfill the punishment? Chapter 46 Successive Surprises. Centurion Black Gold Card. Seeing this pop-up screen, little Tinker Bell's entire body was gloomy. The opposite live room hadn't said anything yet, but her own live room had someone come over to remind her. Did she need him to remind her? I don't know if it was a chain reason, but after this pop-up screen appeared, the picture style of the opposite live room slowly changed. Sunflower originally wanted to talk to Big Brother again, but then she saw Big Brother slowly typing out a line on the public screen. I heard that there's a penalty for losing PK? Immediately afterward, the winds of discussion in the live room all changed. That's right. Whoever loses rolls 50 times on the ground. The opposite herself suggested it. She was certain that she wouldn't lose and deliberately wanted to see our brother Aoi make a fool of himself, silently inserting a sentence. If there was no Moon Emperor, Brother Aoi would really lose badly. Then isn't the current situation like lifting a stone and smashing your own foot? So when will the opposite side fulfill their punishment? I'm new here. I also want to see the opposite side roll. Other people's voices could be ignored by Sunflower, but he didn't dare to ignore Bookie's words, so he directly raised his incomparably bright smile and said to the opposite side of Tinkerbell, I almost forgot. PK is already over. May I ask when this beauty will start to fulfill her punishment? Although it was a bit not so good to let the female student roll on the ground. However, Sunflower said this without a trace of weakness. After all, this punishment was still proposed by the opposite party. Tinkerbell blushed for a moment, then raised the same smiling face to pout at Sunflower. And, I'm just kidding. PK is just a joke. Brother Sunflower shouldn't tolerate people doing that kind of action, right? Not to mention the fact that people are still wearing skirts today. The smile on Sunflower's face suddenly cracked a bit, and even his arms had goosebumps visible to the naked eye. Then the people in the live broadcast room saw that the smile on his face seemed to be more kind. Even his tone of voice was a bit milder. And, wearing a skirt can be changed into pants is not just fine beautiful women so upright, should not bear not to fulfill their own requirements put forward, right? Not just then green tea? When who will not The goosebumps on Sunflower's arms were shaking like crazy, but the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. He only cared that their big brother was happy. As for the opposite side, whoever loved to be heartbroken was heartbroken. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, the pop-up screen was immediately filled with joy. I'm going to die laughing. I thought Brother Aoi was going to give in the face of a beautiful woman's pampering. It's still my brother Aoi Sunflower, I'm a big brother's man. Green tea mo get old. Sure enough it's still magic to defeat magic. Help, my stomach hurts from laughing. Who can understand the feeling of not being able to resist holding your phone and laughing out loud in a study session? People have died socially. Please make sure that the opposite anchor fulfills the punishment quickly. 2 minutes later I might not be able to see it. Little Tinkerbell, who was urged to fulfill her punishment, clenched the corner of the table tightly with both hands, and the veins on her hands were somewhat visible. Originally, today's mood was already very bad. Having a meal could run into an inexplicable big boss, calling in so many bodyguards at the drop of a hat. Now it is not easy to open a live broadcast to circle some money. Opposite another big brother. Watching the number of fans on the other side of the room rise rapidly because of this big brother, while the number of people in her live room kept falling, Xiao Ding Ding only felt that her voice was being exasperated to the point of smoking. Are the big brothers piling up against her today or what? Seeing that none of the bigwigs in the live broadcast room had any intention of speaking up for her, Tinkerbell could only quickly go down and change into a set of sportswear. The assistant had already adjusted the camera to the ground, and then the people in the Sunflower live streaming room saw Tinkerbell softly laying down on the ground, looking at the camera full of aggression. Then I'll start. The people in the live broadcast room were instantly. She doesn't think she's much like the soft little white flower, does she? She doesn't think we'll feel sorry for her, does she? I'll come too. She won't forget that she proposed this punishment herself, right? Deserved it. This girl had been making fun of other anchors because she had a big brother, and now it's finally her turn. Last time I saw her make a female anchor who plays the Guzheng learn a gorilla's wildly called moves. Heaven's way is good. While little Tinkerbell was still doing her tumbling maneuvers with vigor, Song Gao's attention had been diverted because the system's voice in her head had appeared once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding ownership of the Magic City North Sea Hospital. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. When Song Wan heard this voice, he just couldn't stop being excited inside. To know that the North Sea Hospital is not just an asset, not to mention the profits that this hospital can create every year. The huge network that can be brought after owning this top hospital is the core of it. Born as a human being, where there is not sick, the North Sea Hospital, with its world-famous medical facilities and team,
has overcome countless difficult cases. Even the rich want to treat the hospital to be obedient to queue up. Simply not with money can be measured. It was not until the phone call from the person in charge of Beihai Hospital came through on his cell phone, and he made an appointment with the person in charge to inspect the hospital, that Song Yen finally held down her inner excitement. The system's voice came once again at this time. The host is going to be a top white rich person. Don't make a fuss because of a private hospital. Song Ren heard. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The Key Beihai Hospital is an ordinary private hospital? The next moment, the system's cute voice was heard to follow. Ding detected the host spending 100 million bucks. Is in the process of virtual gold multiplier cashback. Ding congratulations to the host to draw 35 times cashback. 350 million yuan has been hit to the host account. Please host to check receipt. At the same time, the content of the SMS on the cell phone was directly updated. Your tail number 8106 card September 4th Huaxia Bank income of 350,000,000 yuan. Balance of 854, 707, 262, 60 yuan. Huaxia Bank, Song Yen, just 2 words. Really fragrant. However, that wasn't all. The next moment a new tone came from the cell phone that. Your tail number 8106 card on September 4th. Huaxia Bank income, other bank transfer, 46,000,000,000 yuan. The balance of 131,470,7262, 60 yuan. Huaxia Bank, Song Bian reacted at once. This was the quarterly funds of Gene Mansion arriving? $460 million in 1 quarter? So topsy-turvy? But as if the system didn't think the surprise was enough, the system's cute voice slowly sounded in Song Bian's head again immediately afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host's liquidity reaching 1 billion. Rewarding the Centurion with a black gold card. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check and receive it. Chapter 47, Ownership of Star Yao Media Company. Before Song Yi could even react, she saw an additional black card in her hand. Subconsciously looking towards the others in the dormitory, she noticed that the 3 people were all doing their own thing and didn't notice her side, which made her let out a slight sigh of relief. The host should learn to trust the unity. Does the unity look like the kind of unity that doesn't do things rigorously? The system's voice, with a hint of arrogance, sounded directly in her head. Song Yi couldn't help but smile. Yes, you are the most rigorous. Only then did she pick up the black card in her hand. Unlike the black card of the Huaxia Bank, the Centurion black card was made of titanium, and it had a great sense of texture when held in the hand. As the world's recognized king of cards, most of the people who hold it are dignitaries, billionaires and celebrities from all over the world, and it does not accept applications. Do not get the invitation. There is no way to get this black gold card. In contrast to the difficulty of obtaining it, its holders can enjoy the supreme level of service in the world, no matter where the card holder is, as long as the behavior is legal. Any request will be immediately responded to and assisted, and each black gold card has a unique number, according to the number and a specialized service staff to carry out services. The black card function of the Huaxia Bank was based on it, but the difference was that the Centurion black gold card had no upper limit on the amount of money, so no matter how valuable the item was, it could be used to make purchases. Song Yen held the black gold card in his hands for a long while, when he suddenly heard the system's cute voice reminding him, "Host, your Douyin live broadcast hasn't been closed yet." It was only then that Song Bei remembered that he was still hanging out in Crazy Sunflower's live room, and when he clicked in, he realized that the number of people in the live room had already reached 700,000. The PK interface did not know when it had been turned off, and the only thing left in front of the camera was Sunflower, who was still relentlessly chattering all the time. "Where's my Moon Emperor? Where's my big brother? Wouldn't have just bagged someone and run away, right?" Even the public screen was full of amusing words. "It's over, Anchor. Moon King was scared away by you. Big brother said he ran away carrying a train overnight. Oi, are you a repeater? Do you guys see the anchor looking like that wife lookout stone? Upstairs sister, you describe it too aptly, right?" Sunflower glanced at the public screen, then rolled her eyes directly at them. "What do you mean I ran away in fear? If Moon Emperor didn't like it, would I have swiped so many gifts for me? I'm the one who's been adopted by the Moon Emperor, and you mere mortals are jealous of me." The corners of the mouth of the passive adopted person, Song Yi, couldn't help but twitch at that moment and directly typed on the public screen, "It's late, going to sleep, bye." Seeing that exclusive moon special effect underneath the public screen font, Sunflower's eyes instantly lit up. "And, Holy Moon Emperor, you finally come alive, Song Yen?" Immediately afterward, he saw Sunflower's face eagerly state, "Moon Emperor, you wait a while, at least give a contact information before you go." Wow. Song, then in a trance, suddenly remembered the look of something. System, Fuxingyan's micro-letter application you have not passed. Oh,
Gave someone a micro signal and didn't pass it. Ha, woman. Being reminded by the system, Song Bing hurriedly opened WeChat, and sure enough, Fu Xingmian's WeChat application was lying there. Obviously, Fu Xingmian did not say anything. By the system so said. Froze. Let her more kind of infatuation step forward wife negative feelings. Song Yi subconsciously sneezed. Illusion. How could she be any kind of negative man? Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her head, she put her cell phone aside directly after passing WeChat. Today's tossing and turning was long enough that within 2 minutes of closing her eyes, she had already entered dreamland. The next day, Song Yi had just opened her eyes when she heard the system ask in her head, "Ding, is it a new day for the host to sign in?" Sign in. Songbai was in a daze and had obviously formed a conditioned reflex. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Star Obsidian Media Company. Rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Star Obsidian Media Company? Song opened his eyes, as if he had heard of it somewhere. After checking her browser back, she finally realized where the familiarity came from. Star Obsidian Media Company. Wasn't it the company where the Queen of Songs, Gan Li, was from? Star Obsidian Media mainly promoted singers, and almost all of the famous singers in Huaxia now were under its banner. Wasn't her second investor, Fu Xingmian, suited to the path of a singer? Just as she thought of this, there was already a call on her cell phone, and the caller ID was Chu Linyue. This is not her first investor. Song Yan picked up the phone. Heard Chu Linyue's calm voice seems to be slightly with some urgency in general. Sister, so early to call you, did not wake you right? No, I've already woken up. What's the matter with senior? Song Yan lightly laughed and went straight to the point. Sure enough, immediately afterward, she heard Chu Linyu on the other side of the phone say, "Do you still remember what you said before about investing? I've already considered it. Let's find a place to talk about it in detail." Of course Song Yi wouldn't refuse, and made an appointment with Chu Linyu for a meeting place before she stretched and got down from the bed. Li Lui and Qi Xingran were washing up. There was only one Huangran left in the dormitory. When she saw her coming down, her eyes were instantly filled with derision as she looked at her and said, "Calling early in the morning, or a senior? It can't be Chu Linyu, right?" Songren raised her eyebrows and didn't deny it. Huangran instantly agitated. "I go, Bing Bing, is Senior Chu interested in you? Why else would he ask you out day after day?" Songren cried and laughed as she restrained her, then pressed her back into the chair. "We're just going to talk about company matters, nothing more." Huang Ran didn't believe her, and she chattered and clamored until Li Lui and Qi Xingran came back before she was willing to give up. The three of them still had to attend classes today, and before they left, they even gave a final glance with envious eyes at the carefree Song Yan. If only they were also allowed to skip class. After the three of them left, Song Bei also didn't make a fuss, washed up and changed her clothes and went out the door directly. The fiery red Lamborghini Poison drove on the road and already attracted a lot of attention. Song, green light, another intersection, before finally an Audi followed up. Just the owner of the car is obviously not very skillful look, even because of the emergency braking head directly to her side twisted over. Song Yan was stunned. Ears can still hear the youth on the passenger side of the wildly shouted, asterisk 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 where you steering wheel twisted it. Don't move, hurry to twist back However, I do not know whether the more anxious the more likely to make a mistake. The steering wheel moved. Audi instantly towards the side of the Song Bei crashed over. Song, the Audi was no longer blocked. Straight into the roadside fence. The owner of the car is a young girl, was shocked by the aftershock, and at the same time was scared and cried out, "I am sorry, I didn't mean it." This collision directly to the newly purchased Audi headlights are broken. However, the imaginary scolding did not appear, only to hear the sigh of the people as if the aftermath of a robbery like cannot stop sighing. Hit a good, really want to hit the poison, not to mention the lights. I'm afraid that this life will be hitched. Chapter 48, I'll put in 500 million if needed. On top of a Ferrari at the back, a dull-faced youth with dyed silver hair couldn't help but whistle at the front as he watched the scene of Poison's easy tail swinging. I'll go. This car's skill is bull. For what was happening behind him, Song Bian didn't know, and in 10 minutes' time, he had already arrived at the door of the appointed destination. Perhaps taking into account the fact that Song Bei hadn't eaten breakfast yet, Chu Linyu's appointment was at a dessert store. When Song Bei found Chu Linyu, the table was already set with cupcakes and desserts. Seeing Song Bei, Chu Linyu's gaze lit up, and immediately stood up. Even the corners of his mouth brought on a smile that was not easily detectable. "And, I heard my sister say that this store's cakes are delicious, and thought that you might like them as well." Song Yi blinked slightly. What was placed on her side happened to be her favorite chocolate cream cake. It looked exquisite and delicious. Then she also sat down obediently and nodded at Chu Lingyu. "Thank you, senior." Seeing the anticipation in Chu Lingyu's gaze, Song Yan did not say much and directly picked up a small spoon and tasted a small bite. It was fluffy and soft, and it wasn't greasy. Expectedly, it was delicious. Although it wasn't as good as the desserts made by Jiang Shui, it was much better than the ones she had eaten before. So she nodded approvingly at Chu Linyu. It's delicious. I'll let Senior take the trouble. Chu Linyu saw that she liked it. The arc of his mouth unconsciously increased a bit, and the tone of his voice carried a general sense of laughter. Then eat first. Let's talk about it after eating. San also did not say much. The two finished eating the cupcake in front of them, and 5 minutes had passed. Senior called me in a hurry to call me out this time. Is the company encountering something? Songbo stirred the coffee in front of her and asked softly. Chu Linyue also had no intention of hiding anything, and directly nodded. We are now developing a game with a large framework, and for the time being, the funds are a bit insufficient. Song Yen came to be interested. Didn't you guys think about this problem before developing the game? Thought about it. Chu Lingyu confessed, but before that I was thinking like this. We can first make out a simplified version, then after earning money through the simplified version, then we can refine all the framework and production bit by bit to the optimum. Song Yi raised his eyebrows. It seems like Senior Chu was very confident in his game. Chu Lingyu nodded his head, while looking at Song Bei with an undetectable worry. Then do you trust me? Hearing him ask such a question, Song Bo curled her lips right away. Senior Chu, if there is a need, I will invest $500 million, and I can give you the funds right now. Song didn't say whether she believed it or not, but such words were more moving than directly saying that she believed it. Chu Lingyu froze for a moment, and immediately afterward looked at Song Bo's gaze with a touch of indescribable incredulity. Song, do you know what you are saying? Song nodded. I know exactly what I'm talking about, and will never back out. Originally, there wasn't that much available capital, but now that there was, what was wrong with investing a little more? A 5,000% return rate for a year, investing $500 million. Then a year later she would be able to get $25 billion. Not to mention that if Linyu technology develops well after 1 year, she will also be able to get follow-up funds. This was a surefire deal. Chu Lingyu didn't say anything until the coffee was cold before she spoke once again. What I originally thought was that if you invested $200 million, I could give you 20% of the shares. Don't underestimate this 20%. Although the development of Linyu technology is very short, but now the market value has reached more than $1 billion. The only thing was that the funds were all used for turnover, and they simply couldn't take out that much cash. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Yan was his schoolmate and had a high level of talent, he would never have given 20%. But $500 million was different. Cash flow and market capitalization weren't equal, and with $500 million to give out shares, without screwing Song Bo, the shares she was able to hold were almost enough to threaten him. Song, however, as if she knew what he was thinking, suddenly smiled. To state in advance, I have no interest in managing the company, so even if I succeed in taking a stake in Linyu technology, I will not meddle in the company's management matters. Chu Lingyu now really froze, looking at Song Bo's gaze fixed, for a moment actually did not know what to say. Truth be told, the reason why he had never considered pulling investment was from this. Linyu technology is his heart and soul. For the future development of Linyu technology, he has a very clear plan. He didn't want to ignore his original intention just because the company was getting bigger and bigger. However, it is very strange. In front of the schoolgirl obviously know only a few days. He can't afford to be wary of her. Even when she said that she believed in him, even if he was as calm as he was, he couldn't even ignore the leap of joy in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Song Yan's gaze full of seriousness. If you want to invest $500 million, I can give you 45% of the shares. In addition to the 10% that was given away, he still had 90% on hand. If Song Bian did not participate in the management, he was willing to take a step back and split his shares into two, so that her trust in him could be maximized. Song slightly froze for a moment before she heard the system's cute voice softly ringing in her head. Ding, data change detected. Chu Linyu's return on investment updated to 6,000%. Song Yan's gaze towards Chu Linyu had a slight change right away. If I don't remember wrongly, the shares in Senior's hand are only 90% right now? Aren't you afraid that I'll seize power from you? Hearing her question, Chu Lingyu was all of a sudden smiling. In the midst of the smile, there was some ease and pleasure. Just as Senior's sister believes that I will definitely not let your $500 million go down the drain, isn't it? Throw in a peach and return the favor. His principle of dealing with things had always been like this. The two of them looked at each other, and the smiles in their gazes deepened a bit at the same time. The contract that was originally brought over was no longer usable, so the two came directly to the location of Linyu technology, reprinted the contract, the two signed it, and Song Bo directly transferred $500 million to Chu Linyu. Well, things are done. This only have time to take a good look at Linyu technology. Lin Yu Technology location is not in the center of the city. Rented is an office building of 10 floors.
10 floors are not all belonging to Lin Yu Technology.
Lin Yu Technology only accounted for 1/3.
The other 2/3 belongs to a logistics company.
Song Yan suddenly remembered something blinking. If not mistaken, her name has a downtown business building? If Lin Yu Technology was moved directly to the Gene Mao building, the location was convenient and the rent was saved. Wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? Chapter 49, Not bothering with the brain dead is my greatest tolerance for you. Song Yi thought of this, but didn't immediately mention it to Chu Linyue. After all, she hadn't been to the Gene Mao mansion yet, and didn't know if there were any suitable positions there. Chu Linyue then took her to the various departments of Lin Yu Technology to have a look around, and also got to know the other 2 shareholders, the Minister of Publicity and Development, Li Ziyang, and the Minister of Game Design, Zhang Hao. The 2 were obviously accounted for by Chu Linyue, and were both enthusiastic and cordial when they spoke to Song Bei. By the time they finished understanding Lin Yu Technology, it was already half an hour later. Chu Linyue obviously saw Song Bei's absent-mindedness, shook his head in amusement, and said to her, "Do you want to try our newly developed game? It's not finished yet, but the general scale has been built." Song Yi's gaze lit up, and just as she was about to nod, she heard the system's voice in her head ring out once more. "Ding, the system has released a randomized mission. Find a new office location for Lin Yu Technology. Mission successful. Reward a Koenigsegg 1-1. If the mission fails, no punishment." Koenigsegg 1-1? When it comes to luxury supercars, Koenigsegg will definitely be nominated. And when it comes to Koenigsegg, I'm afraid no one doesn't know the Koenigsegg 1-1,
which has appeared in movies and games and is known as the Ghost Warrior. As a global limited edition of only 6 sports cars, the price of the Koenigsegg 1-1 has reached a high level of $100 million, which is even higher than the Lamborghini Poison. Song Yi blinked her eyes and directly rejected Chu Linyue's proposal.
The game can be played at any time. The Koenigsegg 1-1 is not always available. After directly saying goodbye to Chu Linyue and the others, Song Bei drove Poison straight to Gene Mao Mansion. Although the agreement with Chao Hai is not today, but the Gene Mao Mansion is already their own. Naturally they can go whenever they want. Lin Yu Technology was not too close to Gene Mao Mansion. Song Bo drove for 30 minutes before arriving downstairs at Gene Mao Mansion. There were a lot of people around the Gene Mao building. Song Bo did not hesitate and went straight to the office area.
When she was about to enter, a figure suddenly rushed out, straight toward her.
Song Bo sidestepped her body, but the figure came up right after her. Without waiting for Song Yi to get angry, the figure braked hard at a very close distance. "Ha, you're Song Yen?" Song frowned and looked over, only to see that the one who spoke was a man about his age. The man was about 1.7 meters, with his hair combed back throughout, average looking, wearing a pair of round glasses, wearing a gray suit, looking like an elite. Song Yen searched in her head for half a day before finding the face corresponding to the man from her memory. Zhang Yihong? Zhang Yihong saw that he was recognized by Song, and immediately smiled with a confident look. "Song, you came here to find me?" Song frowned, and before she could speak, she heard Zhang Yihong say to himself, "Did you finally regret not agreeing to my confession in high school at that time?" Song Bei's memory was that there was such a thing. Zhang Yihong confessed to the original owner in his 3rd year of high school, and at that time, he was still acting as if he was the oldest in the sky, as if it was such an honor to hear his confession. The original owner at that time only wanted to get a good college, naturally did not agree. After that, Zhang Yihong never paid any attention to her. Even a week later, he brought his new girlfriend here to show off to Song Bing, and all he said was that Song Bing did not recognize Gold and Jade, and that missing him was the same as missing out on the greatest opportunity in life. Song couldn't help but measure the man in front of her. His height hadn't grown, but he was more greasy than he remembered. With this look, how did he manage to be so confident? Zhang Yihong was also sizing up Song Bei at the same time, and unlike Song Bei's furrowed brow, Zhang Yihong's eyes were getting brighter the more he looked at him. Obviously, compared to high school, Song was much prettier. Even her temperament was completely different from high school. "Song, I don't know how much effort you went through to find out that I'm here. For the sake of you being so attentive, I'm willing to." Before the words were finished, Song directly pressed the pause gesture with a cold face. "I didn't realize you were here before I came here. Please make way. I still have things to do." Song. Without the intention of tangling with the retard, Song directly lifted her feet and walked away. Behind him, Zhang Yihong saw this and hurriedly took a few steps forward, his face ugly as he directly blocked Song's way. "You've been in college for 2 years. Don't you know how big the gap is between you and me? I heard Wuanqi say that you've been working your ass off all summer. Isn't that why you want to stay in Magic City?" Song Ren looked at him with a look on his face that was hard to describe. Zhang Yihong, however, thought that he had poked her sore spot, so he sized up her outfit again with understanding. "I see that you also like luxury goods. As long as you're with me, I guarantee that you'll never have to wear these high imitation goods again. After a pause, he pointed to the Cartier bracelet on her wrist and said, and this. I can also buy you a real one. Song Bian had never seen such an oddball before, and the entire look at him was filled with amazement. However, Zhang Yihang acted as if he didn't realize it, and immersed himself in his own world. No matter what your reason for coming here is, but you always know how capable the company that can be stationed here is, right? My uncle's company is on the 28th floor. If you're willing, I can take you there to take a look. After saying that, he also pretended to be elegant and straightened his tie. His voice was lowered a bit. You have to know that not everyone can go in the office area here. Song Yi swore that she had never been so speechless that tiny goosebumps rose on her arms. Zhang Yihang, however, thought she was impressed, and his gaze inevitably carried some smugness in it. Let's go. I'll take you there. Saying this, he was about to pull Song Yan's hand that was hanging at her side. Song, reacting to the fact that Song Yan was disliking him, Zhang Yihang's entire face clouded over. Song Yan, I advise you not to drink to your honor. Don't say whether you can enter this building or not. As long as I say one word, I guarantee that you won't even be able to find a job in Magic City after graduation. Seeing that Song Bin's complexion did not change in any way, Zhang Yihang also lost his patience and snorted. Since Ms. Song is so ungrateful, there's no need for me to care about our past love. Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number under Song Bei's gaze. And, is this Captain Chen of the security team? Someone is provoking trouble and wants to break into the office area. You guys bring someone over to deal with it. Chapter 50, the new owner of Gene Mansion. The other side of the phone should have answered, and Zhang Yihang hung up the phone to look at Song Ren with a gaze filled with smugness. Well, have you thought it through? Song Bei wasn't in a hurry to go up, and didn't mean to reply to his words, just stood there quietly, just in time. She also wanted to see what would happen if she offended this brainwashed person. When Zhang Yihang saw Song Bing's reaction, he was even more annoyed. Do you know what happens when you get kicked out of Gene Mansion in front of everyone? It's not likely that someone will take a video and post it on the internet. Song, do you want to be famous online in such a way? Song expression but still light. Oh, but I don't think I'll be kicked out. You. Zhang Yihang was still about to say something when he saw a familiar figure walk in through the door. His face was instantly replaced with a pleasing smile. Uncle, you're back? Song Bai turned back his head, only to see a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Yihang walk over towards this side. The middle-aged man was wearing a black suit and smiled when he saw Zhang Yihang. Yihang, why are you here? Zhang Yihang casually pointed to Song Bian's position. I was thinking of going out to send you a document, but I didn't see a person trying to trespass in the office area. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Song Bo and instantly understood his nephew's flamboyant thoughts, so he smiled and joked. Then you should tell the little girl that our office area is not for trespassing. Zhang Yihang naturally nodded his head hurriedly in response, and in the next moment, he saw the head of security leading people over this way. Turning his eyes to look at Song, he brought some mockery to his gaze, and said to her in a low voice, how about it? Song, do you want me to say a favor for you? Song still had no intention of replying, and only dropped her gaze on the security chief. He was neatly dressed, and his face was square, so he didn't look like he was with Zhang Yihang. The security chief obviously recognized the middle-aged man in Zhang Yihang, and walked straight over to this side. First, he nodded politely to the middle-aged man, and then asked Zhang Yihang, may I ask where the provocateur is? Zhang Yihang directly pointed his finger at Song Yan. Isn't that it? I have a high school classmate who confessed to me before and I didn't agree. Who thought of pestering me to pester me here? Our office area is not to be entered casually. Please ask Captain Chen to ask her out. Captain Chen looked over in the direction of his finger and instantly saw Song Bing standing there. Instantly, his face was as if he had swallowed a fly. The young girl looked both young and beautiful, and the most crucial thing was that people wore countless luxury items. Such a girl who looked like a top-notch rich white girl was pestering Zhang Yihang? Captain Chen, who had worked in this building for several years and had seen Zhang Yihang more than once, was immediately skeptical of his words. On his face, he didn't move, and only smiled politely towards Song Bing. This young lady, may I ask if what Mr. Zhang said is the truth? Before Song Bo said anything, Zhang Yihang directly jumped to his feet. A pair of eyes looking towards Captain Chen's gaze also took on a relentless anger. What do you mean? You don't believe what I said? Don't forget, you're just the security guard of this building, and rightfully so. You're serving us. Zhang Yihang deliberately aggravated his tone on the word security. Don't think that just because we give you a few points of face and call you Captain Chen, you can leave us out of it. The middle-aged man on the side saw this, and the smile on his face obviously tightened for a few minutes. Little Chen not me. Yihang has told you that this young lady intentionally wanted to break into the office building. Think about it. If any of the companies upstairs lost any confidential documents, can you afford it? Snap, snap, pa.
The sound of clapping instantly interrupted the conversation of several people, who subconsciously looked over, only to see that Song Wan was not the least bit startled, but instead looked over with a smiling face. I've seen the skill of the two of you in calling a stag a horse and inverting black and white today. After saying that, without waiting for the middle-aged man and Zhang Yihang to have any reaction, he directly nodded to Captain Chen and dialed the phone in his hand. Almost as soon as he dialed, Chow Hai over there picked up the phone, his voice obviously still carrying a few points of trepidation. Boss, there's something you command. Song Wan also didn't mean to beat around the bush. I'm downstairs in Gene Mansion, in the office area. Bam! A sound of something heavy hitting the ground came faintly from over there, and immediately after Song heard Chow Hai's volume seemed to be all the louder. I'll be right downstairs to pick you up. Just after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yihang's voice full of mockery had already traveled over. This is moving help? Don't pretend. If there's really someone you know in Gene Mansion, why didn't they come down to pick you up in the first place? The middle-aged man patted his shoulder, handing him a look of calmness. Then he patted his shoulder. I still know a few of the bosses inside this building. I don't know which one this young lady called for again. Zhang Yihang directly snorted. Uncle, don't let her fool you. If she really knew any big bosses, would she still be able to come out and flaunt the city wearing a knockoff luxury item? The middle-aged man subconsciously looked at what Song Wan was wearing, followed by his pupils shrinking. What imitation luxury goods? This was clearly real. However, without waiting for him to think more, he saw a familiar figure running directly from the elevator entrance in a panic. The pace was even faster than the secretary behind him. The middle-aged man froze there right away. Manager Chow, what's wrong with you? Chow Hai, however, didn't even look at him, directly skipped over him and came to Song Yan's front. Even his breathing was obviously a little uneven. Old boss, why did you suddenly come over, and didn't say anything to me? The few people present, because of this boss, were directly stunned in place, especially the middle-aged man, who had just seen Song Yi's clothes and had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right in his heart. Now that he saw the situation, his heart thumped, and his legs almost became unsteady. His legs were almost unsteady. What is Chow Hai's identity? The general manager of the property who manages the rent of the entire Gene Mansion. Who else could there be besides the owner of this Gene Mansion who could be treated so cautiously by Manager Chow and still be referred to as the boss? In an instant, the middle-aged man's mind conjured up the news that a few days ago, Manager Chow had asked his secretary to inform them that Gene Mansion had changed owners. At that moment, he had also sworn that if the new boss came here, he would make every effort to try to flatter him as much as possible. As a result, the new boss came. He did not flatter, not to mention, but instead also condoned Zhang Yihang. That idiot will be offended a thorough. Chapter 51 Dead Ghosts Demanding Accounts. Serves him right. Zhang Yihang also stood blearily at the side. Instantly his throat went dry. How is it possible? It wasn't that he didn't know about Song Bin's family conditions. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Manager Chow, have you been tricked by her? How could she be the owner of Gene Mansion? Only then did Chow Hai notice Zhang Yihang's few people, and how this atmosphere between a few people and the big boss didn't look like it was cordial. Thinking of a certain possibility, Chow Hai's heart immediately sank, especially after hearing Zhang Yihang's brain-dead question. Chow Hai turned his head to look at Zhang Yihang's entire gaze changed. Am I not clearer than you if I'm the boss? And what kind of a thing are you, giving orders to the boss here? Chow Hai's words left no mercy, but Zhang Yihang didn't dare to say a word. Even the middle-aged man beside him didn't pay any more attention to this nephew that he usually liked extraordinarily well, and instead walked up to Song Bing, his old face smiling into a chrysanthemum. So you are the new boss of our Gene Mansion. I was just thinking about how someone as dignified as you could possibly be an average person. Song Yan, however, didn't look at them and only asked Chow Hai, are they also tenants of our Gene Mansion? Chow Hai bent over and nodded, respectfully replying, they run an internet company. It's on the 28th floor. Song Yan nodded, looking at the increasingly fidgety Zhang Yihang at the side. The corner of her mouth suddenly hooked up into a smile. With a touch of mischievousness, she gently opened her lips, then let them move out. At these words, before Zhang Yihang could react, the middle-aged man had already taken a step forward and fiercely slapped him. I'll let you slander the boss. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the boss? If the boss doesn't forgive you, you should roll back home before it's too late. Don't disgrace me in Magic City again. He is now incomparably regretful, regretting that he didn't investigate clearly before condoning Zhang Yihang to mess around. Where does he look like an ordinary family with that temperament? If he was really driven out from Gene Mansion, his entire company, where could he find a new suitable workplace in a short period of time? What's more, the location is so good. How much effort did he spend in the beginning? And how much did he invite for meals and gifts, before he gradually gained a foothold in this building? Zhang Yihang was stunned by the beating, and when he heard his uncle's words, he hurriedly staggered over to Song Bian. Song, boss, I was wrong. It was me who had eyes and did not recognize MT. Tai. It was me who did not know how to offend you. Please give me another chance. He was now completely unconcerned about how Song Wan suddenly became so rich. All he knew was that his uncle had always been a man of his word. If he didn't coax Song well, he really might be sent back home by his uncle without saying a word. Song instead took a step back, with absolutely no intention of accepting the apology. His expression was cold and his tone carried a bit of carelessness. I can't afford Mr. Zhang's apology. I'm waiting to see how Mr. Zhang will make it impossible for me to mix in Magic City. Boom! When Zhang Yihang heard these words, he immediately felt that his entire brain was going to explode. She had simply sent his words back to him as they were. How could he have the ability to make the owner of Gene Mansion not be able to get along in Magic City? On the contrary, as long as she gave a word, he would really have to pack up and go back to his hometown. Song Wan, however, no longer had the patience to continue talking with him and directly turned to Chow Hai Dao. Let's go. I happened to look at the 28th floor. When the middle-aged man heard this, he knew that there was no room to turn around, and immediately his hands were trembling with anger. Turning towards Zhang Yihang, he delivered another loud slap. Scourge! How did Lao Zi think of transferring you to Lao Zi's side? Captain Chen, who was on the side, shook inwardly when he saw the scene and silently closed his mouth tightly. Even if he just had a feeling that the girl must not be the type of person that Zhang Yihang spoke of. Yet, he had never expected such a dramatic reversal. What was the concept of their new boss of Gene Mansion? The entire Gene Mansion was owned by this girl. To be able to own an entire mansion in a place like Mordor where every inch of land was gold, how illustrious the family should be, he could no longer imagine. Zhang Yihang would not even mind his own crooked thoughts on the girl, but he also shamelessly said that people were pestering him. How big of a face? When Captain Chen thought of this, he subconsciously looked down at Zhang Yihang, who had already been beaten red and swollen on both sides of his face. But it's really a dead ghost asking for a debt. It deserves it. It was too late to sigh, and in the next moment, the girl's voice could be heard slowly coming out as she spoke softly to Manager Chow. That Captain Chen was good just now. Give him a raise. Manager Chow, who was standing beside him, nodded his head in a hurry. Boss, if you say it's good then it's definitely good. I'll inform the finance and double his salary. Captain Chen's face was stunned as he watched Song's figure gradually disappear into the elevator, and he was unable to speak for a long time. At this time, Song Bo had already arrived at the 28th floor under the leadership of Chow Hai. Unlike the positive and friendly atmosphere of Lin Yu Technology, Zhang Yihang's uncle's internet company could see all kinds of beautiful women in short skirts walking around the office as soon as they entered. One of the women in a short gray dress immediately greeted them when she saw them coming over, especially towards Chow Hai with a very attentive attitude. Why is Manager Chow free to come to our company? Is he here to look for our boss? The corner of Chow Hai's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and as the woman approached, he directly wrinkled his nose and sneezed. Good guy, an internet company holds so many beautiful women. The perfume smell is smoky. Without talking to the beautiful woman, he took Song Wan to have a general look at the layout, and then quickly walked out from the 28th floor. Breathing fresh air, Chow Hai's entire body seemed to come alive, and his gaze towards Song Bo also gained a few more points of spirit. Does the boss want which company to move into Jin Mao Tower? Song nodded. You're more familiar with this place. Besides the 28th floor, is there any spare space? Chow Hai thought for a moment and directly shook his head. The Jin Mao Tower is a very sought-after location. There's usually no spare space. Of course the entire building is the boss's place. If you fancy any floor, boss, I'll go negotiate with them. The 28th floor then. The 28th floor is also in a good location, and the layout is suitable for Lin Yu Technology. So with a single stroke of the hammer, refund the funds for the next quarter directly to them, and have them move out of the building as soon as possible. Chow Hai nodded, without half the intention of interceding for them. A few days ago, he had his secretary emphasize 3 times that the big boss would be coming over in the near future. It was just as well that they didn't take it to heart, but they were still trying their hardest to make a fool of themselves. Wasn't this purely bumping into the mouth of a wooden barn? And in Song's mind, the system's voice rang out. Ding successfully found a new office location for Lin Yu Technology. Rewarded a Koenigsegg 1-1. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Chapter 52 SSCC Supercar Club. Song, there is also no intention to stay longer in Jin Mao Mansion. Refused Chow Hai's request to invite to dinner, then directly accompanied by him downstairs. The fiery red Lamborghini poison is very eye-catching. The moment it opens up it will attract all the eyes of the surrounding people. Zhang Yihang, who was driven out of the crowd, almost stared out of his eyes when he looked over. Lamborghini. It was still a limited edition poison. If he had known that Song Wan had driven over in a poison, he wouldn't have dared to mess with it even if he had been given 100 guts. Song Bo naturally did not find Zhang Yihang. It was already past lunchtime, so she simply drove to Shihaozhai. Shihajai people have obviously been for the face of the song all memorized. See her over. The door of the people immediately attentive to the front.
Parking the parking. Take the bag to take the bag.
Even the manager who had just been replaced rushed over at the word.
It's you?
Song Yi was just about to step into the gate when she heard a voice with some surprise coming from behind. Turning her head to look, she only saw the young man walking down from the Ferrari, his face still full of excitement. Rushing straight over to her, this man had dyed an eye-catching silver hair, fair skin, and also had a delicate baby face, looking like a beautiful boy who came out from the second dimension. Song Ren, however, frowned slightly. We know each other? The man walked up very freely, the excitement on his face even more obvious. I was right behind you in the morning when you drove the poison to avoid a bumper Audi. That tail swipe was so cool. Without waiting for Song Yi to speak, he blinked his bright eyes again and said, I didn't expect to run into you here.
So lucky. You didn't have lunch either? Let's BA together.
It was the first time that Song Yi ran into someone so familiar with himself, and it just so happened that the manager also arrived in front of him at this time. The previous manager, Huang, had naturally been fired, and the new manager was a woman in her early 30s, with delicate makeup and short hair. She looked very competent. The woman bent down slightly the moment she saw Song Yi, her face as respectful as possible. Hello boss, I'm Shang Ying, the new manager of Shihijai.
Boss? Before Song Bei said anything, the boy beside her made a surprised sound. Isn't the boss of Shihijai Zhu Jianming? Song Bei wasn't too surprised. The boy originally drove a Ferrari. The clothes on his body weren't cheap, and on his wrist was a Patek Philippe. He looked like a rich kid. It wasn't strange at all that he would recognize his previous boss, so he faintly answered, yes, before. The boy's gaze toward Song Yan suddenly became even more curious. He didn't say that he knew all the rich kids in Magic City, but the ones on the top floor were still relatively familiar. But even if it was them, it would take some effort to buy Zixi. The girl in front of him is noiselessly make the Shihijai change the owner. He did not even hear a little news before. Not to mention that the boy's gaze glanced at the door. She is still the owner of the Lamborghini Poison. Noticing the boy's curiosity, Song Bo's gaze paused and said to him, aren't you going to eat? Let's go. The boy knew that Song Bei was agreeing to eat together, and the smile on the doll's face suddenly became a little brighter. Shang Ying directly brought the two of them to the innermost Qingyu Tang of Shihijai, and without Song Bo's words, he directly ordered the kitchen to prepare the best up. Qingyu Hall is said to be a private room. In fact, it is more like a small elegant courtyard. Obviously, it was not the season for plum blossoms to bloom, but looking out the wooden window, those dots of purple could be reflected in the bottom of the eye. Occasionally, when a breeze came, one could still feel the faint fragrance from the plum blossoms. The boy directly sat down next to Song Yi, the excitement on his face not seeing the slightest retreat. Get to know each other? My name is Suemo Yang, 20 years old, currently enrolled in the sophomore year of Magic City University. Song Ren raised her eyes to look at him and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Song Ren, sophomore at Linhai University. Hearing that she was also a college student, Suemo Yang's heart became even closer. Then wouldn't we be in the same grade? After a pause, he said with some regret, it would be nice if we were in the same school. It's a pity that my grades were a little worse and I didn't get into Linhai University. Otherwise, they must have known each other long ago. Song Di naturally understood what he meant, and looked at him with some derision in her smile. It's not always possible to get to know each other earlier if you're in the same school. Suemo Yang didn't understand what she meant, and only felt that she was implicitly telling herself that she wasn't the one with social bullheadedness. At that moment, she laughed even more happily. I don't need you to recognize me. I'll go find you. She didn't have social bull syndrome, but he did. Such a good-looking, car skills and the six young lady, even if he puts out his face, but also have to come up to recognize Between the two of them, the exquisite and delicious meals were also served one by one. Suemo Yang couldn't help but sigh once again. You're still great. Usually we need to make reservations to come to Qingyu Tang. Originally, he had only planned to go to Manhwa Tang to have a meal, but he didn't expect to rub up against Qingyu Tang. Thinking of this, Suemo Yang's gaze toward Song Bing became even more enthusiastic, and with almost no pause, he stated his main purpose, saying, by the way miss, is there any interest in joining our SSCC Ultra Running Club? SSCC Ultra Running Club? Song Yan slightly raised her eyes. She had heard of this Ultra Running Club, the largest ultra running club in Magic City, and in the whole of China. The ranking was also in the top 3 of the top ultra running clubs. Suemo Yang hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Most of the club are supercar owners like us. Miss Sister is so good at driving. It's a pity not to join. Song Yan thought about it and without too much hesitation, she nodded at Suemo Yang. Supercar clubs also have thresholds. An SSCC club, being the best among them, is needless to say. In addition to all kinds of successful people inside is the second generation of people, contacts. It is still necessary to get acquainted.
Suemo Yang did not expect to get a positive answer so easily, and immediately stood up excitedly, directly handed the QR code of WeChat on his cell phone to Song Wan.
Miss, you add me.
I'll pull you into the group first.
Song Bei's hand holding the chopsticks gave a start, her face slightly helpless, but she didn't refuse. Directly putting down her chopsticks, she took out her cell phone and scanned it. Almost the instant she agreed, she was directly pulled into a group called SSCC by Suemo Yang. Suemo Yang couldn't even wait to eat, and directly at everyone, solemnly introducing himself to the people in the group. All come out and scatter flowers to welcome. I've gone through a lot of trouble to finally pull Miss Lamborghini Poison's owner to our club. The group was first silent for a split second, then burst into jubilation. Holy brother Young, you're not kidding, right? Is it really Poison's owner? Chapter 53, it's a sister of the gods. What the what? It's only been a few days since I paid attention to the group and I've fallen behind? When did Magic City have poison? Just 2 days. Brother Yang just shot it in the morning. I rely on Mo Yang Kawa. Just shot in the morning, now be acquainted with it? At Bingyu. Big brother is actually still a young lady, eh? At Bingyu, miss. Why do I feel like I've seen your name somewhere before? How old is miss? Lack of pendants? Go go go. You guys welcome even if it's okay. Don't scare Missy. I'm just bringing Missy over to show you guys. Missy and I still have to eat. Goodbye brothers. The last one to speak was naturally Suemo Yang. He raised his head directly after stinking up the place and smiled brightly at Song Wan. Miss, don't mind them. Eat first. It's just a bunch of animals. They like to see what they can't see or touch. It had to be said that Suemo Yan was indeed cheerful and talkative. Song Bo talked with him for the whole meal without any uncomfortable feeling. Instead, she felt familiar with him for a few minutes. By the time the two finished eating, it was already past 3 o'clock. Suemo Yan looked at Song Bing, who was about to leave and was still a little reluctant, but he didn't stop her. He just smiled and said, Miss, when do you have time? I'll take you to SSCC Ultra Running Club to get to know the people in the group. Song Yan pondered for a bit. Tomorrow. It's a bit late today. I want to go back and rest a bit. Suemo Yan nodded. Then Missy, let's contact on WeChat. I'll come to your school to play with you sometime. Song nodded, said goodbye to him and drove directly back to school. When she arrived at the dormitory, the three Huangran were paralyzed on the bed. As soon as they saw her come in, all three pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. Huangran even climbed up and looked at her with high spirits. Bien, you're finally back. There's a great news to tell you. Song Bien put her bag on the table and looked at the three people, who all had a look of uncontrollable excitement on their faces, and suddenly guessed something. Lin Feng? The three of them immediately became excited. And the closest one, Li Lui, was even quicker to hand her cell phone over to Song Bei. When Song Bei received her cell phone, she saw a notice. Above the notice, it was written like this. Today's notice. Lin Feng, a student of the 21st grade computer science department of this school, teamed up with an off-campus social figure to intimidate the students of this school on the 4th in an attempt to make the female students return to their hearts through the lame bridge of heroes rescuing beauties, which is a bad plot and has seriously affected the reputation of the school. After research, it was decided to give Lin Feng a major demerit, in order to see the future effect. We hope that other students can learn from this and keep their feet on the ground. Do not overindulge in fantasy dramas, harming others and themselves. Put. When Song Wan saw this notice, he didn't hold back and laughed out loud. Seeing this, the three of them, Li Lui, couldn't help but aggravate the smile on their faces by a few points as well. Especially Huangran, who laughed so hard that she hammered the bed. This notice writer is also a talent. This time, Lin Feng is considered completely disgraced at Linhai University. More than being disgraced, Shi Xingran managed to hold back his laughter and directly said, I heard that even when he returned to school, he was twisted back by a police car. It's already spread throughout the entire school. He deserved it. Li Lui clenched her fists and laughed. Who made him abandon pulling back first, and then use some nasty tactics to try to get it back, and put on a disgusting look of deep love? Does he really think that he is so tragically handsome that can't live without him? He didn't look in the mirror to see himself. Where is he worthy of nowadays? The four of them fooled around for a while before returning to their respective beds. Song Yan leaned on the bed. Only then did she quiet her mind, took a long breath, and softly said to the system, System, do I still have virtual coins that I haven't spent? Yes, host, there are still 20 million Axe-tooth coins and 100 million Do coins left. 20 million Axe-tooth coins and 100 million Do coins. Cashback was another considerable amount of income, although she wasn't short of money anymore. Who would mind having too much money? It just so happened that she had nothing to do right now, so she casually opened the Axe-tooth livestream.
Listening to Bamboo's live broadcast popularity has obviously had a great improvement. Can already be promoted to the ranks of the big anchor. Even the public screen pop-ups in the live room were several times more than before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The family is the Moon Emperor. Moon Emperor finally remembered our little Bamboo boing. Moon Emperor, people want to give you monkey paper. I heard that our Moon Emperor has bagged another little handsome guy in Douyin in the past 2 days. Haha. Bamboo, don't play the man machine. The Moon Emperor is here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the Super Emperor? Listening to Bamboo, who was still excitedly playing man machine, glanced at the stream of Moon Emperor in the pop-up screen and instantly became energized. Moving his gaze to the public screen, sure enough, the special effect symbolizing the Ultra Emperor instantly caught his eye. Pulling the moon, you're here. Although listening Bamboo did not turn on the camera live, she still subconsciously straightened her back. Although he had added her on WeChat, he didn't dare to bother him too much at all for fear of arousing her disgust. Before Song Bing could speak, he saw listening Bamboo's face appear directly on the screen. The background was also not quite the same as before. Instead, it looked like it was in a college dormitory. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? Is the anchor still a college student? Crying. It's true that you can only see Bamboo's face when the Moon Emperor is around. What a handsome face. Lick. Mama asked me why I'm drooling on the screen. Shasha. Is that your roommate behind me throwing Bamboo? He's also handsome. Listening to Bamboo, he realized that the camera had accidentally captured the roommate behind him. And just when he wanted to move the position of the camera, a loud noise suddenly came from the doorway. Immediately after, another roommate was seen panting as he walked in. Holy, Jiang Hui, what exactly did you buy that's so heavy? Tired dad. The teenager called Jiang Hui was the roommate who had just been accidentally photographed. And when he heard this, he was also a bit surprised. It's probably something my parents sent me. Let me see. The roommate who entered the door heard this and directly put the box on the table. However, as soon as he opened it, not only the roommate who had just been there, even Jiang Hui directly froze there. Inside the case, it was clearly the latest model of fruit cell phone and alien laptop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Hui, what kind of fairy parents are you? The roommate's eyes instantly turned green, looking at the fruit cell phone and then looking at the alien laptop. A pair of eyes are all envy and jealousy. Send express even if, who parents directly send fruit cell phone and alien laptop. Simply trenchant and understanding of their boys' hearts. Then he saw Jiang Hui pick up a small note and froze. Not my parents. The roommate turned his head in amazement and heard Jiang Hui's voice again. It's my sister. Chapter 54, your roommate named Jiang Hui. Interested in live streaming? The people in the live broadcast room naturally took the scene in their eyes, and all of a sudden the picture style in the pop-up screen changed. I knock, what fairy sister? How come I don't have one? Alien notebook. The old man wanted for a long time. The front, not just alien laptop. Fruit cell phone I also want. I'm just asking where I can find such a fairy sister. Is it okay if I ask my parents to give birth to another one? Upstairs, you need to go back to the oven first. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Bamboo, she then reacted and hurriedly moved the cell phone camera away. Jiang Hui was oblivious to this and directly took out his cell phone to make a call. Song Yen, who was facing the screen of his cell phone, was helpless to such a coincidence and had to pick up the phone in his hand. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Hui's anxious and panicked voice came over. Sister, why did you buy me such expensive things? You're not going to hitch up all the money you earned over the summer, are you? He was aware of the fact that Song Bai didn't go home for the summer vacation, but stayed in Magic City to work. But he knew even more about the price of alien laptops and fruit cell phones. Thinking of this, Jiang Hui's face couldn't help but become a few points more anxious. I'll return the stuff to you now. See if you can get a refund. Nearly $50,000. It was enough to cover his spending for 2 years. Song Di instantly cried and laughed a little, and used the excuse of investment again with great difficulty to coax him back. On the other side, listening to Bamboo was still looking at the screen with bated breath. Song Ren heard and directly typed a line on the public screen. On the phone. The public screen instantly shifted the topic back again. Ha 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 ha, roommate is on the phone. Moon Emperor is also on the phone. Bamboo, you can wait in peace. Both are on the phone. Truthfully, I have a bold guess. Stop brainstorming upstairs. Something that can't be done with 8 poles. Thinking about it, I know that a big man like Moon Emperor can't be idle every day. I've already begun to visualize the Moon Emperor's domineering appearance. Sisters, I can't take it anymore. A beautiful overlord. Even more poking and prodding out. Listening to Bamboo knew that Bingyue was busy, so she naturally waited patiently. There were so many questions from Jiang Hui that Song Rui's head was getting a bit big. Jiang Hui didn't realize it at all, until he knew that Song Bo had also bought gifts for the families of the 2 families as well, and only then did he stop a little bit. However, his tone of voice still carried some meaningful discouragement. Sister, investment is a pit, the most elusive.
You made money this time, but don't get too addicted. It's not possible to step in the pit next time. Song Yen, I can't thank you enough.
By the time Jiang Hui finally nagged enough, it was already 10 minutes later. Song Bei couldn't figure out how such a refreshing young handsome guy could nag so much. Although she thought so, after hanging up the phone, she looked out the window and remained silent for a long time. She never knew what family felt like before, but after she came here, both her mom and dad and this cousin gave her a good feeling. Even when they got money or gifts, the first thing they did was not to be happy, but to worry about her life and whether she still had enough money. Took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. Instead of typing on the public screen again, he directly cut to the WeChat interface and found Listening Bamboo from within his recent contacts. That roommate of yours called Jiang Hui. Is he interested in live streaming? Listening Bamboo obviously saw it and was instantly stunned. Immediately replied back, I didn't ask, but he plays games very well, no worse than me. Receiving this reply, Song Yen immediately raised an eyebrow. At the very least, this anchor called Listening Bamboo's character was not bad. She didn't deliberately belittle her roommate just because she showed interest in Jiang Hui. Naturally, Listening Bamboo didn't know what was going on in Song Bian's mind, and only glanced at Jiang Hui before typing once more. If you like Jiang Hui, I can persuade him to come to Axe Tooth live. To be honest, the moment he heard S voice at that time, it was impossible not to be a little moved. Who wouldn't like a rich, young girl with a nice voice? Not to mention that he was also a voice control. However, the gap between the two he is more aware of. At the drop of a hat to reward a few million girls' family situation is certainly unusual. Not at all he can climb on. What's more, listening to Bamboo slightly drooped her eyes. These 2 days Manhwa also rewarded another boy who sings in Douyin. For her, giving them a reward might just be a pastime when she was simply bored. Since this was the case, how could he not follow her wishes? Sure enough, by the time he finished typing that line, Pulling Moon was clearly a bit more animated in tone than before. Then I'll trouble you, ******. Listening to Bamboo looked at her expression charm in a daze. His heart suddenly had some indescribable loss. Without waiting for Manhwa to urge him on, he had already acted. Everyone wait for me for a moment, go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Before the crowd in the live broadcast room could react, they saw the camera suddenly go black and the sound could not be heard. Instantly, the pop-up screen directly exploded. No way, no way? Bamboo is so out of it? The Moon Emperor is still in the live broadcast room and went straight to the restroom? People have 3 urgencies. We have to understand the anchor. Understanding is understanding. What if Moon Emperor runs away? Moon King might still be on the phone, right? Not on the phone. Instead, Song Biao, who was hanging out in the live broadcast room, just adjusted his posture. In almost 5 minutes, the camera had brightened up again, and this time it was clearly not just Listening Bamboo, but also appearing in front of the camera was Jiang Hui. It's back, and since we're in the dormitory this time, we've purposely gotten outside help. Listening Bamboo stood in front of the camera and smiled at the screen. Everyone who likes my handsome roommate can go and click a follow. Oh, the name is Jiang Hui. When the viewers in the live broadcast room heard him speak, the pop-up screen suddenly rolled even more joyfully. What the what? Handsome roommate came to the live broadcast too? Bamboo, you're out of your league. I was about to ask you for the handsome roommate's WeChat. Is the handsome guy's name Jiang Hui? My focus is a bit peculiar. Did Bamboo just go to the restroom to look for help? Handsome guy, I'm coming. Sisters, I'll go first. Perhaps it was because he really liked this one of Jiang Hui's looks. Or perhaps it was just a hilarious thing to do. This new number of Jiang Hui's live broadcasting room was flooded with a large wave of people at once. Hello, handsome man. While there are still few people, handsome man begs to be familiarized. Omega. I'm a relatively direct person. Can handsome Jiang Hui have a sweet romance with someone? How were you persuaded by Bamboo to come on air? Little brother Jiang Hui, Ask me if you don't understand. Was little brother persuaded in the restroom? Ask if you don't understand. Handsome guy has abs psi, for all psi. You guys are all old and horny. Unlike me, I just want to ask little brother, can you let the fairy sister to me? Chapter 55, another exclusive special effect, Curved Moon Throne. Jiang Hui was obviously still a bit uncomfortable when he saw these enthusiastic pop-ups. Song Bian, who had exited from the live broadcast room, was however directly approached by Axe Tooth's staff. Big brother, are you there? Song Bai sent a question mark with some confusion, and the reply from there came immediately. Big brother, we've gotten you an exclusive special effect over here. Would you like to see if you like it? There was a video below the reply. Song Yi directly clicked on it, and the first thing that appeared in the video was a starry sky. In the middle of the starry sky, a complicated throne appeared. Before the throne, a picturesque elf queen with bare feet stepped on the stars and slowly came, and above her ankles, she could faintly see a purple curved moon winding up. Almost at the moment the queen of the elves appeared,
The throne also emitted a faint halo, seemingly welcoming the owner to return. As the elf queen turned around and sat on top of the throne, a beautiful round of curved moon totems appeared in the background. The picture came to an abrupt end. Song pursed her lips, and she had to say that this special effect was a bit more appealing to her than the Douyin one. After receiving Song Bei's affirmative reply, the staff member in charge of reception was almost about to jump up and down. Big brother, this special effect is an exclusive special effect that our design department spent 2 days and 2 nights making just for you alone. If they knew you liked it, they would be overjoyed. Happy or not, Songrin didn't know, but she did quite like it. How many axe tooth coins is this special effect? The staff hurriedly responded. It's 100,000. Big brother, we've already raised it to the maximum permissions for you. God knows that their boss was going to explode after realizing that this big brother who originally belonged to their axe tooth had gone to Douyin, especially since the big brother had also swiped $20 million at Douyin, and that $20 million was still swiped in just 2 days. In order to welcome this godly big brother back to axe tooth, the boss immediately ordered the people from the design department and the technical department to work overtime to create several sets of special effects related to the moon. In the end, this best-looking and most magnificent bending moon throne was chosen. Fortunately, Big Brother was fond of it. Song Yi accepted their good intentions. A 100,000 axe tooth coin throne was much better than a 5,000 treasure map. At the very least, the hand wouldn't get cramps from clicking. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Huai was still seriously following the parachute jump, and in the next moment, the sky special effects filled the sky in front of his eyes. Along with it was a conspicuous announcement above the system. Jiang Huai, the live room, which originally didn't have a particularly small number of people, immediately boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of special effect is this? Well, look good and feel good. It's so beautiful. This technique can be used for animation. The elf queen cries beautifully. Is the axe teeth new special effects? Nerds, look at who sent out this special effect. How can it be a new special effect? 80% is the same as the fighting sound. Is specifically for the Moon Emperor to do the exclusive special effect. Upstairs, the truth. Bending the moon's harmonic is not the salvation of the moon? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the first time Lao Zi feels that a harmonic terrain is so romantic. Jiang Huai, on the other hand, directly froze there, turning his head to look at listening bamboo with a touch of shock and doubt. Wasn't he just here to make up the numbers? Didn't this guy Shin listening bamboo say that his family's big brother wanted to see a double row before pulling him on? Now what is this situation? Even if he didn't know how much above the bending moon cost, but just by looking at the exquisite splendor of the special effects, he knew that it was definitely not less. Jiang Huai was a bit panicked. However, this is not the end, only to see the screen one after another special effects continuous, one after another. Bailey, you gifted anchor Jiang Huai the moon throne ×2. Bleak Moon gifted anchor JAC with Throne of the Moon x10. Moonlight gifted anchor JAC, Throne of the Bending Moon ×50 inch. Moonlight gifted anchor JAC with a curved moon throne ×100. I sprouted plants. I seem to have seen the blooming scene of the Moon King in Douyin 2 days ago, but I think the Bending Moon Throne is a bit better looking than above the proximity moon / / / omega // Brothers, I've done the math. It's exactly what I thought. A Bending Moon Throne costs 100,000 axe tooth dollars. I and asterisk percent hashtag. Lost my words, brothers. 100,000. Wouldn't 100 be 10 million? Numbed family members, is this the world of the rich? Poverty limits my imagination. Seeing these pop-ups, Jiang Huai, who was already stunned, instantly widened his eyes. $100,000? 100 is $10 million? Shin hearing bamboo, I can't move my hands anymore. Jiang Huai silently turned his head and looked at Shin hearing bamboo with a gaze that was already completely dumbfounded. What is the concept of $10 million? He had never thought in his life that he could earn $10 million, even now in the Imperial City. But do not forget what the school he attended? Sports University. At most he would be a sports teacher or coach. This with his roommate on a live broadcast to play a game. And even before the game started, there are big brothers to brush him 10 million? Called Shin hearing bamboo face with a smile. But the heart is a little bitter. Although she had long anticipated this scene, but when it really happened in front of her, she couldn't stop feeling a little hard. So did Bingyue like Jiang Huai's type of looks? However, the next moment, the screen in front of them similarly shone with a gorgeous curved moon special effect. Brave Moon gifted anchor hearing bamboo with a Throne of the Moon ×1. Bleak Moon gifted anchor listening to bamboo. Throne of the Bending Moon ×10 inch. Tropic of Cancer presenting anchor listening to bamboo. Throne of the Bending Moon x 100 inch. The same 100. Now, Shin listened to bamboo also directly froze there.
The audience in the live broadcast room was also completely thrown into a frenzy and confusion when they saw this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Other than these two words there are no words that can describe my feelings anymore. Another 100. Another ing 100 went out. Is the Moon Emperor spreading money? Just a few minutes of time. What's the concept of $20 million going out? I'm ing sore. Stop it upstairs. I'm already sour as a lemon. I'm grassy. Really, the divine hero has to be the Moon Emperor. Oh, big brother, I want to make leg pendants. Listening to Bamboo saw the constantly flowing pop-ups before suddenly reacting and hurriedly stood up and said excitedly to the screen, "Thank you for 100 curved moon thrones from the salvation of the moon." Thank you, big brother. John Hwai beside him also reacted as if he was waking up from a dream and followed closely. Thank you for the 100 curved moon thrones from big brother Bailey you. Big brother want to add a WeChat? I can eat chicken and fly. The pop-ups were instantly all ha ha ha. On the phrase I can take flight ha 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 ha. I vaguely remember Bamboo saying that too. Familiar scene. Familiar words. Not bad for a roommate ha 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 ha. Then immediately after, the crowd saw a line of conspicuously large letters with special effects appear on the pop-up screen. No plus. Chapter 56, Chauffeur for Missy. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly happy. The Moon Emperor who swiped $20 million says don't try to use this routine to ask for my WeChat. Ha 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 ha. Sympathize with the anchor for a second. Upstairs, but the anchor already has a spicy amount of money. The corner of the mouth that grinned up suddenly froze. Oh. John Hwai also didn't expect that the big brother who had swiped so much money for him in one go would react this way, and immediately froze in place. Beside him, Shin listening Bamboo looked at him, and the sourness in his heart inexplicably disappeared without a trace. It seems that he is still a little different in the heart of Bingyu. Just as he thought of this, the cell phone beep sounded. The contact person was none other than Bingyu. Don't just reveal my contact information to others. Listening to Bamboo was stunned, subconsciously looking at Jiang Hwai who was still frozen in place, her heart beating one by one, getting stronger and stronger. Good. I will definitely not reveal your contact information. Only then did Song Bai put her heart down, and without waiting for the two to speak again, she directly retreated from the live broadcast. Jiang Hwai, who was left in place still in a daze, turning his head, he looked at Shin hearing Bamboo's gaze still with unspeakable incredulity. Big brother left? He swiped $20 million, and then just left? Did he not wake up from his dream or is this world a fantasy? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all happy to see his expression. Little handsome boy, calm down, calm down. Our Moon Emperor has always been so bold. Ha 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 ha. Bamboo at least played the game together at that moment. It's the anchor's turn to have nothing. No. Although the anchor doesn't have the big brother's contact information, the anchor has money. Oh. I'd better feel sorry for myself. Song Bing who had gotten off the live broadcast instantly heard the system's voice in his head. Ding host's spending of $20 million has been detected, and is in the process of returning the virtual gold multiplier to the host. Ding congratulations to the host for getting 30 times cashback. 600 million renminbi has been sent to the host's account. Please check and receive. The system's words had just fallen, and the prompt of a text message rang out with it. Your tail number 8106 card September 4th Huaxia Bank income, transferred from other banks, 600,000,000,000 yuan. Balance 141,460,5262. 60 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Song Bian was instantly joyful. Just before, because of the investment in Lin Yu technology spent out $500 million. This moment all came back. The night was dreamless. In the morning, Song Yan was woken up by the noise. The screams outside the building were so loud that people couldn't sleep properly. When Song Yan opened her eyes, Huang ran and the three of them were already under the bed. Seeing her wake up, Li Lui immediately pointed out the window with an excited face. Waiting for someone downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I don't know who he's waiting for. Song Bian had long been immune to Li Lui's gossip attributes. However, when she heard about the Ferrari, she still opened her eyes at once. Ding, it's a new day. Is the host signing in? The system saw the need to check in, and the voice immediately rang out in his head. Song Yi rubbed her eyes and secretly said in her mind, sign in. Ding. Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Southern Order law firm. The rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. Rather than being mentally prepared, Song Yan was still taken aback by this reward. The Southern Order law firm, headquartered in Magic City, was well known throughout China. His offices were located in various geographical areas of China, and even had branches in places like New York and London. Most importantly, the Southern Order law firm had never lost a case since its establishment more than 30 years ago. Song Yi gently slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to be able to wake up a bit. The system was really getting more and more violent in its outbursts. The host is a person who wants to become a top white rich beauty. How can she not have her own group of lawyers? The system's cute voice was serious. Since he had followed the host here, he naturally had to follow the customs of the country. The internet said that grandpas are very fond of their granddaughters. Now, Song Yi finally came to his senses. Only then did she have time to look down at Li Lui, who was still waiting for her to strike up a conversation. Wei, wouldn't that Ferrari be yellow? Li Lui's eyes widened a little in surprise when she heard this. How did you guess? She didn't use guessing. Song Yen got out of bed and came to the window, and sure enough, she saw the familiar figure leaning against the side of the Ferrari, and a touch of helplessness flashed across her face. Although Su Mo Yang told her yesterday that he would come to the school to find her, but this is also too early. He didn't call her even when he came, and if she didn't wake up, she still didn't know how long this guy would have to wait down there. Picking up the cell phone and dialing, Su Mo Yang's giddy voice instantly came through the receiver. And, Miss, you saw me? The corners of Song Ren's mouth twitched slightly. Sports cars plus handsome men were still not small in terms of lethality for girls' dormitories. Otherwise she wouldn't have been woken up so early in the morning. Li Lui beside her immediately noticed the blind spot, looked at Song, and then looked at the handsome man below with a bright smile who was also making a phone call, and suddenly realized something. That handsome guy below is here to find you? Song nodded and hung up the phone directly after telling Su Mo Yang to wait. Turning her head, she saw Li Lui, whose eyes were buling. Since dumping Lin Feng that scum, peach blossom after peach blossom, but also are super high quality. Huang ran beside her also poked her arm unsuspectingly. Song, infinity. By the time Song went downstairs, it was already 10 minutes later. Su Mo Yang saw Song Bei's silhouette and directly welcomed her, handing over a cup of soy milk. Warm up your stomach first, Song. The smile on Su Mo Yang's face instantly became even brighter. I had my home chef specially make it. Without waiting for Song Bei to speak, Su Mo Yang had already opened his mouth once again full of anticipation. Miss, let's go? Song Bei raised the soy milk in her hand with some tears and laughter. You should wait for me to finish this first. Su Mo Yang in front of her was blinking, her big eyes fluttering on her delicate doll face. There's no rush. You can drink it in the car. Seeing Song Bing cast his eyes toward the two sports cars standing side by side, Su Mo Yang's mouth smiled more curved. We can drive a car, he said. We can drive a car. I'll be the driver for Missy. Song Yan's movement of drinking soy milk froze, guffawed, and directly handed him the car keys. The calculating success of Su Mo Yang's eyes instantly brightened even more, as if he had gotten his most beloved toy, holding the car keys and looking left and right. Worthy of being poison, even the keys are more exquisite than mine. The fiery red Lamborghini Poison roared, like a beast that galloped up, and soon drove away from Linhai University. Chapter 57, Miss, do you still have a Koenigsegg 11? In the car, Su Mo Yang was still gushing to Song Bing. Wow, this poison feels different when you drive it. Miss, you're too rich. Song Yen smiled as she sipped her soy milk and didn't say anything. Su Mo Yang, however, was even more certain of the speculation in his heart. It would have been impossible for those who could buy poison to be an average family. What's more, he couldn't even find out any information about Song Yen. It was important to realize that their family was already considered to be one of the top families in the Magic City, coupled with the fact that the power of those guys' families, which were not inferior to theirs, had not been able to find out anything. This in itself was already very telling. How deep the family background behind the young sister was evident. Thinking of this, Su Mo Yang immediately gave himself a silent nod in the bottom of his heart. There weren't many people who could make him look good, so it was not easy to take the initiative to befriend one and bring him such a big surprise. Leaving aside the long-term first, just being able to prescribe poison alone made his life very complete at this moment. Missy, our club is almost here. Looking at Song Yen who had already finished her soy milk, fearing that she would be bored, Su Mo Yang simply spoke directly about the club. There are quite a few sports cars in our SSCC club, but poisons are something we've never had before. If those animals pounce on you later, Miss, you must refuse. If you really can't, hide behind me. I'll block for you. Put. Song Rin didn't hold back her laughter. Her gaze lingered on his body plate for a split second. Then she said with a smile, good, I'll definitely hide behind you. Su Mo Yang was instantly more complete. The SSCC club's grounds were large and its facade was luxurious. From a long way away, Song Yen had already seen the three people waiting at the entrance of the club, as well as the cars behind them. Lamborghini LP 700, GTR, SLS AMG, all of them were expensive supercars. Song Yi was not surprised in her heart. She had learned about this club before she came here. The entry level was the Porsche 911, and the membership system was strict. Those who were able to enter the club were either rich or wealthy, and it was only normal to own these sports cars. Su Mo Yang naturally also saw the few people waiting there. At that moment, The smile on his face became more open for a few points, and the fiery red Lamborghini Poison drifted in a single motion, directly stopping in front of the few people. I go Mo Yang? How did you convince Missy to let you drive? Without waiting for Su Mo Yang to reply, the trio had already shifted their attention to Song Bing on the passenger side. Wow, I've long heard that Mo Yang said it's a very young miss. I didn't expect it to be this pretty. Hello miss, welcome to our SSCC club. Let me open the door for Miss Sister. Su Mo Yang was just about to get out of the car when he saw the trio scrambling to open the passenger door, and their movements to get out of the car were all a few minutes faster. Song Yen didn't hesitate and directly got out of the car in a graceful manner. Su Mo Yang directly took a step forward, keeping the distance between Song Bei and the three people strictly in check, before he introduced himself to Song Bei. Miss Sister, let me introduce you. This is the guy dressed in a stuffy. The guy dressed all stuffy is called Chin and Lu. His family is in the entertainment company. This guy who looks like a dog is called Chu Ching. His family does real estate. Finally, this most pretentious guy is called Yi Rang. His family runs a jewelry business. When the three heard Su Mo Yang's introduction, a few black lines were drawn across their heads. Is there such a thing as blackening one's own brother? Song Ran nodded, looking over one by one with Su Mo Yang's introduction, and at that moment, a touch of laughter was added to his gaze. It had to be said that from another perspective, Su Mo Yang's introduction was still quite apt. The most handsome of the three was Chu Ching, the one who looked like a playboy was Chin and Lu, and Yi Rang, whose temperament was the most elegant one. After briefly introducing herself to the three, Song Yen was welcomed directly into the club by them. The four people's family backgrounds were among the top in the entire club, so naturally, it was easy for them to complete the club membership for Song Yi. After filling out the form, Chu Ching and the three of them directly came up to Song Bai. Missy, we have a small competition this afternoon. Do you want to go with us? Su Moyang sniffed and scurried over, not bothering to isolate these three people, blinking his eyes as he said to Song Bai, it's a match between us and another club, and there's some small bets, so why don't you go? Miss? If those guys see Missy's poison, their dog's eyes will surely light up. Chu Ching's trio silently glanced at each other, their expressions suddenly somewhat one-sided. Su Mo Yang had always been very resistant to his doll face, and had always hated it when others linked him to cuteness. There was once a club member who, in order to please this kid, went around telling people that Su Mo Yang looked cute, and was directly expelled from the club by this kid, now in front of the young lady, but we'll forget these completely. Actually also engaged in the malicious cute this set. Song. The club's races were definitely races between top-class sports cars, and neither the speed nor the technology was something that could be experienced when driving a car on a regular basis. It just so happened that she hadn't really tested it out yet either after obtaining the divine-level driving technique. When the four of them saw him agree, their gazes instantly became excited. Missy is cool. Shu Minghui, that kid got a Bugatti Veyron and fooled around with us. When the time comes, let them also see the power of Miss Sister's poison as well. Ha 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 ha, I can imagine that guy's expression. Missy is simply our SSCC club's super blessing. Poison was not an ordinary heavyweight sports car. Whether it was above rarity or price, it was clearly superior to Zhu Minghui's Bugatti Veyron. Even if they lost the race, so what? They are Lamborghini Poison A. The face alone, directly to them to win back, okay? Bugatti Veyron? Song Yi's attention was focused on the Bugatti, and after a moment's thought, he raised his head and said to the four men, do we need another Koenigsegg 11? The four of them all looked at each other with a thunderous expression. The four people are all the same black question mark face. Yi Rang, who was drinking water, even sprayed the water in his mouth. What did you say, miss? Song Yi thought they didn't hear, so she repeated, do you need to add another Koenigsegg 11? The four people directly magic shocked face. Miss, you still have a Koenigsegg 11? Having a limited edition Lamborghini Poison was already shocking. Okay, how did this young lady have a calm face and say that she still had a Koenigsegg 11 in such a light tone? Chapter 58, Rent Me a Koenigsegg 11? Su Mo Yang, who brought Song Yen over, had his mouth wide open, his eyes full of incredulity. What kind of little ancestor did he find? Another poison and Koenigsegg 11. Song Yen is directly the address of the Emerald Lake neighborhood wrote down and handed them, and at the same time handed over the Emerald Lake door card. Koenigsegg 11 had already let the staff send there when they arrived before, and greeted the Who manager of the Emerald Lake, and immediately found it. Then Song Bian saw four people each show their skills to take turns scrambling. All four were car lovers, otherwise they wouldn't be inside the SSCC club. Poison was already exciting enough. Who would have thought that there was a Koenigsegg 11 waiting for them? The one who finally grabbed it was Yi Rang, who seemed to be the most calm. Song Yi didn't understand this kind of enthusiasm and simply looked at them with one hand resting on her chin. Only then did the four people react to the fact that Missy was still here.
and they immediately collected themselves. Yirang shook the door card in his own hand and smiled at Song Bei right then and there. Does Missy want to come with me? After receiving Song Yan's answer that she wanted to rest, the other three people immediately started another round of scrambling. Qin and Lu were the first to raise their hands, followed by Chu Qing, and as they were grabbing for it, they heard Suemo Yang beside them snort coldly. All of you go away. It seems like I'm the only one who likes to accompany our young lady. I'm going? The other three looked at Suemo Yang with stunned eyes, rather like the feeling of having one's home stolen from them while trying to fight on the front lines. When did this guy turn into such a dog? The three of them weren't slow to react, and in a few steps, they stepped forward to similarly come to Song Bian's front. Who says you're the only one who likes it? We'll drive the car back to be equally able to accompany Miss Sister around. Song Bei put down the hand propped up on her chin, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch at that moment. I don't need you guys to accompany me. The two people who finally decided to head to the Emerald Lake were Yirang and Qin and Lu, looking at Suemo Yang and Chu Chung, who were left behind, looking at her with a blear-eyed look on their faces. Song Yan almost choked again, casually throwing the poison key in front of her to them. Do you guys want to drive this for a few laps first? If she continued to look at her like this, she wouldn't be able to eat her tea. Suemo Yang and Chu Qing's gazes instantly lit up with the naked eye. Suemo Yang even wanted to rush over to give Songren a bear hug before he was directly carried away by Chu Qing by the collar. When he left, he also handed Song Bo an apologetic smile of a child who didn't know any better. Waiting for the two people ran enough. Yirang and Qin and Lu also drove the Koenigsegg 11 back. Unlike Lamborghini Poison's flamboyant fiery red color, Koenigsegg 11 was white, and due to the large amount of carbon fiber used in the production of the Koenigsegg 11, the body mass is only 341 kilograms, which makes the car look lighter and quicker. The two limited edition supercars side by side attracted a lot of attention from the club members. Time flew by, and after lunch Suemo Yang and the others began to organize the club members to head to their destination this time, the Lanchi racetrack. The Lanchi racetrack was a racetrack, but it was more of a place that the SSCC club had specially set up to allow its members to train. Seeing Song Yan standing up, Suemo Yang took the lead and stood in front of her. Miss, how about I drive you? Before Song Yan had a chance to reply, the other three walked over at a brisk pace. Once again, Chu Chong once again directly picked up Suemo Yang, who was maliciously being cute to Song Bei, and put him to the side. You've already chauffeured Miss Sister once when you came over. Don't even think about it this time. Suemo Yang instantly glared at him, yet with a height of 178 against 188, there was absolutely no advantage to speak of. Similarly, Yirang and Qin and Lu on the side had already driven the Koenigsegg 11, thus disqualifying themselves. The final result was that Chu Qing drove the Koenigsegg 11 and led Song Bing to the destination. The Lanchi circuit was built in the outskirts of the countryside, more than 10 kilometers away from here, and while they were still on the road, another group of people had obviously arrived early. At the initial point of the track, there were also 7 or 8 sports cars parked. The most eye-catching, naturally, is still the silver Bugatti Veyron at the head. Leaning next to the Bugatti Veyron was a man of almost 23 or 4, about 1 meter 7 tall, with medium to high looks. This was the Zhu Minghui that Suemo Yang and the others were talking about. Brother Hui, it's this time of the day and Chu Qing and the others still haven't come. Could it be that they don't dare to come? The one who spoke was a young man standing beside Zhu Minghui. He was also dressed in a famous brand, and his tone of voice clearly carried a pleasing tone. The other people beside him immediately agreed. That's right, 80% was scared by Brother Hui's Bugatti Veyron. Still, Brother Hui is great. Actually, even Bugatti Veyron is able to get it in such a short period of time. Xu Minghui's expression instantly became a bit condescending, and his gaze towards the incoming place also took on some scorn. If they don't dare to come, how can they still mix in this realm of Magic City in the future? Ha 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 ha. Still, Brother Hui is a cow. No matter if they come or don't come, this face is already lost. However, the crowd was just happy. A burst of roar belonging to the sports car came from far and near from the ear. Xu Minghui and other people's eyes subconsciously looked over, and then just one glance, they were directly frozen there. The white supercar at the head looks both handsome and smooth. From a distance you can feel its lightness. Speed is fast, just like a ghost on the track. If not the Koenigsegg 11, what is it? But that's not all. Immediately behind the Koenigsegg 11 is a flamboyant fire-red supercar. Body cool, like the king of the beasts in the jungle. Hissing is enough to shock the forest shrimp and crab generals. Is this Lamborghini Poison? The two limited edition supercars parked beside Zhu Minghui one after the other, immediately comparing the originally dazzling Bugatti Veyron. How is this possible? Xu Minghui watched Chu Qing and the others come down from the sports car, and his eyes immediately glared like bronze bells. He knew best how difficult it was to get a top sports car.
His Bugatti Veyron still dipped into the light of his little uncle's business, and it took him a long time to finally get his hands on it from abroad. Because of this, he was sure that Chu Qingde in such a short period of days simply cannot get comparable to his Bugatti Veyron's top supercar. However, what about these in front of him? With a flick of his cheeks, Xu Minghui instantly looked like he thought of something and pointed at them. You guys rented them, right? Do you still want to be shameless? Our club has always been open and honest with the club. What's the deal with you guys renting a car? Su Mo Yang, who was the first to get out of the car, suddenly snorted, facing Xu Minghui with a bright mockery in his eyes. Don't come out and disgrace yourself if you don't know enough. Xu Minghui, you go rent a poison and try it? Or can you rent a Koenigsegg 11? Chapter 59, What to Call Miss Sister. In the future you have to call Sister Bang. The Nine Summers Club headed by Xu Minghui was newly opened in the last few years. The threshold is a bit lower than SSCC, and because it was established by the Xu family, it has attracted quite a lot of new tycoons. However, ever since Xu Minghui took over Nine Summers, he has been bringing people over from time to time to provoke them. As the leader of the new families, the Xu family's strength is still not weak, but because of this, the Xu family's heritage was also a shortcoming. Xu Minghui was obviously very sensitive to such words, and there was more anger in his gaze as he looked at Suemo Yang. Your club has no poison in Koenigsegg 11, I'm not clear? Suemo Yang is no longer pay attention to him, directly walked to the front of the Koenigsegg. To Song Bei opened the door of the passenger side of the car. Chu Qing several people parked the car, then similarly stood in the side of the Song. This obvious protective gesture instantly made the opposite side of the Nine Summers Club members shift their attention to Song Bo. It had to be said that the sudden appearance of a girl in the midst of a crowd of men was still very eye-catching, especially a fresh and beautiful girl. Even Xu Minghui couldn't help but speculate about Song Bing's identity. To be able to let the always proud Chu Qing protect them like this, it could never be some ordinary girl. However, without waiting for him to think more, Qin and Lu's voice had already traveled over. Coming here is for the competition. Xu Minghui, you'd better not yak about useless things, as if you're afraid that others will know that you're not skilled enough. Only then did Xu Minghui come back to his senses, and his gaze towards the several people suddenly took on a touch of shade. Okay, this is what you guys said. Don't regret it later. But, this time, I want to change the bet. Chu Qing's several people turned their eyes to look at him, only to see him firmly pointing towards the Koenigsegg 11. If we win this competition, I want it. Seeing Chu Qing's several people frowning, Xu Minghui then added, of course, if I lose, I'll give you guys this Bugatti Veyron of mine. Suemo Yang immediately looked over towards Xu Minghui. I say, can you have some face? Bugatti Veyron compared to Koenigsegg 11? You fool's dream? Xu Minghui obviously also understand the price difference between the two cars, and then said, in addition to add another 60 million how? Now, directly Chu Qing, a few people amused. Chu Qing even laughed and said, why don't I give you $90 million? You help me buy a Koenigsegg 11 how? This abacus are playing to the sky. Not to mention that Koenigsegg's market value of $100 million. Only 6 limited edition supercars in the world can be bought with money? Even the Yangxia Club's few people subconsciously pursed their mouths. Although they previously, in order to flatter Xu Minghui, said Chu Qing several people do not leave the slightest bit of mercy, but they are also very clear. Compared to the ability of the family behind Chu Qing's people in the Magic City, the Xu family, as an up-and-coming powerful family, was obviously a lot worse. For the sake of the family business they can be in the hands of Xu Minghui, but if they were to say that they refute Chu Qing's top few sons to his face, they would never dare to do so. Didn't see their front foot is still sighing Bugatti Veyron. People after the foot will drive 2 limited supercars parked in front of them. This heritage and ability, I'm afraid to give the Xu family a few more decades, the Xu family may not be able to do. Xu Minghui single-handedly against. Momentum above obviously lower. 100 million. 100 million total line. Ding detected that the host is facing a situation. The system issued a random task, to win the club competition. Mission succeeds. Obtains ownership of the Luo Yuan property. Failed mission. No punishment. Between a few people arguing, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Song's mind. Song Bai's gaze towards Xu Minghui immediately changed a bit. This was not a douchebag. It was clearly her golden lump. If she remembered correctly, Luo Yuan Real Estate was the largest real estate company in Luoyuan City, the urban area belonging to Song Bo's hometown Yongning County. Originally thought of how to give parents subtle enhancement of the quality of life. With Luo Yuan Real Estate, the problem will be solved. At that moment, he pulled Chu Qing, who still wanted to refuse, and softly said to a few people, say yes to him. The few people turned their eyes to look at Song Ren's gaze instantly turned into surprise, their voices similarly suppressed. Miss Sister, I'm not saying that our skills aren't as good as Xu Minghui, it's just that in case we lose, that's Koenigsegg 11. Song Bian of course knew that, so he firmly nodded at them, seeing that they agreed to their request.
Xu Minghui's entire eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to clap his hands. And at once a man in a red racing suit came out from behind him. This is Zhang Ming, the newest member of our Yangxia club. We'll send him on this race. I wonder who you SSCC sent out. Snort. On the SSCC side, not only did a few of the leader, Xu Qing, laugh in anger, but the few members who brought along didn't hold their tongues either. Xu Minghui, you're completely shameless, aren't you? The default for matches between clubs was to use members of their own clubs. And who was Zhang Ming? A professional racer who had won championships internationally. This dam can even join the Yangxia club in advance. The SSCC club's crowd looked at Zhu Minghui's gaze all of a sudden. It was said that the Zhu family's family was a mixed bag, but now they had experienced it. This damn thing was simply shameless. Since you want to compare like this, why don't we SSCC just invite a world champion over tomorrow as well? Sheen and Lu straightened their collars, their snickers at Zhu Minghui almost overflowing. The most important thing for those who mixed in the circle of their second generation was face. Obviously Zhu Minghui didn't understand this. The smile on Zhu Minghui's face froze, and before he could say anything, he saw that the girl in the middle of them took the keys to the Koenigsegg 11's car and walked out directly. How about I come? Xu Minghui immediately snorted out a laugh. You? Sure. Xu Qing, the best driver in SSCC, was nothing in front of the world champion. A new girl? Song Yi, however, simply ignored his intentions and only winked towards the few people behind her. Let me try. A few people could see the eagerness in her gaze and only assumed that she wanted to play, so they didn't have the intention of stopping her anymore. Xu Qing directly opened the door and got on the passenger side after she got on the car. Since that's the case, then I'll also accompany Miss Sister to have some fun. Suemo Yang. Several people also did not stop. Are destined to be a farce. Simply let their young lady sister painfully play a hand. With them, Xu Minghui can take away the Koenigsegg 11 counts as their loss. The two cars were soon in position. With the signal sound, the two sports cars were like arrows off the string, leapt out at the same time. The eyes of the people left behind then turned to the large screen that had already been turned on, and the shadows of the Koenigsegg 11 and the Bugatti Veyron were immediately presented in front of them. Xu Minghui looked at Suemo Yang's several people's careless expression, only to assume that they had already given up the struggle, and at that moment could not help but laugh out. You guys don't say it's not fair, he said. You guys don't say it's unfair. The Lanchi circuit is your SSCC family's. My Bugatti straight line although powerful, but if the real skill is good, corner overtaking is not impossible. The words just fell, only to see the first corner on the big screen has appeared. Then in the crowd's incredible exclamation, only to see the Koenigsegg 11 a sideways acceleration, then directly in front of the Bugatti Veyron overtaking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Curve acceleration. Young lady bullish. Listening to the members behind them a cheering voice. Sheen and Lu. Several people also could not help but put away the carelessness on their faces. After the shock, the arc of the mouth violently raised upwards, the arc of the corners of the mouth upward. What do you call Miss Sister? In the future, you have to call Sister. Chapter 60, Sister Bambi, you are our god. Xu Minghui had completely frozen there. He knew clearly in his heart how difficult it was to overtake a car in a curve, or else he wouldn't have taunted SSCC with that. Even Zhang Ming, who was a professional player, had to slightly reduce his speed during the curve. But what the hell was the big screen in front of him? A pro who had won a championship was overtaken by a little girl in the first corner. Don't be too complacent. It's just a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Xu Minghui had absolutely no intention of bowing his head and admitting defeat. There was still a long road ahead, and it was still unknown who the deer would die. Sheen and Lu's few people, however, did not care about him at all. Several people look at the white Koenigsegg 11 in the big screen with burning eyes. Because of the excitement of breathing became a little short of breath. Even the members of the Yangxia club behind Xu Minghui looked at the big screen, not even daring to blink. Originally thought that the strength of the disparity, the result will not have any suspense in the game at this moment suddenly let a person's blood boiling. The white Koenigsegg 11's figure on the road was just like its publicity concept, completely like a ghost. Second turn. It was at this time that someone in the crowd exclaimed. The gazes of the crowd immediately looked more seriously at that white car shadow in the middle of the big screen. She wouldn't still not want to slow down, would she? Obviously. The second curve was still different from the first. While the first curve was on flat ground, the second curve was halfway up a mountain. If one wasn't careful, they would directly break through the guardrail and end up in a car crash. Xu Minghui saw the situation. His face could not help but bring a few snickers. Really is a little girl. In this kind of curve and still show off, clearly is looking for death. Once the Koenigsegg 11 crashed through the guardrail, then today's victory belonged to their Yangxia club. As soon as he thought of this, the smile on Xu Minghui's face became even more intense.
thinking that such a curve could still be as lucky as her first one? Ridiculously naive. The members of the SSCC club turned their gazes towards Zhu Minghui, only to see him leaning on top of a Ferrari, a loose smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had already taken the fruits of victory into his arms. The gazes of Sumo Yang's few people sank all of a sudden, but they couldn't care less about him, their gazes dead set on the big screen. Just as Zhu Minghui had said, this second turn had a completely different meaning than the first. Compared to winning the race, what they wanted to see more than anything else was Song Bing and Chu Qing's unharmed condition. However, the next moment, the crowd directly widened their eyes once again, only to see the big screen. The white Koenigsegg 1-1 directly utilized its body weight to make a sharp drift, without slowing down at all. The car directly skipped the second corner. Without hardly any stops, it continued to run towards the front. How is it possible? Zhu Minghui leaned on the bodywork and fell straight down with a stagger. In her eyes, looking at the big screen, there was a more than obvious disbelief. That was a mid-mountain curve. How could she dare? Moreover, how could she accelerate and drift without any damage at all? Look at the back of Zhang Ming's operation to know. Even as a world-class racing driver, in front of the threat of life is also life-threatening. That little girl, however, as if she did not know what it means to be afraid, watching the distance between the two cars in every corner to pull away a little. By the time the journey was nearly halfway, the distance between the two cars had even been completely pulled apart. Zhu Minghui was a bit unable to stand up at that moment, and immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said over there, Zhang Ming, if you lose to a little girl, I guarantee you won't be able to return to your international race in this lifetime. A Koenigsegg 1-1 was a bet he couldn't afford to pay. Zhu Minghui, do you believe that if you make any more off-course threats, I'll directly make you come over vertically and go out horizontally? Yi Rang straightened his sleeves, and although his gaze towards Zhu Minghui was careless, it scared Zhu Minghui so much that he didn't dare to say another word at all. If this guy went crazy, he could do anything. At that time, I'm afraid that his grandfather would not be able to anger the Yi family because of an already ruined him. It was good that he had already conveyed what he had to say to Zhang Ming. However, without waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the Bugatti Veyron driven by Zhang Ming changed from the calmness of the party, and directly followed the example of that little girl in accelerating as it entered the next curve. The next moment, the body directly threw out. Fortunately, this curve is a S-curve. The body directly collided with the roots of the mountain again. There was nothing wrong with the people, but the result of the race was already clear. When the Koenigsegg 1-1 driven by Song Bian returned to the finish line, the beautiful figure reappeared in front of the crowd. The whole venue suddenly resounded with the cheers of the SSCC club members. Sister! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Was sister really poached by brother Yang and the others? In contrast, there was a silence on the Yangsha club's side. Zhu Minghui looked at the big screen in a daze, and when his eyes fell on the smashed Bugatti Veyron, he couldn't stop his heartache. This car had taken him a long time to get it from his uncle. If he didn't win the competition, it's just that even the car was crashed for him. When he looked at Zhang Ming, who had also returned here, his eyes were filled with darkness. Zhang Ming's heart is even more wrong. Before coming to Zhu Minghui has already told him. This side of the club members, although there are a few racers, but the technology and professional is not even comparable to the kind. But the girl in front of him is simply a monster. Even on the international circuit, he had never seen such a crazy person. S-turn continuous drifting. Why does she not go to heaven? The most critical thing is that the whole process actually did not have a little error. After fixing his mind, he then said to Zhu Minghui almost certainly, Zhu Xiao, she's definitely a professional racer as well. She just hasn't participated in international competitions. Some talented racers were like this. Breaking records was like a joke, and they didn't like to participate in any competitions. He thought that the girl in front of him was most likely a talented racer who had been groomed since childhood. Otherwise, with such car skills, there was no way he hadn't heard of her. Only then did Zhu Minghui come back to his senses, and his gaze towards Chu Qing and the others instantly took on a gaze full of questioning. You guys didn't find professional level racers ahead of time yourselves as well? How do you have the nerve to taunt me before the race? Snort. The opposite side of Sumo Yang and the others simply didn't bother with him anymore. But the SSCC club members behind him couldn't help it. If you can't afford to play, don't play, okay, Zhu Minghui? You think the whole world is like you just because you cheat? Our sister but with poison and Koenigsegg 1-1 squarely into the SSCC. You want to say how Zhang Ming into Yangsha? Chapter 61, South Steps Law Firm. Ready for your arrival. What did you say? Zhu Minghui's entire face froze directly in anger when he heard the last sentence. The poison and Koenigsegg 1-1. They're hers? How is that possible? One person owning two top-tier limited edition supercars? Don't kid yourself. Even Chu Qing and the others might not be able to get them. A girl with a new face? Song Yi, however, was too lazy to dwell on this issue with him. turning her eyes to look at him with a gaze that was still calm and uncharacteristic.
And, the match is over. Shouldn't you hand over your bets?
Xu Minghui's face became more rigid at a speed visible to the naked eye.
My Bugatti has been made to look like this. Do you still want it? Why don't you want it?
Suemo Yang turned the car key in his hand between his fingers and smiled brightly at Xu Minghui.
Remember to send it to Bugatti for a good repair and then send it over to us.
Xu Minghui's hand clutched his Bugatti's car keys tightly,
veins almost coming out.
He had never thought that his opponent would win this match, which was why he had moved his mind to the Koenigsegg 1-1.
Now, not to mention the Koenigsegg 1-1, even his Bugatti Veyron could not be saved. Some embarrassed raised his head, heard the opposite Yi Rang slowly added, by the way, there is another 100 million yuan, within a day to turn over. Otherwise,
Yi Rang slightly smiled towards him and gently said,
I don't think you want to know the consequences.
Xu family and the emerging forces above the steady occupation of the leader is not false, but if they really serious up,
a Zhu family,
I'm afraid it is not enough to stuff teeth, but on the basis of their hands now have part of the photolithography technology that China needs. Take the technology to threaten the country.
Also really a Zhu family can do out of things.
Yi Rang gently laughed, looking at Xu Minghui's eyes with indescribably cool mockery.
Dancing on the tip of the knife. That's the Zhu family now.
Xu Minghui saw that the opposite party was serious and didn't engage in any scoundrels. Although his face was still extremely ugly, he still said towards the several people,
I, Xu Minghui,
am also not a person who does not keep his word.
The Bugatti Veyron will be sent to SSCC after I repair it.
And the $100 million will also be taken care of within a day's time.
Isn't it just a race? Young master, I can afford to lose. Saying that, and finally glaring at Zheng Ming again, he directly got into a junior sports car. Xu Minghui didn't even dare to say anything,
and the rest of Yangxia Club naturally hurriedly shut their mouths.
Unlike the jubilation and encouragement at the beginning, when they left,
although they still drove the same sports car they came in, there was always a sense of grimacing and fleeing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning the competition,
rewarding the ownership of the Luo Yuan property.
The reward has been issued.
Please pay attention to the host to check receipt.
Hearing the system's voice as promised,
Song Yi's eyes immediately lit up.
Suemo Yang's voice suddenly rang in her ears at this time.
Sister, you'll be my sister from now on. Can you teach me racing? Suemo Yang's voice was obviously a little overexcited. He really didn't expect it.
He hadn't really expected that a young lady that he had casually picked up would bring him one surprise after another.
And this surprise simply came one after another.
Xu Qing beside him also smiled.
Without you, I'm afraid we won't even have a match this time.
Although Xu Minghui shamelessly exploited the loophole in the first place.
But when it was spread out, I'm afraid that their SSCC's majesty would also suffer some damage. Now this situation couldn't be better. Not only did he not let Xu Minghui exploit the loophole,
he also made him pay back a Bugatti Veyron and $100 million.
Thinking of this,
Xu Qing's voice then unconsciously took on some significance.
You guys say, how did Xu Minghui get $100 million in one day? Qin Yilo and Yi Rang instantly understood what he meant,
and their smiles were immediately mixed with some gloating. According to Xu Minghui's nature, it would be strange if he dared to tell his family about the bet. Then the problem came.
100 million cash flow is not so easy to get. Looking at Song Bian beside him, who was still somewhat uncertain,
Xu Qing made a move that he wanted to make when he got out of the car. He stroked her head, then smiled at her naturally and said, Xu Minghui is now working as a manager in one of Zhu Clan's branches.
Song Yi was stunned by his action,
but still understood the meaning of his words in an instant. Since he couldn't get money through normal channels,
Xu Minghui would 8 out of 10.
9 would hit that branch's head.
At that time, if they moved just a little bit, the situation that branch had to face would, I'm afraid, be urgent. In order to celebrate our sister Bing's victory in the competition, how come we have to treat our sister Bing to a big meal, right? Qin and Shang took a few steps forward,
gazing at the peach blossom eyes of the several people all smiled into a curved moon. Several of them were able to play together,
and naturally their temperament was similar. Since they were young, there weren't many people who could fit into their eyes. Now, Song Bing was definitely considered one.
A few others naturally had no opinion, so they simply drove straight to 3000 Elegant Gardens.
Several top supercars lined up in a row is naturally very windy. Just arrived at the 3000 Elegant Garden will have reception out to welcome. However, a few people were just about to enter the door. A figure ran straight over to this side. Without waiting for a few people to react, it accurately pounced towards Yi Rang's arms. Yi Rang frowned and directly took a step back, allowing the figure to fall to the side due to inertia. Right. Sorry sir, my grandmother is sick and hospitalized. I was in a hurry to rush over there, which is why I almost ran into you. The girl was wearing a white dress, with a beautiful face, especially a pair of deer-like wet eyes. Indescribable pity. Yi Rang noticed that his shirt was wet from the lemon juice on her hand, and frowned a little tighter. The girl seemed to be aware of his unpleasantness, hurriedly stood up and took a handkerchief and wiped it over to Yi Rang. Let me help you wipe it. Seeing the girl's action, Yi Rang but has already taken the first step to avoid. The tone of voice is also cold as if dipped in ice ballast. Don't touch me. Suemo Yang quietly moved to Song Yan's side. His voice was extremely small, but obviously with gloating. That guy has a cleanliness fetish. Song Yan, who was watching the whole thing, Sigma, that is to say, this scene seems a bit familiar. The girl in front of her, however, was already on the verge of being scared to tears, and still struggled to stand in front of Yi Rang. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You guys are enough? Before Yi Rang could speak, an elite-looking young man walked over. A few big men bullying a girl. Don't you guys think you're a bit excessive? Suemo Yang's several people who were eating melons with a happy face? Without waiting for them to comment, the elite-looking man directly pulled the girl behind himself, looking at them with a face of disgust. What I hate the most is you second-generation people. Don't think that you can be lawless just because your family is rich. If you guys still have any opinions you can charge at me. The man paused, and the kingly aura came out at once. We, the South Steps law firm, are always waiting for all of you to come. Chapter 62, Feng Yen Kai, are you tired of living? Not. Suemo Yan couldn't help but step forward and take a good look at this man. He was wearing a black suit, and his hair was fixed back because of the hair wax. Although the face cannot be said to be very handsome, but also belongs to the upper middle class, he looked like a human being. Suemo Yan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but tsk. You wouldn't have run out of a mental hospital, right? I've seen those who added drama to themselves, but I've never seen such an addition. The elite man froze, and the expression on his face when he looked at Suemo Yang instantly flashed with a thick flash of incredulity. And, sir, this is a personal attack. I can sue you. South Steps law firm is it? Yi Rang, who originally had a face of icy disgust, also turned his gaze to the elite man with a dawning look in his gaze. No wonder he was so emboldened. Originally the Southern Order law firm stood behind him. Hearing Yi Rang's question, the elite man lifted his chin in a faintly invisible manner. It seems that this gentleman has heard of our South Order's great name. Told you, their South Steps law firm was a famous firm in the whole of China. Those who were able to enter the firm were undoubtedly not the elite of the legal profession. As a part of it, he was naturally different from these rich second-generation people who waited for death. What these second-generation rich people were most afraid of, to put it bluntly, was getting into trouble with their families. Once they let their families know that they had messed with the southern stage, they were afraid that they would all suffer. Suemo Yang's few people were directly exasperated and laughed, and Qin and Lu, who always had the sharpest tongue, immediately asked, even if you have the South Steps law firm to back you up, then may I ask, what can you sue us for? The man froze, turned to look at Qin and Lu's gaze added a few points of disgust. When I came here, I already saw a few of you men teaming up to bully a girl. If you guys want to take the prosecution order, then I am the witness. The elite man's words were loud and clear, standing straight in front of the girl as if he didn't even bend for power. Truth be told, he'd seen a lot of these two-biters. They looked like they had a powerful appearance, but in reality, they were all colorful straw men. Qin and Lu saw his expression in his eyes. The snicker on his face became even thicker, and his gaze was even full of mockery, as he said, how did a few of us big men bully someone else's girl, you tell me? The elite man met his gaze and instantly became even angrier. You dare to do it? The other girl was bullied by you guys and cried like this. Do you think everyone is blind? That, son, you say you are the person from the Southern Order law firm? The elite man's gaze suddenly became a bit impatient. Do you think someone would dare to impersonate someone from Southern Order? In the next moment, he saw the girl who had just spoken to him nodding her head in concern. That's good. Too late to have any questions. The elite man saw her take out her cell phone. It just so happens that I also have people I know well in the Southern Order. When the elite man heard this, his face changed a bit. However, the girl had obviously dialed the number in her cell phone, and something was said there before the girl turned her gaze back to him. Your name? What? The elite man was obviously stunned, and the gaze he looked at Song Bo no longer had the same imposing look it had a moment ago. However, the girl's demeanor remained light, and her pair of good-looking eyes just looked at her like that. The elite man secretly fixed his mind before he somewhat flusteredly said to Song Yen, you're also a girl. Are you just going to stand by and watch your companions bully others? Name? Song Yen, however, was already a little impatient. This man had directly convicted Yi Rang and the others as soon as he came up without any intention of understanding the causes and consequences. So now, she had no intention of wanting to listen to more of his words. The man took a deep breath and just wanted to continue persuading something, when he heard Qin and Lu beside him snort out a laugh. What? Don't dare to say the name? Could it be that you're afraid that you won't be able to find this person in the Southern Order? The man fiercely looked at Qin and Lu. His voice suddenly took on a pride that could not be denigrated. My name is Feng Yen Kai. if you guys go and check, you can definitely find out. After a pause, his gaze unconsciously looked at Song Yi again. I'm just discussing the matter. If you guys are messing up public affairs with private matters, isn't it going a bit too far? The smiles on the faces of Qin and Lu's few people became even more sarcastic. You said that we second-generation people like bullying the most, so if I don't let you have a taste of this, I'm afraid you won't feel any pain. Song Yi had already reported his name to the person on the phone, and within 2 minutes, he directly hung up the phone. Feng Yankai looked at her with a fixed gaze, wanting to know if the person on the other side was someone from the South Steps law firm or not, and what was said, but he simply couldn't open his mouth. However, without waiting for him to consider for too long, the cell phone on his body rang directly. Feng Yankai's heart immediately thumped, inexplicably had an additional bad feeling, especially when he saw the caller ID. This bad premonition reached its peak at once. Director Tan, what are you looking for me for? Tan Tianming was simply going to be infuriated. The tone of voice that spoke to him could even be described as gnashing of teeth. And, Feng Yankai, are you tired of living? Feng Yankai subconsciously turned his gaze to Song Bo, holding the phone's hand with some slight trembling. Tan Director, what do you mean by this? Tan Tianming on the other side of the phone was still in a state of residual anger. Thinking about Feng Yankai's situation, he almost laughed with anger. And, good, really good. Feng Yankai, I've been managing the Southern Order for 6 years now, and it's the first time I've known that our Southern Order still has someone as ungrateful as you. Without waiting for Feng Yankai to say anything, Tan Tianming's voice with thick anger had already once again traveled through the microphone, and he said, I don't care what it was that made you do something so brain-dead. In short, you're fired. When the words reached here, Tan Tianming's tone calmed down a little. However, if one listened carefully, one could still hear the thick mockery that was there. Of course, if you must know the reason, I can tell you now. In his position, he performs his duties. Our Southern Order does not need a warrior who is trying to accuse Big Boss on trumped-up charges. Saying this, Tan Tianming's voice seemed to pause, pressing on without even waiting for Feng Yankai to react, and then immediately added, I'll have someone pack up your things and put them directly downstairs. You come pick them up as soon as possible. Seems to be afraid that Feng Yankai is not stimulated enough, and added maliciously, by the way, along with your things to pick up, I'm afraid that there's also your malicious defamation indictment sheet. Our entire South Steps law firm, you are welcome to file a defense at any time. Chapter 63. And what does that have to do with material me? Pa! Feng Yankai did not stand still and directly slipped on the ground, listening to the busy tone coming from the cell phone. The whole person was directly frozen there. What do you mean by fired? What do you mean by maliciously slandering? What do you mean by presuming to sue the big boss? Feng Yankai's gaze hesitantly landed on Song Bei with the last trace of hope. You are? Song Bei, however, as if she didn't sense his despair, only curved her lips and smiled brightly at him. What a coincidence. I just happen to have a Southern Order law firm under my name. Splat. Feng Yankai, who had originally staggered and just stood up a little, completely paralyzed on the ground. The several people at the side, Sumo Yang, were also visibly stunned, and their gazes towards Song Yi suddenly brought some indescribable surprise back into their gazes. Although it had long been known from Poison and Koenigsegg 11 that her identity was not ordinary. But now, if I remember correctly, the South Steps law firm is the head firm of the whole of China, and even internationally it is quite prestigious. The most famous thing is that it has never lost a single case since its establishment. Such a prestigious firm, with power all over the world, is also hers? Sumo Yang couldn't help but blink, suddenly remembering the incident where Song Ren had bought Shi Hajai without moving. Compared to now, it was nothing compared to this. Still saying that they were the top second generation in Magic City. What was Sister Bian then? Shu Qing's few people immediately followed and also reacted, followed by that they just couldn't help but snort a laugh, especially Qin and Lu. Looking at Feng Yankai's gaze is even more with full of teasing. TSK, then isn't this bastard playing the bully to his own boss's head? Do not care in the slightest. Feng Yankai immediately became grey-face, like looking at a monkey, like measuring him for a full 2 minutes. You can even make a social headline if you tell this. Feng Yankai is no longer dare to show an angry expression to a few people. On the contrary, he was protected behind the white dress girl. At this moment firmly stood out, without hesitation, straightly walked towards Yi Rang again. This gentleman. Seeing Yi Rang's expression of disgust that clearly came through when he saw her, a flash of hurt immediately flashed through her wet eyes, but she still firmly continued. This sir, Mr. Feng, he didn't do it on purpose. He just misunderstood you guys and was a bit impulsive. Can you let your friend spare him? The girl clenched her teeth. Her lips were a bit white, paired with her pretty face. It was indescribably pitiful. However, Yi Rang looked like he saw something dirty and directly took 3 or 4 steps back. When the girl saw this, the injury on her face became even more obvious.
However, she still raised her head, as if she had suffered a great grievance, and rushed at Yi Rang with a bitter tone. As long as you can spare Mr. Feng, let me do anything. Yi Rang, then you stay away from me. The girl was stunned, and her expression suddenly became even more humiliated. Seemingly understanding that she couldn't get the answer she wanted from Yi Rang, the girl inhaled deeply, and with tears in her eyes, she turned her head towards Chu Cheng again. Sir, just kindly help out and let your friend stop counting. As long as you promise, I can do anything for you. Chu Cheng didn't look at her, and only turned his head towards Song Bian, genuinely questioning, is it possible that I look like a brainwashed ingrate? These people's answers were simply 100,000 miles off from what was envisioned, and the girl couldn't take the humiliation, so she could only turn to Song Bian, who was also a girl, for help. This young lady, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng must have had a hard time getting the job offer at the law firm. Can you not fire him just because of a little misunderstanding? She stood the closest to Feng Yankai, close enough to hear his boss's voice on the phone as well. Thinking about this, the girl couldn't help but clench her teeth again and, you are all-powerful and wealthy second generation. You don't understand that we ordinary people have used up all our strength just to live. If he loses this opportunity, his entire life might be over. Feng Yankai, who had already completely collapsed on the ground, heard these words and instantly turned his gaze towards the girl. The girl's words were simply like the bright moonlight that illuminated the heart in the darkness of the night, causing his heart to stop pounding wildly. Feng Yankai shot up and just wanted to stand up. He simply couldn't imagine how they could bear to bully such a kind and innocent girl like this. The girl, however, didn't even notice his gaze, and only looked fixedly at Song Yi. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life if you raise your hand. Song Bei raised her eyes carelessly and met her gaze, her voice hitting straight to the heart. What can your gratitude bring me? The girl sniffed, and her gaze abruptly took on incredulity. You're not short of money. Why do you have to be so materialistic? Materialistic, Song Yen? A few seconds ago, she was telling Yi Lang and Chu Qing that they would let her do whatever she wanted. But how did she become materialistic? How can she be treated differently like this? Suemo Yang stood by the side, did not hold back, snorted out a laugh, and went forward to gently pat Song Bei. He went forward and gently patted Song Bei's shoulder and said with a smile, you're right, our sister Bei is the most materialistic. Saying that, he also winked towards Song, before turning to the girl again. So someone as unappetizing as you are, it's better not to ask for our sister's head, right? Jean and Lu, who had a family with a top entertainment industry company and was familiar with these routines that couldn't be any more familiar, similarly stepped forward and separated Song from the girl. And this young lady, you're not going to ask for anything more than the girl, are you? And this young lady, if you're really that righteous, why didn't you step forward just now when that Feng what's-his-name messed up her head? The girl was stunned by the question, her tone low and pitiful. I just didn't react. Realizing that the few people in front of her were not to be messed with, the girl hesitated and finally turned her gaze towards Song Bo. Today was really just a misunderstanding. There was no need to make it like this at all. Just be generous and spare Mr. Feng. Song Bei at this time, however, had already straightened her demeanor, and her tone towards her took on a bit of seriousness, too. Regardless of whether you reacted or not, it's a fact that he just indiscriminately came out to look for trouble. Looking at things biased, in my opinion, would already not be the quality that a qualified lawyer should have. If douchebags like this continue to stay in the Southern Order, she was afraid that her record of 0 losses in the Southern Order would be broken. The girl froze, and her face seemed to turn a few more points pale. But if you do this, it will make all of his previous efforts go down the drain. Law firms are not easy to get into. What's more, it was the famous South Steps law firm in the industry. Song Yen in front of him, however, directly spread his hands. And what does that have to do with the material me? Chapter 64, today's sign-in, Gene Repair Liquid. Let's go eat. Suemo Yang pulled down Song Bei's arm and winked at her once more. Talking to brainwashed people more often made it easy to become brainwashed yourself. The few people obviously didn't pay any more attention to the girl, and were soon led by the waiter towards the number 1 box of the 3000 elegant court. Seeing this, the girl was anxious and just wanted to run a few steps to stop them, but was blocked by a waiter. The waitress was likewise a young lady, with a smile on her face, polite and official. This young lady, please don't disturb our honored guest's meal. The girl stomped her foot anxiously. Can't you see that I have something to find them? The waitress lady's polite smile recycled a bit, then made a pleased gesture at her. But our guests don't seem to be too keen on talking to you. Just leave. A mere waiter dares to be dog-eyed. Feng Yankai, who was at the side, finally reacted and hurriedly went forward to pull back the girl who still wanted to move forward. The girl obviously still not completely dead-hearted. But your job. Feng Yankai was immediately frozen. Looking at the girl's eyes immediately flashed full of moving. Fixed his mind.
more determined to pull the girl's mind. Don't worry, even if I get fired, I can still go to another law firm. I won't let you be humiliated by these second-rate people again because of me. The girl was also stunned, then bit her lip. Before she could speak, she was already being pulled outside by Fong Yen Kai. The girl just wanted to break free, when she heard him turn back and say with worry, "Didn't you say that your grandmother is sick and hospitalized and is in a hurry to go over? I'll accompany you." The corner of the girl's mouth stiffened, and without a side reason, she had no choice but to follow Fong Yen Kai away. The waitress who had been watching the whole thing watched their backs slowly leave from afar, before she finally let out a sigh of relief. This kind of girl she has seen a lot. See, people driving a luxury car over to think that they rely on porcelain can also become the heroine of Mr. Ba's novel. But you have to look at the reality. How could someone like Mr. Ba or a rich second-generation man be so easily attracted to a girl who was so bold that she got her clothes all wet? Ah, no. Well, at least it got the favor of a douchebag ex-lawyer. The corner of the waiter's mouth twitched slightly as he finally brought his gaze back, locking eyes with the waiter beside him. Their expressions were all a bit one-dimensional. The lawyer, who had been dismissed by the Southern Order and sent a bill of indictment, shouldn't really think that there were other law firms that dared to accept it, right? In box number 1, except for Yi Rang, who had gotten his clothes wet, several people sat down one after another. By the time the Yi family's butler brought Yi Rang a new shirt, the meal had already been served. 3,000 elegant courts' reputation in the Magic City was no less than that of Shihajai, and the food was naturally full of color and flavor. Chu Ching, a few people tacitly did not ask Song Bo's family history, just have a chat without a chat gossip. After finishing the meal was already more than half an hour later, Suemo Yang saw the eagerness in Chu Ching's three people's gaze in his eyes, and at that moment, he came over to the side of Song. "Sister, you can't drive 2 cars by yourself, let me send you back." Song naturally had no problem with this, and directly handed him the keys to Poison's car. Seeing Suemo Yang winking at them, he got into the car very proudly. Qin and Lu were quick to drive and follow. "So what? You always need to have a car when you come back, right?" As if afraid that the remaining 2 people would have any opinions, the 3 cars quickly disappeared from sight after saying hello. The 2 who were left behind really convinced these 2 guys. Song Yan wanted to lead the way and naturally drove in the front. Suemo Yang and Qin Ilo, who were following behind, became more and more alarmed. Qin and Lu consciously sped up, side by side beside Suemo Yang's driving Poison. "So what? It won't be what I think it is, right? Suemo Yang, you're already a mature man. You need to learn to be like me, and spoil yourself when things go wrong." As expected, but in the time of 20 minutes, driving a Koenigsegg 11 and leading the way in front, Song Yen drove straight into the Sandalwood Palace, which was known as the first mansion in Magic City. "Inox still really is." Qin and Lu did not hold back, and immediately let out a long exclamation. He had already been shocked once when he learned from the manager of Emerald Lake that entire building in Emerald Lake belonged to Sister Bang, but now this situation was fundamentally different. This was the Tang Palace. Even their family, only their grandparents had a villa over here. Then immediately afterward, the mouths once again opened slightly because they were too surprised. This was because they had already been guided by Song Yi, stopping directly in front of villa number 1. "I knock." Suemo Yan finally didn't hold back and let out an exclamation as well. Qin Yuelu, who was following closely behind him, naturally heard it, and his gaze instantly took on a cold smile when he glanced at him. Favored and disgraced. Ha! Suemo Yang, however, has completely disregarded Qin and Lu's mockery, only fixedly looked at the first villa in front of him, his gaze indescribably surprised. He can really more and more curious too. Not Magic City local, still can buy get Sandalwood Palace Villa, or Building King 1. This special meow is the most horrible good. Song Yen has already gotten out of the car and handed the car keys to Qing Lin, who was already waiting downstairs. Suemo Yang and Qin and Lu only then reacted, hurriedly followed the car. Suemo Yang still had some shock left on his face, and couldn't help but be shocked again when he saw Qing Lin's looks. "Holy, Sister Bien, is this your brother? So damn handsome." It was simply the look he had dreamed of. Like people like this, there was absolutely no way anyone would praise cuteness. Qing Lin sniffed, and immediately smiled politely at him. "I'm just Mrs. Housekeeper." Once again shocked, Suemo Yang's eyes changed as he looked at Song Bien. "That's what we're saying. It's still Sister Bun who knows how to have fun." Song Bei obviously didn't get his strangeness, and after greeting the 2 of them, she directly sent the person back to the car. Suemo Yang and Qin and Lu, who hadn't seen enough and thought that Song Bo would invite the 2 of them up for a cup of tea, winky face. Song Yen, who had just eaten and didn't feel the need to drink tea, sent the 2 away and directly brought Qing Lin into the villa, because she knew that she would be back. The table was already set with delicately cut after-dinner fruits. Song Bei ate a little and then went straight upstairs. There was no one to make any noise,
so Song Bo directly slept until 9 o'clock. Just as she sat up and stretched, the system's cute voice rang out in her head.
Ding, it's a new day. May I ask if the host is signing in? Sign. Song Yi opened his eyes, and immediately afterward,
he heard the system's voice ring out once again right after him. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of Gene Repair Liquid.
The rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. Song Yi couldn't help but be stunned. Gene Repair Liquid? It's a repair liquid that can repair all the visible and hidden injuries in a person's body, and allow the user's physical quality to reach the very top of the human race. Hearing this, Song Yan's eyes directly lit up. Once a person reaches middle age and old age, there is no guarantee that the body will experience this and that kind of discomfort, as well as damage that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Especially for Song Dad and Song Mom who had been overworked over the years, this Gene Repair Liquid couldn't be more suitable. Chapter 65, it's called having foresight. Remembering again the Luo Yuan real estate that she had obtained from signing in earlier, Song Ren's complexion moved slightly, and she directly went downstairs to find Xing Lin. Make some arrangements. I'm going back to Yongning County.
Xing Lin looked at her with a fixed gaze and nodded mildly.
Then I'll accompany you back. Song Yi nodded.
This was how inconvenient it was when facing a loved one. Knowing her roots showed that it was impossible for her to expose all of these rewards from the system at once, and there were some things that were inconvenient for her, so she could completely let Xing Lin do it for her. Xing Lin's professionalism was something that didn't need to be questioned at all. By the time Song Bai finished breakfast, Xing Lin had already arranged everything. Since she was going home, it wasn't a good idea to be too high profile, so Song Yan directly got into the Audi that she had used to buy groceries for the nanny earlier. Xing Lin's driving skills were very stable,
and even halfway there, Song Yan fell asleep again in a daze. When she woke up, she had already entered Luowan City. Luowan City is not too big.
Only 15 minutes time has come to Ning'an County. The Audi slowly drove into an old neighborhood.
Song Yan looked out the window at the somewhat familiar scenery. His expression could not help but bring some apprehension.
Although she had already accepted them on the phone before, when she really had to face them, her heart would inevitably bring a few points of panic. Xing Lin could see her unnaturalness, so he gave her an encouraging smile. Only then did Song Bo get out of the car and walked up to this already somewhat old building following her memories. She had already called Song father and mother in the morning, and they were so happy to know that she was coming back today that they couldn't even speak.
When Song Ren took out the key and opened the door,
she saw the busy figure of Song's father and mother inside the door. The dining table was on the right-hand side of the door.
Not very big.
A small round table with a diameter of less than 2 meters. It was a small round table with a diameter of less than 2 meters, and now it was already full of food, and the hot air could still be seen.
Before Song Bo could speak, Song father and mother had already spotted her just entering the door. Good boy. You must be exhausted after such a long car ride. Why are you standing there? Hurry to the sofa and take a rest. Song mother, still wearing her apron, directly pulled Song Bei to sit on the sofa to the side. The sofa was not big, but it was clean and had a warm sunny flavor. Song Bei was still a little stunned when she heard Song mother say with a smile, "Your father has been looking at the door for more than an hour, but he finally got you back." Song mother's voice carried obvious derision, and Song father on the side immediately coughed without being able to hold back. It's not that exaggerated. Mom is just talking nonsense. Looking at Song father's slightly embarrassed look, Song Ren somehow managed to dissipate the panic in her heart. Dad, Mom, I miss you guys. Listening to his own daughter's soft voice, Song father who was embarrassed could no longer pretend on his face. His mouth suddenly grinned widely, and he muttered, "Such a big person. All you know is thinking about mom and dad all day long. You don't know a shame. Our good boy that is filial piety." Song mother was very upset with Song father's performance of being a good boy when he got a bargain. She directly gave him a blank look in a bad mood, and then when she turned her head to look at Song Bei, she smiled that big smile. Good boy is hungry, right? Good boy is hungry, right? Mom made you all your favorites today. Be sure to eat more. Song, I made the spicy crawfish and spicy fried clams. Song father pursed his lips, not moving to claim credit to his own daughter. Song Ren snorted and laughed, thoroughly gauging Song father's temperament. Tilting her head, she smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Dad. You child. You've been outside for 2 years and you've learned to say thank you. Father Song's old face reddened, still trying to hide the smile on his face that was already on the verge of grinning to the heavens. And, I'll go and bring up the clams so we can eat. Hurry and wash your hands. Song Ren happily answered, and after washing her hands, she helped set up the dishes. Seeing this, Song mother instantly laughed again. Our family's good boy is more active than anyone else when it comes to eating. Song father glanced at her. That's because good boy likes the spicy crawfish and spicy fried clams I made. Mother Song didn't bother to argue with him, and immediately greeted Song Yan for dinner. Song Yan loved spicy food,
and had eaten a lot of meals made by private chefs and outside chefs during this period of time. But when the meal in front of her entered her mouth, she felt that the food she had eaten outside was no better than the food she had eaten. The taste buds seemed like they would automatically recognize and spontaneously rank the meals made by the two people directly to the first place. Whether it was Mother Song's hot and sour shredded potatoes and mapo tofu, or Father Song's spicy crayfish and spicy fried clams, they all made her appetite grow. In front of the two of them, there was no concept of keeping up appearances at all, and Song Yan's windswept eating style made Song Father and Song Mother both unable to help but laugh even more happily. In particular, Song Yan ate and praised, so that the corners of the eyes of the two people laughed out of the crow's feet. Song Father and Mother felt that just watching her eat was incredibly appetizing. It was really worthy of being the child they had raised. As she watched, Mother Song noticed something different. After looking left and right, she finally said with certainty, "My good boy has become good looking again." Song Father on the side subconsciously looked at Song Bo, and habitually said a few words back. "Good boy inherited from me." He was already good looking. Song Mother took a look at his small eyes and single eyelid, and gave him another blank look without any goodwill. This person never knew what it meant to be self-aware. Seeing that Song Mother didn't deny it, the smile on Song Father's face suddenly became even more joyful. "My good boy is so good looking. In the future you can't easily cheapen any brat." Speaking of this, Song Mother remembered, and turned her eyes to look at Song Ren again. "Good boy, have you seen that girl Jincho in Magic City during this period of time? Son, the other day your aunt came to the phone, said that this girl is going to get married. The engagement banquet is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and she said for us to go there together." Getting married? The corners of Song Bo's mouth twitched, and her mind instantly recalled Mr. Wang's somewhat stoned face. Mother Song only thought she was simply surprised. "Isn't that so? It's just that 2 days earlier than you came back, went out for a blind date and settled straight away. Didn't even ask for a dowry. I don't know what the rush was for." Song Bian was really shocked now. "Mom, you're saying that the person Jincho is getting married to is someone he met on a blind date?" Song Mother nodded. "That's right. The young man is still from our county, and he's quite decent looking." Speaking here, Song Mother couldn't help but pause. "But he has a green gecko tattooed on his ear, which looks oddly unorthodox." The rice in Song Bei's mouth almost spewed out. No, it wasn't immodest. That was called having foresight. Chapter 66. Where did you buy this lighter? Because they were talking while eating, by the time they finished eating, it was already an hour later. Song Yi touched her overstuffed stomach, stood up and wanted to clean up the dishes. Song Mother was quick to stop her. "Good boy, you go rest for a while. I'll do it." Song Bo's movements in her hands didn't stop, and she smiled softly at Song Mother again. "Mom and Dad cooked so hard for me. Of course it's you who should take a break." Song Father, who was mentioned, subconsciously straightened his back, then decisively stood up. "And, don't even grab it. I'll do it." "Good." Mother Song responded decisively, then snatched the dishes from Song Bo's hands and handed them directly to Father Song. Song Father, who was thinking about how to fight for it later, said. Mother Song glanced at him and smiled faintly. "It just so happens that I need to have a word with a good boy." After saying that, without waiting for Song Bei to say anything, she directly pulled her into the room. Song Bei's room was sunny, and as soon as she entered, she felt the smell of warm sunlight. Because of the frequent cleaning, the room even carried a faint fragrance. Song Bei was pulled into the room and sat down before she reacted. Then she snorted. "Mom, are you doing this on purpose?" Mother Song did not have the good sense to blankly glance towards the doorway. "Your father, this person, a day without cleaning up his body itches." The two of them talked for a while longer, but Song Ren was preoccupied with business, so she told Song Mother that she was looking for a friend and slipped out of the house directly. Xing Lin had casually eaten something and had been waiting downstairs, immediately opening the car door when he saw Song Bei come over. "Miss, I've just gotten in touch with the people at Luo Yuan. We can just go straight over there now." Song nodded. Luo Yuan Real Estate was located in the center of Luoan. In about 20 minutes, the two of them had already found their destination. The manager of Luo Yuan Real Estate was a middle-aged man. His figure was surprisingly not out of shape, and he looked like a gentleman, because he got the news in advance. He led several department managers to wait at the gate early. Song Yan brought Qing Lin directly out of the car, and the manager at the head of the car hurriedly greeted him when he saw this. "Chairman, you came over." Behind him, several department managers' eyes were almost glazed over. Was their new chairman so young? Song nodded, and heard the manager follow up. "Hello Chairman, I'm Wen He, the general manager of Luo Yuan Real Estate." Song Bei first recognized the managers of each department under Wen He's introduction, and instructed them to continue their work before entering the office of the chairman of Luo Yuan Real Estate under Wen He's leadership. Luo Yuan Real Estate had 12 floors in total, and the chairman's office was undoubtedly the one with the most open and brightest view. Xing Lin had already greeted him in advance. So Wan he directly placed several of Luo Yuan's most luxurious properties on the table.
The most eye-catching one was the Hentaying Villa area located in the center of Luoan City. There are 66 villas in the Hentaying Villa area, which belongs to No. 6, No. 16, No. 36, No. 46, No. 56, and No. 66, which are the best and the most expensive, nowadays, apart from No. 66 which had already been bought. The internal design and structure of the other 5 had been placed in front of Song Bing. Song Bai had just found a reason to come out, precisely to give Song father and Song mother a new house in Luoan City. It's not that she doesn't want to bring them to the Magic City, it's just that whether it's the Sandalwood Palace or the Jade Garden, it's far beyond the scope of Song father and mother's ability to accept, and it's not easy to explain. First give them to improve the quality of life, the others slowly come good. Even if this thought, Song also did not want to give Song father and mother to buy cheap house, meaning, Luoan City is not even a second-tier city, and the price of housing is naturally not the same level as the Magic City. Even the most famous Hentaying Villa area in Luoan City, the house price is only more than 30,000 a square meter. The most expensive villa, the 6th, is only $18 million. Song Yan looked at the composition directly will be the 6th villa to set down. In addition to Luoyuan real estate in Yongning County is also a property in. The old man always has some unwillingness to leave home. Song Bian simply said a townhouse area in Yongning County. If Song father and mother are willing, they can arrange for their sister-in-law, grandparents, grandma and grandpa to live together. When the time comes to arrange a few nannies, they will be able to go directly to their relatives' homes when they have nothing to do. After arranging the house, Song Yan brought Qing Lin to the 4S store. As soon as the shopper saw the two of them enter, he directly and enthusiastically greeted them. May I ask if the two of you have any favorite models? Range Rover, do you have one? Song Yan slightly raised her eyes, but she had always remembered that Song's father liked this car. In the past, when she didn't have money, Song's father didn't miss it, but now that she had money, she naturally wanted to arrange it. The guide's eyes obviously just lit up when she heard the model. Yes, miss, please follow me to this side. It's a coincidence that you two are here. We just got a Range Rover in the store 2 days ago. Soon, Song Yan and Cheng Lin were guided by the shopper to the front of a Land Rover. The one parked here was indeed a Land Rover Range Rover SUV. The body was black, and the overall look was both domineering and calm, a type that Song's father would have loved. This one is our newest model, and it's top of the line. If you two have any ideas, I can get you the biggest discount. And buying this car now, the installments are all discounted as well. Just this one. Song Rin directly handed the card over. The guide's originally barred mouth stopped in an instant, looking at Song Bo with unbelief in her gaze. Miss, are you sure? This one of ours is the top of the line. The whole car may cost $3 million. Song Bei nodded. The card in her hand reached forward again. Swipe your card. Only then did the shopper notice the card Song handed over, and her pupils had a small earthquake directly from shock. My goodness, is this the rumored black card user? The shopper didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly brought the store manager over. When the store manager saw the black card, he treated Song Bo with 12 points of spirit, ordering people to serve tea and water, and helping to choose a license plate, because Song Bo didn't want to waste too much time. It took less than 15 minutes to complete all the formalities. When Song Bo took the car keys and went out, the employees in the 4S store were still staring at the door. What kind of rich second generation is this? Buying a car is just like buying a cabbage. Song, who got such an exclamation, was already driving the Range Rover towards his home, and in a short while, the doorway of his home had already appeared in front of him. Song's father received the keys in his hand and began to scrutinize them. Good boy, where did you buy this lighter? Chapter 67, how many billions are you worth now? Song Bing didn't say anything. Song father pressed the button back and forth again. Good boy, where is this lighter outlet? Song's father only saw his daughter press the lighter, and then there was a drop sound from downstairs. Subconsciously looking downstairs, only to see a brand new black SUV is parked downstairs. Song father's eyes are good, especially this SUV is still his heart longing for Range Rover. Until Song Bo put the car keys back into his hand, Song father didn't even react. Not a lighter, but real car keys? When Song mother came out of the room, she saw Song father, whose face was already red. When Mother Song glanced at him strangely, she saw him jump up and down. Boy, where did this car come from? Song Yin smiled at him. A gift for Dad. Song father's eyes widened, precisely because the car that his heart had been longing for a long time. He clearly knew its price. He looked at Song Bo with a serious gaze. Boy, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything illegal. The things that she had mailed back before were already very expensive. Even if she worked during the summer vacation, she wouldn't be able to earn so much. Song Bing, however,
had prepared for this, and directly made a copy of Lin Yu Technology's shareholding agreement, handing it to Song's father. Dad, you also know that I studied computer science, and the owner of this company happens to be a senior at our school. Seeing Song's father pick up the agreement and read it, Song Yan only then continued, the senior wanted me to join the company, but I was still in school. At that time, I had a little bit of money in my hand, so I invested it all in the company. Who knew that the company had developed a game and made a lot of money? Even so, people giving you 45% of the shares is too much, right? Song's father frowned, afraid that his daughter was being cheated by someone outside. Song Bing naturally knew his concern, so he smiled and said, at that time, the company was about to develop a new game, so I put the money I earned before back in, counting up. Of course, I'm also considered the company's patriarch. Besides, my computer skills are also good. The technology into the shares is also a part of it. In order to convince Song's father, Song Bing directly brought out the class guide. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask our class advisor. Our class advisor also knows about my shareholding in the company. Senior came to our school to give a speech at that time, and it was still our class guide who invited him over. Hearing these words, Father Song was obviously relieved. No matter what time it was, a teacher's words would always be a little easier to believe. Mother Song only reacted at this time. Sitting next to Father Song and looking at those shares directly opened her eyes wide. And, my goodness, in that case, our good boy is now considered a major shareholder of the company? Song nodded her head and smiled at her. So mom and dad won't need to set up a food stall in the future. I already have the ability to be able to take care of you guys. Speaking of this, Song Ren smiled at them a little softer. In the future, you two just enjoy yourselves. If you have nothing to do, you can go out shopping, play a game of Go, dance in the square, whatever is comfortable. Father Song and Mother Song were both stunned. Because of these words, their eyes were acidic at the same time. For so many years, because there is only one daughter, the two of them have not been a lot of contempt by those people in the old family. They said that their daughters were going to be married off when they grew up, and that the two of them wouldn't even have anyone to support them in their old age. However, the reality was that both of them were not even old yet, and the good girl said that she could already support both of them. Song Ren could see the expression on the two men's faces, and deliberately winked in a weird way towards the two men. Mom and Dad, don't get excited. I still have a surprise waiting for you. Song father then remembered the car keys in his hand, and immediately danced around holding the car keys in front of Song mother, waving them in front of him. Look, the new car my good boy bought for me. It's the Range Rover that I always tell you about. The one that you joked about me not wanting in my life. Mother Song's eyes also involuntarily curved up. Virtuous. The next moment in front of her eyes was handed an exquisite and incomparable box. The box was made of purple wood, and if you smelled it carefully, you could still smell the faint fragrance. And there were also complicated and elegant plum blossoms carved on it. This is a gift for Mom. Mother Song subconsciously took it, a deep smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't care whether the gift was expensive or not, whether it was to her liking or not, but the feeling of being thought of by her own good boy was immensely pleasing. This thought was maintained until before opening the box. After opening the box, Mother Song could no longer say whether the gift was to her liking or not, only to see the exquisite wooden box. Placed is an emerald jadeite jade bracelet. Even if she does not know much about the price of jade bracelets, a glance over, also know that such a bracelet is absolutely not cheap. Moreover, it was full green, and the color distribution was extremely even. Holding it in her hand, Mother Song's eyes lit up. There was no woman who didn't like jewelry, especially when it was so close to her heart. After lovingly touching it again and again, Mother Song finally put the bracelet back into the wooden box. Boy, this bracelet isn't cheap, is it? The bracelet is in the Magic City when let Ching Lin personally to pick. Full green is rare, glass seed emerald is needless to say. Song Mom, you know Lin Lin's mother has a lot of money to spend on this bracelet. Mom, do you know the current market value of Lin Yu technology? Without waiting for Song mother to speak, Song Bei had already helped her put the bracelet on. More than $1 billion. It will continue to grow in the future. So your daughter is really rich now. So feel free to spend whatever you want. Song mother was already shocked by Song Yan's words in billions of dollars. And it wasn't until Song Yan brought over a glass of water for each of them that she finally came back to her senses. Mother Song even purposely avoided her left hand with the bracelet when she received the water, and exclaimed with a trembling voice, "So, our good boy is now worth a few $100 million? Song's father was not less surprised at the sight. Good boy was able to afford him a Range Rover of more than $2 million. He had already guessed the company's market value to high, but even if he thought about it, he didn't realize that this company had actually used billion as a unit. Sure enough, you came back obediently, and today's water is all better." Song mother mechanically finished drinking the water and put down the water cup. Her brain was still a little confused. The truth was that his family's obedient boy was only a sophomore this year. Without saying a word, he had already made such a great achievement. How could they not be shocked as parents? Seeing that both of them had finished drinking the water that had been blended with the gene repair liquid, Song Bae heartily revealed a smiling face. Dad, Mom, let's go. I'll show you the surprise. Chapter 68. Shock from the neighbors. Song father and mother were pulled directly down the stairs by Song. Song father also specially took his driver's license out. When the Range Rover was opened, Song father was shocked again. This is the highest match? It has to be $3 million, right? Song father sat in the driver's seat, touching the left and right, simply refreshed. I'll be the chauffeur for you two mothers today. Father Song grinned, his face full of smiles that he couldn't hide. Song mother didn't laugh at him either, sitting in the back, stroking the jade bracelet that her own good boy had put on his hand, her face similarly full of smiles. Song Bo sat directly in the passenger seat because he had to lead the way. Song father, who was already an old driver, drove the car today but was extremely calm, slowly and leisurely, afraid of accidentally bumping into wherever he touched. The distance that could be reached in 15 minutes on a normal day was doubled by Song's father. Song father stopped the car according to Song's instructions, and was once again shocked, because the place in front of him was no other than the famous villa area in Yongning County. It was said to be filled with townhouses that looked both grand and luxurious. However, without waiting for him to ask his doubts out, when he saw their figures, someone had already greeted them. "Ms. Song, you're here." The one who came to greet them was a young woman who took extra care in her address because she had been greeted in advance. Her face was gentle and kind, and she was none other than the property manager of this side of the villa area. The property manager looked at Song Yen with a hidden respect, and when she saw Song's father and mother, her waist was slightly lower. Wasn't the chairman's mom and dad the grandparents of Luo Yuan? Today, I have to serve the two big Buddhas well. Determined. The property manager's attitude towards Song's father and mother was even more enthusiastic, to the point of being almost solicitous. Serving tea and pouring water, Song father and mother looked at each other and were somewhat flattered. However, without giving them a chance to be shocked, they learned from the property manager that the entire townhouse had been purchased under the names of the two men. Looking at Song, he lightly suggesting to the property manager to connect this side of the path. Song father and Song mother were completely petrified. Boy, this was an entire townhouse. A quick glance counted over. There were 6 whole sets. How much money must this be? By now, Mr. and Mrs. Song were completely convinced that their own boy was really rich. After visiting the entire 6 sets of villas under the guidance of the property manager, Song father and mother felt that their entire life had become a bit of a fantasy. People may not be able to buy a set of villas in their lifetime, but now the two of them already have 6 sets under their names. In particular, the property manager was still praising. You see how filial your daughters are, and how comprehensively they plan for you too. When the time comes for you two to bring your parents over, whether it's to visit the house or to have a meal together, it's all very convenient. Father Song and Mother Song could no longer describe their current mood. The elders in the two men's families were all good, and if they had the conditions, they naturally wanted to take all the elders over to live together. It's just that they've already done their best to feed their children on weekdays, and they're unable to do so even if they have the will to do so. Now, their daughter, who was only a sophomore, had already arranged all of this for them without moving. The two of them took a deep breath. Their hearts were sour. It was hard to say whether they were more proud or excited. Song Bo had no intention of stopping, and after the two had finished looking at it, he directly brought them to the Luan City's Hentaying Villa area. When Song father and mother saw the 6th villa, which was also listed under their names, their hearts couldn't help but jump hard again. Miraculously, by the time they had finished strolling through Villa 6, neither of them felt any fatigue. Compared to the townhouses in Yongning County, the Hentaying Villa belonging to the city center of Luoan City was obviously more luxurious. Whether it was the appearance or the surrounding environment, it gave Song father and Song mother a sense of awe. In all their lives, they had never seen such a luxurious place. Even the tables and chairs inside the villa were as exquisite as those in a TV series. When they returned to their own homes and looked at this dilapidated neighborhood, they simply couldn't look at it anymore. At this time it is the point of finishing dinner. The old people of every household are sitting downstairs in the neighborhood. Some people play chess, some people chatting about gossip. When the Range Rover drove in, the eyes of the crowd was obviously attracted. This car looks atmospheric. An old man who was watching the chess game shifted his gaze over and could not stop exclaiming. The people around him sniffed and immediately cast their eyes over. It doesn't matter if you don't look. You can't help but stare with wide eyes. It's not the atmosphere. This is a Range Rover. It costs $2 to $3 million. So expensive? Why would such a luxury car come to our neighborhood? Or which big boss came to our neighborhood to look for relatives? Now, no matter it was the old people sitting around playing chess, or the women not far away sitting on a small horse chatting about gossip, they all silently stopped the movements in their hands. In the midst of their gazes, the familiar figure that couldn't be any more familiar directly walked down from the car. Seeing clearly the appearance of Song's father and mother, the crowd did not hold back, all surging over at once. I'm going to old Song. Are you getting rich? Old Song, is this your car? It's hard to see. Is the food stall so profitable? MS. Gu Oyun. Where did you come back from? Is this Bien Bien? You've really changed. You've gotten so beautiful. Some of the people who gathered around asked Song father. Some asked Song mother. And there were even people who cast their eyes on Song. The old neighborhood was like this. And those who often hung around downstairs were basically acquaintances. Song father and mother were also one of them when they were occasionally free, and were naturally familiar with them. Song father immediately cleared his throat, with a touch of embarrassment on his face. Which is a food stall? Ah, this is not our family. Good boy in the university earned some money. If I say earned money to save their own, how good? This child must say what we hard. This is not just for me to buy a replacement car. Pulling to buy? The crowd that surrounded the car was shocked and looked at Song's father with some envy in their gazes. How old was this child? Not even 20 years old yet, right? He's still in college and he's already so successful. What's going to happen when he enters society? In the crowd, there is also a father with Song has never been very deal with. Also set up a food stall, just not as good as Song's father and mother. They have always felt that these two people robbed their own fortune. See, Song father was surrounded by so many people praised. Then heart is a little uncomfortable. Also learned Song father coughed out a light said. Children are all like this. Our family Ming Ming is also just finished college and is in a hurry to buy us some kind of house. I say old Song, not I say, have this money you change a house more good, buy a so expensive car, in addition to install a face, how impractical. Chapter 69, Signing in, Ownership of Van Yun Hotel. When the people on the side heard this, they unconsciously looked at the person who spoke. Egu old Tian, I've long heard that Ming Ming is going to give you guys a new house. Is this settled? Awesome old Tian, can't see it. It's still Ming Ming's good fortune. There are those who support. Naturally there are also those who don't like it. Old Tian, you say this is not right. What do you mean by pretending to have a face? That's the other child's intention. What face to pretend? That's right. People have the ability to buy a car. What's wrong? And how do you know that people do not buy a house in the future? You make it sound like your family can afford this car. Being called old Tian is naturally with Song father has not been dealing with the person. Full name Tian Dishing. Originally heard these people will change the topic to his son on the body is pleased. Then heard these disapproval of the words. The smile on his face immediately faded a little. What are you talking about? I'm not also a kind reminder. After all, the house is the main thing. You guys say live in this old broken neighborhood. Drive a so good car, what is the use? Song father's face, however, did not change, and even patted Tian Dishing's shoulder as if he was a brother. Old Tian is right. The crowd heard. Have a face surprised to look at the father of Song. Do not know what he ate the wrong medicine today. One must know that on weekdays these two were the most at odds with each other. However, this doubt hadn't even turned around in their hearts before they heard Father Song's voice full of smiles ring out once again. No, our family good boy just bought us a townhouse in the villa area. This child is also saying that he's afraid that we'll be lonely, thinking that he can pick up all the elders in the family as well. Tell me, is this something a child's family should consider? Just after Song father said this, Tian Dusheng, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Townhouse, old Song, you this bragging how also do not make a draft. You know how much that townhouse. However, the words have not finished. Saw Song father from the car took a pile of real estate certificate out. At a glance, there are 5 or 6 books. Tian Dishing still want to mock the words at once stuck in his throat. The others couldn't care less about him, and surrounded Song's father. I go, this is really a townhouse. Ah, you guys look at this villa building number. They're all lined up together. Old Song, you've really made it to the top. Say, does your family have a boyfriend? Song father and mother were surrounded in the center. After answering this and that, the corners of their mouths couldn't close with smiles. What can a person pursue in this life? They hope that their sons will become dragons and their daughters will become phoenixes. Their family good boy now so successful. This moment, as if all these years of stifled to spit out, he instantly raised his eyebrows and felt refreshed. Song Bo watched with a smile on her face and didn't stop her. She only took out the cigarettes, wine and snacks that she had prepared for the neighbors in the car, and distributed them to the neighbors one by one. Soft china? Ouch! How can this be good? The packaging of these snacks looks really exquisite. They cost a lot of money, right? Song Bo smiled and handed them over. I've been staying at school, so I bothered you all to take care of my mom and dad during the weekdays. This is just a small token of appreciation. Don't worry about it. The crowd that had gathered around received the gifts one by one, and their faces instantly became more than a touch embarrassed. Thus, the more they praised Song father and mother, the more energized they became. Tian Dishing originally still wanted to reach out, but was stopped by the person beside him with a smile. "Io Bing Bing. Your Uncle Tian's family's kid can buy a lot of good things for your Uncle Tian. People don't need these." "Song, look at me. I almost made a fool of myself in front of Uncle Tian." Tian Dishing's hand directly froze in midair. It was neither a good idea to take it back, nor was it a good idea not to take it back. Seeing that the people around him began to favor Song Dad's side in their words, either complimenting Song Dad or praising Song Bing, Tian Dishing couldn't maintain the smile on his face, and with a cold snort, he directly walked towards the upper floors. The crowd did not care. A few ants also took the time to smile, and Song Yan said, "Don't pay attention to, your Uncle Tian has always been petty. Yes, but he's got that kind of temperament, so it's good to be angry. All day long he flaunts what house his family is obviously going to buy for him, and so far there's no sign of it." The corner of Song Bai's curved mouth twitched, and she almost didn't hold back. By the time Song father and mother finally had enough of bragging, it was already 20 minutes later. The two of them cooked dinner with vigor, until they watched Song Ren once again eat his fill and go to bed with a touch of contentment. The next day, I don't know if it was due to returning home, but Song Yi slept straight through until 10 o'clock. As soon as she opened her eyes, the system's voice immediately arrived. "Ding, it's a new day. May I ask if the host is signing in?" "Sign in." Song Yan looked at the starry sunlight coming through the window and lazily opened her mouth. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Van Yun Hotel. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt." Van Yun Hotel? Wasn't this the hotel known as the best in Luoan City? Song Bing got up and stretched, vaguely remembered that in high school, there were often classmates mentioning the Van Yun Hotel, and the VIP card seemed to be very difficult to get. Without having time to think about it, the cell phone ringing on the side is ringing. Song Yan picked up the phone. Is an unfamiliar number. Skillfully picking up, she heard a sweet female voice slowly ringing out. "Hello? Is this Song Yan?" Song Yan slightly frowned when she heard this voice. It was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. The female voice, however, did not care whether Song heard it or not, and directly spoke again with familiarity. "I'm Wu Anqi." Song Bei was busy studying in high school, and her presence in the class had never been very high. She vaguely remembered that there was a proud and pretty girl in her class named Wu Anqi. Wu Anqi didn't wait for Song's response, so she asked again, "Are you Song Yan?" "I am." Song frowned but didn't let go. "What do you want to find me for?" She had never had any dealings with this Wu Anqi, and after graduation, she hadn't even spoken a word about her. Otherwise she wouldn't have been unable to hear her voice. Wu Anqi got confirmation. Her voice obviously brought a few points of laughter. "I almost thought it was a wrong number," she said. "I almost thought I made a wrong call." "Song, why are you still as boring as you were in high school?" "Song, it's like this. Our homeroom teacher gave birth to a little baby some time ago. We organized to celebrate the teacher. I heard that you're back. Why don't you come together?" Although Wu Anqi's words were accompanied by a question mark, her tone didn't sound inquisitive at all. "Teacher wasn't mean to you in high school. You won't come, right?" Chapter 70, This is too ho, right? Song Yan recalled her high school homeroom teacher, a woman in her early 30s, gentle and soft, who had indeed given her a lot of help in her life and studies. However, Song Yan would not be so stupid that she could not hear Wu Anqi's inexplicable hostility towards her. So after a pause in her voice, she said somewhat faintly, "I'll give my teacher a call to ask first." Hearing this, Wu Anqi's voice immediately took on a point of urgency. "What kind of phone call are you making? The teacher is already here. Just you." After saying that for fear of arousing Song Bei's suspicion, she hastily added, "If it wasn't for the fact that teacher has been longing to see you, I wouldn't have called you directly." Song Bei slightly raised her eyebrows, and then she heard some rustling on the other side of the phone. Immediately after that, the voice on the other side of the phone had changed to another person. "Is it?" The one who spoke was a woman with a gentle voice, and Song Bei instantly heard who it was. "Teacher Lu?" When Teacher Lu heard Song's voice, she obviously smiled a bit more as well. "I didn't believe it when Anqi told me that you came back, but I didn't think that you really came back." Song also smiled. "I just came back yesterday. I haven't congratulated teacher for having a little baby yet." The corners of Teacher Lu's mouth smiled more curved. "It's all because of this child Anqi. By chance she knew about it and insisted on organizing a party. I thought it would be good to let you guys get together." Song Yi vaguely heard Wu Anqi say, "Teacher, let me say a few words." Then the voice of Wu Anqi really changed to that of Wu Anqi on the other side of the phone, and she seemed to have stepped aside before she continued to say to Song Bing, "How about it? Believe it, right? Speak as if there's something in you that's worth cheating on. Hurry up and come over." Song Bei has never been someone who likes to escape, not to mention that there is still Teacher Lu. Naturally she didn't refuse anymore. "What place?" "Fan Yun Hotel." Wu Anqi's tone rose slightly when she said the name.
If you can't get in, just make a call. I'll let the waiter go over to pick you up. Song Bian couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth slightly at such a coincidence. Van Yun Hotel? She couldn't get in? After speaking to Song father and mother and simply packing up,
Song directly got into the car that Qing Lin drove over and left the door. The reason why the Van Yun Hotel was called the best in Luoyang City was somewhat justified. It was located in the busiest part of the city center, and although the decoration wasn't as good as a 5-star hotel, it wasn't much worse. When Song Yen arrived at the entrance, she saw that the hotel manager was already waiting there.
Song Yen did not say much, directly asked Wu Anqi the location of the private room they were in, and then directly let people lead them there. Opening the door of the private room, Song immediately saw Mr. Lu sitting there as well as a dozen people around the table. The private room wasn't too big, and at the very least, it could only be considered medium within the Van Yun Hotel. At a glance, almost all of them were relatively familiar faces. Teacher Lu obviously also noticed Songren,
who had just entered, and a few more smiles were added to his already gentle face.
Bien bien,
you're here. Song Bei hurriedly walked over and handed over the gift she had asked Qing Lin to prepare in advance. I wish teacher's baby healthy and lively,
safe and joyful. Isn't this our college bully?
Teacher Lu had just received the gift and before she could speak,
Wu Anqi, who was on the side,
had already walked up. Song Yen looked over at the voice and saw that she was really as pretty as she remembered, but in the gaze that looked over, there was no semblance of friendliness to be seen.
Song Yen frowned slightly. In her memory, she did not remember having any problems with this Wu Anqi. Then she saw Wu Anqi turn her head, directly pulling up a boy on the seat, and affectionately placing her hand in the crook of his arm. The boy was tall and thin, and looked like a sunny, athletic boy. Song Yi vaguely remembered that the boy's name was Bai Xiaoming, and his grades were not very good. It was too late to think deeply before she heard Wu Anqi's voice ringing out once again. Let me tell you, people's college bully is capable of a lot. There's no need for a waiter to pick it up. Look, didn't he find it himself?
Bai Xiaoming subconsciously looked over toward Song Yen, with a few moments of avoidance between his eyes. He even subconsciously tried to dodge Wu Anqi when she put her hand on the crook of his arm.
And, Song, long time no see. Not just him, the people in the booth froze a little when they noticed Song. The Song in their memories was a quiet nerd who would only wear glasses and study in a muffled voice. The girl standing in front of them now had snowy skin and dark hair, with delicate features that were both elegant and unassuming. The most attention-grabbing or her unique share of the cool temperament. Looking at it cannot help but let a person want to get close to, look up to, do not see even as the class flower of Wu Anqi and others stand together, are directly compared to others down? The one who sighed the most deeply was undoubtedly Bai Xiaoming, who was the closest. Close to him, he could even clearly see her white jade-like skin, and his heart immediately accelerated uncontrollably. It wasn't like Song Yi had a negative emotional quotient. Seeing this he instantly understood where Wu Anqi's hostility was coming from. Somewhat speechless in her heart, she nodded briefly to Bai Xiaoming and then walked towards Mr. Lu once again. Wu Anqi, however, did not intend to let her go like this, pulling Bai Xiaoming with both hands and directly addressing Songren. Song, why are you still so sociopathic? We're talking to you, and we don't know to respond. Bai Xiaoming's hand moved once more, and Wu Anqi instantly skimmed her mouth and didn't continue to taunt, but still said with some irritation, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Today is our family Xiaoming's treat, so feel free to eat whatever you want. No need to be embarrassed. After all, if you don't have a VIP from the Van Yun Hotel, you normally can't even get in. Song expressed his admiration for Wu Anqi's ability to talk about herself, and didn't mean to pay any attention to it. However, the students sitting there were different, and immediately picked up the conversation when they heard this. That's right, it's really thanks to classmate Bai that we were able to come here today. I've heard that Van Yun Hotel VIPs are very rare. You need to charge a one-time $3 million into it before you can have one. Bai Xiao really deserves to be a rich second generation. Bai Xiaoming's eyes did not move to look at Song Yen, seeing that she did not have any reaction. And then he was a bit disinterested. It's alright, you guys feel free to order, don't be polite. The eyes of the crowd lit up, and immediately afterward, they saw a service staff respectfully knocking on the door and entering the room. And, we've already changed our honored guests to the largest private room in our Van Yun Hotel. Please move over for a moment. At once, the crowd looked at Bai Xiaoming with even more shocked eyes. I'll go to Bai Shanyo, the biggest private room? This is too luxurious. Chapter 71, Don't trouble the doctors of other people's mental hospitals. It was well known that it was difficult to book a private room at the Van Yun Hotel. Today, if it wasn't for Bai Xiaoming's VIP card, they probably wouldn't even be able to get in. Originally thinking that this was already impressive enough, they didn't expect that they would actually be able to exchange it for the largest private room in the hotel. This wasn't something that an ordinary VIP would be able to do. Instantly,
The gazes of both the boys and girls present who looked at Bai Xiuming changed. Even Teacher Lu looked at him in surprise and laughed.
We don't even have a full complement of people,
so there's actually no need to change. Bai Xiuming was actually confused in his heart.
The waiter at the door only bent over with a respectful face and didn't look at him. Wu Anqi beside him even blinked, looking at him with a gaze full of admiration,
and lowered her voice to him.
Xiuming, when did you let people change the private room?
Bai Xiuming didn't move her hand away a bit, and scratched his head to look at Song Bing on the side.
Actually it's nothing, this way, it's not a big deal. It's actually nothing. This way we can also be a bit more spacious. Bai Xiao atmospheric. It's still our Bai Xiao that's bullish. Wu Anqi followed Bai Xiuming's gaze and instantly had a few more points of anger on her face. After the crowd changed to the private room, Wu Anqi even took the initiative to sit next to Song. Song, are you attending Linhai University?
Song twisted her head to look at her, her expression cold.
However, Wu Anqi was not the least bit surprised. Instead, a thick smile hung on her face. Why did you, a high achiever from Magic City, suddenly come back without a holiday or vacation? Without waiting for Song Bing to reply, Wu Anqi deliberately amplified her voice. I heard my cousin who goes to Linhai University say that you were dumped by your boyfriend? You didn't come back to heal because you were hurt in love, did you? After saying that, without waiting for Song to speak, she suddenly covered her mouth again. I'm sorry Song, I didn't mean to say it. It was just a quick remark. I've always had this big personality. You won't mind, right? Song smiled. No. The smile on Wu Anqi's face instantly deepened a little more. It was not much different from what she remembered. This was a nerd. However, immediately afterward, the girl's pleasant voice came through once more. And, after all, I never generally care with people who love to talk nonsense. You, Wu Anqi's face changed, and her eyes changed as she looked at Song Bing. Who's talking nonsense? You were just dumped by that boyfriend of yours, and he has a new girlfriend. My cousin is in the same school as you. Isn't it clear? What are you denying? Otherwise why would you come back now? Enough. Teacher Lu obviously saw what was going on, and the look that was still full of excitement and satisfaction gradually dropped its temperature. 2. In the pair of eyes that looked at Wu Anqi, they also took on some complexity. Anqi, didn't you say that you wanted to get together for a bit before you got your classmates over? Then what are you doing now? Who doesn't have a breakup anymore? Catching someone in a bad mood and yelling, or in front of so many former classmates. Teacher Lu's face sank slightly, really not wanting to think of her student as having such a bad character. Wu Anqi was taken aback. Her face immediately brought on a few points of aggression. I didn't mean to do it in the first place. It's classmate Songbin who had to be so serious. Yes teacher, Anqi was just talking. No offense. A boy sitting next to Bai Xiuming subconsciously rounded up the situation. Everyone knows that Wu Anqi is now Bai Xiuming's girlfriend. If there is no proposal from someone else Wu Anqi, it is estimated that Bai Xiao can't even think of them as classmates. That's right. Teacher, don't be angry. Song, you also say a few words? We're all here to eat. Why make people unhappy? There was one and then there was a second. Amongst the people present, there were not a few people who spoke up for Wu Anqi. Seeing this, instead of being persuaded, Teacher Lu's face became even more ugly. She had originally thought that these classmates simply wanted to use the excuse of her giving birth to a baby to get together and bond with their classmates. But now it seemed that they hadn't even left the university yet, and they had already picked up some of the habits of society. These classmates who were talking were clearly trying to curry favor with Bai Xiuming. Teacher Lu let out a faintly invisible sigh. The premise of them currying favor with Bai Xiuming was to make an effort to trample on her favored student. Thinking of this, Ms. Lu directly stood up, and had no desire to eat. She looked directly at the last person to speak. What do you want Song Bian to say? The student who was named was obviously stunned, not expecting the teacher to be so unforgiving even after graduation, trying to make an innocent person apologize just to please someone else's rich second generation. A short-haired girl also stood up at this time, looking at this classmate's gaze with full of ridicule. Song Yi subconsciously looked towards the girl. The girl's wheat-colored skin, slender eyes, not in the traditional sense of good-looking, but the combination of features was very harmonious. Overall, it was a very comfortable look. Song Bing remembered her. It was her high school desk. She Frost. When She Frost met her gaze, she smiled reassuringly at her right then and there, and turned her head to look at the boy again. From start to finish Song Bian never said a few words, but it was Wu Anqi's slanderous nonsense that came out of her mouth. What's the matter? Did she personally pick up someone's school and see them break up? She Frost's speed of speech was very fast, and she didn't even give the boys a chance to react. The boys didn't even have a chance to react. But the girls around She Frost opened their mouths together. That's right. What's more, what's she got to do with it even if they broke up? Why does she need to come here and hypocritically ask some disgusting words? The boy choked, and immediately couldn't even think of words to retort. Seeing this,
Wu Anqi's gaze toward Shi Shuang was filled with disgust, and without saying much, she directly turned her head toward Bai Xiuming, who was not far away. Xiuming, are you just going to watch them bully me like this? Before Bai Xiuming could say anything, Shi Shuang snorted out a laugh. One moment you're big and bold and act like a man. The next moment you're soft and weak and a little green tea. Classmate, can you bring in the role from the beginning to the end? Lest you make yourself a savant and have to trouble the doctors and other people's mental hospitals. Put. Song Yi didn't hold back and laughed outright, looking towards Shi Shuang's arched eyebrows. How come she hadn't realized in her memory that this girl was so funny? Wu Anqi's face instantly changed. Not caring that Teacher Lu was still present, she directly turned to Shi Frost. Shi Frost, you guys get out of here. If it wasn't for me calling Xiuming to let you guys come over today, you guys still don't know which nook or cranny you're staying in. Speaking of this, Wu Anqi's face was even more furious and a little red. She should have known that these few of Shi Frost were just colorless, and shouldn't have called them over in the first place. Chapter 72, Boss of Fan Yun Hotel, add to blacklist. The smile on Shi Frost's face didn't even recede, and he bluntly said, dang, who likes it here much? If it wasn't for you guys inviting Mr. Lu over, when who would want to come? Just have a meal. What kind of 255 are you pretending to be? The few girls around them similarly stood up, making it clear that they wanted to follow Shi Frost. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Teacher Lu sighed deeply, and was no longer prepared to sit down, his voice taking on a bit of fatigue, as he said, since it's like this, let's get together another day. What she wanted to see was its happy classmates getting together, or talking about their high school days, or envisioning their future life in college. Instead of being here and treating her classmates differently with colored glasses, the crowd simply did not expect things to develop to this point, and their faces all changed at once. Wu Anqi was even frowning together. However, she saw that the girl at the center of the conversation was still calmly sitting there, not even moving a step. There was even an obvious admiration in the gaze that looked at Shi Shuang. And, sit down. The girl's very pleasant voice carried the slightest hint of coldness, extraordinarily nice to listen to, and, the one who can decide whether you will stay or go is not supposed to be Angel Wu. Wu Anqi, who was named, was so angry that she laughed. She really wanted to seduce Xiuming. Bai Xiuming obviously also thought that the person in Song Yan's words was referring to him, and at that moment, he nodded at her with a smile and said in an extremely gentle manner, Song Yan is right, none of you need to leave. Bai Xiuming. When Wu Anqi heard Bai Xiuming's words, her entire body was clearly about to explode. Do you remember who is your girlfriend or not? Bai Xiuming subconsciously looked at Song Bing. This girl was even more dazzling and eye-catching than she was in high school. He had already had a crush on her for so long in high school, and now that he saw her who had become even better, how could he not have any thoughts at all? What's more, Wu Anqi also said that she had recently broken up. The best way to get over a breakup was to start a new relationship, right? Song Yi, however, didn't even notice his gaze and only nodded to the manager standing there at the door. The manager received the signal and immediately crossed the doorway and walked in. It wasn't the first time Bai Xiuming had come here, so he naturally recognized the manager. Seeing this, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Manager Liang, why did you labor to personally come over? Manager Liang, however, didn't even look at him and walked straight to the seated Song Yan, then bent down and smiled. Boss, may I ask what your orders are? What boss? Seeing this, Wu Anqi immediately couldn't help but ask. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Xiuming had just called this person a manager, she would have suspected that this person was a trustee that Song Bo had specially invited over. But Song, help me add a few to the blacklist. In the future, Van Yun Hotel should not entertain them. The manager nodded his head with a great sense of humor, and directly wrote down all the people that Song Ren's gaze had rested on. The faces of the few people whose gazes had been focused on her froze, and their gazes toward Song Bei were filled with horror. How could this be possible? Song Bing's family was so rich, how come they hadn't heard a word about it? Even Bai Xiuming could brag about the Van Yun Hotel when he got a VIP card, but Song Bo's family owned it? This news was so fierce that it shocked people for a long time, especially Bai Xiuming, who originally thought that manager Liang had come to find him, but he simply ignored him. At this time, some of his previous doubts finally became clear at once. Why was Song Yan able to walk directly to their private room without being led by anyone? Why was it that when they were in the private room properly, a waiter respectfully came in and said that he wanted to change them to the largest private room? It wasn't because he was a VIP at all. Rather, it was because Song Yan was the owner of this hotel. Contrary to them, was Shi Shuang's group, a few girls from Shi Frost, who had already stood up with the intention of leaving, looked at each other for a few moments, and then saw the intense incredulity in each other's gazes at the same time. In their impression, Song Bo was a girl with a soft character and a good temper. Naturally, in their default image, her family was not so rich, but look at what the manager of the hotel shouted.
Boss, this is the best Van Yun hotel in Luoan City. The person who could make the manager shout boss was a real person who couldn't be faked. Frost couldn't help but touch his eyebrows. Hiding can be really deep. If he had known that Song Bing's family was so rich, where would there have been a chance for Bai Xiuming to pretend? Even the teacher Lu on the side was shocked speechless, as if she still hadn't figured out how her obedient student, in the blink of an eye, had turned into the big boss of the Fan Yun Hotel. The manager didn't take too long to write down the faces, and then directly made a please gesture towards them. The faces of the students who were pointed at all turned white, and they subconsciously looked at Song Yen. Song Yen had never been a saintly mother, and she just ignored their pleas for help. She had already made her attitude clear when she chose to take sides earlier. She wasn't saying that there was anything wrong with being a snob, but the consequences triggered by being a snob. Of course, she had to learn to bear them herself. In just a few minutes, the few students who had just spoken up for Wu Anqi left in disgrace under the watchful eyes of the waiter. Seeing this, Wu Anqi subconsciously looked at Bai Xiuming. Seeing Bai Xiuming's embarrassment, he still looked at Song Bo with a fondness, and his heart suddenly went cold. She regretted it. She shouldn't have even hit on the idea of a party immediately after hearing the news of Song Bai's return. She had originally wanted Bai Xiuming to completely break the idea. Who could have thought that things would actually develop into this? Looking at the manager that Bai Xiuming had to take seriously but was incredibly respectful in front of Song, Wu Anqi's mood was like swallowing a pile of poop, smelly and cold. In the next moment, the waiter's figure came in front of them in the same way. Without speaking, he directly smiled and put out a please gesture. Only then did Bai Xiuming react as if he was waking up from a dream, turning his eyes to look at Song Bo's gaze, which immediately became filled with eagerness. Song, I didn't target you just now. The Fan Yun Hotel was a well-known gathering place for the powerful and wealthy in Luoan City, and in order to get its VIP card, he had spent a lot of effort and money in the beginning. If his dad knew that he was blacklisted, he didn't know how he would teach him a lesson at that time. Not to mention, he had just clearly wanted to follow Song Yan's wishes. If it wasn't for Wu Anqi messing around, maybe he and Song would be talking at this point. Chapter 73, Sister Bang Yyds. Song Bai turned her head, and Bai Xiuming's gaze suddenly lit up. There seemed to be a touch of embarrassment on his face as he stumbled a bit and said, Song, actually I've liked you since high school. The sudden confession made the people around them all froze at once. Even teacher Lu, who hadn't reacted yet on the side, had a shocked look on his face. A good class reunion is this and that again. Just after giving birth to a small baby, her people are a little confused. Song Bo's expression did not change for a second, only quietly looking at him, and then looked at Wu Anqi. Only then did Wu Anqi react, snapping directly at Bai Xiuming's face, with regret in his eyes, along with countless amounts of anger. Bai Xiuming, are you treating me like I don't exist anymore? Bai Xiuming subconsciously covered his face and looked at Wu Anqi without a trace of guilt in his gaze. Instead he coldly said, originally, it was you who stalked me and insisted on being with me. You already knew that I liked Songbin. Otherwise why would you have tried to do everything you could to make her appear? He had always known what was on Wu Anqi's mind, but he just went along with it and used this excuse to also want to meet her. If she was being bullied, he definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Unexpectedly, things had suddenly developed into the current situation. Wu Anqi's tears brushed down in a flash, turning her eyes to look at Song Bing with a chilling hatred in her gaze. Are you satisfied now? Xiaoming has been thinking about you for so many years. Once you appeared he didn't care about me as his girlfriend at all. Aren't you very proud of yourself? Song Yen frowned, her voice a little cold. And, first of all, I didn't even know what Bai Xiuming had in mind before I came here. Secondly, I don't think Bai Xiuming is that infatuated. Don't involve me in what's going on between you two. Thank you. Wu Anqi was stunned, looking at Song Ring unexpectedly somewhat speechless. Immediately afterward, she saw her slowly put down her supported hand, and then slowly straightened her waist. The movement was too elegant to be true. Wu Anqi looked at her and couldn't help but freeze there, and in the next moment, she heard her voice ring out once more. And, I have never understood how one can be with another person when there is someone in their heart. Insulting the one in your heart, you also apologize to the one in front of you. Song Bo slightly converged her eyes, her voice still clear and cold. If such a person can boast of deep love, there are probably no negative people in the world. Bai Xiuming was instantly stunned, still wanting to explain something, when he heard Wu Anqi beside him burst out laughing. Turning her eyes, she saw that Wu Anqi's tears were laughing out. She looked at Song Yen in a daze like that, and the intense hatred in her gaze seemed to have dissipated all of a sudden. After a long time, she wiped her tears and said in a somewhat relieved manner, Song, I really can't compare to you. Wu Anqi didn't look at Bai Xiuming again, but only quietly looked at Song. The girl's face in her eyes became more and more delicate, and her complexion was also quiet and calm. She just sat quietly in the very center, obviously not doing anything, but
but it was as if she had already been shown a noble princess, respectful, proud. She didn't even bother to reveal to the public that her family was so wealthy, so how could she possibly go and seduce a person who already had a girlfriend? Bai Xiao, Laura Bai Xiaoming, who already had a girlfriend. Taking a deep breath, she took a few steps forward in front of the crowd's gaze, and then directly bent her waist deeply towards Song. I'm sorry, Song, I apologize to you for my small-mindedness. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked out of the private room step by step, leaving only Bai Xiaoming, who was completely dumbfounded at the spot, and who was still undeterred in his desire to get closer to Song. Song, you misunderstood me. I didn't have it in my heart that you were still with Wu Anqi. I was just annoyed by her pestering me. Before she finished speaking, she saw Song faintly pass a glance towards the manager. Then the whole person was directly framed and gotten out. Put. Seeing this, she Frost couldn't help but hold her belly and bend over. And while laughing, she gave Song a thumbs up. And, Kao Song, I thought you were a white rabbit. The entire high school period are coy. Did not expect a college. This whole person's temperament has changed. Song also curved the corner of her mouth at her. The people who are in the way are all gone. Shouldn't we order? Order. She Frost directly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Song Bei, and said in a very bold manner, after hiding it from us for so long, we have to slaughter you for a big meal today. Speaking of which, she Frost was the real big talker. She was bright, not calculating, and like Huang Ran, she was not mercenary, and carried a sense of righteousness. Otherwise, she would not have just stood out frankly without knowing Song Ren's identity, although the word said so. But when ordering food, Shi Shuang still did not order too expensive, including the several girls beside her and Mr. Lu. The dishes ordered didn't even include the signature dishes of the Van Yun Hotel. Song Yan simply took the menu, not bothering about the price, and directly asked the manager to write down the most delicious ones. Only when the manager took the waiter and walked out did Mr. Lu open his mouth in a somewhat delirious manner. Bien bien. Do all the powerful families like yours have some kind of underage rule that doesn't allow them to reveal their family status? Is it really like in novels? To prevent people from assassinating? Or to train heirs? Thanks to her high school, she still thought that this kid's family was in a bad situation and lovingly kept taking care of him in secret. After half a day, the person who really needed to be taken care of was herself. The corner of Song Yi's mouth twitched, and she burst into tears. She didn't know if there was such a rule in the mansion, but she probably knew how big Mr. Lu's brain hole was, because Song Rin was there. The speed of serving the food was as fast as it could be. Watching one after another exquisite and delicious dish being served up, the crowd smelled the aroma and their mouths were practically secrete. It's too fragrant. YYDS. Can we move our mouths now? Tears are about to flow out of my mouth. Oing. Song Yi looked at them playing tricks. Her smile couldn't help but deepen a bit. Hurry up and eat. Don't be polite. The crowd immediately smiled and started to eat, talking about interesting things from high school as they ate. Teacher Lu looked in her eyes. The smile on her face unconsciously returned once more. They were the first students she had actually brought up since she became a class teacher, and she had always expected them to be harmonious and have a bright future. The current atmosphere was what she imagined a group of graduated children should have when they got together again. Time always flew by in the midst of jokes and laughter. The crowd ate and drank, looking at each other inevitably more reluctant. There was even a girl who couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh longingly. If it wasn't for Bien's blessing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to eat such exquisite meals at the Fan Yun Hotel in this lifetime. Chapter 74. I am also a person with relations in the future. A few people around him at the moment all nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaoming cannot afford to give them to order so many signature dishes. Even some are not on the menu. Saying it out would be enough for them to brag about it for years. The crowd stood up, and before their smiles could dissipate, they saw the manager walk in with the waiter once again, holding a bunch of VIP cards in his hands. Before they could even react, a waiter went from person to person and handed the VIP cards directly into their hands. I'm going back to school in a couple days, so you guys can just come over if you want to eat later. Song Yi also stood up with this and smiled at them. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned, and their gazes towards Song Yi shifted a bit. To be honest, the reason that they had just stood up to speak for her was not because they had a good relationship with Song Yi. She just couldn't stand to see a group of people trying to bully a girl in order to please a second-generation rich man. After a meal, their impression of Song had changed. Compared to the Song that they remembered, they obviously liked her more now. After all, throughout high school, Song was a loner. Among them, only Shi Shuang and her were at the front and back tables, so they were familiar with each other. But in the final analysis, the reason why they were brave enough to come forward just now was also because of the lead taken by Shifeng. Now, they had dallied with such a luxurious meal for nothing, not to mention that they had gotten a VIP card that they might not even be able to get if they had the money. Several girls slightly lowered their heads, their hearts slightly complicated. The girls slightly bowed their heads, their hearts slightly complicated. Frost sensed their discomfort, and immediately took the VIP card in her hand and shook it in midair. This is a good feeling. This is a good feeling. In the future, if anyone dares to pretend in front of me, I will directly dislike the card to her face. See, old mom will be a person with connections in the future. Everyone couldn't help but smile, and their hearts couldn't help but relax along with them. They wouldn't necessarily use this card, but the significance of having it was different again. In some ways, it could even avoid many troubles. This gift from Song Yen might only be a favor to herself. However, for them, it was already considered to be the price of a city. Thinking about this, they looked at Song Yen with a little more gratitude. Song Yen exchanged WeChat with everyone present before leaving the Van Yun Hotel, and when she returned home, Song's father and mother happened to be downstairs. Mother Song's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Song Bae coming down from the car, and greeted her right away. Good boy, didn't you go to a class reunion? Your classmates sent you back? Hearing this, Song's father didn't care to continue showing off with his old buddy, and immediately jogged to the car. As his eyes fell on the Audi, he couldn't help but bring a few points of criticism. His good boy is only a sophomore in college now, but not in a hurry to fall in love. Xing Lin saw the situation and had to walk out of the car. So at once, it directly reproduced the scene that was surrounded yesterday. Originally stood on the side to talk to Song father and mother of Song people all of a sudden surrounded up. Looking at Chang Lin's gaze is with obvious gossip flavor. No wonder it said that doesn't look for a boyfriend. It turns out that there is already such a handsome young man. You guys see that this young man looks better than the TV stars standing beside. It really matches. Even Mother Song, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Xing Lin's appearance was still very lethal, and coupled with his temperament, Mother Song simply liked him more and more. However, Song directly pulled Xing Lin over and introduced him to Song father and Song mother. Dad, Mom, this is my assistant Xing Lin. This time back is for him to send me back. Assistant Song father's heart sighed in relief. His gaze toward Xing Lin was not as critical as it was just now, and his face brought back a smile. Too, little Chang, right? Thank you for taking care of our good boy. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Song Di would have already laughed out loud. Little Chang? What the hell kind of name was that? The exuberance in Mother Song's eyes didn't fall much, but she similarly smiled at Xing Lin and said, Go upstairs for a while. Her family's good boy was face controlling. He had picked an assistant who looked like this. Xing Lin subconsciously looked at Song Bo. Song Bo turned her head to Song mother and said, Let's go upstairs later. Let's go buy some things we need for the move first. She came straight back because she wanted to take Song father and mother to the mall together. Although the villa's decoration and other things were already complete, there were still some things that needed to be added to the daily needs. After all, it was the place where Song father and mother were going to live, so naturally they had to follow their preferences. Sure enough, as soon as Song father and mother heard that they were going to purchase the things they needed for the new house, they instantly became energized. Then I'll go change my clothes. Mother Song took the key in Father Song's hand and ran straight upstairs in a flash. Father Song followed closely behind. I'll go too. He hadn't even bothered to wear the clothes his good boy had bought for him from Magic City before, and now that he was going to purchase the things he needed for the villa, he couldn't help but wear something a little brighter, a little bit more ceremonial. After Song Bae had explained to the neighbors for the 800th time that she and Xing Lin were not a couple and did not want to be in a relationship, Song father and Song mother finally went downstairs under Song Bae's expectant gaze. Because Song father and mother knew about Xing Lin's existence, Song simply let Xing Lin directly drive the Range Rover that was given to Song father. After all, they were going to pick up a few things. According to Song father's careful speed, had to wait until the monkey's age to arrive. Xing Lin is still reliable, driving both steady and maintain the speed. 10 minutes they have come to the city of Luan's largest shopping center. The first thing to buy is naturally bedding, pillow mattress, quilt covers. Song father and mother first pick is the mattress. The mall inside the mattress brand has Shude, Moose and Simmons. There are some domestic brands. Song father and mother tried, and finally chose Shuda. Quilt is Song mother selected. There are silk, there are down. These basically price in place, but quality is also in place. The most important thing is the furnishings in the villa, and I don't know if Song father and mother are because they already drank the gene repair liquid. The legs and feet that is called a numbness. Song Bo followed behind the two, and did not see any tiredness in them at all, especially Mother Song. After choosing bedding, choose ornaments. After choosing ornaments is green plants. When she finally strolled through the entire shopping center and left her address for each store, Song mother even dragged a few people to the flower and plant store. Mother Song looked at those blooming flowers. Eyes are picking flowers. Long wanted to buy some flowers and plants, but the home location is not enough. Placed a few directly full. Now well, the villa is so big, she specifically picked out a balcony location for planting flowers. Waiting for good boy to come back, one into the house can smell the fragrance of flowers. Chapter 75 Grandma Song, is this the car that picked you up? By the time it was all finished, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Song. When she went upstairs, Song mother looked at Ching Lin's gaze with a bit of regret. She also wanted to let this young man go upstairs to stay and talk for a while. The truth is that there are not enough rooms in the house now. I don't know what it's like to be a good boy in Magic City. Because there was still an engagement banquet to attend the next day, the three of them all slept quite early. When they woke up the next morning, the system's voice rang in Song Ren's ears as usual. Ding, it's a new day. Is the host signing in? Check in. Song Bai rose sleepily, and the system's voice sounded once more immediately afterward. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in human languages, including minor languages and dialects from around the world. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check and receive. Song D only felt a trance in his mind, and in no time at all, he had spontaneously received it. Good guy. Song. Originally it was just a French proficiency, but now it was good. It directly wrapped up all the languages around the globe for her. There were even dialects from all over the world. As a top white rich beauty, how can she not have enough learning to match it? Outside. Cough. The host's personal panel has been updated. Oh. Song raised her eyes and looked over, and saw that a familiar transparent panel had appeared in front of her. Host, Song Bing. Age, 19. Height, 162, can grow. Face value, 6. 8, can grow. Physical quality, 9, can grow. Skills, divine driving technique, martial arts omnipotence, divine game technique, computer omnipotence, human language proficiency, top white beauty progress bar, 3. 2, total progress bar is 100. After reading the panel, Song Bian were all directly shocked. Not only had the face value increased by 0.5, even the height had once again increased by 1 centimeter, and the physical quality had directly increased from 5.2 to 9. Even the top white beauty progress bar had grown by 1.5. Song Yan subconsciously stood in front of the mirror. Slightly tiptoe did not see that he was taller again. On the contrary, her skin seems to have become more delicate, and her hair has become smoother and smoother. Height cannot be seen to grow because you were too short. Do not question the unity of the professional. Oh. Song Bian covered her chest that had been hit by several arrows. System, you will hurt my heart if you talk like this. Ah, the system seemed to be really hesitant for a moment. Its voice was a bit cautious. And, host, you have the perfect gene optimization liquid in your body. Your height will grow to the most perfect point little by little. Don't be sad. Song Wan listened to the system's cute voice was a coaxing force. Almost couldn't help but laugh out. In the end, she still held back, and said with a little bit of aggression in her expression, alright, but we humans need more compliments. Otherwise it's easy to have low self-esteem. Subset of, Omicron, superset of. The system silently looked up the dangers of low self-esteem. Then suddenly the little milky voice solemnly said, host, you're already a little beauty. Go for it. Keep up the good work and you'll become a big beauty. The corners of Song Yi's mouth couldn't hold back any longer and directly rose upwards, turning around twice in the mirror. Right, I also think it looks pretty good now. Obviously, the system's rating requirements were too strict. Otherwise how could such a little beauty like her only score 6.8? The system wanted to make it clear that its rating was a synthesis of the world's highest-end aesthetics, thus arriving at the most authoritative rating. However, when it thought of Song Yi's aggrieved face just now, it silently swallowed those words back. By the time Song Bai went downstairs, Song father and mother had already prepared breakfast. The original Song father and mother had not only gray hair, but also obvious wrinkles because they were busy all year round. However, in the past 2 days, I don't know whether it was because their mood had gotten better, or because the gene repair liquid was already working, but I always felt that both of them had become much younger in spirit. Looking at her father and mother who were smiling and greeting her for breakfast, the smile on Song Bai's face got deeper and deeper. When she finished eating breakfast, Song Bai directly grabbed the work of brushing the dishes and said to Song father and mother, Dad, Mom, I'll be fine with this. You guys go change your clothes first. For Song father, and Song, who had watched him grow up since childhood, was different. Even though there had been less walking around over the years, it was clear from the fact that Father Song had started preparing gifts early in the morning that he still attached great importance to this big sister. Song father and mother were pushed to leave the dining table, knowing that this was their own good boy's heartache, and did not excuse themselves anymore, and simply went directly to change clothes. By the time Song Bai had cleaned up the dishes, Song father and Song mother had already changed their clothes. The clothes were sent back from the Magic City by Song, although they were all very expensive materials, but the overall style was still very low-key. If you didn't look closely you couldn't tell, so it wouldn't be so bad that it would steal the limelight from Auntie Song and Uncle Song. Wow, where did this come from? Handsome and beautiful. It's so pretty. Song Ren raised her eyebrows and smiled at the two with her eyes curved.
You're talking nonsense.
Mother Song instantly gave Song a blank look and pushed her into her room.
You also hurry up and clean up.
She waited until she closed the door to Song Bo's room before she couldn't hold back the smile on her face.
Because today is to attend Eugene engagement banquet.
It is not appropriate to bring Ching Lin. Song Bo simply let Ching Lin directly stay in the hotel.
Song father went downstairs and raised his hand with the car keys, clearly wanting to get into the driver's seat. Song Bei took a few steps forward, directly took the keys and sat up.
Mother Song did not have the good sense to slap Father Song, and then pulled him into the back seat position.
We still have to pick up Mom and Dad today. We can't be late. Grandma and Grandpa Song lived in the countryside, and Uncle Song's family was in the town.
So it was inconvenient for the two old men to come over by themselves, so it was the best and fastest way for them to pick them up. The roads in the countryside were all repaired nowadays, without the potholes of the previous years, and it was a smooth walk.
In about an hour's time,
the Land Rover was parked in front of the old house.
Grandpa and Grandma Song were waiting at the door,
and from time to time, they also looked at the intersection.
At first glance,
they didn't react to a car stopping, but the neighbors who were also sitting in front of the door to watch their children noticed it,
especially the child is still young parents.
See the car eyes immediately revealed a look of amazement.
I go to this car is not the same as the car, he said. This car is a Land Rover, right? No, this car is a good car.
It costs more than $2 million.
Grandma Song, is this the car that picked you up?
The neighboring family obviously knew why Grandma Song and Grandpa Song were waiting here, and Grandma Song only reacted when she heard the neighboring lad's question. Looking at the expensive-looking car in front of her, she hurriedly waved her hand.
No.
My son said their car is called some kind of Lanchang, not this some kind of big tiger.
Chapter 76 less. It's a few $100 million.
Put. The neighbor boy laughed out loud and was just about to explain to Grandma Song that this was a Range Rover when he saw Song Bin's family walking down from the car.
Grandma Song couldn't care less about what the neighbor boy was laughing at.
As soon as she saw Song Bin, her eyes lit up.
Good boy. Grandma's good boy. Oh, I've missed Grandma so much. Although Grandpa Song didn't say anything, but his gaze at Song Bei brought a deep smile.
Song hurriedly greeted her and held Grandma Song's hand.
Grandma, I missed you too.
If originally there were only some paper memories,
then now with Grandma Song's cry, Song Bei's memories of Grandma Song immediately came to life. In particular,
Grandma Song's kindly appearance was like the grandmother who used to be the head of the orphanage when she was in the orphanage.
Grandma Song was obviously very excited,
and she didn't want to lose Song Bei's hand. She touched her face and looked at her appearance,
sighing, thin, my good boy has suffered at school.
Song Yen, who had been happy for a long time not long ago because the divine Gene Optimization liquid had slimmed down a bit, suddenly burst into tears and laughter. The neighboring family also came up when they saw this, especially the pair of moms and dads who were holding the child, and their gazes changed when they looked at Grandma Song.
And, Grandma Song, this is little uncle's family, right? They look really elegant. Looking at what they were wearing, it looked like they had bought high-end goods from the big city. Thanks to Grandma Song,
she still thinks about her youngest son,
saying that he and his family are working very hard in the county. Just look at this line. Where does it look like a food stall?
The two old men from the neighborhood also smiled, looking at Song father and mother with kindness in their eyes.
It's been a long time. You guys are getting younger and younger. This is to pick up your parents?
Song father and mother hurriedly smiled and took the gifts that had been prepared long ago down from the car.
And,
it's hard for Auntie to help us take care of our parents so often.
A small token of appreciation.
Don't excuse yourself. Without waiting for the neighbor's family to react, Song's father had already brought several boxes of gifts to the neighbor's door.
He wasn't being vain. He knew how hard it was for the two old men to live in the village. Most of the things that took a lot of effort were entrusted to the neighboring family. In the weekdays to run an errand or something, it is even less likely to have to trouble people. The other people aside, this family he is sincerely grateful.
Neighbors of the two old people reacted hastily excused.
Look at what you say.
Our old friends weekdays to take care of what?
How is it worth it for you to buy these expensive things?
The two old men sighed as they took the things out.
If you really have the money, you can take your parents over. I don't care about anything else when I'm old. I just care about living with you little ones. Grandma Song and Grandpa Song are good-natured. As an old friend,
they naturally hope that the two people have a good life.
This good is not the good of being rich,
but the good of being able to stay with their sons and grandchildren.
Although Grandma Song and Grandpa Song don't say it, but every time they come to their house and see that they have sons and daughters-in-law staying around, the envious eyes are not fake. Song father hurriedly blocked things back again. We know what Auntie said.
It's not like our family obediently earned money and hurriedly bought a house for her grandparents as well.
In these 2 days we'll move there together. When it's time to move, we'll invite Auntie over for dinner to liven things up. Good Lord, bought a house for her grandparents?
The old neighbors were stunned and looked at Song with unbelievable eyes. although they are not bad people, but their ancestors have been in the countryside for generations, and the thoughts they have been instilled with are inevitably mixed with some patriarchal thinking. It's not that they don't love their daughters and granddaughters, but according to their thinking, they always feel that their sons and grandchildren are the ones to rely on. Song's father and mother immediately straightened his spine, full of smiles, said, "That's right. This child is lucky." Relying on the school teacher's lead into a company, after earning some money, he hurriedly arranged for his grandparents. Speaking here, Song's father even unconsciously increased his voice a bit because of excitement. This child has been filial since she was a child, and has always thought of her grandparents being good to her. Song's father saw a few neighbors not far away also came to the street, but the voice did not lower the meaning. He wanted to let these people who used to laugh at him for only having a daughter know that his family's good boy was very competitive and filial. A daughter was worth 5 of their sons. By the time Grandma Song and Grandpa Song got into the car, they were obviously still confused. Grandma Song was a little carsick, so she sat directly in the passenger side. Only after walking out for a good distance, could she not help but turn her head, look at Song Yen, and then look at Song Dad and Song Mom. Her gaze obviously still hesitant. "What you guys just said is true." Song father and mother looked at each other, and immediately nodded with a smile on their faces. "That's certainly true. The real estate certificates are in our hands. We'll take you guys over in a couple of days once we've packed up." Grandma Song and Grandpa Song were obviously still a bit incredulous. Really bought it in the county? How much did it cost? 2 years ago, there was a young man in their village who was withdrawn by his wife because he couldn't afford to buy a house in the county town. So it was obvious how expensive the houses in the county town were now. The moment she thought of this, Grandma Song's gaze towards Song Bin suddenly became heartbroken. Good boy is in the big city to go to school. Need to use money in a lot of places. Why do not you guys stop a little? Listening to the neighbor's young man said, "Now people in the big city girls have their own house. They are happy that their children have made good progress, but they are old enough to say that even if they enjoy it, how many more years can they enjoy it? It would be better to let the good boy save up again and buy a house in the big city. At least there is a little bit of dependence." Song, Grandma, Grandpa, you can rest assured, I still have a lot of money in hand. Do not believe you ask my parents. Speaking of this, Song's father can be excited. The gaze towards the two men suddenly took on some mystery. "Father, Mother, you guess how much good boy is worth now?" "What is worth?" Grandpa Song frowned at that moment. "Simply put, it's how much money the person is worth." Father Song's smile deepened as he looked at Grandpa Song. Grandma Song, who was sitting in front, couldn't help but look back at him. "Our good boy can't be sold for any amount of money." Grandpa Song also looked at him with a serious face, and Father Song's smile suddenly stiffened. "This statement is inaccurate. I'll change it. It's that you guys guess how rich boy is now? $1 million? Grandpa Song's eyes rolled. He was still well informed. Not long ago, the youngest grandson of the old buddy's family was getting married, and had just bought a small house in the county town, like 800,000 or so. Then he saw the youngest son beside him hem and haw, stretching out a few fingers at him. And, it's less. It's a couple $100 million. Chapter 77, she's the most rebellious person ever. "What billion?" Grandpa Song's eyes widened as he pulled out his ears and asked again. The smile in Father Song's eyes deepened a bit more. "Father, you heard right. A few $100 million. That's why obediently letting you guys live in the county is completely filial. You guys, just accept it." Grandma Song, who was sitting in front of her, couldn't care less about getting carsick, and turned her head to look at Father Song. "You can't say this blindly. A few $100 million? Good boy is still a child in school." Until Song's father took out the cell phone, and gave the two old people one by one look at the villa's photos. The two old men scrutinized it all the way until they finally arrived at the hotel where they were engaged and had to get off the car. And only then did they finally believe it somewhat. Because the man's family is the county. Eugene Cho's engagement party will also be set up in the county. Xuanha Hotel is considered to be a better hotel in the county. Song Ant and the male elders are waiting in front of the hotel to entertain the relatives. As soon as the Range Rover stopped, both families couldn't help but look over. Seeing Song's father and the others coming down from the car, Aunt Song was obviously stunned. It was only when Aunt Song beside her poked her that the two hurriedly greeted them. "This is?" The man's name was Zhou Zhang, and the one who asked the question was obviously Zhou's mother. Wearing a dark blue cheongsam, her half-length hair was permed and curled, and it was obvious that she was well-groomed. Aunt Song hurriedly pulled over a few people from Father Song and introduced them. "This is my mother's brother's family." She also pointed to Grandpa Song and Grandma Song. "These are my parents." Mother Zhou immediately greeted them with a smile. "Hello you guys, welcome over." And to Grandma Song and Grandpa Song, she enthusiastically said, "Grandpa and Grandma have worked hard for you to come over." Song's father and mother had not only prepared their own gifts, they had also helped prepare Grandpa and Grandma Song's as well. Once the gifts were handed over, Mother Zhou's eyes instantly lit up again. These gifts are not cheap at first glance, and I have never heard of Jinxiu's uncle being so rich before. It so happened that Yu Jinxiu and Zhou Zhang also came out from the inside at this time. Yu Jinxiu saw Song Yan at a glance, and her face couldn't help but stiffen at that moment. Before she had time to say anything, Zhou Zhang beside her whispered in her ear and asked, "What kind of relative is this?" "My uncle." Yu Jinxiu's voice inevitably carried some impatience, and his gaze towards Song Ren was also full of caution. Zhou Zhang, however, didn't notice it at all. His gaze paused on Song father and mother, and finally landed on Song again. "This cousin of yours is quite good looking. It looks like she was raised by a wealthy family." "Good looking my ass. That's just from the countryside." Yu Jinxiu couldn't help but give him a blank look, complimenting her cousin's good looks in front of her. "Do you have any emotional intelligence?" Zhou Zhang, however, had already somewhat helplessly averted his gaze and scratched his head. "Jinxiu, don't be angry. I was just looking at that as your cousin before I politely complimented her." Only then did Yu Jinxiu collect her face, pulling Zhou Zhang over to Song father and Song mother. Mother Song and Father Song didn't know about her dissatisfaction, especially Father Song, who saw Yu Jinxiu and even cordially handed over an exquisite box. "Jinxiu, happy engagement." Yu Jinxiu subconsciously opened the box, and inside was a gold necklace. It wasn't the kind that was very thick. Instead, it was very delicate, and the pendant was still a solid gold bunny, exactly her zodiac sign. When Yu Jinxiu saw this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but skim. Song Bo had found a rich second generation in Magic City, and even bought so many houses for her at once. She didn't believe that Song Bo wouldn't give money to her uncle. As a result of her engagement, her uncle gave her this? Yu Jinxiu's face was so obvious that several people around her noticed it. Zhou Zhang hurriedly pulled her arm, and Aunt Song also hurriedly rounded up the situation. "Still, little brother has a heart. This is still Jinxiu's zodiac sign." Only then did Yu Jinxiu reluctantly reveal a smiling face. "Uncle, Aunt, thank you for the gift. Welcome over." Behind her, the smile on Song Di's face instantly withdrew, and her gaze towards Yu Jinxiu also took on some coldness. Sure enough, there are some people here that just can't be raised well, because Aunt Song and the others had to entertain other relatives. Father Song and Mother Song took Grandpa Song and Grandma Song into the hotel first. The man's relatives came in large numbers, and those who knew him or not were all exchanging pleasantries. After Song father and Song mother took Grandpa and Grandma Song to sit down, Yu Jinxiu appeared out of nowhere, and immediately afterward pulled Song Bin, who was just about to sit down. "Uncle and Aunt, I'll talk too for a while." Song turned back, and she had to say that Yu Jinxiu was still pretty, especially today, wearing a small white dress and a little lighter makeup. She even looked a few years younger than when she was in Magic City. Song Di didn't stop her and allowed her to pull herself to the corner. Yu Jinxiu first looked around and made sure no one was there before she lowered her voice and said to Song Yan, "Did you come back just because you heard that I was getting engaged?" It was like that before. If it wasn't for Song Yan, maybe Mr. Wang would have already bought her a house in Jade Garden. Thinking of this, Yu Jinxiu looked at Song with an even more wary gaze. This cousin has never been as good looking as her since she was a child, and she is only good at reading, so maybe she is secretly jealous of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so coincidental every time and come out to ruin her good deed every time. When Song Yi heard her words, her gaze towards her suddenly became more incredulous. "You're sick, aren't you? I'm so busy every day. How could I have the time to care about your business?" She had known before that this cousin wasn't a smart one, but she hadn't expected the brain to be so shafted. Was there anything about her that she was worth noticing? Seeing that Song Ren's unsuppressed voice had already attracted some gazes, Yu Jinxiu hurriedly pulled on her arm again. "And, keep your voice down." Seeing that Song's gaze had become more and more impatient, Yu Jinxiu also had other things to attend to, so she could only instruct. "The things you did before in Magic City, just pretend you don't know about it. Otherwise, I can spread a clear message to you about you going to college and also being a rich second generation." After Yu Jinxiu finished threatening, she didn't care if Song Yan listened to her or not, and went straight downstairs, leaving Song Yan standing there, looking at her back as she hurried down the stairs, her gaze filled with darkness. She was the most rebellious person. Originally, she hadn't thought of doing anything. After all, it wasn't her business. But the more she was threatened not to do anything, the more she really wanted to do something. When she thought of this, she didn't stop and went straight back to Song father and mother's table. Mother Song patted her. "What did Jinxiu just ask you to do?" "Song, she came over to threaten me, asking me not to tell the truth about her being a lover in Magic City." Mistress Thing. Chapter 78. Our Luo Yuan is very strict with its employees. Put. Mother Song, who had just taken a sip of water from her teacup, didn't hold back and almost spewed out the water in her mouth. "Lover, woman?" Mother Song's voice was suppressed very low, yet it was still heard clearly by Father Song, who was on the side. Song father's eyes flicked over, only to see Song mother swallowing hard, then pulling Song Bian like a thief. she asked in horror. Jin Xiu is working as a mistress in Magic City? Mistress? Put. Song father, who had heard the whole thing, really couldn't hold back and directly spat out the tea in his mouth. Grandpa Song and Grandma Song hurriedly looked over. What's wrong? Song father looked embarrassed and waved his hand. Nothing, just choked. Immediately afterward, he avoided Grandpa and Grandma Song and asked in a low voice towards Song Bing, are you telling the truth? Song Ren blinked. Fidelity. Not waiting for Song father and Song mother to react, she directly added a big news. Cousin seems to have gotten pregnant in Magic City. Mother Song was directly stunned. No wonder when she told Boy about Jin Xiu's engagement that day, Boy would have that look on his face. Song father first took a deep breath, then his expression became serious. He had always been one of those more upright people, and this matter wasn't a small matter. This is the time of the engagement. In case the matter of the pregnancy is made public by others at that time, isn't it still the sister's family that will lose face? Thinking about it again and again, or quietly go down to the Song aunt to immobilize called over. Aunt Song is wondering, I say little brother, what's wrong with you? There is something. Hurry to say I still have to go down to entertain relatives. This kind of thing. Song father, a big man a bit unable to speak, pulled aside the Song mother. Mother Song also cooperated, and lowered her voice to ask, big sister, when Bian was in Magic City, she seemed to see Jin Xiu telling others that she was pregnant. Do you know about this? Aunt Song's face instantly changed. Looking viciously at Mother Song, she couldn't wait to go up and slap her twice, and her tone of voice was furious. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're an aunt. Have you insulted your niece like this? Father Song instantly pulled Mother Song behind himself. Sister, this is true. It's always impossible for to joke about something like this. You'd better ask Jin Xiu girl properly to see what's going on. Don't end up being made a fool of. Before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by Aunt Song. How is it impossible? Aunt Song looked directly at Songren as she asked, her face somber, without a hint of a smile. And, in the past, when Jin Xiu told me about you, I still always thought that you were a good kid, but I didn't realize that you were really a traitor on the inside. What? This is to see your cousin married a good family. Jealous? Taking this kind of thing to slander your own cousin. Are you black-hearted? Song Bo instantly snorted, her face full of mockery. If I'm slandering my aunt, what are you so excited about? If it wasn't for the fact that Grandpa Song and Grandma Song were still here, Aunt Song really wanted to slap her across the face. Just when she wanted to continue to say something, her remaining light saw Mother Zhou bringing Zhou Zhang and Jin Xiu right over this way. Aunt Song took a deep breath and hurriedly collected the anger on her face. Mother Zhou had quickly walked over with a smile. What is this about? Aunt Song's face was still a little unnatural. Fearing that Father Song would say something, she hurriedly said, it's not that my little brother has heard that Zhou Zhang has bought a house for Jin Xiu in Luoyuan City and is envious. As soon as Mother Zhou heard this, the smile on her face became a few points more intense. Jin Xiu is such a good child marrying into our family. Of course we have to prepare the best for her. When the other relatives sitting at this table heard this, they couldn't help but marvel at it right away. It's still Zhou Zhang, this child who is capable. I heard that the house was still bought in Luoyuan. Mother Zhou's favorite thing to hear was people praising her child. The corners of her eyes were wrinkled with smiles right away. What's capable is working in someone else's internal work. They gave an internal price, which is why they bought it. It's amazing. Zhou Zhang originally worked at Luoyuan Real Estate? The surrounding relatives all smiled and looked over, looking at Mother Zhou with envy. Luoyuan Real Estate was not something that anyone could enter, and to be able to buy a house in Luoyuan was even more extraordinary. Jin Xiu will be the envious eyes of the crowd in the eyes. At the same time, Intimate pulled Zhou Zhang's hand, face still with a few points of shyness. Seeing this, Aunt Song glanced at Mother Song right away, with obvious mockery in her gaze. This is just a son-in-law who knows how to get ahead a little bit. Not as good as Bian who is still a college student, said, and as if suddenly remembered something, followed by saying, I've heard that college students are everywhere nowadays. I don't know if I can find a decent job after graduation. If you really can't, then go back to our side and let your son-in-law help you find a job for Bin in Luoyuan. Aunt Song was talking to herself and didn't see Zhou Zhang and Mother Zhou's faces change slightly. Originally thought that this family was all rich. How to listen to Jin Xiu's mom's meaning? Not so at all. Zhou Mother looked at Song father and mother's clothes without moving her eyes. Her heart was a little uncertain. Don't be the kind of borrowing money to pretend to be a big spender, right? It is not possible to say that even the car is borrowed. Otherwise Jin Xiu, her mother, would say so? Song father and mother did not know that in just a moment's time, they were already in the eyes of others to pretend to be a big spender. The two didn't say anything. Just look at Aunt Song's eyes, how can't see the smile? Especially the father of Song. Originally for this sister he is close to the heart of respect. Telling her about Jin Xiu's matter was also with the intention of resolving this matter at the easiest time to hurry up and get rid of it. Otherwise, if it really comes out in the future,
It might even be on the news. Ansong and has always been a face. Then where to stand? But I didn't expect my sister not only didn't appreciate it, but also put her daughter down from head to toe. Thinking of this, the father of Song looked at Ansong in the eyes of that close also less. Ansong, however, was still immersed in her own world, turning her head to look at Zhou Zhang, and immediately replaced her smiling face with, "This is fine, right son-in-law? After all, Bian Bian is a senior student from Linhai University." Zhou Zhang from Ansong's attitude had already determined that the family in front of him was borrowing money to pretend to have face, and his impression of them was immediately poor to the extreme. At that moment, he also had no intention of giving face, and directly said, "I'm afraid I can't. Our Luo garden is very strict about its employees. Even if you are from Linhai University, you still have to pass our interview to be able to work in Luo Yuan." Auntie Song instantly consummated, looking at Song Bing with a gaze that seemed to still carry some regret. "And that can't be helped. But after all, you're a high school student. If you put your heart and soul into the right path, why worry about finding a good job? Don't you think so?"